Chapter 1. The Malevolent Monster Little Junior Sister. How does it feel to descend the mountain for the first time to hunt demons? Are you frightened? A young man donned in indigo silk attire, with a high ponytail, held the sword at his waist while chewing on a blade of grass, casually inquiring beside the young girl. The girl, dressed in a delicate green dress, resembled a tender sprout of spring, brimming with vitality. However, her expression bore a hint of melancholy as she absent-mindedly poked at the weeds beneath her with a stick, seemingly disinterested in Xue Zhao's playful banter. Not discouraged by her silence, Xue Zhao persisted, "Hey, you're really not afraid? I hear there's a giant snake lurking around, one that specifically preys on delicate young maidens like you." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to her and made a grotesque face, exclaiming, "Rar!" Caught off guard by his sudden antics, Lu Lingxi stumbled slightly. "Xue Zhao!" she exclaimed, a touch of annoyance in her voice as she brandished the stick and chased after him, declaring, "This is what you get for scaring me." Xue Zhao, unfazed, dodged with a grin, dramatically shouting, "Oh dear, little junior sister, take it easy. Big brother is coming back soon." As his words fell, a young man clad in white descended gracefully on a sword. Upon seeing him, Lu Lingxi ceased her playful pursuit and quickly stood at attention. The imposing aura of the stoic senior brother still made her slightly apprehensive. "The village ahead is the one we need to investigate. There are no unusual occurrences to report thus far. Let us rest briefly before proceeding." The young man's voice resonated softly. The three of them chose a shaded spot to sit down. "Junior sister, are you managing well?" Ling Su inquired. Lu Lingxi was rummaging through her storage bag, checking how many protective talismans she had brought along. Hearing his question, she lifted her head and replied, "I'm all right, really. It's just that I feel a bit burdensome for my brothers to take care of me." She had observed everything the way Xue Zhao had been cracking jokes along the way was his attempt to lighten her mood. She felt a tinge of guilt for delaying their journey, knowing that her senior brother's cultivation level did not require frequent breaks. "Ah, what are you saying? We're all fellow disciples, there's no need to speak of burden," Xue Zhao said nonchalantly, leaning against a tree. "Sigh, I can't fathom why Master is insisting I descend the mountain this time," Lu Lingxi said, resting her chin on her hand, visibly troubled. Since childhood, she had been plagued by a recurring dream, vague and indistinct, yet an ominous premonition lingered that the world below was fraught with danger, and should she descend, she would meet a dreadful end. In the past, she would have dismissed such superstitions, but now, having traversed into a realm that seemed to exist solely in novels, she could not help but contemplate the significance of her dream. Indeed, she was an outsider, having experienced no sudden illness or accident, simply awakening one day to find herself in another world. Could it be due to her heart condition? Hadn't the doctor said she had 3 months left? Why had it all changed so abruptly? Though she often wished for a reset, she fervently hoped the heavens would not grant her one for real. Yet, having arrived in this new world, she could only resign herself to fate, thankful that she had no family or loved ones to worry about in this realm. In light of her dreams, Lu Lingxi had, over the years, avoided descending the mountain whenever possible. When unavoidable, she would only engage in simple tasks such as errands or escorting messages or medicines. She believed that as long as she could survive until the end, that would be a victory. Previously, she would have never dreamt of participating in demon slaying. However, this time, her master had resolutely insisted she accompany them, disregarding her every excuse. "Sigh," she thought, "adaptability is key surely. I cannot be this unlucky to win the lottery on my first try." Lu Lingxi reassured herself in silence. Perhaps sensing her unease, Xue Zhao drew his sword and struck a pose before her, feigning grandeur. "Fear not, little junior sister. My swordsmanship over the years is not in vain. If all else fails, we still have Big Brother here. Right, Big Brother?" Hearing this, the young man sighed helplessly, feeling a slight headache at Xue Zhao's antics. "Rest assured, Master is prudent. This journey will not pose too great a danger." Lu Lingxi nodded, the silver ornaments in her hair jingling melodiously. "Big Brother, don't worry, I will not be a burden." Though she had not descended the mountain often in recent years, Lu Lingxi had not relaxed her training. Rather, spurred by her enigmatic dreams, she had diligently sought to bolster her self-defense abilities. After a brief respite, the trio took to the skies on their swords toward their destination. Upon entering the village, they immediately sensed something amiss. It was unnaturally quiet. The tranquility was deceptive. A village of several hundred people should not be devoid of activity during the day. Ling Su cautiously surveyed the surroundings and gestured for Shui Zhao and Lu Lingxi to approach a door and inquire about the situation. Knock, knock, knock. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a small boy peering curiously from within. Lu Lingxi gently inquired, "Excuse me, could you direct us to the village chief's home?" The boy's eyes darted around, as if sizing them up. With a warm smile and gentle gaze, Lu Lingxi, along with her companions, exuded an air of ethereal grace. Eventually, the boy opened the door wider, inviting them inside. The three exchanged glances, finding nothing amiss within the house as they stepped inside. "Grandfather, it's the three Taoists," the boy called out to an elderly man lying in bed. The old man coughed a couple of times, struggling to sit up with the boy's assistance. "May I ask if you were the Taoist from Lingshan, come to exorcise demons?" Ling Su clasped his hands in greeting. "We are here at the village chief's behest to exorcise demons. We hope you can guide us in our investigation." Upon hearing this, the old man became visibly excited. "Wonderful, wonderful! We have awaited your arrival. Huzi, quickly guide the Taoists." Though Huzi appeared somewhat bewildered, he hurriedly complied, leading the group to the village chief's residence. "Little Huzi, are there very few people in your village? How come it is so deserted in broad daylight?" Lu Lingxi asked as they walked. "Forget about people, not even the barking of dogs or the crowing of roosters can be heard," Shui Zhao added. With this realization, Lu Lingxi understood the gravity of the situation. Could this be related to the recent demon activity? Huzi nodded sadly. At first, only a few chickens and ducks went missing, and everyone thought it was the work of thieves. Gradually, many people who went hunting or tending to their fields also vanished without a trace. The only one who returned was the village chief's son, but he kept babbling about a great insect or serpent. That's when everyone realized it might be a demon. Slowly, no one dared to venture outside anymore. The village, once a thriving community, now lay ravaged by malevolent forces. Despite his youth, Huzi could not escape the sorrow that weighed heavily on his heart. Seeing his distress, Lu Lingxi paused, sighed, and comfortingly patted Hughes's small head. "Rest assured, this will be resolved soon. Have faith in us, your village will soon be bustling with life again." Huzi looked at the three of them, nodding trustingly. Chapter 2. The strange figure. After navigating the winding, twisting paths, they finally arrived at the village chief's residence, where a more imposing house stood before them. Ling Su knocked on the door and called out, "Village chief, we are disciples of Lingshan, sent by our master to exterminate demons, that we seek to gather some information. We kindly request you to open the door." As soon as he finished speaking, the door swung open with a rush, revealing a person whose eagerness was unmistakable. "At last, you've come. At last," exclaimed an elderly man, dressed in simple garments, as he grasped Ling Su's hand, pleading, "Please, esteemed Taoists, help us." Ling Su nodded in acknowledgement. "Village chief Li, shall we step inside for a more thorough discussion?" "Yes, yes, yes," the village chief exclaimed repeatedly, ushering them in with urgency. Just as Lu Lingxi was about to follow, she felt a gentle tug on her sleeve. "Hey," she turned to find Huzi standing there. "Sister, I brought you here. But I must return to look after my grandfather," he said timidly to Lu Lingxi. Hesitated. Under such circumstances, allowing a child to venture back alone felt unsafe. Huzi seemed to sense her concern. "It's fine. Sister, the demon doesn't come out during the day. I can manage that moment." Shui Zhao noticed that Lu Lingxi had lagged behind and urged her to hurry. Reluctantly, Lu Lingxi rummaged through her storage bag and pulled out a talisman. Placing it in Huzi's hand, she bent down to squeeze his small shoulder gently. "All right, be careful on your way back. This talisman is for you. No refusing. Consider it a reward for guiding us. If you encounter danger, stick it to yourself, and we will come to rescue you swiftly. Do you understand?" Huzi held the talisman, glancing between Lu Lingxi's smiling eyes and the talisman in his hand. Ultimately, he did not protest, his eyes shining with determination as he nodded vigorously. Lu Lingxi straightened up, giving him a pat. "Now hurry back. We wouldn't want your grandfather to worry." With that, she hurried to catch up with Ling Su and the others. The group settled into the main hall, where the village chief brewed tea for them. Somewhat embarrassed that I in this remote village, we have little in the way of fine tea to offer. Please bear with us. Esteemed Taoists, Ling Su shook his head. Could you please share the current situation in the village? Upon hearing this, the village chief sighed deeply, clearly weary. Esteemed Taoists, due to the havoc wrought by this demon, we have lost not only our chickens and ducks but also lives. The demon is indeed a serious threat. The village chief continued that a few days ago, none of the young men who went hunting returned. We searched the back mountains, but we found neither living nor dead. What else could this be but the work of a demon? The village chief lamented, while Lu Lingxi absent-mindedly toyed with the tassel on her sword. Lost in thought. Suddenly her eyes lit up to, "Oh, village chief, when we arrived, Huzi mentioned that your son had seen the demon. I asked that true." The village chief appeared troubled. "That is indeed the case, but it is not that I am unwilling to share. It is just that he was traumatized and may not provide much information." Shui Zhao chimed in, "Any clues, no matter how faint, would assist us greatly." Ling Su contemplated for a moment, and though he remained silent, he nodded slightly at the village chief, indicating his agreement with their proposal. The village chief pondered and thought that perhaps the three Taoists might help his son, so he led them further into the house. Inside, they found a young man curled up in a corner of the bed, mumbling incoherently and trembling incessantly. The village chief spoke sorrowfully. Ever since he was found at the village entrance, he has been like this. Ling Su's hand instinctively brushed against his sword, a subconscious gesture as he assessed the situation. His condition resembles madness, yet there are no visible injuries. It seems he is merely in a state of extreme fright. As the three leaned in to listen, they could faintly discern a few garbled words. Man-eater snake? Insect. Lu Lingxi crossed her arms, deep in thought. Could it be that he truly encountered a snake demon? But snake demons typically hunt with venom and constriction. There should have been no chance for him to escape alive at that moment. The village chief seemed to recall something right. Esteemed Taoists, on the day he was found, there appeared to be some white threads entangled around his feet. Threads? Could it be the work of a spider demon? Shui Zhao mused, stroking his chin. "Do you still have those threads?" Ling Su inquired. "The threads were burned immediately. Fearing that the demon might use them to track us down," the village chief replied. Ling Su frowned. Without the threads, identifying the demon became considerably more challenging. "How about this?" Senior brother, Lu Lingxi suggested, "Let us stay here for the night, and tomorrow we can investigate the village surroundings." Ling Su nodded in agreement, producing 2 pills from his storage bag and offering them to the village chief. "These are calming pills. Have him take one and rest for a few days. This way, we may extract more clues from him, facilitating our actions." Thus, the three settled in for the night, and fortuitously, Lu Lingxi found herself at Huzi's home. When Huzi saw the village chief leading Lu Lingxi to his home, his eyes sparkled with joy. Wide Lu Lingxi smiled and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Then I shall not disturb you, Fairy Lingxi, as you rest," the village chief said, preparing to leave. "Wait, village chief. My fellow disciples and I have set up formations around the village. Should any demon approach, we will be alerted immediately. The villagers need not panic, and it will prevent the demon from sensing anything amiss." The village chief nodded vigorously. "Thank you, esteemed Taoists. The 2 esteemed ones will stay in the 2 rooms behind you. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to let us know. This." Lu Lingxi straightened her back, feeling an inexplicable sense of responsibility, and nodded that it is our duty as cultivators to eradicate demons and uphold justice. There is no need for formality, village chief. The village chief had already explained their purpose to Huzi's grandfather. So Huzi had prepared a room early, eagerly waiting for Lu Lingxi. They warmly invited her to join them for a meal. Though cultivators typically abstain from food, having lived in another world for over a decade, Lu Lingxi maintained the habit of 3 meals a day, with fasting merely serving as a convenience for missions. Thus, she sat down without hesitation to share the meal. Food truly has the power to heal the weariness of the day. And even Shui Zhao was drawn in, occasionally taking bites that in truth he didn't particularly need to eat. He simply enjoyed the sight of Lu Lingxi getting flustered when he finished off her food. During their conversation, they learned about Huzi's background. He was Jiang Luer, found and raised by Huzi's grandfather by the riverside, that Huzi's grandfather had lost his wife and children in his early years, and had since relied solely on Huzi for companionship. As Lu Lingxi observed the smiles on the faces of the grandfather and grandson amidst their modest surroundings, she felt a stirring in her heart. Sometimes, the happiness that mortals speak of is extraordinarily simple. It does not require immense wealth or opulence. Having family nearby, well-fed and warm, is enough. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that this story seemed oddly familiar. Why was that? As Lu Lingxi lay in bed, turning over and furrowing her brow, she pondered that perhaps she was simply too exhausted and overthinking. She was certain she had never been to this village before, nor had she met Huzi and his grandfather. Disregarding her thoughts, Lu Lingxi patted the sword beside her pillow and whispered, "Good night. My dear, that a qualified sword cultivator must cherish their sword as their life." Gazing out at the luminous moonlight, she slowly closed her eyes and drifted into sleep. Outside the window, a rustling sound emerged, like the wind brushing through the treetops, or perhaps something creeping along the ground. The rustling gradually ceased, and through the thin paper window, a shadowy figure became faintly discernible, a long-haired figure. Untamed by the night wind, dancing eerily like a ghost, but it seemed to merely tilt its head. The figure slowly faded away. Little theater. A certain dragon achieves an accomplishment. Stealing his wife's belongings, Chapter 3. He stole her belongings? The next morning, the sun shone brightly, and thanks to the arrival of the three, the villagers felt emboldened enough to venture out, bringing a bit of liveliness to the village, amidst the bustling sounds. Lu Lingxi awoke, groggily opening her eyes to survey her surroundings, finally realizing where she was. After tidying herself up, she prepared to head out and join Ling Su and Shui Zhao in their endeavors. Being someone who always took pride in her appearance, she couldn't afford to be careless while out. Upon catching a glimpse of her charming reflection in the mirror, her motivation to catch demons intensified. After arranging her attire and grasping her sword, Lu Lingxi instinctively patted her waist, only to be taken aback. Where could it have gone? In a flurry, Lu Lingxi searched frantically, left and right, spinning around for quite some time, ultimately confirming that her storage bag was indeed missing that moment. She could almost hear a silent beam playing beside her. Thief you take without labor. The thief hurts the truly innocent. How infuriating! Who had the audacity to steal my belongings? Lu Lingxi gritted her teeth in frustration. The door was tightly locked, but the window was ajar. Approaching the window, she noticed some peculiar traces on the grass below, as if something had crawled and dragged itself along. Fixating on the trail, she quickly sent a message to Shui Zhao and Ling Su. "Senior brothers, come quickly. I've found something," with their proximity. They arrived swiftly. Ling Su examined the marks on the window, noting they didn't appear to be the work of a human, and he turned to Lu Lingxi, asking, "Are you injured?" Lu Lingxi, puzzled, shook her head. "I am not injured, but my storage bag is missing." Her voice rose suddenly, her eyes wide like a startled deer, clearly agitated. Not only had her belongings been stolen, but she had also been intruded upon without her knowledge. How could she have been so careless? "What is going on, Lu Lingxi? Are you even capable?" "The enemies have come to invade, yet she sleeps as soundly as a pig. What on earth is this creature? And why does it have a penchant for thievery?" Shui Zhao remarked while observing the interior of the house. Suddenly, Ling Su furrowed his brows. Something's amiss. The formation from last night remained undisturbed. "This is not a demon." Lu Lingxi paced around the room, determined to uncover some clue. The feeling of being in the dark while the enemy lurked silently was unbearable. They were far too passive. "Junior sister, which storage bag was taken?" Shui Zhao inquired. Lu Lingxi possessed 2 storage bags, one filled with essential items such as life-saving talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts, while the other contained frivolous items she had whimsically stuffed in, such as pastries, clothing, and jewelry. Regarding this matter, Lu Lingxi found it perplexing. Whoever had the audacity to steal a storage bag, whether demon or human, must be a practitioner themselves. Why would they bypass a collection of precious artifacts only to abscond with a bag of food items? Upon identifying which storage bag had been taken, Shui Zhao once again concluded that this demon was no ordinary creature. Its interests diverged sharply from those of other demons. Did they not? "I am absolutely furious. If I catch that thief, I shall pluck its fur," Lu Lingxi exclaimed, her grip on her sword brimming with anticipation. She felt an inexplicable sense of being wronged. Ling Su calmed her, cautioning against impulsiveness, for their adversary was formidable, and they had not detected anything unusual the previous night. Shui Zhao spoke up. Junior sister, why don't you scout around the village for clues? My senior brother and I will patrol the perimeter. I refuse to believe we cannot capture it. That Lu Lingxi nodded. And the trio dispersed. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi scoured every hidden corner of the village, a sense of unease gnawing at her. Something felt off about this endeavor, yet she could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Her heart was restless. Suddenly, her ears perked up, as if she had heard a sound. Lu Lingxi swiftly turned and crouched in a concealed spot to observe, but the surroundings remained eerily calm, devoid of any anomalies. Confused, she stood up. Had she misheard? Just as she was about to continue down the path, she noticed a familiar pastry on the ground. It was the rose cake she often kept in her storage bag. A surge of caution washed over her as she carefully surveyed her surroundings. The fallen pastry indicated that the thief had been nearby just moments ago, yet she remained blissfully unaware, just as she had the night before. Truly, this was no simple matter. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Lingxi intended to send a message to Ling Su and Shui Zhao. Senior brother, return quickly. There is a situation in the village. However, she received no response, leaving her puzzled. Could it be that her senior brother was also facing a predicament? With no other choice, Lu Lingxi decided to investigate on her own. Given the circumstances, it was abundantly clear that this demon had infiltrated the village, and she could not simply stand by idly. Suddenly, she sensed movement in the eastern formation, prompting her to draw her sword and leap forward. Upon arrival, she found no one, but noticed one of her own pieces of jewelry lying on the ground. Lu Lingxi picked it up with her sword, bewildered by the demon's intentions. There were no toxins or anything sinister associated with the jewelry. Before she could ponder further, she sensed commotion emanating from the western formation. With even swifter speed than before, she rushed over, only to find it empty once more. Damn it! What is this creature up to? As soon as she voiced her frustration, she heard movement from the southern formation, prompting her to curse inwardly while dashing toward it, sword in hand. When she once again encountered an empty space, Lu Lingxi was no longer surprised. Instead, she felt a sense of inevitability. It became clear to her that this demon was merely toying with her. Infuriated, she gripped the hilt of her sword, realizing that this cunning creature had quite the repertoire of tricks. The only remaining formation was to the north, with a glint of mischief in her eyes. She decided to take a gamble, testing the demon's wits. Wearing a sly and spirited smile, she thought, "Let us see who plays who." Seizing the opportunity before the northern formation stirred, she leapt into the air and, sure enough, heard the telltale signs of movement from the north. "Ha! You've fallen for my trap, little demon," but rather than heading north, she pivoted back to the east, hiding in a corner if her hunch was correct. After the northern movement, it would be her turn next. She lay in wait, ready to pounce. Indeed, Lu Lingxi sensed something approaching, and she carefully readied her sword, prepared for confrontation. However, before she could charge out, the wily thief seemed to sense her presence and change direction. Lu Lingxi could not let it escape. She surged forward at top speed, but alas, she only managed to grasp a fleeting shadow, a long tail that appeared serpentine. Could it be true? Was it indeed a serpent demon? Yet, it seemed rather dim-witted. Furiously, she swung her sword, her voice laced with rage. "You little rascal! If you have the audacity to steal, then have the courage to face me." Strangely, the shadow seemed to pause momentarily upon hearing her voice. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished. At that moment, Ling Su and Shui Zhao returned, holding the very storage bag she had lost. "Junior sister, are you all right? We sense persistent movement in the formation and..." Receiving no response from you, hurried back, Shui Zhao exclaimed, "That I'm fine. I saw that demon. It's truly a serpent demon." Lu Lingxi replied, a flicker of excitement lighting up her eyes, her green headband swaying with her animated gestures. Ling Su handed her the storage bag. "We found this to the north, but all its contents are gone." That Lu Lingxi had anticipated this outcome, unperturbed, already plotting how she would deliver a few good thrashings to that demon once they captured it. In a brief interlude, achievement unlocked, bullying the wife, the dragon mused. "While you toil outside searching for clues, I'm just here amusing my wife," the dragon added, "though I don't understand your words." I can tell they're quite vulgar. Chapter 4. The obsessive husband. Strangely enough, it seemed the demon had no intentions of causing harm. The three sat together, analyzing the events that had just unfolded. Senior brother, where did you go? Did you find any clues? Lu Lingxi inquired. Shui Zhao shook his head. The surroundings appeared tranquil, with nothing out of the ordinary. The absence of abnormalities is precisely what makes it so peculiar. Ling Su pondered aloud, as so many people could vanish without leaving a trace. How could that be? Lu Lingxi's thoughts drifted back to the serpent demon, contemplating how she might lure it out of hiding. She felt an odd sensation arise within her upon seeing the serpent demon. Turning the empty storage bag in her hands, she wondered if the demon's emergence was linked to the depletion of its contents. She voiced her thoughts. Could it be that simple? Skeptical, Shui Zhao questioned. Is it really that straightforward? Lu Lingxi tossed the empty storage bag lightly, a smirk forming on her lips. We'll find out soon enough. Yet her intuition whispered that this somewhat foolish demon might indeed be tempted out. That no, you mustn't put yourself in danger. Ling Su objected. But I have a feeling that serpent demon is specifically after me. Lu Lingxi admitted, somewhat embarrassed to reveal how thoroughly the demon had outsmarted her. And I am the one most capable of lowering its guard. Though reluctant to concede, it was evident that the demon was seeking an easy target. Lu Lingxi, the soft target. Harmless yet deeply insulting. Then tonight, Shui Zhao and I will stand guard nearby. At the first sign of trouble, we'll spring into action. Just be careful, Ling Su advised, his concern evident. Fear not, senior brother. This time, I shall not allow it to escape so easily, Lu Lingxi declared, her expression radiating confidence. That as night descended, the village grew increasingly quiet. The darkness deepened, yet all remained eerily serene. That Lu Lingxi lay in bed, tossing restlessly. What is happening? Has he seen through my ruse? Will he come or not? If she lay there any longer, she would surely fall asleep, pinching her thigh hard enough to make her wince. She jolted herself awake. Meanwhile, Shui Zhao, squatting outside, was equally uncomfortable, his legs numb from the prolonged wait. Junior sister, is this plan really effective? Just then, the sound of something rustling through the grass reached their ears, a soft, shuffling noise that struck a chord in their hearts. They had fallen into the trap at last. The three of them snapped to attention. Among them, Lu Lingxi felt the most apprehensive, as she was the one luring the enemy. She hoped the demon was merely after the storage bag. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she stealthily approached her sword. Lying beside her, you'll have to come through for me. My dear. As she sensed something tugging at her storage bag, she gripped her sword and rolled off the bed, realizing she had been ensnared. Senior brother, come quickly. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a binding rope that ensnared the serpent demon's waist. But to her astonishment, its tail had also coiled around her waist. This serpent demon was becoming increasingly audacious, intent not only on stealing the storage bag, but also on abducting her. Momentarily stunned, the serpent demon quickly regained its composure and began to struggle fiercely. Despite the chaos, it refused to release Lu Lingxi, who felt as though her very insides might burst. Damn it, why is it so strong? Almost thrown against the wall, she felt a pair of hands grasp the other end of the rope from behind. It was Ling Su. The serpent demon seemed enraged, its struggles intensifying. Lu Lingxi gritted her teeth, thinking it's like wrestling with a bull. Suddenly, the tension in the rope slackened, and Lu Lingxi was released, saved at last. Both Lu Lingxi and Ling Su were propelled backward by inertia, barely managing to halt their steps. They soon discovered that the creature had broken free from its bindings and was now engaged in a fierce struggle with Shui Zhao. In its hand, it wielded a black iron sword, the style of which was indiscernible. Yet the resonant clash of steel filled the air as it parried Shui Zhao's silver blade. It was immediately evident that Shui Zhao was at a disadvantage. The creature seemed to toy with Shui Zhao, countering every strike with ease, yet its blows lacked any lethal intent. More intriguingly, it possessed a long serpentine tail, which did not hinder its movements. On the contrary, it moved with remarkable agility and precision. It was only when Ling Su and Lu Lingxi brandished their swords and confronted the creature that they truly beheld its true form. It was strikingly handsome, almost too exquisite to be a monster. Most notably, Its eyes were golden, with pupils larger than usual, imparting a sense of naive innocence that it bore no clothing, its well-defined chest and muscular forearms exuding an aura of strength. Yet, the creature's demeanor belied its physical appearance. Lu Lingxi felt a chill, for that serpent-like being was fixated on her with its golden gaze that it felt as though she was staring into a deep, tranquil well, its cold presence sending shivers down her spine. The sensation of being scrutinized by a serpent was unsettling. Akin to standing before a massive, frosty refrigerator, Lu Lingxi discreetly shifted closer to Shui Zhao, only to find the creature's gaze subtly following her movements. What was happening? Was it truly fixated on her? A shape-shifting monster was not to be trifled with, although this one appeared half-human. It was far from an ordinary beast, and its powers evidently surpassed those of the three of them combined. Who might you be, and are you the one responsible for the recent disturbances? Ling Su inquired. Upon hearing the question, the creature merely tilted its head slightly, exuding an air of aloofness, before returning its gaze to Lu Lingxi. Shui Zhao nudged Lu Lingxi with his elbow. What is going on? Why is it fixated on you? Did you fall for the beauty trap? In response, Lu Lingxi retorted indignantly. How would I know? It even stole my things. The previously calm creature, noticing the two conversing quietly, suddenly advanced, emitting a low, guttural growl akin to that of a beast. Lu Lingxi and her companions promptly raised their swords in defense, both sides locked in a tense standoff, neither willing to strike nor retreat. Just as it seemed they would remain in this stalemate until dawn, the serpent creature gradually lowered its guard, the black sword vanishing from its grasp, its elongated claws retracting, and even its slit pupils returning to normal. Was it indicating a desire to converse? Before they could utter a word, the creature simply tilted its head to examine Lu Lingxi, emitting a couple of hissing sounds, its expression tinged with a hint of regret and disappointment. Before anyone could react, it vanished with an untraceable swiftness. Lu Lingxi pondered the meaning of its final glance. Why was it looking at her? It was truly unsettling. Small interlude. Achievement unlocked. Scaring the wife. He attempted to steal the wife, but failed. Chapter 5. It stole her clothes. Having engaged in a direct confrontation, they had gained some insight, yet the situation seemed more complicated than anticipated than if it were merely a common beast causing harm. They could easily eliminate it, but this night's serpent monster was evidently of a different caliber, but he got away, Shui Zhao said indignantly. Fortunately, he had taken the storage bag with the tracking talisman inside. We should not delay. Let us hurry, Lu Lingxi urged, sensing that the longer they waited, the more perilous the situation became. Following the talisman's guidance, the three ventured towards the outskirts of the village, drawing closer to the depths of the forest. Brother, why is the forest so eerily silent? Lu Lingxi inquired, perplexed. Some ferocious beasts possess a strong territorial instinct and will release their pressure to chase away other creatures. Ling Su explained. Another possibility is that they've all been slaughtered by this monster. He did not voice aloud. Nevertheless, the forest was indeed peculiar. When my brother and I last explored this area, our communication mirror ceased to respond, Shui Zhao remarked. Then it seems this creature is hiding within the forest, Lu Lingxi concluded, and no sooner had she spoken than a thick fog began to swirl around them. Be careful, Ling Su warned, turning to grab Shui Zhao and Lu Lingxi. But the white mist obscured everything behind him, leaving no trace of their companions at that moment. Lu Lingxi felt the familiar constriction around her waist and sighed inwardly, knowing all too well who was responsible. Now, even her hands were bound, rendering her immobile. She struggled in vain, but the serpent sensed her desire to escape and delivered a sharp strike, causing her vision to blur. Ouch! That hurts! Pain surged through her, and as tears of frustration welled in her eyes, she succumbed to unconsciousness. When she regained consciousness, a dull ache throbbed at the back of her neck. Just as she attempted to open her eyes and massage her sore neck, she froze. Was the serpent still nearby? Lu Lingxi quickly steadied her breathing, feigning unconsciousness. She cautiously cracked open her eyes, surveying her surroundings. Where was this? It was dim, damp, and cold. She wondered if her brother had noticed her absence. The serpent appeared to have some semblance of compassion. Beneath her, it had placed a layer of soft fur, preventing her from lying directly on the cold ground. Lu Lingxi caught sight of the serpent. seemingly seated at the cave entrance. Its back turned as it busied itself with something, its splendid hair, long and flowing, nearly reaching its waist. Unlike her pure black hair, its locks bore a dark greenish hue, almost indistinguishable in the shadows, but catching a hint of muted blue under the sunlight. As Lu Lingxi attempted to observe more closely, it seemed the creature sensed her gaze, pausing its movements and slowly turning to face her. The sight of its flowing hair and the way it turned reminded her eerily of a ghostly figure from a horror film, sending chills down her spine. She quickly shut her eyes, narrowly avoiding detection. The serpent appeared to harbor some suspicion, staring intently at her for a while before gradually returning its attention elsewhere. Lu Lingxi seized the opportunity to cautiously open her eyes a crack, hoping to locate her sword. However, before she could search, the creature swiftly turned its head, startling her into closing her eyes again. What should she do? She felt as though she had been caught to make matters worse. She sensed the creature drawing closer. The sound of its serpentine scales scraping against the ground resonated in her ears like a death knell. Long Xian approached her, seemingly puzzled, as if contemplating why she had briefly opened her eyes only to shut them again. He leaned in closer, staring directly into her eyes without moving an inch. He came so near that his long hair brushed against her face and neck, causing an unbearable itch for Lu Lingxi, who desperately fought the urge to laugh. Hold it together, she thought, feeling her palms begin to sweat as he drew nearer, his warm breath washing over her face. What was this atmosphere turning into? Surely, this monster wasn't he planning to reenact a scene from Snow White and bestow a true love-esque kiss to awaken her? If so, that was unnecessary. Thank you very much. The tickling sensation became unbearable, and Lu Lingxi could no longer restrain herself. She inhaled sharply and rolled away, distancing herself from the creature. Thank heavens, she finally escaped that bizarre atmosphere. Long Xian flinched, leaning back slightly, his golden pupils once again narrowing. He hardly resembled a ferocious monster capable of devouring men whole, that Lu Lingxi quickly admonished herself. One must not judge a serpent by its appearance. Forgive her, dear ancestors. Regaining her composure, Lu Lingxi was once again taken aback when she noticed the serpent had stolen her clothes, leaving her in utter disbelief. The serpent, draped in a haphazard assortment of red, green, blue, and purple garments, clearly wore women's attire. That Lu Lingxi was the unfortunate victim of this theft, left without a change of clothes while the creature flaunted multiple outfits simultaneously. This was utterly frustrating. What was that hanging around its neck? Please don't tell her it was her own garment. What peculiar interests it had? Lu Lingxi found it hard to suppress a gesture of exasperation as she gazed at the bewildering long creature before her. Seeing Lu Lingxi fixate on the garment around his neck, Long Sun assumed she desired it as well. He furrowed his brow, momentarily torn, as if reluctant to part with it. Ultimately, he extended his hand, retrieving the tiny piece of clothing from his neck and draping it around Lu Lingxi's shoulders. That Lu Lingxi. Long Sun. Here you go. For the first time, the silence felt deafening. Lu Lingxi glanced at the delicate garment adorning her neck, then at Long Sun, whose expression conveyed a sense of painful sacrifice. She felt overwhelmed, utterly despondent, that if this creature were a malicious being, she would have drawn her sword without hesitation, accepting defeat if necessary. However, he was a fool. She could see that. What kind of good demon would steal a maiden's clothing and delight in wearing a belly band? In that moment, within the tranquil cave, the pair, one human, one serpent, exchanged silent glances. Lu Lingxi. I wish to express something, yet I am at a loss for words. As she looked at Long Sun, her words faltered. Observing her hesitation, Long Sun pondered with his somewhat dim intellect, and, in a fit of conflict, pulled another piece of clothing from himself, placing it atop her head. Seeing the torn fabric, Lu Lingxi's hands trembled, tears nearly welling up in her eyes. That it was a limited edition from Tianxiu Pavilion. She turned slowly to face Long Sun, exclaiming, "You foolish creature, what will you give me in compensation?" She felt an urge to explode, but dared not. Why was she not satisfied, even when he offered her something? Long Sun, interpreting her reaction as greed, shot her a reproachful glance, as if accusing her of being a covetous woman. Lu Lingxi. I advise you to comprehend whose clothing this truly is. Noticing her profound distress, Long Sun reached out to pat her head, seemingly attempting to comfort her. "Adio, not be sad. I shall give you more," he said, as his hand prepared to remove yet another piece of clothing. Finally, Lu Lingxi could no longer restrain herself, leaping forward to grasp his arm tightly. Enough, enough! Please, my dear brother, spare me. Mini scene. Achievement unlocked. Stealing my wife's clothing, that Lu Lingxi. Oh, how I long to sing a tune. OMG, OMG, mother. Oh, mother. How utterly devastated I feel. How completely shattered I am. OMG, OMG, mother. Oh, mother. How utterly devastated I feel. How completely shattered I am. Chapter 6. Finding her adorable captured for 2 days now. Lu Lingxi had transitioned from initial anxiety to a state of resigned indifference, feeling as though she had become a salted fish, unwilling to turn over. The farcical events of her capture still played vividly in her mind, and she was left bewildered by how it had all culminated. This was a seemingly aloof serpent. No matter how she spoke, Long Sun remained unresponsive, oblivious to her attempts at conversation. Occasionally, he would glance at her and tilt his head, only to return to his own affairs. Lu Lingxi felt akin to a princess hidden away in a dilapidated castle, kept captive by a rather foolish dragon. From her observations over the past 2 days, it seemed this serpent intended to keep her confined. Whenever she attempted to step outside the cave, he would emerge from the shadows, his cold gaze fixed upon her, yet he never uttered a word. Just his gaze alone was enough to instill fear in her. However, he did not harm her. In fact, he shared his food. When would someone come to rescue her? After being driven back by that serpent's piercing stare yet again, she lay in the cave, letting out a sigh of despair. Once more, she attempted to use the communication mirror, but, as expected, there was no response. Frustrated, she struck the mirror, filled with a sense of impotent rage. She began to pace anxiously within the confines of the cave, circling the small space repeatedly, her hair threatening to fall out from stress. That it was clear that brute force would not prevail. She had to outsmart him. This serpent seemed somewhat dim-witted, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She quickly masked her excitement, not wanting to reveal her plan to the serpent. Carefully, she retrieved her storage pouch and rummaged through it. Eureka! She found it, the binding dragon rope. If ordinary binding ropes cannot restrain you, I refuse to believe that this binding dragon rope will not do the trick. Lu Lingxi gazed at the magical artifact as if it were a lifeline. Thank you, master, she exclaimed, recalling how her master had specifically entrusted her with this rope before her journey, foreseeing this predicament. Her master was indeed prophetic. Now, however, the question became how to bind this creature, if summoned by her thoughts. Long Sun entered the cave, dragging his splendid tail behind him. His tail, a pale beige, harmonized perfectly with his golden irises. Lu Lingxi could not deny the aesthetic beauty of his tail, reminiscent of a golden python she had encountered in her past life, yet more exquisite and translucent, resembling jade. Long Sun, as usual, entered with a pile of fruits. Noticing her gaze fixated on his tail, he assumed she admired it and tentatively flicked the tip of his tail towards her. For you. Startled, Lu Lingxi instinctively recoiled, nearly convinced he intended to sweep her off her feet. Surely not. If it were to land on me, my skull would be crushed. Seeing her lack of interest, Long Sun slowly retracted his tail, muttering to himself, does she not like it? Truly a curious individual. That he then offered her another fruit, and Lu Lingxi sighed, why must you be so aloof? After all this time, you've yet to utter a single word. Receiving the fruit, she bit into it fiercely, as if venting her frustrations upon it. The flavor was delightful, plump and juicy. Had she been observant, she would have noticed that all the fruits Long Sun offered were the largest and most succulent among the bunch. Long Sun also took a fruit, emulating her actions, and bit into it. That Lu Lingxi chuckled, finding it amusing. She realized this serpent was mimicking her. When she bit to the left, he followed suit. When she paused, he halted as well, continuing to gaze at her. It tickled him, he thought. Still in the early stages of literacy, Long Sun lacked the vocabulary to articulate his feelings, but he sensed that this person made his heart flutter. He wished to steal her away, but he had failed. It was a pity, though he ultimately managed to bring her back to his lair, that he yearned to gently nudge her with the tip of his tail, but feared scaring her off. Although he might have been somewhat dim-witted, he could clearly see that she was both consciously and unconsciously avoiding him. Thus, the serpent could only continue to watch her in silence, that as the long creature stared vacantly at her yet again. Lu Lingxi found herself questioning for the umpteenth time. Was it truly because of her beauty that this unworldly serpent was mesmerized, or was there something about her countenance that captivated him so? I am Lu Lingxi, a disciple of Ling Mountain. What is your name? She was undeterred, attempting to coax the silent serpent into conversation. Long Sun, not disappointing her hopes, resembled a gourd with its mouth sawed off. This time, however, his mouth opened and closed a few times, as if he were about to speak, but ultimately fell silent. The Lu Lingxi had grown accustomed to this one-woman show, realizing she was the sole performer in this act. Rumors say there are man-eating demons. You cannot be one. Can you? She speculated. After spending 2 days in the company of this aloof serpent, she surmised that given his intellect, he was unlikely to engage in such heinous acts. In all seriousness, man-eating monsters typically possessed a certain malice and bore curses, yet this serpent bore none of those traits. Stealing things 3 times was one thing, but why had he captured her? Lu Lingxi felt a sense of melancholy, puzzled and unable to comprehend it all. She had initially been cast in a tale of cultivation, yet this situation was rapidly devolving into one of survival in the wilderness. Mini scene. Long Sun. Abba, 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 Abba. Guess what he wants to say? Chapter 7. Crying and hugging her. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shattered the stillness of the night. Lu Lingxi was stirred from her slumber by the commotion, groggily rising to, is it going to rain? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, something darted into the cave from the entrance. What was that? Had a large yellow rat just scurried in? Oh, wait, it was the aloof serpent, Long Sun, shedding his usual icy demeanor, now cowered in a corner of the cave, appearing somewhat tremulous. What was going on? Was this serpent afraid of thunder? Lu Lingxi felt a twinge of confusion, but adhering to humanitarian principles, she decided to check on him, considering he had gathered fruits for her over the past few days. Tentatively approaching him, she asked, "Are you all right?" No response. She poked his tail, and Long Sun finally realized there was another presence in the cave. He slowly raised his head, once again fixating his gaze on Lu Lingxi. This time, however, the scenario was slightly altered. While maintaining his aloof, icy visage, his eyes inexplicably glistened with unshed tears, appearing rather pitiful. Lu Lingxi panicked. What was happening? Why was he crying? Hey, don't cry. To be honest, she felt a bit alarmed. Imagine a person with a long face, staring at you while tears streamed down their cheeks. Who wouldn't he be frightened? Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing Lu Lingxi's ears to tingle with the shock of the sound. Long Sun's reaction was even more pronounced. She heard what seemed to be a low, husky whimper escape him, and in the next moment, his serpentine tail entwined around her legs, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Perhaps it was due to the rain they had endured outside that his embrace felt somewhat cool, she mused. Yet his breath was warm, and as he buried his head against her neck, the warmth of his exhalations sent shivers down her spine. Igniting a flurry of goosebumps, his tears, too, were hot, and Lu Lingxi felt her neck dampen beneath them. This serpent could indeed feel. In times of distress, he cried genuine tears that Lu Lingxi couldn't help but wonder if the roles had somehow reversed. In the typical narrative of a romantic novel, it should be the delicate and fragile young lady trembling in fear, seeking solace in the arms of the aloof and handsome serpent, leading to a tender entanglement between the two. Instead, it appeared that the cool and composed serpent had sought refuge in her embrace. He even pressed closer, his tail tightening around her legs. That I know you're frightened, but please do not be alarmed. Just ease up a bit. My legs might just snap. Lu Lingxi pleaded, her voice filled with exasperation. All she received in response was a couple of muffled whimpers from the serpent, his grip remaining as unyielding as ever. Under normal circumstances, such an intimate atmosphere would elicit a hint of shyness from her, yet she found herself utterly devoid of embarrassment. She recalled having once cared for a Samiyet, a timid creature that would leap onto her bed during moments of fear, weighing down on her like a mountain. The serpent's current behavior bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her former pet. Long Sun, however, was oblivious to her whimsical thoughts. All he knew was that the warmth of the person in his embrace brought him a sense of comfort, soothing the restlessness brought on by the storm. Yet unlike before, he found himself perplexed by the warmth swelling in his eyes and the ache in his heart upon seeing her. Perhaps it was sadness. But what was the cause of this sorrow? The serpent could not comprehend it. This scene felt achingly familiar, replaying countless times in his memories. Yet he understood that crying seemed a rather shameful act. In his youth, when he had still been small, he would wander around the village, only to be met with fear from others like him, who would flee at the sight of him. All he desired was companionship, for he was a solitary serpent, plagued by loneliness. Whenever he poked his head out, larger mortals would brandish sticks and shovels to drive him away, while the smaller ones would simply cry, their wails piercing his ears, prompting him to retreat slowly. Hiding in the underbrush, he would witness children surrounding the one he had frightened, mocking him, and he recalled their taunts with a sense of humiliation. Thus, when tears streamed down his face, he instinctively wished to conceal them from her. It would be too shameful for a serpent to be seen weeping. Yet, he envied those children whose parents would gather them in their arms, soothing them with gentle words after a bout of tears. Even as a small serpent, he would disdainfully flick his tongue, thinking, how pitiful. Serpents do not cry. But how could he not wish to weep? A little serpent, hungry, cold, and lonely, had every reason to cry, yet he knew that no one would comfort him, that in truth. Long Sun had forgotten that he had cried countless times before. He had forgotten that there had been times when someone had stroked his head and held him close as tears fell. As he felt the warmth of his tears pooling against her neck, Lu Lingxi could no longer maintain her composure. She believed his weeping surpassed that of Yi Ping when she had gone to her father for money that fateful night. Tentatively, she reached out to touch his hair, and seeing no resistance from him, she became emboldened in her actions. So smooth, she thought, somewhat out of place. Do not fear, she repeated, lacking any experience in comforting a serpent. The serpent seemed to pause for a moment. So this truly works, Lu Lingxi mused, as she rubbed his head with increasing fervor. However, after just a brief lull, his tears began to flow even more freely than before. With someone to console him, he silently responded to the thoughts that had troubled him. Please, do not cry that if something is wrong. Will you tell me? Lu Lingxi felt overwhelmed, wondering who could have anticipated that she would be brought here, only to comfort a mythical creature. Fortunately, as the sound of thunder gradually subsided, his emotional turmoil began to settle. Yet he remained nestled in her embrace, and when she tentatively pushed him away, his tail tightened around her legs even more. I understand, being ensnared by a perverse serpent is my fate. Lu Lingxi sighed deeply as the night wore on. She found herself utterly exhausted, unable to stir, while Long Sun fell into a slumber in sleep. His expression softened, revealing a more approachable demeanor. Lu Lingxi cautiously shifted, relieved to find he did not awaken. Was he truly unguarded? What was this? It was as if she had found a pillow just as slumber overtook her. Bound dragon rope. There was no time like the present to lay her plans. As the scene shifted to the other side of the forest, Ling Su also sensed that something was amiss. Yet, by the time he regained consciousness, an unknown amount of time had passed. It had clearly been evening before he entered the forest, yet now the sun was shining brightly overhead. Coughing lightly, Ling Su slowly awoke. Where am I? He wondered when suddenly he heard another voice nearby. Cautiously, he rose and peeked around a tree, discovering that it was Shui Zhao lying on the ground. Junior brother, wake up! Ling Su called out, scanning the surroundings for Lu Lingxi. But she was nowhere to be found, apparently lost in the white mist. Hearing the commotion, Shui Zhao gradually stirred, propping himself up. Senior brother, where's Junior's sister? Ling Su frowned. She is lost. Is she hurt? We must hurry to find her. Concerned about any potential mishaps, he urged. Shui Zhao shook his head. No, it's crucial we locate Junior's sister. Just as they were about to set off, they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. Ling Su drew his sword and turned abruptly. Who goes there? The two exchanged glances, silently agreeing to approach from different directions to investigate the source of the sound. Young friend, no need to be alarmed. I am not a villain, emerged an elderly man with an air of wisdom, fanning himself with a feather fan and stroking his beard. You are disciples of Ling Mountain, are you not? Which peak do you belong to? I might even know your peak master. The old man chuckled amiably. The two lowered their guards slightly. Master Xinyue, may I inquire who you are? Oh, a disciple of Master Xinyue. By relation, you may call me Shibua, Yanzi Xiao from the Chui Shui Mountain Manor. Yanzi Xiao? The legendary sage renowned for his foresight. Shui Zhao exclaimed, astonished. Too much flattery. Just a bit of calculation. Nothing prophetic, he waved dismissively. Ling Su clasped his fists in respect. Shibua, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. Yin Zixiao waved his fan that had no need for such formality. Young man, pray tell, what brings you here, Shibua? Ling Su inquired. I simply passed by, handling a matter of my own, and noticed you two little ones unconscious on the ground, so I took the liberty of bringing you out. Did you happen to see our junior sister? Shui Zhao asked urgently. Your junior sister? What does she look like? Yin Zixiao inquired with curiosity. Yes, she's about this tall, Shui Zhao gestured to his shoulder. Wearing a green dress, quite adorable, though she may not appear very bright. Adorable, yet not very bright. How intriguing, Yin Zixiao mused inwardly. But alas, I have not seen her. This is terrible. Our foolish junior sister is in danger. We must find her immediately, senior brother. If we are late, she may not even have her bones left, Shui Zhao lamented, envisioning the myriad calamities that could befall her. Ling Su nodded emphatically that if that is the case. Shibua, we shall take our leave that we hope to meet again, that as they prepare to depart. Yin Zixiao called out, Wait, you just praised me for my foresight, yet it would be remiss of me not to offer you a divination. He extended his hand, tapping certain points on the 12 earthly branches, murmuring incantations. No need to rush. The divination suggests your junior sister is in no grave danger. Head southeast until you see the highest peak. She is there. Upon hearing this, the two felt a wave of relief wash over them and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Shibua, don't mention it. Since you call me Shibua, hurry along. Yin Zixiao waved them off. Resembling a playful old man, that if you delay, I worry your junior sister may struggle alone. Wait. Just as they were about to leave, Yin Zixiao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly called them back, that I almost forgot something important. Ling Shizhi, come here. With that, he retrieved a small box from his storage pouch and handed it to him. Our meeting is fate. I have a gift for you. Ling Su accepted the box. What is this? There's no need to ask so many questions. Just hold on to it. Eventually, it will serve its purpose, Yin Zixiao stated with unwavering certainty. Then I shall express my gratitude to you, Shibua. Indeed, Lu Lingxi found herself unable to cope with the situation at hand. She had managed to bind the serpent, yet its tail clung tenaciously to her leg. Thus, their current predicament could be described as a tangle of limbs upon the bed. Release me, no. Release your tail. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, vigorously patting the large tail wrapped around her leg in an attempt to persuade it to let go. In response, Long Sun turned his face away, silently rejecting her plea. Fortunately, at that moment, the communication mirror, which had been unresponsive for an entire day, finally stirred to life. Shimmy, can you hear me? It was the voice of her second senior brother. I can hear you, Xixiao. I'm right here. Lu Lingxi replied, her eyes brimming with tears of relief, as if she had just reunited with her family. After a brief pause, she added, I'm not sure where I am, but I'm in a cave. Hurry and save me. Keep the communication open. I'm on my way. Ling Su responded. High-level communication mirrors typically allow for precise location tracking during connection. My senior brother is coming soon. It's rather inappropriate for us to be entangled like this. Could you perhaps release me first? Lu Lingxi suggested, negotiating with him. Long Sun remained silent, merely tilting his face slightly, burying it against her neck as he had done the previous night. Exhausted, Lu Lingxi decided to lie back and await rescue. It should be right here. Hearing a voice from outside the cave, Lu Lingxi exclaimed joyfully, Xixiao, I'm in here. Eagerly, she struggled to sit up, but Long Sun, stubborn as ever, resisted her attempts, tightening his grip. Consequently, when Shui Zhao and Ling Su entered, they were greeted by a rather chaotic scene. Torn and tattered clothing scattered on the floor, the young woman's attire disheveled, her hair slightly tousled, and a mysterious flush gracing her cheeks as she breathed heavily. This was purely a result of Lu Lingxi's exertion from calling out too forcefully. Meanwhile, the serpent demon, its upper body bound by the red dragon binding rope, was immobile, its face buried against the girl's neck. Its ears flushed, raising suspicion. Their hair intertwined, they appeared inseparable, a sight that could easily be misinterpreted. Shimmy, you seem to be enjoying yourself rather a lot, Shui Zhao remarked, smirking. Ling Su was momentarily taken aback. You ah. His expression bore the weight of a mother-esque despair, as if her poorly raised child had committed an unthinkable act. The spectacle was too much to bear. No. Please listen to my explanation. It is not what you think. Lu Lingxi hurriedly interjected. He brought me here, and last night, taking advantage of his recent tears and weakness, I bound him with the dragon binding rope. But to my surprise, he used his tail to ensnare me as well. Wait, why does this feel like I'm digging a deeper hole? And you made him cry. Shui Zhao shook his head. Little Shimmy, you're quite fierce. I assure you, that is not the case. Lu Lingxi nearly lost her voice, recounting the entire tale from start to finish with clarity and precision until both Shui Zhao and Ling Su finally grasped the situation. Dramatic interlude. Achievement unlocked. Sleeping together with wifey after considerable effort, Lu Lingxi managed to clarify the events, and with the assistance of the two, she finally separated from Long Sun. How outrageous! Is this truly the impression you hold of me? She exclaimed, hands on her hips, her eyes wide with indignation, resembling an irate fawn. Seeing you two entangled like that is bound to lead to misunderstandings, Shui Zhao quipped mischievously. Shui Zhao, you can be excused. But why are you also taking his side, Shi Xiao? Ling Su, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, muttering, it was an accident. That Lu Lingxi shot them a disapproving look. Your minds are so tarnished that you see filth in everything. I vehemently condemn you both. Meanwhile, the serpent, relegated to the role of a mere background figure, expressed its dissatisfaction. Attempting to discreetly ensnare Lu Lingxi with his tail once more, he was preemptively thwarted as she seized the opportunity. Drawing her sword and striking his tail back, catching him off guard, Long Sun, struck by the blow, retracted his tail and became docile. Shui Zhao, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter. Doesn't it resemble a little dog you're training? Shimmy, ha ha. Lu Lingxi shot him an exasperated glare. Given your description, I isn't it possible that the troublemaking demon in the village is him? Ling Su redirected the conversation to a more serious note. This is merely my conjecture, but it is highly likely, Lu Lingxi replied. Whether it is or isn't, we can ascertain when we visit the village chief's son, Shui Zhao suggested. That seems to be our only option. I can't seem to get him to speak. Lu Lingxi lamented. Is there a possibility that he cannot speak? Shui Zhao pondered. The truth was unexpectedly theatrical. She had always assumed this was merely an ice-cold serpent, never considering that it might be mute, that we mustn't delay. Let us take him back to the village at once, Ling Su urged. Shui Zhao nodded and grasped the other end of the dragon binding rope, ready to lead him away, but, he won't budge, pulling again, still no movement. Logically, a demon bound by the dragon binding rope should be devoid of its powers. How could it possibly resist? Shui Zhao wore an expression of disbelief. Shi Xiang, come here. What a mystery. Shui Zhao believed it was due to his own lack of skill. Yet when Ling Su took his turn and pulled, it was still as immovable as a mountain, under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes. Ling Su coughed awkwardly. I truly have no idea what is happening. Shui Zhao's eyes gleamed with mischief. Why don't you give it a try, Shimmy? Lu Lingxi waved her hands in protest. If even her senior brother couldn't manage, how could she? Do not expect too much from a mere salted fish. Shui Zhao seemed to see through her reluctance. Just give it a try. What if? He pressed the dragon binding rope in her hands. Sigh, why don't you trust me? Lu Lingxi relented, reluctantly reaching out to pull. That I told you it wouldn't budge. Even Shi Xiang couldn't move it. How could I? Lu Lingxi, the salted fish, was given no face at all. The serpent, however, took 2 steps alongside her before pausing, lifting its head in confusion, as if questioning why she had stopped. Shui Zhao teased. No wonder we couldn't move. It seems this demon only wishes to follow you, Shimmy. All right, I get it. You may cease your commentary. Lu Lingxi thought about silencing Shui Zhao. Enough. Let us hurry back, she urged. Shui Zhao leaned closer, whispering. It truly resembles a little dog, don't you think, Shimmy? Lu Lingxi was at a loss for words. Turning back, she glanced at the serpent trailing behind her, its long tail following her every step. And she couldn't help but acknowledge the resemblance to Shui Zhao's remark. With a sigh, she said, I won't harm you. If you truly aren't the culprit, I will see you return safely. Long Sun blinked, uncertain if he understood her words. After much commotion, they finally returned to the village, where the villagers gathered, eager to witness the captured demon. Indeed, those immortals possess great power. They have caught the demon in no time. The villagers exclaimed in awe, wait, this demon looks strangely familiar. Isn't this the serpent that caused chaos in the neighboring village a few years ago? One villager noted that a few years ago. Lu Lingxi inquired. Yes, I encountered it in the neighboring village. Back then, it was merely a young serpent demon, often stealing the villagers' chickens and ducks, until it was driven away. It appears it has returned to wreak havoc in our village. Another villager spoke with indignation. Burn it, burn it. It has taken so many of our villagers. The atmosphere became increasingly chaotic, with villagers pushing against Long Sun. Hold on, everyone. Let us not act rashly. The matter is not yet resolved. Lu Lingxi quickly interjected, stepping forward to shield Long Sun as a mother hen would her chicks. While Long Sun had remained passive during the initial chaos, he began to show signs of anger as the villagers pressed against Lu Lingxi. A low, guttural growl emanated from him. Upon hearing this, the villagers panicked further. Is he going to eat people? The demon intends to feast on us. One voice echoed, and soon a chorus of fright ensued among the villagers, many of whom had lost loved ones. The situation spiraled out of control, with Ling Su and Shui Zhao stepping in front of Lu Lingxi to shield her from the frenzied crowd. Observing the serpent beside her, Lu Lingxi felt an unsettling sense of deja vu, recalling a time when she too had been cornered by a throng. Do not act impulsively. We will provide an account once we have clarified the situation. Shui Zhao strained to push back against the villagers. Then Lu Lingxi caught sight of the frightened Huzi in the crowd and urgently called to him. Quickly, fetch the village chief. Huzi, equally startled by the unfolding scene, nodded and hurried away. Meanwhile, the serpent appeared to grow agitated, its tail thrashing restlessly, as if preparing to lash out at the gathered crowd. Lu Lingxi quickly grasped its hand. No, even if the events of the past were not his doing, the fact remains that someone has been harmed now, and it is likely that clarifying the situation will prove exceedingly difficult later. Fortunately, that serpent remains obedient. The village chief hurriedly made his way over, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Our esteemed immortals are our benefactors. Are you all making things difficult for our saviors?" The village chief's words carried significant weight, and the situation gradually began to calm. Junior sister. Suddenly, a terrified shout erupted from Shueja. Lu Lingxi felt as though all her strength had been drained from her body, and she stumbled backward. Thankfully, Long Sun was quick-witted and caught her in his arms, his tail anxiously thrashing against the ground. Observing this, Ling Su rushed over to check on her condition. Village chief, my junior sister is currently unconscious, that we cannot carelessly hand over this serpent demon to you. Once she awakens, we will certainly provide everyone with an explanation. We kindly ask for some time, Ling Su implored. Very well, that I sincerely apologize. They are simply overwhelmed with grief, and I ask for the immortal's understanding. The village chief said, visibly troubled. Chapter 10. Pinching its tail, senior brother, what has happened to my junior sister? Outside the courtyard, Shui Zhao inquired anxiously. Ling Su shook his head, that it appears she has not sustained any injuries. If she does not awaken soon, we will take her back to Ling Mountain immediately. Ling Su felt that their descent from the mountain had been exceedingly strange this time. What about the serpent demon? He asked. That it is tied up, refusing to leave my junior sister's room. So I rendered it unconscious, Shui Zhao replied, his curiosity piqued regarding this peculiar creature that his junior sister had somehow encountered. Long Sun was indeed the source of Ling Su's unease, that he was powerful, unlike any ordinary demon, yet he seemed to have no intention of causing harm. Within the room, Lu Lingxi was restless, feeling as though she was trapped in an endless dream. Wake up, host, wake up! A faint voice echoed in her ear, prompting Lu Lingxi to struggle to open her eyes. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, and before her floated a small orb of light. Was this sound emanating from it? What on earth was this creature? After years in the realm of immortals, Lu Lingxi had grown accustomed to such bizarre beings, initially assuming it to be yet another small demon. The little orb of light seemed to discern her thoughts. That I am not a little demon. I am your book transmigration system. The book transmigration system. Hearing such modern terminology after so long left Lu Lingxi momentarily stunned. Host, have you forgotten? Long Sun, the antagonist, book transmigration. The orb's movements quickened, seemingly anxious, as it highlighted several keywords. Lu Lingxi gasped. Memories began to crystallize within her mind. I remember now. She realized why this village felt so familiar after her arrival. It was the first chapter of that novel. In the story, the antagonist Long Sun was framed, and the villagers' wrath was directed entirely at him. Just as they had witnessed, they intended to burn the antagonist as a sacrifice. Provoking his ire, which led to the annihilation of the entire village, leaving no survivors. According to the novel, even the eggs laid by the old hen at the village entrance were left scrambled. A truly harrowing fate. Moreover, 3 disciples from Ling Mountain, tasked with exterminating demons, had also lost their lives in this village, further incriminating Long Sun, who was subsequently branded as the foremost villain in the cultivation world. Relentlessly pursued thereafter, Lu Lingxi had transmigrated into the role of one of those slain background characters, with Ling Su and Shui Zhao being the other 2 unfortunate souls. Everything now made sense. Why she felt such an uncanny familiarity upon hearing the events unfolding in the village. Why she found the serpent demon so peculiar. It was because she had already read this plotline in the book, only to forget it later. Heavens! How fortunate that you arrived just in time. Lu Lingxi felt as though she had narrowly escaped death, being mere moments away from demise. After all, Long Sun had nearly been placed upon the pyre. Unlike the original plot, this time, the 3 disciples from Ling Mountain did not intervene with the villagers' actions. Instead, Lu Lingxi stepped in, altering the trajectory of fate from this very moment onward. What is going on? Why is your system so unreliable? Why have you only come now? Lu Lingxi expressed her frustration. Poking the little orb of light, did I apologize, host. After I transported you here, my energy was completely depleted, the orb replied in a soft, apologetic tone. Then one cannot blame me. Lu Lingxi countered, isn't there usually some sort of task associated with book transmigration? What must I do? Here, we operate under a system dedicated to saving antagonists. Your task is to assist the antagonist in shedding the title of villain and uncovering the mystery of his origins. What benefits would this bring me? Lu Lingxi was skeptical, not believing that anything came without a cost at Well, host, you could choose to return home, the orb stammered. Seeing its flustered demeanor, Lu Lingxi found it somewhat endearing and couldn't resist teasing it. But I have no family in that world. Here, I have my senior brothers, masters, and sisters. Ding dong. I just received word from the supreme deity. The host's fate is intertwined with that of the antagonist. You may meet a tragic end, just as written in the original plot. Why are you still trying to coerce me? Lu Lingxi felt genuinely irked. Please, host, do not take your anger out on me. I am merely a laborer in this system. Once you complete your task, you will be free from the original plot's conclusion, and it will have nothing to do with the antagonist. Lu Lingxi was entirely satisfied with her life at Ling Mountain. As she had said, she had no particularly close family or friends in another world. But here, she had a warm and nurturing sect that if the system were to be believed, and her life were to be extinguished, it would be a tremendous loss. She might as well express gratitude to the system for granting her a second chance at life. Host, please awaken and accelerate the progress. The system began to urge her like a heartless capitalist. Lu Lingxi felt overwhelmed by its incessant nagging. The white mist of her dream gradually dissipated, returning her consciousness to a pitch-black void. Slowly, she started to awaken, sensing something gently rubbing against her wrist. Summoning all her strength, she forced her eyes open and saw Long Sun's slender, pale yellow-tailed. He was tied to a chair by Shui Zhao, his eyes tightly shut as if in slumber. Yet his tail continued to unconsciously caress her wrist. Propping herself up on her elbows, Lu Lingxi realized that she had fainted due to the system's interference. Noticing that Long Sun's tail seemed tirelessly intent on rubbing against her, she mischievously seized it and playfully pinched it. Quite bouncy, she mused, pinching it again. Perhaps it was due to the fact that no one had ever pinched his tail before, but Long Sun seemed somewhat sensitive. Abruptly withdrawing his tail from her grasp that in his stupor, he miscalculated his strength, knocking over a cup from the table in the process. The commotion startled the 2 outside. Junior sister seems to be waking up. Let's hurry and check. It appeared that Long Sun had also been roused by the noise he created. Now, he was busily maneuvering his tail to sweep the shattered pieces of the cup under the table. Ling Su and Shui Zhao entered from outside, having witnessed the scene. Chapter 11. He said, "It wasn't me." Junior sister, do you believe that the demon in the village that harmed people is not him? Shui Zhao pointed at the serpent, which was coiled up. How can you be so certain? Shui Zhao inquired, puzzled that well, how should I explain this? Lu Lingxi scratched her head, pondering how to clarify this predicament. Because the book clearly states that he is not responsible for it. Yet it fails to elucidate the matter further. The author has left us hanging. Let us go, have Taiju identify it, Lu Lingxi declared. I refuse to believe that this demon is innocent. Outside, a cacophony of voices could be heard. The villagers had returned, bringing along the village chief's son. The three of them, along with the serpent, opened the door to find themselves surrounded by a throng of people. Immortal, I truly cannot hold them back. They insist on having Taiju identify whether this demon is the culprit. The village chief expressed his dilemma. Ling Su nodded in understanding that we were just discussing countermeasures. Junior brother, please bring him out. Lu Lingxi felt somewhat helpless. Why couldn't they just take her word for it? Could a novel truly deceive them? To her surprise, upon seeing Long Sun, the disoriented Taiju erupted into a fit of panic. Exclaiming, "Serpent! Eat! Eat!" Before he could finish, he fainted. This seemed to solidify the villagers' belief that Long Sun was indeed the perpetrator. It is him. This demon is to blame. Are you here to capture demons or to cause harm? Why are you siding with this demon? The villagers directed their ire towards the three of them. Really, it isn't him. Lu Lingxi defended Long Sun. Please don't say any more, brother. If you continue, he might become enraged. And the eggs at the village entrance will be scrambled. Lu Lingxi feared that if the villagers persisted, they might inadvertently provoke Long Sun. Taiju! Taiju, awaken! The village chief cried out in despair. What is wrong with you people? Why are you defending this demon? You must be in league with him. The villagers clamored, their voices rising in a tumultuous uproar. Ling Su and Shui Zhao, though harboring doubts about Lu Lingxi's assertions, at least stood by her side. Lu Lingxi felt overwhelmed by the noise, and casting a glance at the mute serpent beside her, she elbowed him, wondering if he might speak up. Will you say anything? Just a word, system. Does the original text reveal who the true culprit is? She implored that if this continues, the antagonist will surely be burned alive. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, the main page of the system is filled with garbled text. It's not written in the book. I am merely a transmission machine. I am just as perplexed. Suddenly, a faint voice echoed, slightly hoarse, almost easy to overlook, that it was not me. Lu Lingxi paused for a moment, turning to look at Long Sun, who was also gazing at her, his voice a tad louder than before, yet it felt as if it was meant solely for her ears. It's not me that if you wish to know. I shall tell you it's not me. His golden eyes glimmered with an earnestness and determination that she could not comprehend. Hey, did you hear him? It's not him. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, her emotions surging like a mute son who had not spoken in 10 years suddenly calling out for his mother. Whatever he says is the truth, so I could just claim that he did it. The villagers remained relentless in their accusations. Just then, a child's voice rang out from a distance. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There's trouble in the fields. It was Huzi, rushing over in a flurry, sweat pouring down his face. What happened? Just now, Grandpa and the other uncles went to the fields, and suddenly, they seemed entranced. Wandering towards the forest, and no matter how I called out, they wouldn't respond. They looked as if they were ensnared by a monster, Huzi cried. Upon capturing Long Sun, the villagers believed him to be the malevolent creature. Thinking that all would be well now that he was apprehended, yet an unforeseen incident had occurred, that a monster. Isn't that right here? A villager questioned, that I have already stated that it was not him. The true malevolent creature lies elsewhere. Lu Lingxi asserted firmly, this moment. Taiju also regained consciousness. Since their return, he had been dazed, as if his soul had been frightened away. Seeing Long Sun had jolted him back to reality. What is going on? Taiju, do tell everyone what you saw. Taiju trembled slightly and spoke. It wasn't him who was cannibalistic. It was a swarm of giant insects, so many, and they looked terrifying. I thought I was done for when I was ensnared, but then this snake suddenly emerged. He paused, and when pressed to continue, he gulped nervously, as if recalling something horrifying, cautiously glancing at Long Sun before continuing. Then it ate the insects, and I managed to escape. He pointed at Long Xun, that I in this light. Long Sun had indeed saved his life. The villagers present shuddered in fear. It was not so much fright as a strange discomfort. How could something be more ferocious than man-eating insects? So, what Taiju had meant before fainting was that the snake had consumed the insects and not people. That Lu Lingxi cast a complex glance at Long Sun, pondering why he seemed to devour everything without considering the implications. What did the insects look like? Ling Su inquired. Taiju recollected, they resembled maggots, large and white, but they could spit silk. That I was nearly ensnared by their silk. Entirely white, able to spit silk. resembling maggots. Putting the pieces together, Ling Su deduced that it must be the Tianma pupa, a creature that emits sound to confuse its prey into entering its lair, subsequently wrapping them tightly in silk before devouring them slowly. Moreover, they reproduce prolifically, indicating there must be a considerable number. Then, Huzi's grandpa and second uncle were lured by the sound of this Tianma pupa? Shui Zhao pondered. But why is Huzi unharmed? It should be the protective talisman I gave him, Lu Lingxi replied, surprised that the charm she casually bestowed upon him had indeed saved his life. Please save Grandpa, sister, I beg you to save him. Huzi cried, clutching Lu Lingxi's sleeve tightly. Lu Lingxi knelt down, wiping his tears. Grandpa will be fine. Just go home and wait patiently. Time is of the essence. Senior brother, let us hasten to assess the situation, Lu Lingxi urged. Shui Zhao and Ling Su nodded in agreement. Chapter 12. Protector. The three soared through the air on their swords, though Lu Lingxi was followed closely by a little tail. Long Little Tail Sun obediently trailed behind Lu Lingxi. That a short while ago, Lu Lingxi had not intended to bring him along, but he had insisted on sticking close. She had hoped to leave Long Sun indoors. Knowing now that the malevolent creature was not him, and the villagers, mindful of their standing, would not press him too hard, that as she untied him, she said, I promised you that if it's not you, I would free you, but you must not harm anyone. Lu Lingxi negotiated with him. Wait here for me. I will return once I resolve the matter. That it was imperative to keep him close. After all, he was the target of their mission. Who could have anticipated that the snake, which had just spoken moments ago, would now fall silent, as if muted, leaving her uncertain of his compliance, assuming he had acquiesced. Lu Lingxi prepared to depart on her sword, only to feel a gentle tug on her sleeve. That it was a subtle yet persistent pull that was impossible to ignore. She turned to meet Long Sun's golden gaze. Don't leave me behind. Their silent exchange felt as if time itself had slowed. Neither spoke, yet his intentions were vividly expressed through his eyes. He wished to accompany her. 2 seconds later, Lu Lingxi seemed to concede, resigning herself to bring him along. Thus, the demon-hunting team transformed into a trio plus one snake. Finally, they arrived at the peculiar forest, where no one was in sight. Evidently, the Tianma pupa was aware that its presence would attract attention. The eastern region harbors the strongest demonic energy. Let us proceed eastward, Ling Su declared, producing a compass and fiddling with it. At the eastern end of the forest lay an extraordinary cave. The group hid behind the trees. Observing cautiously, they could still faintly hear the sound of silk being spun, indicating that the creature was at work. The Tianma pupa has already bred. There must be a considerable number, Ling Su remarked. The newly hatched Tianma pupa isn't particularly powerful, but their sheer numbers make them troublesome to handle, though we must eliminate the mother pupa and set this cave ablaze, Shui Zhao insisted angrily. The challenge lies in identifying the mother among the multitude of pupae, Ling Su frowned. The mother pupa has a golden line on its back. It shouldn't be too difficult to spot. Lu Lingxi interjected suddenly. How do you know that, junior sister? I read about it before. It was mentioned in the book. She couldn't possibly divulge that the system had given her a helping hand. That simplifies matters. That I will lure out the pupae. You two, focus on locating the mother pupa. Ling Su proposed, being the most skilled among them. Lu Lingxi and Shui Zhao nodded in agreement. Ling Su leaned forward. Lu Lingxi turned to instruct Long Sun. Stay put and do not move. You mustn't cause any trouble. Did you hear? Long Sun extended his finger, tapping her hand lightly to indicate his understanding. With a clang, Ling Su unleashed a sword strike, creating a fissure as the Tianma pupa was drawn to him. Launching an assault, Lu Lingxi and Shui Zhao quickly drew their swords to assist. The air thick with chaos, their blades creating fleeting shadows that everyone's surprise. Despite the overwhelming numbers, the Tianma pupae were not particularly difficult to combat. Junior sister, I just spotted villagers trapped inside the cave. You go rescue them while I and Shui Zhao handle things here, Ling Su managed to say amid the fray. Lu Lingxi sheathed her sword, nodded, and soared into the depths of the cave. Unbeknownst to anyone, Long Sun, who had been instructed to remain beneath the trees, also followed Lu Lingxi into the cave. Inside, the sound of dripping water echoed ominously, and no trace of the Tianma pupae could be seen. Likely all lured out by Ling Su and Shui Zhao, in the center of the cave lay several humanoid white cocoons, presumably the trapped villagers. One was still struggling faintly. Without hesitation, Lu Lingxi stepped forward and sliced through the cocoon with her sword. It was Hu Zi's grandfather. Without a second thought, Lu Lingxi hastened to sever the other cocoons, revealing the long-missing villagers, some of whom appeared pale from prolonged confinement. Before Lu Lingxi could rejoice, she suddenly sensed a rumbling noise from above in the cave. Clearly, the two outside sensed something was amiss as well. Senior brother, could it be that this was too easy? Shui Zhao questioned while slicing down a charging Tianma pupa. Ling Su replied, indeed, but wait. Where's the mother pupa? We've been deceived, he suddenly realized. Just then, they heard a commotion from within the cave, and upon exchanging glances, they understood something was amiss. Junior sister. Without further delay, they broke free from the clutches of the Tianma pupae and flew back into the cave. Realizing the disturbance above, Lu Lingxi hurriedly shielded the villagers and urged them to retreat, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, an enormous Tianma pupa descended from above, its back adorned with a shimmering golden line, confirming its identity as the mother pupa they had been desperately searching for. With defenseless villagers behind her, Lu Lingxi found herself with no retreat, summoning the Chunxing sword to stand before them. System, quickly assess whether I can defeat this. Though her expression remained steady, her heart raced, yet she had no intention of retreating, gripping her sword tightly, contemplating how long she could hold out. Host, the combat power comparison indicates that you cannot handle this creature alone, the system stated. Hearing such words felt like a hollow echo of the obvious. As she mentally replied, she raised her sword to fend off the first strike of the celestial demon cocoon. Her entire being pushed back several steps by the force of the attack. The disparity in their combat powers was glaringly evident. This creature was astute, having discerned that Lu Lingxi was concerned for the villagers, and thus unleashed threads as sharp as icy needles towards them. Lu Lingxi hurriedly conjured a barrier, barely managing to withstand that strike, yet the creature's threads seemed inexhaustible, relentless in their assault. The barrier soon began to crack, and in the next moment, shattered into fragments. The glimmering threads reflected in Lu Lingxi's eyes, leading her to believe that she might not escape unscathed this time. Suddenly, a figure appeared before her, blocking her path. It was Long Sun. He wrapped one arm around her waist and placed the other at the back of her head, pressing her face against his broad chest. Without a shirt, Lu Lingxi's cheek pressed against his warm body, the elevated temperature causing her face to flush slightly. She looked up at him, noting his long, fair neck, and suddenly caught sight of his Adam's apple bobbing as he let out a muffled grunt. Alarmed, Lu Lingxi quickly rose to check on his condition, bracing herself for the sight of him impaled like a hedgehog, only to discover that his back remained smooth, with elegant scapulae visible in his movements. Even his tail unscathed, but he certainly did not appear to be a hardened serpent. The celestial demon cocoon writhed backward, seemingly afraid of the suddenly emerged Long Sun. Demon beasts invariably submit to those more powerful than themselves. Yet Long Sun had no intention of letting it escape, but he pushed Lu Lingxi behind him, positioning her with the defenseless villagers to TO him. Lu Lingxi was as much in need of protection as they were. Drawing forth his black iron sword, his strikes lacked the elegant flourishes of celestial techniques, instead radiating a fierce intent, as though he aimed to cleave the celestial demon cocoon into countless pieces. In mere moments, the cocoon was defeated, its green blood pooling on the ground, the speed of the slaughter so swift that Lu Lingxi barely had time to react. Indeed, Ling Su and Shui Zhao had just arrived. Observing the conclusion of the battle, Ling Su's gaze darkened. This serpent was likely more troublesome than the cocoon itself, having cleared the chaos and dealt with the other celestial demon cocoons outside. The trio finally escorted the villagers back, knowing that the mother cocoon was in its hatching phase and would seek to absorb those mortals during its next breeding cycle. They had not anticipated being intercepted along the way, allowing the villagers to escape with their lives. That we're back. Upon reaching the village entrance, the villagers spotted their loved ones from afar and began to cheer exuberantly. Several elderly villagers were moved to tears, exclaiming, "Thank you, immortal beings," as they prepared to kneel in gratitude. Ling Su quickly bent down to assist them. "Please, good sir, refrain from such actions." The village chief wiped his tears and beseeched, "Immortals, please stay a while longer, so we may properly host you. This is a life-saving grace." Ling Su pondered for a moment, aware that the injured villagers required their care. fearing that the demon beast might have inflicted some grievous wounds. That he nodded, appreciating the chief's kindness, but added, "We have been away for some time. We must depart by tomorrow at the latest. Of course, tonight, let us hold a lively farewell feast to send off our esteemed immortals." That night, the outdoors blazed with firelight as the villagers brought forth their finest wines and dishes, gathering around the bonfire in jubilant celebration. Shuizhao joined the young men in merriment. Liu Lingxi sat beside Ling Su, earnestly roasting the fish on the rack while Ling Su conversed with the village chief. As for the serpent, the villagers remained too fearful of him, prompting Liu Lingxi to allow him to stay indoors. Outside, the atmosphere was vibrant, yet she felt a twinge of pity for the serpent, all alone in the chilly room while she enjoyed the festivities. Alas, the poor villainous serpent, under the dark moon and howling wind. While the host reveled outside, he could only remain inside, shedding tears at the moon's descent. Such a pitiable creature, the system remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Liu Lingxi sighed. Very well, she decided to sneak a glance at him. Just as she stood, Ling Su caught her attention, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Where are you off to?" With a sheepish smile, Liu Lingxi replied, "I'm going to check on the dragon, to see how he is." She nearly let slip his name, still unaware of Long Sun's identity. Both of them understood whom she meant. Ling Su cautioned, "This serpent's origins are shrouded in mystery. Do not venture too close." Yes, I know my limits," Liu Lingxi responded dismissively, nodding to appease him before slipping away. Knock, knock, knocked out. Liu Lingxi politely tapped on the door, aware that he would not respond. After a moment, she pushed the door open. Under her strong insistence, he no longer needed to be bound. Upon hearing the door open, Long Sun's ears perked up, and he turned to look at her. "Do not coil your tail around me." Anticipating his intentions, Liu Lingxi swiftly intervened. Not allowed to coil. Long Sun's tail drooped, his expression one of dejection, resembling a forlorn puppy. Was he displeased with being a serpent? Seeing him like this, Liu Lingxi smiled warmly and approached him, recalling that he was indeed her savior. "Thank you for saving me earlier." With that, she offered him a piece of the freshly roasted meat. "Care to try?" He remained silent, silently rejecting her with a wary gaze. "Host, the villain has been poisoned multiple times. He now suspects you of poisoning him." The system explained that in the past, when Long Sun was not yet strong enough to hunt for food, he had often been lured by Taoists using food as bait. After falling for the trap twice, he refused to eat anything other than what he hunted himself. Now, seeing Liu Lingxi's sad expression, he thought she intended to use food to ensnare him as well. "Hadn't he already followed her here? Is that so?" Liu Lingxi mused, then took a piece of meat in front of him, biting down. She raised her eyebrows at him. "Are you reassured now? No poison here." Only then did Long Sun relax, lowering his head to mimic her, reaching for the food on the plate, and beginning to eat. That he thought to himself, "She didn't trick the serpent. Did I it delicious?" Liu Lingxi asked, her eyes sparkling. That he glanced at her expectant gaze, flustered, and quickly averted his eyes, giving a slight "od." No one had ever shared food with a serpent before. This was a first for Long Sun. Receiving warm sustenance from another's hand, the villain mute. Liu Lingxi wondered aloud, hasn't been mentioned in the book? And no wonder Liu Lingxi suspected that Long Sun was a mute. After all, the male lead had only uttered 3 words in 12 chapters. It wasn't me. This story was rapidly turning into her solo performance, exhausted from carrying the weight of the narrative. Liu Lingxi sighed. The system, in a tone reminiscent of a customer service representative, chimed in, "Perhaps you should personally inquire with the villain. It may help bridge the gap between you and warm his heart." When Long Sun reached out for food a second time, Liu Lingxi deftly dodged, pulling the plate slightly away. "Long Sun?" His eyes expressed confusion. Liu Lingxi coaxed him. "First, answer me this. Why do you hesitate to speak?" She was aware he could talk. His silence must stem from reluctance. Upon hearing her question, Long Sun averted his gaze, staring at the ground. Lost in thought, he recalled the past. Children's fear, curses, and shouts. The serpent can talk. How terrifying. He must be a monster. Monsters have horrid voices. Why would a monster speak human words? How frightening. Each taunt struck young Long Sun deeply. Transformable monsters never appeared half human, half beast. They concealed their true nature from mortals. Only Long Sun remained burdened with a lengthy serpent tail. Yet everything had changed. He was no longer that lonely serpent yearning for companionship. Thus, Long Sun scorned the idea of transforming into a human. Host, the villain's emotions are fluctuating wildly. What have you done? The system inquired anxiously. I merely withheld food from him. Is it such a big deal? Lu Lingxi replied, realizing that the serpent was fiercely protective of his food. She quickly returned the plate to him. No more questions, just eat. She gazed earnestly at Long Sun, thinking it was a trivial matter. Don't turn dark. Don't turn dark. The system was in disarray. Lamenting that Lu Lingxi forever missed the point, Long Sun opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately only managed to utter two words. Sounds bad, Lu Lingxi. It dawned on her that he was responding to her earlier question. So he believed his voice to be unpleasant, which deterred him from speaking. To be honest, his voice was deep and husky, unmistakably that of someone unaccustomed to speech, yet it could hardly be deemed unpleasant. Long Sun felt a twinge of sadness, wondering if she too would find his voice disagreeable, fidgeting with the edge of the table. Chapter 14. He wants to follow her, how could that be? Upholding her humanitarian ideals, Lu Lingxi exclaimed loudly, interrupting the brooding serpent, whose sorrow seemed to envelop him. It's not unpleasant. You must speak more, that I can only know what you are thinking if you talk. That is how we can better accomplish our goals, Lu Lingxi encouraged him. Really? Is that true? Long Sun's ears tinged with red. Did she not find him repulsive? He looked at her with intense eyes. Lu Lingxi seemed to grasp his meaning and nodded affirmatively. Host, what should we do about the villain? The system inquired. What do you mean? IS&T fine here. Lu Lingxi replied, puzzled that I know, I meant his future. At that moment, the sounds of conversation between Ling Su and the village chief drifted in from outside. Perhaps due to the commotion outside, they sought a quieter spot, inadvertently allowing one human and one serpent within to overhear their exchange. Ling Xianren, I wish to inquire about the fate of this serpent demon, the village chief asked anxiously, rubbing his hands together. Ling Su was perplexed by his meaning. It has already been established that he is not the one causing harm. We certainly cannot inflict cruelty upon the innocent. But he is a demon, the village chief exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Upon hearing this, Long Sun's tail recoiled in discomfort. He was indeed a demon, an undeniable truth that rendered him unworthy to accompany her. Ultimately, he would return to his world of light, while he would remain a solitary, shadowy serpent that Lu Lingxi could no longer bear to listen and burst through the door. Village chief, are you suggesting we burn him as an offering to the heavens, as the villagers previously proposed? If it weren't for him, neither I nor the unfortunate villagers would have returned. Lu Lingxi retorted, her voice tinged with anger. Moreover, if Long Sun truly committed heinous acts, I would never so blindly defend him. But he did not. He even saved us. Must he be condemned simply for being a demon? Long Sun gazed at the resolute figure standing before him once more. Her pale green dress accentuated her vitality and brightness. Contrasting starkly with his own existence, he mused. What we mean is we kindly ask the immortals to help us by sending him far away from our village. We fear he might continue to harm others. The people from the neighboring village say this serpent demon steals chickens and ducks daily. Us common folk cannot endure this any longer. The village chief exclaimed in haste. Years ago, shortly after Long Sun transformed, his abilities were insufficient to hunt demon beasts, and in his hunger, he had sneaked into the village to steal poultry that he seemed aware of his wrongdoing and would often bring fruit to atone for his actions. However, the villagers, seeing him, assumed he was there to steal once more and chased him away with stones, resulting in Long Sun's often ignominious comings and goings. Long Sun pondered uneasily. What would she choose to do? Would she heed the village chief's words and banish him far away, or would she once again stand firmly in his defense? He knew the village chief was correct. He was a demon, a threat to mortals. Yet within him flickered a secret hope, a yearning for her to stand by him once more, that I will take him away. Lu Lingxi admitted, realizing she had acted impulsively, but she felt no regret. This decision stemmed not from obligation, but from a sense of gratitude for that life-saving ACT. Her words fell. Long Sun's heart soared. He had anticipated a harsh rejection, but the reality was a gentle placement within a soft embrace. He had never imagined she would take him with her. He dared not even entertain such thoughts. Junior sister, you perhaps did not foresee Lu Lingxi saying this. Ling Su remarked, Somewhat taken aback, that Lu Lingxi looked at him earnestly. "Senior brother, I wish to take him with me." This time, her voice was unwavering. Ling Su sighed, feeling a strange sense of inevitability. After all, this seemed like something she would do. "That I will consult with our master first. Consider it as my junior sister adopting a demon pet," he thought resignedly. Some powerful beings indeed take high-tier demon beasts as pets, but such occurrences are rare. After all, demons are inherently difficult to train. Few are willing to expend great effort taming a lowly demon beast. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi realized the outcome was nearly certain and smiled. "Thank you, senior brother," seeing them prepare to take the demon away. The village chief finally felt a sense of relief. "Are you truly going to take him with you?" Long Sun found it hard to believe that he had contemplated that if Lu Lingxi abandoned him, he would still stealthily follow her. He was indeed a cunning serpent, tenaciously clinging on. "Snap out of it," Lu Lingxi called, noticing Ling Su had walked far ahead while he remained lost in thought. She waved her hand before his eyes, its pale whiteness starkly contrasting with his rough hands. "That I was too impulsive earlier. I didn't even ask for your opinion before deciding. Do you wish to come with me?" Lu Lingxi suddenly remembered that the key party had yet to express his stance in a response. "So, you are unwilling then? Very well. I suppose I shall leave alone." She sighed dramatically, pretending to depart while her eyes secretly observed him. "I am willing," he exclaimed hurriedly, grasping her garment's hem, "that I am willing." Each word was deliberate, spoken with utmost sincerity, "that I wish to go with you." His golden irises shimmered with a glimmer of cautious pleading. "See, I need you to say for me to know." She bent down to meet his gaze. "Can you tell me your name now?" Although Lu Lingxi was fully aware of his name, she mischievously wanted him to reveal it himself, for this demon seemed exceedingly easy to manipulate. Long Sun, that he appeared somewhat unaccustomed to speaking, his voice tinged with awkwardness, that Lu Lingxi found herself quite intrigued by his name. Typically, demon names are given by their parents or chosen by themselves. Yet considering Long Sun's true form as a serpent, why did he bear the surname Long? While the surname Long is common among humans, it is rarely adopted by demons, much like how humans would not name a dog a cat. Reflecting on this, she asked, "Why do you have the surname Long?" Long Sun seemed momentarily stumped, unsure how to respond. The reason eluded him, perhaps because someone had once told him he was destined to be a dragon soaring through the skies, yet he could not recall her face. Seeing Long Sun silent, Lu Lingxi worried she had put him on the spot and hurriedly attempted to lighten the mood. Long Sun, on the other hand, believed her to be anxious. "That don't remain silent. She will be upset." In a moment of desperation, Long Sun blurted out, "It's you." Lu Lingxi was genuinely puzzled this time. "What do you mean by you?" Long Sun himself seemed bewildered, unsure why he had said that. Had she named him? The two stared at each other, their eyes wide, utterly at a loss, and thus the night passed in a daze. Chapter 15. A bit of frustration meanwhile, Ling Su had indeed done as he promised. Using the communication mirror to contact Xian Yu Xianren. "Master, has the journey gone smoothly? Have you encountered any dangers?" Xian Yu's voice resonated from the mirror. "All is well, but I am unsure how to broach the topic of my junior sister wishing to bring a demon back to Ling Mountain." Ling Su replied, his demeanor hesitant. Seeing his hesitance, Xian Yu seemed to see through it all. "Well, what mischief has your junior sister gotten into this time?" he said with an air of knowing. With Xian Yu's words, Ling Su no longer concealed the truth, recounting all that had transpired in recent days. "That so, your junior sister wishes to bring a demon back?" "Huh. That certainly sounds like something she would do." Xian Yu laughed like a mischievous old man. "Master, do you consent?" Ling Su was somewhat baffled. The matter sounded absurd, and he had expected to spend considerable effort persuading Xian Yue.it is all fate. "There are forces at play beyond our understanding," Xian Yu simply stated, cautioning against revealing heavenly secrets, and ended the conversation. "Why does it seem like Master has anticipated this?" Ling Su pondered, but before he could voice the question, the communication mirror fell silent, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the inquiry. The next morning, the three prepared to depart for Ling Mountain, the wind rustling their robes and the sound of Long Sun's jingling echoing. "Why is it jingling?" That goes back to last night. "Host, are you not going to find the antagonist a change of clothes? Remaining exposed like this might land you in a little black room for review." The system chimed in playfully. Speaking of clothing, Lu Lingxi recalled Long Sun's prior transgressions of stealing her garments and hanging them on display. Their first official meeting had been utterly absurd and dramatic, far removed from any sweet narrative. Where am I supposed to find him a full set of clothes? Lu Lingxi countered. Could this be your excuse, host? Are you perhaps coveting the antagonist's form and deliberately withholding clothing from him? The system speculated. Can anyone endure this? Who could tolerate such indignity? This is an affront to my noble character. I am not a shallow person. As the system pressed on, Lu Lingxi found herself recalling a suitable outfit. With a sudden surge of inspiration, she reached into her storage bag and produced a garment that exuded an exotic charm. Why do I say it's a garment? Because it consists solely of a top. With no pants. He can't wear pants anyway, given that tale of his, Lu Lingxi clarified, asserting that her decision was based on practical considerations, not any peculiar proclivity. System, I can't trust you. Lu Lingxi handed the item to Long Sun. When in human form, one must wear clothing, she said earnestly to him. Long Sun accepted the so-called clothing, which was merely a series of golden chains intertwined, making it difficult to envision how it would look when worn to go on. Try it on, Lu Lingxi urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Long Sun's gaze flickered, and after hesitating, he awkwardly admitted, I don't know how. A serpent truly is a useless creature, incapable of donning clothing. She must have never encountered a more inept demon. He thought ruefully that, oh, should I help you? Lu Lingxi, not thinking too deeply, assumed he hadn't encountered such a peculiar garment before. Help a serpent wear clothing? In a place unseen by others. Long Sun's ears slightly flushed as she obediently nodded. The garment proved to be quite intricate, adorned with no fewer than 4 shoulder chains. 2 slender golden snake bone chains, one chain embellished with pearls, and another principal chain, composed of several small golden leaves that jingled with the breeze, were accompanied by a cross chain that bore multiple red teardrop gemstones, exuding an air of opulence. Each shoulder chain gracefully wrapped around Long Sun's shoulders, cascading down to her upper arms, revealing her fair and slender shoulders that a larger teardrop-shaped hollow gold piece hung from the necklace, with a small red gemstone nestled at its apex, perfectly complementing her jade-like chest, undeniably captivating. The piece to her assistance was the extension chain at her back, linking the necklace at her nape to the waist chain, accentuating the subtly visible butterfly bones with every movement, imparting an indescribable allure. At least Lu Lingxi was utterly mesmerized, feeling a thrilling desire, not perverse but rather enchanting. The system began to genuinely suspect that Lu Lingxi was infatuated with the antagonist's form. My dear host, do temper yourself. Lu Lingxi, entranced by the beauty before her, felt her gaze burning upon Long Sun, who began to feel a warmth envelop her. In the next moment, Lu Lingxi hastily averted her gaze, choosing instead to look at the sky and the ground, too timid to gaze directly at Long Sun lest her nose bleed from the overwhelming allure. Her eyelashes fluttered, awkwardly tugging at the chain that trailed down to her tail. She cautiously inquired, is it strange that the snake isn't appealing? The realization that Long Sun did not share her fondness left her somewhat disheartened. Not at all. It's truly beautiful. Lu Lingxi quickly composed her scattered thoughts. How could it not be beautiful? It's so stunning that I feel tears welling at the corners of my mouth. I knew you were smitten by the antagonist's physique. You are shameless, yet refuse to admit it. The system remarked, stop scolding me. My face hurts, and my noble character is worth little, she retorted. Upon hearing her praise, Long Sun finally allowed a small smile to grace her lips, her eyes shining brightly as they met Lu Lingxi's gaze. She found the snake beautiful and was pleased. Almost forgetting something, Lu Lingxi draped a sheer veil over Long Sun, drawing closer as she fastened the waist chain, the warmth of their bodies palpable. The waist chain accentuated Long Sun's slender figure, a thought that crossed Lu Lingxi's mind, that as she gazed down at the petite head nestled in her arms, Long Sun felt an urge to swallow her whole. Lu Lingxi's head. Oh, how round! The delightfully plump head of Lu Lingxi surveyed the exquisitely adorned Long Sun, filling her with a sense of accomplishment that felt akin to playing a game in the realm of immortals. Akin to a miracle of warmth. Host, I can't help but feel that perhaps it would have been better if you hadn't dressed up at all. The system hesitated. What's wrong with it? Don't you see how splendid it is? Lu Lingxi retorted, indignant. It is indeed beautiful, though it does have a rather enticing quality, the system conceded meekly. This is exotic charm. You simply don't understand. With that, she turned to Long Sun, asking if he liked it. Unsurprisingly, Long Sun nodded. If you like it, the snake will like it too. The system couldn't help but comment on how the host merely draping a piece of cloth over the antagonist would elicit approval. Thus, early in the morning, Shuizhao and Ling Su found themselves gazing at the jingling Long Sun for quite some time, that Lu Lingxi felt a swell of pride. Isn't it beautiful, senior brother? Look at this delicate golden chain. Admire these red gemstones. Behold this magnificent physique. No, I mean look at this grand opulence. Who could possibly gaze upon it without uttering a word of admiration? No one can deny that my aesthetic sense is unparalleled. Ling Su remarked. So you indulge in collecting demon pets, yet you gather male companions instead. Chapter 16. Repaying his debts even after spending years in the realm of immortals. Each time she soared through the skies on her sword, Lu Lingxi still felt a pang of novelty, frequently glancing down, reminiscent of her old self who favored window seats on buses to gaze at the passing scenery. The ethereal clouds concealed villages, forests and towns below, all hinting at the unique warmth of human life. Suddenly, as she passed a small village, her flying sword slowed, recalling the words of village chiefly. Was this not the village from which Long Sun had once been cast out? Indeed, the host was not mistaken. The system confirmed. Oh, I see. Lu Lingxi mused, her mind drifting into contemplation. Senior brothers, you go ahead. I have a matter to attend to, and we'll catch up shortly. She turned, guiding Long Sun towards the quaint village. Junior sister, wait. Ling Su began to protest, but was halted by Shuizhao. Let her go, senior brother. Who knows what fascinating discoveries she may make? With her temperament, we cannot hope to restrain her for a lifetime. What do you intend to do? The system inquired curiously. Just repaying a debt for a certain snake. Lu Lingxi surmised from the village chief's words about Long Sun's past. The tale of a solitary, pitiful little snake devoid of family, who had once resorted to stealing food from the villagers when hunger struck, was now clear to her. Long Sun followed quietly, though a flicker of unease stirred within him at the thought of returning to a place laden with painful memories. He did not wish for her to uncover his past. Deep down, he feared her rejection, that he tugged gently at her sleeve, prompting Lu Lingxi to turn and greet him with a radiant smile. What is it? Long Sun parted his lips, as if to speak, but ultimately offered a hesitant smile, and shook his head. He longed to ask if they could avoid this place, yet felt that concealing the truth would be beneath him. In the end, he merely displayed a somewhat ingratiating smile, willing to endure the discomfort of facing his past as long as it pleased her. The spring-born sword descended steadily, and Lu Lingxi quickly noticed Long Sun's distracted demeanor. Attributing it to nostalgia, wishing to spare him any further heartache, she suggested, You wait here. I'll be back shortly, all right. Did she not want him to accompany her? Long Sun's eyes glimmered with sorrow, evident to all. Lu Lingxi assumed he was mourning the memories of the past. You need not enter. We shall leave soon. Would she truly take him away once she emerged? Long Sun gazed after her retreating figure. Sorrow etched upon his features, struggling to comprehend her intentions. Upon entering, Lu Lingxi encountered a woman of ample stature, who, perhaps noticing Lu Lingxi's extraordinary attire, approached with warmth. Oh my, where did this young lady come from? You look just like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Lingxi, intent on gathering information, cheerfully replied, Greetings, esteemed elder, I am a disciple from Lingmao. May I ask you a few questions? You've come to the right person. I've lived here for decades and know all the ins and outs of this village. The woman beamed. Do you recall a small snake demon that appeared in the village a few years back? The elder's expression turned to one of surprise, likely not expecting such a question. I remember. That snake demon caused quite a ruckus in our village. She grimaced, recalling the trouble it had caused that it stole chickens and dogs, leaving everyone in a state of panic. The children were terrified, crying day and night. What a nuisance. Lu Lingxi had a vague understanding of the situation and inquired, Did this snake demon ever harm anyone? The elder paused. Not that I know of. My dear girl. Why do you ask? That snake demon was driven away years ago. If you seek to exorcise it, you are quite late. That Lu Lingxi waved her hand dismissively. I am not here to exorcise it. That snake demon is my friend. That I heard he lived here for a while. So I wanted to see. The elder raised her voice. How can humans and demons be friends? That snake demon stole our food. It even took a few of my chickens. In the eyes of mortals, Demons were invariably seen as malevolent beings, unlike cultivators who discerned between good and evil in demons. Lu Lingxi quickly reassured the elder. I am here to make amends for him. Do you recall which families he stole from? Perhaps human hearts are often biased. I find it unsettling to label him as a thief. The elder's demeanor shifted, growing less friendly. How would I know? Which family hasn't suffered at its hands? Lu Lingxi retrieved a few pieces of silver from her sleeve pocket and handed them to the elder. Consider this payment for the food my friend consumed, that I hope you will refrain from calling him a thief in the future. The elder's eyes brightened, fearing Lu Lingxi might change her mind. She quickly accepted the silver. Yes, as long as the silver is paid. No need to speak of theft. She hastily departed as if she would flee at any moment, lest Lu Lingxi reclaim the silver. From a distance, her voice echoed. What a fool, repaying debts for a demon. Hey. What are you planning to do, host? The system questioned. What can I do? As I said, I am here to repay the antagonist's debts. Lu Lingxi replied, glancing at her modest treasury. Given the elder's account, nearly every household had been affected by the antagonist, which meant her treasury would soon be depleted. Lu Lingxi felt a pang of regret. The snake certainly had quite an appetite. Leaving a note to explain her actions, she decided to leave the silver behind as a means of settling the debts. Host, you needn't go to such lengths. The system remarked, perplexed that it may not be necessary, but in the realm of immortals, one must strive for completeness in their deeds. The debts incurred may not significantly impact him, yet Lu Lingxi desires to resolve them satisfactorily. Upon reaching the village entrance, she noticed that a particular snake was indeed obedient, waiting patiently as instructed without altering its position. She approached and declared, All right, we may depart now. Long Sun, just emerging from his reverie, recalled how Lu Lingxi had been enraged upon hearing tales of his nefarious deeds in the village, branding him as a morally corrupt serpent. Ignoring his desperate pleas, she had mercilessly conjured a vivid image of his disgraceful past. The snake felt a chill of fear. Where could they possibly go? Should he really leave? In a frantic grasp, Long Sun seized her wrist, eager to explain, I am truly sorry. I was merely famished. It was unintentional. I can repay the debt. I am not a wicked serpent. His words tumbled out in a disjointed manner. The Dio not heed their words. A snake is not inherently malevolent, that Lu Lingxi, bewildered by his erratic behavior, soon realized that he presumed she was unwilling to take him along due to knowledge of his past. She gently reassured him, It is all right. I have already settled your debt from now on. You shall be a good snake. With clear eyes, she urged, Do not act foolishly. Our senior brother awaits us. We must leave. Long Sun had envisioned countless outcomes, yet never anticipated that she would take upon herself the burden of repaying his debts. Did the snake truly deserve such kindness? Chapter 17. Together with her welcome back, junior sister. You have returned quite swiftly. Shuizhao spotted Lu Lingxi from a distance, waving to her. Ling Su wore a grim expression, feeling as though his cherished vegetable patch had been ravaged by a foolish snake. Upon seeing them still lingering, Lu Lingxi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Let us hurry back, she urged. Ling Su cast a pointed glance at Lu Lingxi and Long Sun. Speaking tersely, what is the matter? Is the elder brother displeased? Shuizhao, observing his stoic senior, chuckled knowingly. It is nothing, merely the disappointment of losing his prized vegetables. Since when did the elder brother develop a passion for gardening? He teased, Stop your foolishness and keep up. As they approached, the disciples practicing swordplay at Ling Mountain halted their activities to pay their respects. Ling Su paused momentarily, then turned slightly to shield Lu Lingxi and Long Sun from view, whispering, You and he should return to the main peak first, that it would be unwise to bring a shape-shifting demon to Ling Mountain without explanation, as it would undoubtedly spark gossip among the disciples. Lu Lingxi understood this logic, responding, Then I shall await our senior brother at the main peak. Why did junior sister leave first? Is she accompanied by someone? The disciples, unable to discern clearly, continued their discussion until the arrival of Ling Su and Shuizhao diverted their attention. Ling Su, the esteemed chief disciple of Ling Mountain, clad in white and perpetually sporting a stoic demeanor, commanded both respect and fear from the disciples that in contrast, Shuizhao, with his ever-present smile and playful demeanor, was far more approachable. The newer disciples, still buzzing with excitement from their recent ascent, surrounded the two with eager inquiries. As the crowd grew, Ling Su's expression grew colder, while Shui Zhao skillfully navigated their questions. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang out. What are you all gathered for? Have you completed today's sword practice? Have you mastered the techniques? It was Elder Lin Yu from Qingyun Peak, prompting the disciples to disperse. Elder Lin, Shui Zhao, and Ling Su saluted, swords in hand. You have returned, Ling Su. Was your journey successful? Why are only you and Shui Zhao here? Where's that girl, Ling Si? Elder Lin inquired. Junior sister was unwell. So our senior brother permitted her to return to the main peak first. Shui Zhao replied, anxious to prevent any slip of the tongue, knowing Elder Lin was particularly strict. Did I ask that so? Then you should quickly proceed to the Sanqi Hall to meet your Master Chu. You have all worked hard on this mission. All disciples tasked with exterminating demons must report to the Sanqi Hall upon their return. Ling Mountain is primarily divided into 3 peaks. Qingyun Peak focuses on alchemy. Jiku Peak on talisman crafting, and Lingjian Peak, the main peak, is dedicated to swordsmanship. Other smaller peaks are designated for external disciples and the elders who manage Ling Mountain's affairs, with places like the Sanqi Hall located on the smaller peaks. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi, awaiting her senior brother's return, found it unwise to flaunt Long Sun publicly and instead led him to her residence as a direct disciple of an elder of the main peak. The 3 of them each had their own quarters. Unlike the other disciples who were cramped into shared rooms, Lu Lingxi guided him into her modest courtyard, which, though small, was exquisitely beautiful. A few peach trees, perhaps nourished by spiritual energy, blossomed continuously, allowing Lu Lingxi to gaze upon the delicate pink flowers daily, lifting her spirits considerably. Please sit here for a moment. We shall go to see our master together once our senior brother returns. While it was feasible to conceal things from others, it was impossible to deceive their master. Long Sun observed the small room with quiet scrutiny, surmising that the young lady had an affinity for beauty. The large dressing mirror stood out prominently, and the vanity was cluttered with an array of unfamiliar bottles and jars, possibly cosmetics, with a few hairpins scattered beside a wooden comb. Gazing at this, Long Sun could almost envision Lu Lingxi sitting there, meticulously painting her brows and adorning herself. As he inhaled, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air, identical to that which lingered on her. Long Sun's ears flushed with warmth as he realized that this was the place where Lu Lingxi had lived for over a decade. And everything here was imbued with her essence, now including him. Seated within, is something the matter? Are you feeling hot? The oblivious Lu Lingxi failed to recognize the depth of Long Sun's musings and hurriedly poured him a glass of water. Look, you're getting all hot. Your ears are turning red. Thank you, Long Sun stammered, hastily coming to his senses, dipping his lips into the cup as if to sip, suddenly pondering if this cup had been used by her. They were sharing the same cup? Despite knowing it had likely been used by others before them, his ears only grew redder. Why are you getting redder as you drink? I assure you, there is no arsenic in the water. Lu Lingxi remarked, puzzled. Under her gaze, Long Sun found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate his embarrassing thoughts. Fortunately, a knock at the door interrupted, allowing him to exhale quietly. Lu Lingxi opened the door to find Ling Su, who had come to summon them to meet Xianyu, their master. Xianyu had been awaiting their arrival in the main hall. My dear disciple has returned. Come, let me see if you have sustained any injuries. She lifted Lu Lingxi and spun her around, then did the same to Shui Zhao, with Ling Su unable to escape the same fate. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Long Sun. Oh, you must be the friend that Lingxi brought back. Yes, I have some matters to discuss with you privately. Lu Lingxi felt a wave of anxiety, uncertain of her master's intentions. However, before she could voice her concerns, Xianyu raised a hand to silence her. You have brought him back, and yet you still fret over your master? Ling Su, Shui Zhao, take your junior sister out for a moment. The two seized Lu Lingxi by the arms and ushered her away. Seeing Lu Lingxi being led away, Long Sun felt a surge of worry, nearly following them. Do not be anxious for her. We shall discuss our matters. What is your name? Xianyu inquired. Long Sun hesitated to answer. But remembering that this person was her master, he replied, Long Sun. Long Sun, a fine name indeed, Xianyu praised, perplexed by his intentions. Long Sun regarded him with caution. Observing his demeanor, Xianyu couldn't help but chuckle. You little dragon, your wariness is quite pronounced. What led you to follow that girl back so readily? The whims of fate truly were curious. Xianyu mused, shaking his head in amusement. Let me ask you, do you wish to remain with Lingxi? At the mention of her name, Long Sun's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. To be with her. The mere thought sent waves of joy through his heart. But did he truly have the right? He silently questioned himself. Mention her name, and you lose all composure, lacking any steadiness, Xianyu remarked, intrigued by how easily the dragonkin fell in love. You may stay at Ling Mountain for the time being. He continued, glancing toward the anxious Lu Lingxi waiting outside. Why are you lurking about? Comandante said, exasperated. Honestly, you two are making me feel like a third wheel. Settle him in the room next to yours. He instructed Lu Lingxi. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi understood her master's approval of Long Sun's stay, her face lighting up with joy. Wonderful. Thank you, master. Xianyu watched the two depart, chuckling to himself that it was premature to declare them star-crossed lovers. It seemed Lu Lingxi harbored no such thoughts. Chapter 18. Destiny? Cough, cough. Xianyu felt a metallic taste in his throat, confirming that even a slight exertion could lead to backlash. Master. Upon hearing the voice, Xianyu quickly concealed his unstable aura. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Ling Su sensed a disturbance in his master's energy, though he had observed nothing unusual moments before. Ling Su? Do you require something from me? Xianyu resumed his facade of normalcy. Ling Su, not suspecting anything amiss, retrieved a treasured box given to him by Yen Zixiao. This was entrusted to me by Master Yen. I am unsure how to proceed with it. Is that so? Xianyu inquired, intrigued by the contents of the box, eager to unveil its secrets. However, he quickly discovered that the box was heavily enchanted with protective seals. His expression grew solemn as he recognized the formation style, one he had only seen at that time, but he unleashed his spiritual power to probe within. And upon discerning the objects inside, Xianyu inhaled sharply, astonished to find that he was not the only one who remembered those events. Yen Zixiao's move was far more perilous than his own. Yet, as the Tao approaches its demise, who can truly remain unscathed, whether it be Yen Zixiao or himself? Xianyu. Both were striving for the sake of the common people. As for his master, what could this all signify? Ling Su sensed an inexplicable trace of unspeakable compassion on Xianyu's face, which vanished before he could scrutinize it further. Since it was bestowed upon you by your Sherbois, you should keep it, Xianyu said, returning the box to Ling Su's hands. Ling Su grasped the box tightly. Since descending the mountain, both the serpent demon and his master had instilled in him a sense of unease. Only Xianyu understood that the gears of fate were once again turning, and he could only hope that the little dragon cub would fulfill their wishes. Within Lu Lingxi's small courtyard, she had already donned a set of cultivation robes, the attire in the hue of clear mountains, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. Her hair was styled into a bun using 2 bands of the same color, as she relished the sensation of long ribbons entwining with her hair when caught by the wind. Adorning her elegantly arranged bun were delicate tassels of green jade lily, giving her an air of refined grace. Long Sun was momentarily entranced. This girl could effortlessly capture his gaze, leaving him utterly enchanted, yet she remained blissfully unaware of this, unabashedly drawing close to him, tugging at his rationality. What did I just say? Did you hear? Lu Lingxi observed him in a daze, as if he had lost his soul. Long Sun, flustered, nodded. I heard, ditto. Then what did I say? She knew he was in trouble, yet Lu Lingxi, with a mischievous glint, pressed him further. You said, under the pressure of Lu Lingxi's gaze, Long Sun's voice dwindled, his confidence faltering, ultimately opting for an apology. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Please don't be angry. From a distance, the scene appeared as if Lu Lingxi were mercilessly tormenting an unsuspecting serpent. And Shui Zhao found it rather amusing. How could such a large serpent be consistently bullied by the junior sister? He had intended to bring Long Sun a couple of outfits, but was unexpectedly treated to this spectacle. Junior sister, aren't guests to be treated with respect? Why are you so harsh on him? Shui Zhao entered, holding the garments. Brother, please don't say that. I haven't done anything that if you don't believe me. Just ask him, Lu Lingxi replied, gesturing towards Long Sun with a look of innocent righteousness that I asked there even a need to ask. Just look at how the serpent's eyes are glued to her. Even if he did inquire, he would just nod his head in agreement, he retorted. All right, we all know the title of the little tyrant of Lingjian Mountain, Don't bully him anymore, he concluded, handing her the clothes. Let him change. It's not fitting to be dressed like this. The cultivation robes of Ling Mountain varied in style. Female disciples of Lingjian Mountain wore clear mountain colors, while male disciples donned butterfly wing hues. The inner and outer disciples wore different designs. The inner disciples' robes were made of delicate, smooth fabric, featuring wide sleeves, whereas the outer disciples wore coarser material with a more restrained design. Additionally, the robes of direct disciples bore intricate patterns and elegant embroidery. The clothes Shui Zhao brought for Long Sun were indeed his own, partly due to his reluctance to venture to the Wanshitang, and partly because if a direct disciple were to don the outer disciple's attire, he would inevitably be subjected to probing questions, which he found too troublesome to navigate. That Lu Lingxi nodded, her hairpiece swaying slightly as she did. Oh, all right. She accepted the garments and led Long Sun into the room. Hey, why are you following him while he changes? Shui Zhao called out, noticing the pair entering the room. Why wouldn't I? Lu Lingxi replied, her demeanor entirely nonchalant. You wouldn't he? This serpent is indeed clever, he thought. Snatching the clothes from her hands, that if he can't manage, I'll teach him properly. With that, he pushed Lu Lingxi out and closed the door behind him. Being a man, he could certainly discern his intent. Oh, wait, he was a serpent. All males, he could fool the junior sister, but not him. Indeed, with the junior sister absent, the serpent exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Do you need help changing? Shui Zhao asked, raising an eyebrow deliberately. Long Sun's expression darkened, the innocence he had shown before Lu Lingxi dissipating entirely as he snatched the garments and retreated behind a screen. Just moments ago, he had appeared helpless before Lu Lingxi. But now he moved with fluidity and speed, betraying no hint of his earlier struggles. The clothes Shui Zhao had given him fit surprisingly well, perhaps due to their similar physiques. His long serpentine tail peeked out from beneath the robe. Surprisingly harmonious, creating a somewhat sacred contrast with the modest wide-sleeved attire as the door swung open. A gust of wind swept in, scattering rosy petals that twirled gently downwards, their gazes meeting amidst the fluttering blossoms. Long Sun tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips, his golden irises shimmering with an expression that Lu Lingxi could not decipher, yet she felt as though his gaze mirrored the mysterious depths of Westlake. Seemingly delighted by her attention, Long Sun instinctively sought Lu Lingxi's gaze. He always cared most about her opinion, while others were of little consequence. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi was suddenly reminded of a line of poetry, standing tall like orchids and jade trees, smiling as if cradling the moon, feeling that it perfectly encapsulated the moment and scenery. Gazing at the serpent before her, she found it difficult to reconcile this image with the ruthless creature described in novels. One capable of shaking an egg's yolk to pieces. That it fits quite well, Shui Zhao interjected, breaking the slightly romantic atmosphere. Indeed, after all, our brother Shui is quite extraordinary, Lu Lingxi complimented him. Shui Zhao, the type to climb higher when given a rod, proudly proclaimed. Of course, seeing Lu Lingxi's attention diverted, Long Sun grew somewhat displeased, deliberately creating a commotion like a petulant child vying for affection. Lu Lingxi quickly turned her focus back to him, and upon seeing his eyes gleam with a victorious smile, she realized he was indeed her favorite serpent. None noticed the figure lurking not far away, quietly observing all that transpired before retreating like a mouse fleeing from the light. Chapter 19. The rumors of his acceptance as a disciple not far from her small courtyard. Lu Lingxi arranged a room, but due to time constraints, it was sparsely furnished. Long Sun felt quite content. He cared little for the quality of his lodgings as long as he could remain by her side. He would gladly spend days lingering beneath the few peach trees in Lu Lingxi's courtyard. Then rest well here, she said, pacing the room to see if he needed anything else. That if you need anything, just let me know, and I'll bring it tomorrow. She thought to gather 2 peach blossoms for him to brighten the room, which seemed rather desolate. That I need nothing. This is perfect, he replied, his clear eyes shimmering, attempting to convey through his gaze that he truly lacked for nothing, not wanting her to exhaust herself on his behalf. Where I dwell is inconsequential. All right then, I shall take my leave. Until tomorrow? Lu Lingxi waved goodbye, ready to return to her own rest. Until tomorrow. Long Sun silently echoed these words, mundane, yet imbued with a sense of longing. How wonderful it was to see her again. For the first time, he harbored anticipation for the morrow. Outside, the moonlight was serene but shrouded by ominous clouds. The previously luminous sky now cloaked in darkness, harboring something malevolent that brewed within the night. The following morning, rumors swirled through Ling Mountain. Have you heard? Xin Yu intends to take on another disciple. A group of disciples gathered, buzzing with excitement. That wasn't junior sister Lu, already Xian Yu's closed-door disciple. Why would he take another? The prospect of the upcoming entrance competition was thrilling. Who wouldn't want to become a direct disciple of Xian Yu, the foremost master of Ling Mountain? One disciple exclaimed, only to be met with skepticism that, oh, spare me. I heard this disciple has already been designated, a demon brought back by junior sister Lu. Impossible, a demon. How could it bypass the competition to become Xian Yu's disciple? Unless it's the demon clan's young master? Why would the young master of the demon clan come to Ling Mountain? It must be an ordinary demon. I heard it hasn't even fully transformed yet. A disciple scoffed, not fully transformed. Surely Xian Yu wouldn't ignore the bigger picture. Where did this news come from? Another disciple questioned. Perplexed, one of the junior brothers saw it. Xian Yu even dressed that demon in his direct disciple's robes. I doubt this matter will be trivial, he insisted. What is this? We outer disciples toil day and night, and whether we can even enter the inner sect is uncertain. And now, a wild demon can leapfrog us. Discontent began to brew among the disciples. Indeed, is there no fairness to be had? Voices of dissent spread rapidly, echoing through the ranks. Ultimately, the uproar reached the ears of the elders. The disciples beseeched the elders to intervene, as this matter concerned Ling Mountain's reputation. The elders, recognizing the gravity of the situation, felt compelled to investigate the matter at Lingjian Peak. Ling Su observed the approaching elders with trepidation, fearing that the events of the previous day had not been concealed, and quickly sent a message to Lu Lingxi, urging her not to bring Long Sun to the main hall, lest they inadvertently cross paths with trouble. Ling Su summoned the mountain master to the main hall. Elder Lin ordered, his countenance stern. Please follow this disciple. The mountain master has awaited your arrival for some time, came the reply. Lingjian Peak stands as the principal summit of Ling Mountain. Xian Yu is not only the master of Lingjian Peak, but also the sovereign of the entire Ling Mountain. Hence the significance of this matter cannot be understated. Xian Yu leisurely sips tea in the front hall, as if she had anticipated this situation long ago. Before even entering, Elder Lin, with his impatient demeanor, could no longer contain himself. Is it true what the disciples outside are saying? What rumors? I, unaware, noticed Xian Yu meticulously adjusting the lid of her cup, occasionally brushing away the floating leaves from her tea. Those disciples claim the mountain master wishes to take a serpent demon as a personal disciple, and it has caused quite a stir. Elder Lin spoke with evident annoyance. Taking a disciple, you say? That does seem like a rather intriguing proposition, Xian Yu remarked, as if genuinely contemplating the notion. Elder Yin interjected, Junior brother, do you truly intend to pursue this? I have heard that the serpent cannot fully transform. Initially, I had no such intention, but upon hearing this, I find it to be an enticing suggestion that if what you say is true, that the serpent can indeed fully transform, then I could accept him as my disciple. Xian Yu took a leisurely sip of her tea, remarking that the water was overly muddled. The regulations for accepting disciples at Ling Mountain are stringent, if one cannot even pass the competition. How could they be considered for discipleship? Elder Lin disagreed with Xian Yu's thoughts that, then let us heed the opinions of the senior brothers. Should he be able to transform and succeed in the competition, I shall make an exception and accept him as my disciple. Xian Yu continued, interjecting humor into the conversation. You needn't concern yourselves, my esteemed senior brothers. Throughout my years of managing Ling Mountain, I have never made an exception. This time, I have my own plans. Xian Yu raised her hand to interrupt the elders. Seeing her determination, the elders could only leave in resignation, even casting a disdainful glance at Ling Su, who stood by the door. Master, do you truly intend to take him as a disciple? Ling Su had never anticipated such a notion from his master, and a hint of confusion flickered in his dark eyes. Long Xian? Now that I am considering it, what of it? Do you believe it to be an improper decision? Xian Yu gazed at her eldest disciple. Disciple does not dare to voice such thoughts. Xian Yu chuckled. What is there to fear? That girl intends to bring Long Xian back. Did you not agree to her request before consulting me? Ling Su, you truly embody the role of both father and mother. Xian Yu thought, momentarily at a loss for words. Such a description of her own disciple felt somewhat unethical, and the remnants of her moral integrity prompted her to halt. Xian Yu patted Ling Su's shoulder. That once cold-faced child had grown, and his broad shoulders now sheltered his younger siblings that he merely stated with an ambiguous expression, "It is all a matter of opportunity. It is your junior sister's opportunity. It is that dragon's opportunity, and it is ultimately an opportunity for the entire path." Within the small room, the dialogue between the elder and Xian Yu resonated clearly through Ling Su's transmission mirror. Sufficient for both a person and a serpent to overhear. "I have put you in a difficult position." Long Xian lowered his gaze, concealing the desolation within his eyes that he was a demon and should not be present here. Nor by her side. It was he who had forced this situation, that Lu Lingxi recognized that he was spiraling into his own turmoil again, that it is I who have made things difficult for everyone. Not you. You have done nothing wrong, that it was she who had insisted on bringing him back, and both the senior brother and master were shielding her from the consequences. Host, do not blame yourself. You are doing this for the mission that if you do not complete the task, this world will perish. That in other words, you are saving the world. The system spurred her on. Thank you, I feel a surge of youthful enthusiasm. She replied, though she couldn't shake off the lingering melancholy. Fortunately, after a few days of tranquility, no one sought to disrupt their peace, allowing her to gradually set her worries aside. Chapter 20. The Disobedient Tale for Long Xian. The past few days felt like a dream, so beautiful that it seemed almost unreal, and no longer did he have to languish alone as a snake in a cold cave. Every day, he awoke to see Lu Lingxi's lively figure, no longer subjected to the disdainful faces of the villagers. Listening to Lu Lingxi's cheerful laughter, he felt an unfamiliar warmth filling his heart, driving away the loneliness that had once consumed him, replaced by a softer emotion. Yet, tranquility was short-lived, as some could not bear to see him happy and sought to shatter the hard-won peace. That is it true that the demon resides here? A few inner disciples whispered, peering cautiously at Long Xian's dwelling from a distance. Now that he has moved into Lingjian Peak, isn't it obvious that Xian Yu intends to take him as a disciple? One particularly tall and robust disciple, named Li Tong, voiced his displeasure. Having been at Lingjian Peak for quite some time without notable progress in his cultivation, he harbored aspirations to join Xian Yu's ranks. Now, upon hearing of the serpent demon being accepted as a disciple with such ease, he felt a surge of indignation and was determined to see what made this demon so special. That I say, accepting this demon would be far inferior to accepting our brother Li. Another disciple with a shifty gaze chimed in. Having pocketed Li Tong's money while shamelessly flattering him, that Li Tong smirked arrogantly, dismissing the serpent demon. What kind of serpent demon? Not even worth a single strike from my sword. That let's go meet him. Is that wise, brother? After all, it was Xian Yu who instructed him to remain. Someone among them began to waver. What are you afraid of? He is merely a fledgling disciple, just a small demon, Li Tong retorted, full of disdain. Inside, Long Xian overheard every word, his brow furrowing in irritation. His golden eyes brimmed with impatience, estimating that Lu Lingxi should have finished her sword practice by now, and these ignorant individuals were wasting his time. With a loud crash, the door was unceremoniously kicked open, sunlight flooding the room. Yet Li Tong and his companions felt an inexplicable chill. Is this the disciple our Xian Yu is going to accept? He doesn't seem particularly impressive, Li Tong sneered, his tone dripping with malice. The noise was unbearable. Long Xian's expression turned stormy, a restless energy coursing through him, as if he wished to sweep his tail and end this nuisance. Yet felt that such individuals would tarnish his tail. Look, he is even angry. We merely came to befriend you. It seems you have a decent living situation, Li Tong remarked, surveying the interior with envy. Unlike the lackluster inner disciples who had to share cramped quarters, this serpent demon had everything to himself without lifting a finger. Get out, Long Xian warned in a low voice, unwilling to resort to violence. Considering their connection to Lu Lingxi. Can you speak? We thought you were mute. They laughed mockingly. Ha! The other disciples joined in, echoing Li Tong's taunts that I find this cup quite appealing. I should take it and you wouldn't mind. Would you? After all, it belongs to Ling Mountain, and you are not one of its people. And these flowers, having endured their provocations, Long Xian's gaze turned icy upon seeing Li Tong reach for the 2 peach blossoms, which Lu Lingxi had carefully gathered and placed in a delicate vase. How dare he sully the gift she had given him? A mere demon has the leisure to tend to flowers. Before he could finish his thought, Li Tong felt a powerful force strike his abdomen, as if his insides had been twisted together. The impact hurled him out of the room, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Brotherly? The other disciples were shocked by the scene, rushing out to surround Li Tong, that he felt as if he could scarcely breathe, ultimately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? He seethed. I shall see whether the elders believe me or this serpent demon. Li Tong, aware of his unjust actions, knew that only these few disciples were privy to what had transpired. He could bully the serpent demon without evidence. Yet the injury he sustained was undeniable, that as long as they all testified that the serpent had attacked him, he was confident the elders would side with him. Long Xian ignored the irritating voices, delicately adjusting the slightly crooked peach blossoms, then turned his head to glance at the group, dismissing them as useless that a smirk played at his lips, silently mocking them. Just you wait, with a fierce proclamation. Li Tong fled with his companions in haste. Not long after they had scurried away, Lu Lingxi arrived, having grown accustomed to seeing Long Xian waiting for her in the courtyard after her sword practice. She felt a pang of worry when he was absent today. Upon arrival, she gasped, realizing something had indeed gone awry. What happened to the door? Seeing her, Long Xian's expression softened instantly, reminiscent of a fierce Tibetan mastiff transformed into a docile Samoyed upon donning a collar. What transpired? Lu Lingxi inquired. Although she had brought him to Ling Mountain, the system had yet to issue any tasks, leading her to suspect it might be malfunctioning. Thus, she had not fully grasped the significance of Long Xian as her task target. After spending time together these past few days, she felt they had grown akin to friends, especially when he waited for her daily beneath the peach tree, creating an illusion of clinginess. Serpents were not supposed to be so warm and affectionate. Were they? Perhaps Long Xian's breed was simply more attached than others. It's my tale. Long Xian couldn't find a better excuse and didn't want her to worry about trivial matters, so he decided to shift the blame to his tail. It's too long, a bit difficult to control. This excuse is truly feeble. After he spoke, he seemed apprehensive that she might be angered, glancing up to gauge her expression. Lu Lingxi, having witnessed the power of his tail, recalled that it was indeed his tail that had slain the demon larva on that fateful day. Such a diminutive door was undeniably too fragile for him. Did I ask for the claim of being difficult to control? Lu Lingxi found that hard to believe, for she vividly remembered his agile movements during his confrontation with Shui Zhao, displaying remarkable grace and dexterity that a report, the disciple is causing trouble. The door was damaged during the scuffle. The system chimed in, akin to a student informing a teacher, defending the antagonist's reputation. As so it is. Observing the snake's futile attempts to fabricate such a flimsy excuse, Lu Lingxi chose not to expose him. Oh, is that so? Then it seems your tale is quite unruly, she remarked deliberately. As expected, she noticed Long Sun's ears flush crimson. How easily he blushes. Lu Lingxi stifled a chuckle. Chapter 21. He said, the snake will treat you well. Elder Lin, you must stand up for us. That monster is truly overstepping. Li Tong, in collusion with several disciples, was attempting to skew the facts in the punishment department. You claim that the monster attacked you without cause? Where is your evidence? Elder Lin questioned him, clearly skeptical of his mere verbal assertions. Elder, look, Li Tong exclaimed, exposing his garments to reveal a dark bruise across his chest, evidence of a grievous injury. This is proof. That snake demon struck with lethal intent. Indeed, Elder, if it can harm us without reason now, it may very well seek the lives of our disciples in the future. Receiving Li Tong's cue, his lackeys eagerly fanned the flames. Keeping a demon within the sect was already against the rules. Now that the demon had attacked, Elder Lin was already critical of Long Sun and felt even more displeased that he resolved to seek out Xian Yu for clarification. Meanwhile, Xian Yu had learned of the matter and summoned Long Sun privately, avoiding Lu Lingxi. That I heard you injured someone today. Xian Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixated on a painting on the wall, not directly addressing Long Sun. For those who disrespect Lu Lingxi, I will intervene again. Yes, Long Sun admitted without any attempt to exonerate himself. You were quite honest. What prompted the attack? Xian Yu turned to regard him. Long Sun remained silent, unwilling to involve Lu Lingxi in this matter. Xian Yu caught his glance and recognized that the dragon cub was silently defending Lu Lingxi. Very well, Go hide behind the screen. Someone is coming to settle the score with me. Xinyu indicated the position within the room, suggesting that Long Sun should enter to avoid being driven away. Just as Long Sun stepped behind the screen, Elder Lin stormed in. "Junior brother, I trust you know why I am here," he stated bluntly, not bothering with pleasantries that I do. "First, let us have some tea to cool our tempers. Why must you be in such haste?" "Elder brother," Xinyu remained unhurried as he poured tea. "No need. My anger cannot be quelled. You may allow this demon to linger in Ling Mountain, but now that it has harmed one of our disciples, there is no reason for it to remain," Elder Lin declared in a fit of rage. "Elder brother, you cannot make such a determination based solely on one side's words." Xinyu tapped the table, defending Long Sun. "Junior brother, I truly do not understand why you repeatedly shield this snake demon." Elder Lin slammed the teacup down, causing it to clatter. "Let us address the matter at hand. It is not about shielding anyone." "Addressing the matter? All I know is that he indeed harmed Li Tong. Junior brother, should this happen again, this demon must not remain in Ling Mountain, or how will we maintain order?" Elder Lin left those words hanging and departed. Xianyu shook his head, as ever, with his impulsive temperament, that he called out towards the screen. "Did you hear that? Come out." Long Sun's golden eyes shimmered with coldness, clearly vexed by the inversion of truth, his serpentine tail twitching with agitation. Xianyu, observing his rebellious demeanor, could hardly fathom how such a delicate girl as Lu Lingxi could possibly tame him. Perhaps it was indeed a case of like attracting like. "Next time, exercise some restraint, that if I continue to protect you, the elders will grow discontented." Xianyu spoke earnestly, "And besides, you are nearing your seclusion. I worry that it may complicate matters for Ling Su." Without a doubt, Ling Su would charge in to protect Lu Lingxi and himself. Yet the elders were ultimately Ling Su's superiors, and respecting one's teachers has always been a tenet adhered to by practitioners. Ling Su would have to bear considerable pressure in that case. Long Sun was taken aback by Xian Yu's unwavering protection. He had indeed harmed someone. "Thank you." Regardless of the reason, Long Sun felt compelled to express his gratitude, as it was Xian Yu who allowed him to remain by Lu Lingxi's side. "That if you truly wish to thank me, then be cautious and do not let anyone bring further complaints to me. Also, treat that girl Lu Lingxi well," Xian Yu added, feeling that such a reminder was unnecessary, for Long Sun would naturally gravitate towards Lu Lingxi. Upon hearing this, Long Sun's mind exploded with a flurry of thoughts. He had never considered that Xian Yu could perceive his intentions. "That I will," he stammered, as if making a promise. For the first time, he revealed a boyish demeanor in front of Xian Yu, his ears faintly reddening, his gaze shifting momentarily. "The snake will treat her well." Only heard as Long Sun exited the hall. He remained dazed, having anticipated a confrontation, only for it to culminate in a promise before her master. Yet, the very notion of intertwining Lu Lingxi and Long Sun's name stirred a tempest of emotions within him. "What happened? What did the master say to you?" Lu Lingxi inquired, her curiosity piqued. What could be so secretive? "Host, if the system's data is accurate, the antagonist seems to be experiencing shyness at this moment." The system hesitated to speak, analyzing Long Sun's data. Shy, a solitary male snake in a room. Could it be that after emerging, Long Sun is inexplicably bashful? Did she just gain a mother-in-law? Lu Lingxi was taken aback, her double chin making an appearance. "And what of the BL line?" Just then, Long Sun gazed at her, declaring, "I will treat you well. The snake will treat you well, promising to your master, forever treating you well." His gaze remained tenderly fixed upon Lu Lingxi's face, the emotions in his eyes profound and inscrutable. What is happening? Is the mother-in-law beginning to assert her authority? Lu Lingxi's thoughts spiraled wildly. "Calm down, host. Do you even realize what you're saying? We are a legitimate BG romantic tale." The system attempted to rein in Lu Lingxi's dangerous thoughts. The system, feeling weary, thought, if given another chance, it would certainly not choose a blockhead as a host. Oh wait, it seems it had no choice. Is there any hope left for this world? When will the antagonist find happiness? Then, thank you. Lu Lingxi chuckled awkwardly, utterly baffled, unaware of the context surrounding Long Sun's statement. Long Sun's expression darkened, his long, thick lashes casting shadows over his downcast eyes. "She should not say that I will treat you well too. Was it not written that way in the stories? Or perhaps she simply did not like snakes, and all those tales of romance were merely deceiving them that it's fine, as long as the snake treats her well. That is enough. Chapter 22, Being Bullied. Elder brother, are you still going? A hesitant little follower, shaken by Long Sun's previous display, voiced his uncertainty. However, Li Tong was not one to relent easily. Did you not hear Elder Lin's warning? If that snake demon stirs up trouble again, it will be expelled from Ling Mountain. Yet, the snake demon did not appear to be easily intimidated. The small followers were already wavering that Li Tong, however, held a different perspective. If he wanted to remain in Ling Mountain, he could not afford to back down from confronting them. Besides, if he truly does attack, wouldn't that play right into my hands, allowing me to drive him away? Who could possibly contest my position as a disciple under Xian Yu? Li Tong's calculations were astute. He was determined to vent his frustrations, believing that whether he beat Long Sun or was expelled, it would be a win-win for him. Isn't this the path that Snake Demon must take? Why is it not appearing? Li Tong and his companions hid nervously in the grass. Suddenly, one disciple lowered his voice. Here it comes. The group sprang forth, surrounding Long Sun, clearly signaling their intent to provoke him that I assume Elder Lin has already spoken to you. Here's the deal. If you apologize properly, I won't hold it against you. Li Tong declared, a smug expression plastered across his face. Long Sun had no desire to engage with him and turned to leave. However, Li Tong signaled to his comrades, who quickly blocked his way. Don't go. If you don't apologize, I might have to seek out your little junior sister. After all, you brought her back, Li Tong threatened, realizing that he could intimidate Long Sun, who, being an ordinary inner disciple, was not in a position to confront Lu Lingxi. Unbeknownst to him, Long Sun had little grasp of the underlying manipulations, and Lu Lingxi was his bottom line. Li Tong had unwittingly found a way to corner him. Gloating, he added, they say a man's knees are worth gold. You, worthless demon, lack legs, so you can't kneel down and kowtow to me. Why don't you crawl under my legs instead, and we'll consider that your apology? Li Tong unabashedly revealed his intent to humiliate. Long Sun gritted his teeth, a hint of anger creeping onto his face, contemplating a swift execution of the group. However, Li Tong noticed the murderous intent in his gaze and felt a twinge of fear. Don't forget Elder Lin's warning. If you harm anyone again, you'll be expelled from Ling Mountain. Long Sun recalled Xian Yu's words. He could not bring trouble upon her or her master again. He lifted his gaze and cast a cold glance at the oblivious Li Tong and his companions, his golden eyes glinting with an icy demeanor. Slowly, a smile crept across his face, and with a subtle movement of his fingers, several strands of invisible dark energy infiltrated the spiritual realm of Li Tong and the others. What kind of gaze is that? Are you attempting to intimidate me? I must take my revenge for that previous attack. It just so happens that my fellow disciples are in need of a target for sword practice. A living target is far more entertaining. That Li Tong smirked with ill intentions, signaling his lackeys to take action. Blades are merciless. Should anyone sustain injuries, do not blame me. Although they claimed it was merely sword practice. Every strike was delivered with lethal intent, clearly aiming to eliminate Long Sun. Instinctively, Long Sun's body yearned to retaliate, yet he suppressed that urge with all his might, but he had no desire to leave Ling Mountain. For she was there that in the midst of his days, Li Tong and his companions inflicted several wounds upon him. Ever since he had transformed into a great serpent, he had seldom found himself in such a wretched state. The sword, tainted with some substance, seared painfully at the gashes. After thoroughly enjoying Long Sun's predicament, Li Tong finally sheathed his sword, expressing his gratitude to the serpent for accompanying them in their practice, and hinted at further inconveniencing him in the days to come. Observing that Long Sun was no longer resisting, Li Tong intended to impose as much pressure as possible until his interest waned, or until the serpent displayed a semblance of wisdom and departed from Ling Mountain. Host, quickly check on the villain. He is being bullied. Lu Lingxi was reclining in her room, engrossed in a novel, when she heard this, causing her to sit up abruptly. What has happened? How could Long Sun be bullied? In the story, Long Sun was a powerhouse in combat. His battles with the male lead were fiercely contested, spanning over 50 chapters before the male lead barely triumphed. Lu Lingxi suspected the author was merely inflating the word count. Data indicates a decline in the villain's health. Host, hurry and investigate. The system, somewhat apprehensive, noted the decrease, albeit to a negligible extent, that if it did not take initiative soon. When would the hidden task be completed? I shall go at once. Lu Lingxi was successfully swayed by the system's urgency and rushed to Long Sun's quarters. The villain is holding on for dear life. With a forceful push, she flung open the door, startling Long Sun within, who looked up to meet her gaze. What is happening? Wasn't it said he was on the brink of death? 3 large question marks hovered over Lu Lingxi's head as she found the situation awkward. But he is bleeding. The system's gaze faltered. Bleeding life-threatening. Seeing that he was not gravely wounded, Lu Lingxi felt a wave of relief wash over her. There were indeed several deep cuts on his arm. And she immediately frowned, inquiring, "What happened? How did you get hurt?" Long Sun moved his hand away, wishing to conceal the gruesome wounds from her view. "It was an accident. I'm fine. Oh, how careless of you. You broke the door the other day, and now you've injured your hand." Lu Lingxi remarked with a hint of sarcasm, sensing his desire to hide the truth. "Has someone been bullying you?" Although she already knew the answer. She yearned to hear him admit it. Lu Lingxi assumed that her direct questioning would compel him to divulge the whole story. To her surprise, Long Sun merely shook his head, gazing at her with soft eyes. When his golden pupils relaxed, they bore no resemblance to a fierce beast, but rather resembled a docile puppy that if Long Sun were truly a scheming demon, he could easily embellish the tale of his mistreatment to her. Even if she did not stand up for him, it would surely evoke her sympathy. Yet he refrained, fearing it would burden her further. He felt that feigning innocence to elicit her pity was already a despicable act, and he could not bear to trouble her more. "Host, in truth, the villain fears causing you distress." The system interjected on behalf of Long Sun. "That I know, system. Is he really the villain?" Lu Lingxi had questioned this matter numerous times. He was never guarded around her, always understanding and consistently accommodating. Fearing to trouble her, that a hollow sensation formed in her heart, and she admonished him, "Next time, do not be so careless," since he did not wish to burden her. She too did not want to make things difficult for him. If she refrained from asking, it did not signify that she would not seek answers. She intended to uncover the identity of those who had troubled Long Sun time and again. "Yes, the serpent will be cautious." Long Sun's voice was clear as he gazed at her, his golden eyes shimmering with trust. Chapter 23. Protecting him. Let me see how serious the injury is. Lu Lingxi leaned in to examine the arm he had hidden behind his back. What a foolish serpent. Even though it was visible, he still attempted to conceal it as soon as Lu Lingxi's hand brushed against him. Long Sun instinctively recoiled slightly, but after realizing it, he obediently placed his hand on the table. His eyelashes, a light shade of gold, fluttered nervously, casting a small shadow over his eyelids. The bloody, jagged wounds were rather unsightly. Would they frighten her? Long Sun lifted his gaze to observe Lu Lingxi, and upon seeing her not recoiling in horror or displaying any signs of disgust, he felt relieved that Lu Lingxi looked at his wounds with concern. Picking up a damp cloth. "Let me clean this. If it hurts, tell me." She did not glance up, focusing intently on her task. Long Sun instinctively nodded, suddenly realizing she could not see him, and thus replied softly. The soft towel gently wiped away the blood surrounding the wounds. Her hand was warm and gentle, pressing lightly against Long Sun's arm, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Is this what they refer to as skinship in novels? Long Sun's eyelashes trembled slightly, a hint of shyness creeping in. These wounds were clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. It was impossible for them to have resulted from his so-called accident, as he harbored no tendencies towards self-harm. Lu Lingxi pondered the circumstances, concluding that someone must have done this intentionally. She meticulously bandaged his wounds and instructed, "I will fetch you some healing pills. Do not let them come into contact with water for the next few days." She anxiously cautioned him, fearing he might mishandle the situation. "You must come to my courtyard every 2 days for a change of dressing. Understood?" Long Sun's eyes brightened at the thought of something, and he nodded earnestly under Lu Lingxi's serious gaze. That on the 4th day of Long Sun's injury, Lu Lingxi examined his wounds, her small face crinkling with worry, her tone filled with concern. "What is going on? You've had your dressings changed twice already. Why does it seem like it hasn't improved at all? The person who inflicted this wound is truly vicious," she thought bitterly, after observing for 2 days. She had not noticed anyone troubling Long Sun. If she caught them, they would surely face retribution. Much improved. Long Sun, anxious that she might uncover something, hastily replied, though his eyes flickered with guilt. avoiding Lu Lingxi's gaze. He needed to ensure the wounds healed, or she would grow suspicious. The system. Forget it. If he does not wish to speak, let it be a trivial matter between young lovers that Lu Lingxi had no idea that this cunning serpent was deliberately prolonging his recovery to spend more time in close proximity to her. All right, return and rest well. Gently tying the bandage into a bow, the cold demeanor surrounding Long Sun softened slightly, appearing almost endearing that I will return after finishing my tea. Long Sun lowered his head, sipping delicately. In truth, what he wished to convey was, "Can I not go back?" However, as a serpent, he had no standing to remain. To her, he was merely a serpent she had saved on the road. Thus, he could only clumsily seek an excuse to linger a while longer. Of course. Lu Lingxi wondered when he had developed a fondness for tea. "Shall I take my leave then?" Sipping slowly, he finished the cup of tea quickly, his long tail trailing behind him as he ambled toward the exit, a flicker of hope blossoming in his heart that she might call out to him once more, "Wait," to his delight. He heard Lu Lingxi's voice calling him back, and he immediately turned, his golden eyes sparkling with excitement, the tip of his tail swaying in rhythm with his emotions. That "Don't forget the medicine." Lu Lingxi rushed out, handing him the healing pills, puzzled by his exuberance over merely retrieving medicine. Long Sun was taken aback for a moment before extending his hand to accept it, expressing his gratitude. Realizing she had only called out for the medicine, not to keep him, the light in his eyes dimmed abruptly, and his tail drooped on his second attempt to leave. Long Sun hoped once more to hear Lu Lingxi call out to him. But alas, disappointment washed over him. He walked quite a distance without hearing her voice again. This is the correct medicine." Lu Lingxi suddenly realized she had mistakenly taken the wrong pills, peering out the door only to find that Long Sun's figure had vanished. She needed to hurry and deliver it. Taking the wrong medicine could be fatal for a serpent. Meanwhile, Long Sun, having not encountered Lu Lingxi, soon found himself facing the group of bothersome individuals again. Li Tong and his companions, having enjoyed a brief respite, re-emerged. "What's this?" "Just returned from the little junior sister's side," Li Tong speculated, observing the direction from which Long Sun approached. "Who knows what kind of enchantment you've cast on the little junior sister, leading her to bring you back to Ling Mountain," Li Tong said with envy, as Lu Lingxi, being the mountain lord's disciple, was someone he could seldom curry favor with. Yet Long Sun had effortlessly won her affection. "With the competition approaching, let us have another round of sword practice. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Li Tong intended to employ the same tactics again, even if he could not kill Long Sun. Inflicting some injuries to vent his frustrations would suffice. Long Sun regarded the ants before him, curious to see whether they would still be laughing once the curse took effect. He had never been a benevolent being. For every offense against him, he would return the favor tenfold as the sword lunged toward him. He sidestepped deftly, that he could not afford to be injured. He had made a promise to her, "You dare to evade?" Li Tong's expression twisted. Long Sun's avoidance only fueled his displeasure. "All together now. Let us see where he tries to hide." Li Tong addressed the henchman behind him. Long Sun subtly moved his fingers, intending to cast a barrier. Yet someone was quicker than him. That a sword, entirely emerald green, descended from the heavens, standing before him, its sword aura like a rainbow, deflecting all incoming attacks. That it then swiftly returned to its mistress's hand. Lu Lingxi dropped from the tree, her toes barely touching the ground, the Chunqing sword in her hand still resonating with a faint, melodic hum. "I have never heard that our Ling Mountain teaches disciples to bully others." Taking advantage of numbers? Lu Lingxi questioned S.O. That was how he sustained his injuries. "Then aren't we supposed to practice swordsmanship?" "Senior brother Li, allow me to spar with you for a few rounds." After saying this, Lu Lingxi gathered her energy, stepping into the air, and aimed the Chunqing sword directly at his face. That Li Tong hurriedly raised his sword to block, only to be countered by Lu Lingxi's swift kick to his chest. The Chunqing sword struck fiercely against his right arm, causing the sword in his hand to clatter to the ground. Victory and defeat were decided in an instant. That it seems Senior Brother Li's swordplay is not as impressive as one might think. Lu Lingxi stood before him, sword in hand, looking down at him. "The do not let there be a second time. Otherwise, both I and Chunqing would not mind sparring with you a few more times." Li Tong, embarrassed, picked up his sword, supported by others as he left. Yet he did not forget to shoot a fierce glare at Lu Lingxi, and Long Xun and Lu Lingxi sheathed the Chunqing and turned to the snake, which had been bullied yet remained silent. Why did you not speak up for me? If she had not discovered this, how long were you planning to endure? You would be troubled. The snake does not wish to burden you. Lu Lingxi paused, understanding some reasons in her heart, but hearing him say it aloud felt different. This snake truly would not burden me. It is they who are in the wrong. Should there be a next time, you must tell me he cannot fight back. I will retaliate for him. Lu Lingxi gazed intently at Long Sun, her eyes filled with determination. Was she defending the snake? Though it seemed somewhat futile, Long Sun could not help but feel a surge of happiness. Chapter 24. Kneeling on his tail recently, Ling Mountain had indeed been somewhat unsettled, with rumors circulating. Not long ago, there were whispers that the Xian Yu immortal intended to take a demon as a personal disciple. Now, new rumors claimed that the little junior sister from the Spirit Sword Peak was challenging many for love. Initially, it was merely said that the junior sister was sparring with several senior brothers. But as the tale spread, it morphed into her disregarding camaraderie and ruthlessly injuring her senior brothers that Lu Lingxi. Slander, defamation, libel. It is true that I challenged many, but how can it be said to be for love? This is a grave insult to the pure relationship I share with the antagonist. Shui Zhao lounged casually against a peach tree. The little junior sister is indeed formidable, that Lu Lingxi. Who are you being sarcastic towards? Acting as if you wish to strike him, Shui Zhao quickly begged for mercy. Hey! It is not me being sarcastic. The whole of Ling Mountain is abuzz with this tale. Now that our master has entered seclusion, let us see who can save you to Lu Lingxi. I have done nothing wrong. I do not require Master's rescue. The girl's face was filled with stubbornness, brimming with defiance. Wait a moment. Elder Yin has sent someone to summon you to do not cry for senior brother to save you, Shui Zhao said, feigning a mournful expression, mimicking Lu Lingxi's tone. As if on cue, a disciple approached Lu Lingxi, cupping his hands in greeting. Junior sister Lu, Elder Yin requests your presence at the discipline hall. The matter had not yet reached a conclusion, yet they were already summoning her to the discipline hall. It was clear they intended to punish Lu Lingxi. Before the discipline hall, Lu Lingxi focused her gaze and realized that, besides Elder Yin, Elder Lin was also present, along with Ling Su. Before Lu Lingxi could approach, Elder Lin slammed his hand onto the table with a resounding clap. Wayward disciple. Elder Lin nearly pointed at Lu Lingxi's nose. Why did you injure senior brother Li? Hearing this, Lu Lingxi nearly laughed. The force she used yesterday, was that truly considered injuring him? It was evident that senior brother Li had provoked her first. Lu Lingxi refrained from mentioning Long Sun, for Elder Lin already harbored prejudice against him, and bringing it up would only add fuel to the fire. Moreover, if anyone were to be called injured, it was Long Sun who bore the brunt of it. Do you believe you are in the right? Elder Lin countered. Why do you not ask senior brother Li if he believes he has done wrong? Lu Lingxi retorted. You are truly incorrigible. Kneel before our ancestor tonight and reflect. Do not rise until you have copied the mountain rules. Elder Lin pointed at Lu Lingxi without discerning right from wrong, unilaterally determining her punishment. Elder junior sister. Ling Su attempted to intercede, but was restrained by Elder Yin, who shook his head. Elder Lin was adamant. No one could sway him. I will not copy that I am in the right. If there is to be punishment, it should be shared with Li Tong. The rebellious girl would rather endure punishment than compromise her sense of justice. Even if it meant mutual destruction, refuse to copy and take that demon and leave. Elder Lin thundered with rage. What was with Elder Lin? Why did it feel like he was targeting her recently? Afterward, Shui Zhao expressed his confusion. Conflicts among Ling Mountain disciples were common and usually handled by Elder Yin, with punishments typically light, involving reflection. Yet this time, Elder Lin intervened, demanding Lu Lingxi kneel before the sect hall without hesitation. He is not targeting me. He simply cannot tolerate Long Sun. Furthermore, Elder Lin had once been a disciple under the old Mountain Master alongside Xian, yet he always believed that the old Mountain Master would pass the mantle to him. But to his surprise, it was Xian Yu. For many years, the two have had an unspoken rivalry, with Elder Lin often targeting the Spirit Sword Peak unilaterally. Now, with Long Sun's arrival, would he not seize this opportunity? Senior brothers, you may return. Do not accompany me, that I will face the consequences alone. Lu Lingxi knelt in the sect hall, vigorously copying the rules. How exasperating. How could there be so many? Elder brother, let us go. The mountain rules junior sister has copied since childhood. Do you not trust her? Shui Zhao said to Ling Su that Lu Lingxi had always been mischievous, eager to try everything. Today she had blown up an alchemy furnace. And tomorrow she would tug at an elder's beard. She had not neglected to copy the mountain rules. Ling Su looked at the small figure kneeling on the ground, feeling a mix of disappointment and concern. I have warned you countless times not to act impulsively. Lu Lingxi defiantly raised her head. What impulsiveness! His sword was about to stab Long Sun's chest, she exaggeratedly described. Ling Su scoffed at this. With that demon-esque capabilities, how could he let them injure him? Only you would believe such a tale. That said, later, the disciples of Ling Mountain noticed that Ling Su and Shui Zhao seemed particularly fond of challenging Li Tong to sparring matches. Each time Li Tong lay on the stage in embarrassment and disarray. He began to suspect that the two were doing this deliberately. Yet the expressions on their faces were serious, and they politely said, I have learned much. Li Tong felt a profound sense of grievance. Under Lu Lingxi's insistence, Ling Su and Shui Zhao eventually departed, leaving the now empty sect hall with only Lu Lingxi remaining. Since her last exams in her previous life, she had not needed to face so many words again. Each glance felt like a fresh torment. While wearing a mask of agony, Lu Lingxi wrote furiously that I in the shadows. Long Sun learned of Lu Lingxi's punishment, that he stood beneath the tree, hesitant to approach her. It was because of him that she was punished. Host, the antagonist is watching you secretly, the system alerted Lu Lingxi. How did he find out? Lu Lingxi paused in her writing and turned to look at the source of the system's prompt. The tail of the snake was sticking out, quite a large one. It was remarkable how he managed to squeeze behind the tree. Did I just see that snake come out? Lu Lingxi deliberately spoke aloud. And upon being discovered, Long Sun no longer hid. He slowly emerged from behind the tree, his entire being emanating an aura of dejection. Lu Lingxi found it amusing. I am the one being punished. Why do you look even more sorrowful than I? Not saying anything was one thing, but mentioning it made Long Sun feel as if his tail had been stepped on. His eyes instantly reddened. I am sorry. It is because of me that he spoke in a muffled tone, coiling around her, his red eyes fixated on the distant candlelight, lost in thought that it was I who struck first, causing the punishment. Lu Lingxi comforted him. Long Sun merely shook his head, dryly repeating those few words. It is because of me. After saying this, he raised his glistening golden eyes to look at her, leaving her utterly speechless. Having knelt for too long on the hard floor, her knees began to ache. She shifted slightly, which was keenly noticed by Long Sun, that he immediately placed his long tail in front of her. Soft, kneel on it, he spoke with utmost seriousness, as if the tail before her was not his, but merely an ordinary cushion, that he stubbornly gazed at Lu Lingxi. If she did not comply, he would not relent. His tail was thick. It could better be described as sitting rather than kneeling. Lu Lingxi could not withstand his insistence, and truth be told, the tail was indeed soft. She felt her suffering knees ease considerably. Thus, he accompanied her, helping her finish the copying of the mountain rules. Chapter 25. The bittersweet taste. Lu Lingxi rubbed her wrist, finally having finished copying. Once completed, she would be free to return. She glanced at the snake that had obediently served as her cushion and stood up to stretch her long bent legs. Is your tail sore? Having been sat on for so long, seeing her rise, Long Sun retracted his tail and stirred slightly. You are quite light. The implication being that it did not hurt. Then shall we return? The copying is done, and it is getting late. Under the moonlight that was as cool as water, occasional glowing little spirits fluttered around them, and the gentle night breeze swept through, stirring the ribbons in Lu Lingxi's hair, brushing lightly against Long Sun's arm, creating a tantalizing tickle. That I am furious. The next time I see Li Tong, I will strike him again, that he truly has a knack for distorting the truth. You too. If he troubles you again, strike back fiercely. Do not confront him openly. Wait until nightfall. Throw a sack over his head, strike, and then flee. As two figures traversed the path back to the cottage, Lu Lingxi seethed with silent curses directed at Li Tong. Resembling a displeased ragdoll cat, Long Sun, in stark contrast, remained somewhat taciturn, seemingly lost in thought. His golden eyes, which typically sparkled with brilliance upon seeing Lu Lingxi, now appeared somewhat dimmed, suggesting a lack of enthusiasm. Yet he still echoed her sentiments. All right, as you wish. Upon noticing his discontent, Lu Lingxi inquired, What troubles you? Are you still upset? I've already said it's not your fault. It's that detestable Li Tong. Had he not provoked us for no reason, I wouldn't he have drawn my sword, and naturally, I wouldn't have faced a penalty. Whether he absorbed her words was uncertain. His gaze flickered momentarily, affirming her sentiment. Indeed, he was utterly insufferable. All right, I've arrived. You should return and rest soon. Thank you for accompanying me tonight, she said, her eyes crinkling into a smile that, in Long Sun's eyes, surpassed even the most enchanting moonlight in its softness. How could she be so kind? Despite the fact that all her tribulations stemmed from him, and her sword was drawn against their own, she consistently turned to comfort him. Long Sun felt a twinge of embarrassment as warmth flushed his eyes, his heart racing, his blood stirring with an odd restlessness. Yet, he was a serpent. How could he feel warmth? He longed to bind her with his tail, as he did upon their first encounter. Relishing that intimate warmth of skin against skin that in the end, however, the serpent did nothing but steal a glance at her under the moonlight, his pupils resembling golden glass beads, clear and beautiful, reflecting the image of the girl before him. Upon returning to his own cottage, Long Sun gazed at the moon for the first time, harboring thoughts of distancing himself from Lu Lingxi. Would her proximity to him bring her misfortune due to his serpentine nature? The serpent felt a pang of sorrow, to the point where he could not articulate his emotions with any finesse, only able to distill it into a blunt expression of sadness. What now? Do you wish to possess her? A seductive voice echoed in his mind. Who is it? Long Sun reacted swiftly, his vigilance heightened, his golden eyes piercing as they scrutinized the room, even summoning his black iron sword. His inky hair billowing in the night breeze to me. I'm here to assist you in obtaining what you desire. The voice chuckled, as if it emanated from the depths of Long Sun's own mind. Luring him further, it's all that wretch's fault. If not for him, she wouldn't he have faced punishment, eliminate him, and she will no longer be troubled by it. Don't you wish to treat her well? Silence, silence, cease your words. Long Sun pressed a hand against the table, his brow furrowing in pain, feeling the throbbing at his temples become increasingly bothersome. Or perhaps, do you wish to possess her? Go forth, claim her. Mark her as yours, so that you may be together eternally. No one can separate you. Isn't that what you desire? Hurry now. Seeing that Long Sun was not easily swayed, the voice shifted its approach, continuing to tempt him. Become mine? Become a serpent-s. Enveloped in turmoil, Long Sun's gaze grew unfocused, as if he had succumbed to the beautiful dream woven for him. Heat crept across his cheeks. His breath grew heavy. The allure of that phrase was overwhelming, enough to intoxicate him with mere contemplation. Unexpectedly, the image of Lu Lingxi, rubbing her wrist, invaded his thoughts that no, he had no right to do this. How could he presume? Long Sun's reddened eyes quivered, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. He struggled to regain focus, to extricate himself from that enchanting reverie. Anyone intending to harm her, even himself, he deemed utterly unforgivable. Long Sun concentrated, channeling his energy as golden spiritual essence enveloped him, flowing into his spiritual abode that he found it. Long Sun flipped his hand, condensing the energy to strike at a specific point within his spiritual realm. In a frenzied state, he disregarded the fact that this was his own sanctuary, fiercely determined to eradicate that voice. Damn it. Do you think driving me away will suffice, were it not for the obsessions in your heart? I would not be here to tempt you. As the voice began to fade, it seemed to resign itself, no longer attempting to entice Long Sun, that he was acutely aware of what frightened him. Knowing precisely where to strike. You, a mere creature, what use is your protection of her? Humans and demons are destined to part ways. The direct disciple of the Mountain Lord, such a bright future awaits. Why bind yourself to a mere serpent? All her suffering is due to you, and now you are the subject of gossip among your peers. Who knows what fate awaits you? Expulsion from the sect. Death without a trace. You are a burden to her, a calamity, the root of her misfortune. How can you still have the audacity to remain by her side? Utter nonsense. Then perish. Long Sun appeared unfazed. His voice steadied as he swiftly formed a seal, completely extinguishing that voice that no longer tormented by discordant noises. His state was not as composed as he had imagined. His breath grew increasingly labored. Those words echoed incessantly in his mind. Drilling into his thoughts, Long Sun, unable to withstand it, cradled his head as he collapsed onto the ground, his tail curling up in a protective embrace. Expulsion from the sect, Death without a trace, burden, misfortune. These words relentlessly prodded at his nerves. He could not allow her to be expelled, could not let her meet an untimely end, could not allow her to suffer. He could not remain by her side. Such was the plight of a serpent. Once more, he wept silently, reminiscent of their first encounter, yet this time devoid of the warm hand that once gently stroked his hair. The cold jade tiles beneath him felt chillier than his own form as he remained huddled on the ground, staring blankly at the two peach blossoms on the table, nurtured with care and still blooming vibrantly. The blossoms reflected in his golden eyes, appearing like two brilliant flames. He cautiously reached out, as if to caress the delicate petals, but ultimately withdrew, his fingers curling into a fist. Such thoughts are forbidden, that I dare not indulge in them, unworthy of such dreams. The serpent, once devoid of desire, tasted the bitterness of longing for the first time. Whether due to the flower or the person, he could not ascertain. Little Theater, Long Sun and Lingxi extend their New Year greetings to everyone. Happy New Year, all. Chapter 26. He said, see you tomorrow. System. How am I supposed to carry out this task? Lu Lingxi sat before her vanity, unpinning the hairpin from her bun, suddenly recalling the task the system had previously mentioned. That don't ask the system. Even it doesn't know, as no directives have come through. The system replied, feeling somewhat guilty, fearing she might uncover something amiss. Have you noticed something strange about the antagonist? He doesn't seem as vicious as depicted in the original text. The thought of Long Sun's somewhat shy golden eyes flashed through her mind. Perhaps it's because you've altered his fate from the very beginning. In his past life, he was slandered and hunted the moment he appeared, turning even a normal serpent into a psychologically warped being. This time, you brought him back to Ling Mountain and have consistently defended him. He is on the verge of becoming a truly good serpent. The system cheered her on, waving tiny red flags. Lu Lingxi stroked her chin, contemplating, that makes a bit of sense, and no wonder he seems somewhat dependent on me, much like how I rescued my little dog. Little dog, the system, unfamiliar with this reference, assumed it was another creature Lu Lingxi had saved. It is my pet dog, once astray. After I rescued him, he began to see me as his mother, unlike how he behaves towards others, often baring his teeth. Did I tee this? Lu Lingxi couldn't help but chuckle. Thinking about it, Long Sun truly resembled that little dog, fierce towards others but affectionate towards her mother. So in your heart, the antagonist holds the same position as a puppy. You even consider him a son? The system was taken aback. How can we have you fall in love with the antagonist then? I merely meant he is somewhat similar. Hearing the system's tone, Lu Lingxi envisioned a screen filled with garbled text. As if the system were in shock. Knock, knock, knock to HM. Who could be knocking at this hour? Lu Lingxi paused her mental conversation with the system, rising to answer the door. It's her good son. Oh no. The system has led me astray. She quickly shook her head, dismissing her earlier whimsical thoughts that it was Long Sun, who had departed only a short while ago. His eyelids bore a faint blush, and the corners of his lips were pressed into a thin line, taut enough to strain his jaw. What is the matter? Why do you suddenly look so troubled? It's been less than half an hour since we parted. What brings you back? Seeing him appear as though he might shatter at a touch. Lu Lingxi dared not raise her voice. Long Sun pressed his lips together, his throat feeling constricted, as if a lump of cotton were lodged within. What should he say? That he was leaving and merely wished to catch one last glimpse of her. To hear her voice once more? It was predictable that Lu Lingxi would urge him to stay, but that was not his desire. His golden pupils trembled slightly, a smile gracing his features, yet a bitter whirlpool swirled within his gaze. Thank you. Long Sun looked at her with his mismatched golden eyes. His face, as striking as marble, still bore the same gentle expression. All his unspoken sentiments distilled into 3 light words. Thank you for allowing the serpent to remain by your side. Thank you for defending the serpent. This was the first time he had felt kindness in his life. You came all the way here in the middle of the night just to say this? Lu Lingxi felt somewhat bewildered, vaguely sensing that Long Xuan's words concealed a deeper meaning. And no need to thank me. You are naturally my friend, and since I brought you back, I will surely take responsibility for you. This statement was sincere. Though she had initially approached him due to her mission, she now genuinely regarded him as a friend. Perhaps it was the first time he cried in her embrace like a helpless little beast, or the moment he saved her and the villagers from the demon cocoon cave, or when he, a formidable serpent, chose to endure bullying rather than trouble her. Regardless, by the time Lu Lingxi processed her thoughts, her internal balance had gradually tipped in his favor. As she had stated, it was not solely because of the mission. She earnestly wished for him to achieve his goals and escape the tragic fate of his previous life. Longshuan's fingers, which were clasped behind him, fidgeted slightly as he indulged himself in lingering a little longer with her. He internally mused, "May I come in for a cup of tea? Of course, but be warned that drinking tea at night can lead to sleeplessness. Would you like me to brew you a floral tea?" Lu Lingxi opened the door, just a crack to allow him entry, contemplating that she hadn't fallen asleep either, so she acquiesced. The truth was, Longshuan had been acting rather strangely tonight, as if he were suppressing something. Her tea-brewing motions were fluid and graceful, warming the cup, adding the tea leaves, pouring the water, discarding the first brew, rinsing the cup and serving the tea, all of which were a delight to behold. Her continuous actions held Longshuan's gaze captive, his eyes lingering on her face with an affectionate intensity that he meticulously traced her brows, her eyes, and her lips with his longing gaze, as if he wished to etch her likeness deeply into his heart. But he found himself utterly enamored with the person before him, so much so that merely gazing at her without action filled him with a profound sense of contentment. As his serpent tail finally shed its skin, he fantasized about returning to her side. Simply being near her was enough. He dared not wish for more, for greed could lead to irrevocable ruin. "All right, you can drink now. This tea is brewed from the peach blossom petals from my courtyard. Do give it a taste," Lu Lingxi said, handing him the cup, the pale pink liquid reminiscent of the blush on her cheeks. "It's delightful," he replied, lowering his head to sip the tea, its aroma wafting forth, infused with the unique flavor of peach blossoms, tugging at his heartstrings with a bittersweet pang. After this cup, the dreams of these past days would awaken. He should not linger, relying on her kindness, for that would be too selfish. Suddenly, ripples spread across the tea's surface, a drop of water having fallen into it from an unknown source. Longshuan, feeling flustered, turned his head, anxious not to let Lu Lingxi witness this embarrassing sight that he had intended to leave, not wanting her to perceive him as a weeping and useless serpent. "What's wrong? Did the tea bring you to tears?" "Surely not," Lu Lingxi exclaimed, having noticed her beautiful countenance marred by concern. However, she couldn't focus on that now. Her hurried questions revealed her agitation. "It's nothing. I should be leaving. Thank you for the tea," Longshuan said hastily, rising to his feet, concealing the lump in his throat, his fingertips nervously rubbing the hem of his garment. Since they had begun spending time together, it was the first time Lu Lingxi had seen him so anxious. And on top of that, he had been repeatedly expressing gratitude, which inexplicably caused her heart to race. Perhaps one has an innate sense of impending farewells. Watching Longshuan's figure gradually recede, she suddenly called out, "See you tomorrow." Longshuan paused, taking a moment to turn around, his eyes filled with mirth, as he replied with a smile, "See you tomorrow," just as he always did. Yet in that fleeting moment of turning away, a tide of sorrow flooded his gaze. "That I'm sorry. The serpent has lied," he thought. Yet the serpent truly longed to see her again the next day, that he recalled the first time he arrived at Ling Mountain when she cheerfully said to him, "See you tomorrow." Now it had become their final words before parting. Chapter 27. He is left. "Thank you. I'm leaving now." Longshuan's pen paused, the unfinished sentence seeming to lose its chance of completion. He had intended to say, "Wait for me until I completely transform, until I am no longer a burden to you." But then he considered, what right did he have to ask her to wait? The prolonged silence caused the ink on the pen tip to drip and cover the unfinished words. Longshuan slowly wrote again, entirely blacking out the words "wait for me," as if erasing the chance for her to know his innermost feelings. His handwriting was not particularly skillful. He had only learned to write after arriving at Ling Mountain under Lu Lingxi's guidance. Those daily 2-hour writing tasks were his most secret and joyful moments, allowing him to draw near to her freely and observe her. The very first word he truly learned to write was Lu Lingxi's name. He meticulously copied her calligraphy, obsessively wishing everything about him to be connected to her. In the stillness of the night, when silence enveloped the world, his longing would surge unexpectedly, and he would write her name over and over on countless sheets of paper, pouring all his joy and affection into the black and white ink. "Wishing you peace," he penned on a sufficiently spacious sheet. But in his heart, he struggled to condense his thoughts, unable to articulate much. That it wasn't that he didn't know what to write. Rather, he wished to express so much. Yet feared that revealing too much would put her in a difficult position, dreading that if he wrote too much, he would become unwilling to leave. After much hesitation, he finally inscribed her name. Wishing you peace, Lingxi. Those simple two characters concealed his boundless affection. Lingxi, oh Lingxi, he had never dared to call her that in her presence. Even writing her name in private was done in secret. His pale, slender fingers lingered on those two characters, pondering if a monster would covet her, wondering if she would find it repulsive, surveying the modest room he had occupied for over a month. He found few belongings that belonged to him. Only the two peach blossoms he cherished, placed on his bedside, were gifts from her. Truly his in the courtyard, the peach tree swayed, sending a flurry of petals cascading down. Longshuan, with his agile tail, approached her window silently. Like a spectral figure, he stood at her window frame, while the occupant remained blissfully unaware of his presence, lost in dreams. Longshuan deftly leaped inside, gently placing the letter he had written on her tea table. The young girl on the bed slept soundly, her cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue. She mumbled something in her sleep, kicking off the covers, her arm resting on the smooth silk blanket. As pale as a lotus root, unable to restrain his base thoughts, Longshuan found himself drawn closer to the sleeping girl, cautiously pulling the blanket back over her. Lu Lingxi's breathing was steady, her lips slightly upturned, making one wonder if she was dreaming of something beautiful. Longshuan tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. They say that gentle souls have soft hair, and indeed, hers was fine and lush. Just like her character, Longshuan, as if enchanted, half closed his eyes, closing the distance between them. Gradually, he felt her breath caressing his face, and the rhythmic beating of her heart resonating in his chest. But more intense was his own heartbeat, pounding violently as if it wished to offer all its remaining beats to her at this moment, unbothered by the prospect of dying the next second, that in a posture that felt sacrilegious. His trembling lips brushed against her rosy corner, and indeed, it was as soft as he had imagined. He seemed to forget to breathe, his face flushing red as he finally pulled away. How despicable, he thought, the act of secretly desecrating her purity causing his ears to flush crimson. Longshuan's eyes held a vague, inscrutable depth, his breath still uneven, as he touched his lips, seemingly savoring the moment. If in the end he could not gain heaven's favor and could not fully transform, he would rely on this stolen intimacy of the night, hiding in the shadows to protect her throughout this hidden life. Just the thought of this possibility made his heart ache as if it were being torn apart. The moonlight gradually became shrouded by clouds, and Longshuan cast one last glance at the figure on the bed, his gaze burning with intensity, as if to convey something unspeakable. Junior sister, rise and practice your swordsmanship. Before she was fully awake, Lu Lingxi heard Shuizhao's voice, wailing like a banshee. Had she slept particularly soundly this night? Lu Lingxi struggled to turn over in bed, finding it difficult to get up, lying there for a brief moment before finally rising, her head still feeling a bit foggy. Where did this letter come from? Upon waking, she noticed the letter placed conspicuously on the table, recalling that it hadn't been there the previous day. She reached for it, curious to see who had left it. Oh no, system. The villain has left. Lu Lingxi suddenly shouted in her mind, holding the letter written by Longshuan from last night. Thank you, I'm leaving. A mass of black ink. I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position, causing you to suffer. Wishing you peace, Lingxi signed. The serpent Lu Lingxi read through the brief letter word by word, and no wonder he had been so peculiar last night. He had been planning to leave all along. Why hadn't he told her beforehand? She felt a pang of grievance, believing she had gained the villain's trust, only to find he had departed without a word. Wishing you peace. He was gone. The mission target was lost. The mission would remain uncompleted. She could hardly escape death. How could she wish for peace? Calm down, host. The system indicates that the villain is still at Ling Mountain and has not departed. The system hastily reassured her. Junior sister. Seeing that Lu Lingxi had not emerged for a long time, Shuizhao leaned in through the window, half of his body visible. What are you looking at? You look as if you are about to cry. Shuizhao curiously reached out to pull over the piece of paper and took a glance. Oh, so that snake is left. Huh. In truth, since last night, Shuizhao had an inkling of the snake's intentions that I don't understand, senior brother. Everyone has said it's not his fault, so why must he leave? Lu Lingxi was filled with confusion and sorrow. Shui Zhao roughly ruffled her hair, saying, "It's because he cannot accept that you were punished because of him. It has nothing to do with blame." You silly girl, that of course she did not comprehend. It was simply that no man would wish to see the woman he cherished suffer due to him. The snake must have departed with a similar sentiment. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi felt even more despondent, as it was clearly not his fault, nor his doing. Chapter 28. Concern for him, where do you think he could have gone? Is he still at Ling Mountain? But Ling Mountain is so vast. How could I possibly find him? If he wishes to avoid me, then I have no hope of locating him. It had been 3 days since Long Sun had left, and Lu Lingxi was still attempting to search for him. In this unfamiliar land, would he be bullied? Lu Lingxi felt her worries were not unfounded. Just a few days prior, that snake had foolishly stood as a target for others to practice their swordplay. Host, have you forgotten how he once struck down the demon cocoon with his tail? The system reminded her. But what if he cannot find food? Could he starve to death? How tragic it would be. The first villain in history to perish from hunger. Lu Lingxi's thoughts spiraled. Host, he is a villain, not a helpless fool. The system felt its host seemed to regard the villain as completely ignorant, that Lu Lingxi was consumed with worry, feeling as if the foolish puppy she had raised had run away to become a stray dog. She feared her silly dog wouldn't know how to scavenge for food and might starve, worried he could be bullied by stronger stray dogs, and concerned he would find no place to rest. As she wandered, she unknowingly arrived at the small wooden cabin where Long Sun had previously resided. The cabin appeared unchanged since his departure, yet when she opened the door, there would be no eager snake with bright eyes rushing out to greet her. She sighed, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over her upon entering. She noticed that the furnishings were almost as they had been. When he came, he had been solitary as a snake, and when he left, he took nothing with him. Her gaze was drawn to the empty vase by the bedside, the one she had used to place the 2 peach blossoms for Long Sun. Now, the vase was utterly devoid of flowers. Suddenly, Lu Lingxi felt a pang of sadness. That silly snake had taken nothing but the peach blossoms she had gifted him. Were they truly so precious? They were merely 2 branches of peach blossoms, and she had countless in her courtyard. Nonetheless, the fact that he had been treated specially by a certain snake stirred a sweet feeling within her. Li Shixiang, you indeed have a way. That snake demon has truly been forced away. A fawning voice echoed. Who besides her would come here? Lu Lingxi swiftly ducked into a small corner. Damn, upon seeing who it was, I couldn't help but gasp softly. It's indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. It's that group of Li Tong again. What are they doing here? She wondered that I don't know what that Lu Shimi is thinking, especially favoring a mere demon. The speaker's tone dripped with disdain. To me, she is just a woman. Being accepted as a disciple by Elder Xian Yi is already her good fortune. True. Perhaps her swordsmanship isn't even as good as mine. They sneered. Who knows what tricks she used to be taken under his wing? These fools dared to maliciously speculate about Lu Lingxi when no one was watching. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi felt a mix of amusement and anger. It was no surprise that such short-sighted individuals could never rise in life. That demon is gone. This place is of no use now, that I find it inauspicious to keep a dwelling once inhabited by a demon. Their true purpose in coming here was clear. They still harbored resentment after Long Sun's departure and sought to burn down the cabin he had once inhabited. Just as one of them had initiated a fire spell, not even waiting for the flames to fully ignite, Lu Lingxi emerged, extinguishing the flames with her spiritual power. So, my fellow disciples harbor some discontent towards me. Do they? A sword cultivator has their own methods of resolution, that if you truly have grievances, you can challenge me openly on the arena. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is hardly honorable. Is it? Lu Lingxi stood beside the extinguished fire, her gaze unwavering and unafraid, showing no sign of intimidation that in her life she despised gossips. Oh no, she loathed those arrogant men who spoke arrogantly, as if their own weakness could only be remedied by belittling stronger women. It was as if their self-esteem could only be salvaged by disparaging females. The group had not expected to be caught in their own treachery, their faces turning awkward. They did not wish to openly confront Lu Lingxi. As the disciples of Lingjian Mountain were of varying ranks, and publicly clashing with her would yield no benefit to them. Surely not. Little Shimmy? We merely spoke carelessly. One of the disciples had already lowered his stance. Seeking forgiveness that If memory serves, it was you who just claimed you did not know how she managed to win over my senior brother and be accepted as a disciple of our master. Just moments ago, he had been arrogant. Now he was begging for mercy. That it was as if he had stepped into a theatrical performance of sudden role reversals. Hey, don't forget, my senior brothers are only Ling Su and Shui Zhao. You should address me as Lu Shimi. That Lu Lingxi raised her hand, interrupting the disciple and correcting his address. Just as she and Shui Zhao referred to Ling Su as senior brother, other disciples simply called him that. For the three were genuine disciples of Xianyu, whereas the others were merely fellow apprentices. That it was akin to modern graduate students. The three were under the same advisor, while others were not even graduate students, but merely students of the same institution. A single word could make all the difference. Did he not care about this? Lu Lingxi constantly reminded him. I am a direct disciple, whereas you are merely an ordinary inner disciple. How does that sit with you? Are you angry? You should be. She typically did not enjoy using this to assert dominance. When other disciples referred to her as Little Shimmy, she would gladly accept it. Yet today, she had no desire to show favor towards Li Tong and his group. To kill and wound the heart is no small matter, Lu Lingxi thought with malice. It was merely a subtle jab at their weaknesses. You? Li Tong looked as if he were a mute eating bitter herbs. Unable to voice his grievances, ultimately resorting to a huff as he flicked his sleeves in anger. Just you wait. In a few days, once I become a direct disciple as well, we shall see how you behave. With the thought of that promise, he felt a sense of relief, as if the title of direct disciple was already within his grasp. Host, it seems Li Tong is acting rather strangely. There is an aura about him that the system cannot detect. The system alerted Lu Lingxi, noticing Li Tong's unusual demeanor. Let him come. I fear him not. Lu Lingxi felt confident in her ability to handle a mere Li Tong. Then I shall await my senior brother on the arena tomorrow, lest they claim I succeeded through underhanded means to enter our master's fold. With her words, she casually cast a glance at the group of disciples, who all understood to whom her statement was directed. Should my shimmy lose, do not hold it against me. Li Tong smirked, confident of his victory. Chapter 29. Intent to kill late at night. Within Li Tong's quarters, Master, I have followed your instructions and arranged for Lu Lingxi to face Li Tong tomorrow. He spoke, hunched over and adopting a servile demeanor before the figure he referred to as Master. Clad in a black robe, the Master remained with their back turned to Li Tong, their voice hoarse and indistinct. Well done. Tomorrow, I shall ensure your victory. If possible, eliminate her. The words from the black-robed figure carried a chilling malice. Li Tong rubbed his hands together, feeling conflicted. But she is a disciple of Xianyu. Killing her could pose significant complications, right? Moreover, this is merely a standard duel. He hesitated, his reluctance not stemming from a desire to spare Lu Lingxi, but from the potential trouble that could arise if she were to die at his hands during the duel. The black-robed figure cast him a sidelong glance, speaking with disdain. Humans are truly selfish and cunning. Do you wish to abandon your ambition of becoming a disciple of Xianyu? As long as you can kill her. I have ways to ensure you escape unscathed, and I can also facilitate your entry into a sect. That Li Tong nodded vigorously, finally hearing the assurance he sought. Yes, Master, your power is unmatched. However, her strength far exceeds mine. He continued, glancing nervously at the black-robed figure. Suppress those petty thoughts of yours. The black-robed figure waved their hand, and a dark energy surged into Li Tong's body. Li Tong felt an overwhelming force filling him. Is this power, the power I have longed for? He felt a tinge of madness as he experienced the energy coursing through him, his eyes turning red as if possessed. The black-robed figure scoffed at his reaction. Humans, with their vile and corrupt hearts, are indeed the most suitable nourishment for demonic energy. Remember, should you fail tomorrow, your life will be forfeit. After uttering these ominous words, the figure dissipated into a cloud of darkness, vanishing from sight. The next morning, the area around the duel arena was already encircled by countless disciples, all evidently curious about this impending confrontation. What is going on with Senior Brother Li? In the past 2 days, he has been competing with Senior Brothers Ling and Shui, and now he seeks to challenge our little shimmy. Surely he does not believe he can prevail over the elder brothers and thinks he can triumph over the younger sister? Whispered one disciple, bemused. The spring-born sword in the hands of the junior sister is not to be trifled with. It is said that even Senior Brother Shui occasionally finds himself bested by her blade. Ahem, how did I end up as the subject of this gossip? Shui Zhao, clutching his sword, listened intently from the side, only to hear his name mentioned the next moment. Junior brother, it's time to practice your swordsmanship properly. Ling Su, standing nearby, chuckled silently as he patted Shui Zhao's shoulder. Shui Zhao wore a somewhat unnatural expression, for though the junior sister had entered the sect later than he, everyone knew how astute she was. Ahem, after all, victories and defeats are commonplace in martial arts. Losing to a junior sister is hardly shameful, though it does somewhat compromise his dignity as a senior brother. Ditto, the junior sister has arrived. Shui Zhao's keen eyes spotted a young girl clad in azure, her demeanor relaxed and radiating confidence for the forthcoming duel. How did this become my affair again? Ling Su checked the dueling platform for any irregularities. Feeling slightly reassured that it was he who acted in a manner unseemly, engaging in clandestine dealings that he could tolerate being scolded behind his back, but when it came to insults directed at him and second senior brother, that was simply intolerable. He believed his swordsmanship to be superior to mine, so let us have a match, lest he think I cannot bear to lose. That Lu Lingxi did not wish to repeat the nauseating words spoken by Li Tong. She merely explained why the two had suddenly arranged a duel. Ling Su frowned as he glanced at Li Tong, surrounded by onlookers, unable to fathom how the usually honest Li Shidi could harbor such a demeanor. Let us keep it brief. Ling Su cautioned her, concerned that Lu Lingxi might act impulsively. He had grown accustomed to rescuing her from such predicaments that I understand. I will not harm anyone's life. I am well aware of the rules of the dueling platform. Lu Lingxi flicked the ribbon from her hair, casting a reassuring glance at the two of them. The dueling platform was established for disciples to spar and exchange techniques. It was common for many disciples to engage in spirited matches there. Though injuries occasionally occurred, they rarely posed a threat to life. Junior sister, good luck. Second senior brother will help you loosen up those shoulders and give him a good thrashing. Shui Zhao's long fingers mercilessly kneaded Lu Lingxi's slender shoulders. No need, really. My shoulder blades are about to shatter. The match was presided over by Brother Duan, a disciple under Elder Lin, along with Li Shidi. Lu Shimi, remember not to harm anyone's life. As the words fell, a drum sounded, signaling the commencement of their duel. Brother, how many moves do you think the junior sister will take to win? Shui Zhao leaned against a nearby pillar, observing Lu Lingxi on the platform. Ling Su, upon hearing this, tapped his sword sheath, his expression unchanged. Not more than 5 moves. Then, Lu Lingxi leaped gracefully, her toes barely touching the ground as she soared above Li Tong. The spring-born sword emanating a formidable aura as it descended. Li Tong hurriedly raised his sword to defend, yet was forcefully pushed back several steps by the overwhelming sword energy, barely managing to steady himself. Before he could recover, Lu Lingxi struck again. His stance was unsteady, clearly indicative of a lack of solid foundational skills. The spring-born sword targeted his weaknesses expertly. With a sweeping cut, his sword clattered to the ground. Lu Lingxi gracefully twirled the spring-born sword behind her, mimicking Long Sun's demeanor as she tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips. Brother Li, that's the second time. Her teasing tone dripped with sarcasm. Li Tong certainly understood her implication. She had indeed disarmed him for the second time. The junior sister is truly formidable. Indeed, she is worthy of being taken under Elder Xian Yu's wing. There is a clear distinction between inner disciples and those directly taught. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Li Tong felt as though he had been slapped across the face, both stinging and humiliating. This is not my fault, junior sister, he thought to himself, channeling the power that the cloaked figure had implanted within him the previous night. Casting a glance at the sword abandoned nearby and at Lu Lingxi, who had turned her back to him, he suddenly lunged forward, sword in hand, directly targeting her back. Junior sister, be careful. Ling Su was the first to sense something amiss and urgently called out. Lu Lingxi, sensing the murderous intent from behind, yes, murderous intent, instantly shifted from her relaxed demeanor to one of seriousness. Could it be that Li Tong intended to kill her? How dare this scoundrel play such underhanded tricks? Almost simultaneously with Ling Su's warning, Lu Lingxi pivoted and blocked this lethal strike. That it was evident how much effort Li Tong exerted. Her hands trembled slightly from the impact. That was close. She nearly split in half. Lu Lingxi had no doubt that had she not evaded in time, she would have spilled blood on the spot. Anyone watching? A small voice piped up. Li Tong is dead. Hadn't the junior sister already claimed victory? What was Li Shixiang doing? My goodness, if Lu Shimi hadn't blocked that, the consequences would have been dire. Those who arrived late were still oblivious to the situation, bombarding questions. Brother, there's something off about Li Tong. Shui Zhao's eyes were glued to the unfolding events on the platform. He clearly sensed something was amiss. Did you notice? He suddenly unleashed a surge of power that did not belong to him. Ling Su gripped his frost blade, a hint of unease in his demeanor. Has Li Tong gone mad? Every strike aimed to take her life. He continued his relentless assault on Lu Lingxi, who found herself retreating defensively. How strange. Given his current cultivation, he should not be capable of such prowess. Seizing an opportune moment, Lu Lingxi balanced on the blade of Li Tong's sword and executed a backflip, delivering a powerful kick to his back. She put all her strength into it, determined to retaliate for his sneak attack, that Li Tong was sent sprawling to the ground, prompting a burst of cheers from the surrounding disciples. Brother Duan quickly intervened. Stop! This match is won by Lu Shimi. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Tong remained undeterred, charging forward with reckless abandon. Sword raised, Lu Lingxi shoved the unsuspecting brother Duan aside that if she had managed to defeat him once and then again, she could certainly do so a third time. Unafraid, she stood her ground against the oncoming sword wind, the orchid tassels in her hair jingling melodically. This was no ordinary duel. Ling Su leapt onto the platform, intent on assisting Lu Lingxi in subduing the evidently frenzied Li Tong. However, Li Tong suddenly convulsed violently, froth spilling from his mouth. Before Lu Lingxi could mount her offensive, he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. What? Is this a ruse? Lu Lingxi mused, bewildered. She hadn't even made a move yet. Thank goodness, so many witnesses were present. Otherwise, explaining herself would have been a Herculean task. Ling Su crouched down to examine Li Tong's condition. The fallen youth lay still, having long since drawn his last breath. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he exchanged a knowing glance with Duan Wei, who promptly began to disperse the crowd of disciples. Brothers and sisters, please return for now. This matter is somewhat suspicious, and we must consult the elders that I hope you all leave promptly to avoid incurring their wrath. Seeing the grave expressions on Duan Wei and Ling Su's faces, the disciples recognized that the situation was far from simple. Though curiosity piqued, they dared not linger. What happened, brother? Why didn't he even touch him? Lu Lingxi inquired as she too knelt to inspect the scene. Li Tong's orifices bled profusely, veins bulging in his neck, eyes wide in death. Fixated on Lu Lingxi with an unblinking stare, that I in the shadows, a cloaked figure quietly departed, that I warned you. Should you fail, your life would be forfeit. I did not expect someone to act prematurely, that it seems the serpent demon indeed protects that girl that no matter. There is no rush. The bloodshed at this moment is yet insufficiently pure. Ling Su withdrew his probing hand, wiping the reverse-flowing energy on the cloth Shui Zhao had handed him. Exploding from within, it appears he employed some forbidden technique that is it truly worth sacrificing one's life for a mere duel. Lu Lingxi pondered, finding the male pride of certain men utterly terrifying. To risk everything for a match seemed absurd. Ling Su shook his head. He clearly intended to kill you, that it is fortunate you managed to evade that lethal blow. With no enmity between us, why would he wish to kill me? Lu Lingxi was genuinely perplexed. She had no grudge against Li Tong. Their encounters had merely been for Long Sun's sake. Could it be that he harbored resentment over those few skirmishes? It was not a forbidden technique. It was demonic energy, Elder Yin declared, having arrived unbeknownst to anyone that he gazed at Li Tong's corpse and rendered his judgment. Demonic energy? How could this be? The faces of the onlookers turned pale with disbelief. The demon race had been eradicated for centuries, their entire lineage sealed beneath millions of meters of ocean depths by the sacrifice of the dragon god, bound in a formation using the bodies of the dragon clan, ensuring generations of suppression against the demonic tribe. The battle had been widely spoken of among the seniors in the cultivation world, noted for its brutality. The dragon goddess kin had stained the skies with blood, leaving no descendants. The dragon god and the demon race had long since become relics of a bygone era. No one had seen a dragon for generations. Elder Yin commanded, "First, let us place Li Tong's body in the Hall of Remembrance. The mountain lord is in seclusion, and we must await Elder Lin's arrival." Preposterous, preposterous. It was one thing for you to engage in petty squabbles before, but now you have taken a life, and yet again, it is you. Elder Lin paced around Lu Lingxi, agitated. Shui Zhao interjected on Lu Lingxi's behalf. We cannot place the blame solely on her. This was merely an ordinary duel. That it was Li Tong who resorted to forbidden techniques. And he clearly aimed to take my junior sister's life. Indeed, it was I who nearly became kindling. The girl is not the one at fault. Lu Lingxi added, Must you always target me, without discernment? Lu Lingxi mumbled softly, careful not to let Elder Lin hear her. Senior brother, please don't rush. Elder Yin, who took Ling Su to examine Li Tong's corpse, has returned just in time. From the condition of Li Tong's body, it appears he activated the demonic energy within himself to greatly enhance his strength, but ultimately his meridians went into reverse flow. The most pressing matter now is to uncover the reason behind Li Tong's collusion with the Demon Clan. The resurgence of the Demon Clan is not something the Dragon God Clan can suppress anymore. Elder Yin, filled with worry, advised gently. Are you implying that this matter has nothing to do with her? Elder Lin turned around, pointing a finger at Lu Lingxi, who stood nearby. Lu Lingxi replied, The Demon Clan has nothing to do with me. It's as if I were the dog on the roadside that got kicked. Indeed, Li Tong's death had no connection to her. Moreover, according to the other disciples, it was Li Tong who harbored murderous intent. Elder Yin found it perplexing why the usually meticulous Elder Lin had suddenly become so obstinate. Elder Lin, if I must admit my fault regarding Li Shixiao, it is that I should not have invited him to the battle platform. However, Li Shixiang's possession by demonic energy and his untimely death have nothing to do with me. Furthermore, my senior brothers and sisters can attest that I did not lay a hand on him. In fact, it was Li Shixiang who sought to kill me. The Lu Lingxi articulated her point clearly. Seeing that Elder Yin was inclined to speak on Lu Lingxi's behalf, Elder Lin understood that imposing a severe punishment on her was no longer feasible. Damn it, that I will investigate the matter of the demonic energy myself. However, the fact that Li Tong died during your duel is undeniable. From this day forth, you are to be confined for reflection on the back mountain. Ling Su and Shui Zhao, you two are prohibited from visiting her, Elder Lin declared as he departed. Hey, senior brother? Elder Yin called out from behind. Let me try to persuade him again. None of us expected this turn of events. Dear Lingxi, you have already suffered enough. Lu Lingxi had no issue with being confined, but she did not wish to bear the blame for murder. Moreover, the matter of demonic energy was serious. The original text had described the resurgence of the Demon Clan, leading to the suffering of countless beings and the near destruction of Ling Mountain. With this thought, her expression turned grave as she reminded Ling Su, Senior brother, we must ascertain the source of the demonic energy. Now that I am aware of the story's trajectory, I should avoid as much as I can. Chapter 31. Punished to the back mountain, damn it. What is happening? Did you not say it was foolproof? Elder Lin questioned the figure in black robes before him. Do you realize that if I do not divert that girl, it will inevitably lead back to me? The figure in black seemed unfazed, merely revealing a slight flaw. Shoo, keep it down that if anyone discovers that the esteemed Elder Lin of Ling Mountain is mingling with a lowly Demon Clan member, it would be quite difficult to explain. The Demon Clan was indeed threatening him, and Elder Lin understood that this was a warning that once he boarded this ship, there would be no disembarking. You better not pull any tricks on me. Of course, I assure you that I will present treasures to assist Elder Lin in achieving ascendance. The following morning, Lu Lingxi was already packing her belongings for her confinement on the back mountain. From Elder Lin's words, it seemed that her senior brothers were forbidden from secretly aiding her. Beautiful clothing? She decided to bring a couple of pieces. Even in confinement, one must look splendid. Pills, she packed some, just in case she got injured. Snacks, a few packages purely to satisfy her cravings. Gathering various items, her package grew heavy. Host, you look like you're fleeing for your life. That of course, it feels like I'm fleeing. Lu Lingxi retorted. The back mountain was a desolate place, and venturing deeper would expose her to a horde of ferocious beasts. She weighed her burdensome package, contemplating cramming in a few more items. System, I've been confined. What about the antagonist? Lu Lingxi suddenly remembered that she had yet to locate Long Sun. What was she to do? This only compounded her already incomplete mission. Host, it seems that not being confined does not significantly advance the mission. The system kindly reminded her, acknowledging the reality of her situation, especially since the mission target was currently untraceable. True, but that's rather disheartening. Lu Lingxi replied that Lu Lingxi felt as though she was the first tasker in history to be forced into a state of stagnation. 30 chapters in, her mission had made no progress. The system appeared even more lackadaisical than she was, failing to assign her any tasks. System, you're not some three-nose system, are you? I've read countless novels. And this is the first time I've encountered such a lackadaisical system. You seem utterly clueless. How could that be? I am of noble origin, the system retorted, sounding as if it had stepped on a tail. If you continue like this, I will have to learn from the neighboring system, which assigns 20 tasks a day, and if you fail, you'll face electric shock penalties. The system seemed exhausted, having never encountered a host so eager to fulfill tasks. Wait, I've suddenly realized that your approach might be quite good. Let us take our time. Tasks are all about going with the flow. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi feared that if she provoked the system, it might actually assign her 20 tasks. Beep. Host, a task has arrived. Indeed, nothing withstands the power of suggestion. As soon as they had discussed tasks, one appeared at what is it? Lu Lingxi asked, intrigued, having been bound to the system for so long without any tangible experience. It felt as if she had merely acquired a robot with whom she could converse. This was the first time the system demonstrated its purpose. Task 1. The antagonist has a hidden agenda? Why can't the antagonist fully transform? Please find the true identity of the antagonist. The time limit is 7 days. Successful completion rewards memory fragments to help the host regain lost memories. If you fail, you will lose half of your life points, and should your life points reach 0, you will be in grave danger. Please take this task seriously. Lu Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. Isn't Long Sun just a snake? And what is this about my memories? She felt puzzled. Her memories flowed seamlessly without any sense of fragmentation. This involves confidential plot details, which the system cannot disclose. The host must find the answers independently. The system answered in a playful tone. The crucial point was, 7 days. Wasn't her confinement precisely for 7 days? What was she to do? She couldn't possibly challenge Elder Lin's authority once more and simply give up. Could she? Or would she finish her 7-day confinement and then fail the task, leading to a loss of half her life points? It felt like either option led to certain death. The distinction lay only in whether she would perish at the hands of the system or be punished by Elder Lin. Moreover, the current situation was that Long Sun was missing. Lu Lingxi felt tears welling up, wishing she could slap herself, but if only I hadn't mentioned anything, the task might not have come at all. Host, please don't be agitated. The system just displayed that the antagonist is at the back mountain. After enjoying Lu Lingxi's flustered state, the system leisurely informed her. Why didn't you say so sooner? I am heading to the back mountain right now. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, hurriedly shouldering her small pack and setting off to climb the mountain. Indeed, climbing the so-called confinement meant that none of the disciples could use their swords to fly. They must ascend the back mountain step by step. Though they called it confinement, it was more akin to survival in the wilderness. There were no shelters on the back mountain. Confined disciples merely selected a suitable cave to reside in, all while guarding against the beasts that might contest them for their dwelling. In summary, Lu Lingxi viewed this confinement as utterly inhumane. With her life at stake, Lu Lingxi shed her lethargic demeanor, finding newfound vigor in her legs as she climbed. The system kindly initiated a countdown for her, but if her pace lagged, even slightly, the system would chime in, dear, if your climbing slows, the Grim Reaper's footsteps will quicken too. Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, Lu Lingxi could only muster the strength to mimic an elderly man in a race, gritting her teeth and trudging upward while begrudgingly admiring Long Sun's stamina. You really can climb. Continue. A day passed. For a full day, Lu Lingxi struggled up the back mountain on her trembling legs. What should have taken a day and a night had been forced into a single day under the system's pressure. An efficiency that would bring tears to any capitalist's eyes. Lu Lingxi stood trembling, barely able to remain upright. She had always been physically inferior to her fellow disciples, often chased around by Ling Su wielding a sword, which was the only reason she managed to run a couple of laps. Eventually, upon noticing her rapid improvement in swordplay, Ling Su ceased to pressure her further. Now, however, her physical stamina had deteriorated significantly. System, I can't go on. Genuinely, I can't. Let me rest before discussing the task. Lu Lingxi gasped, weakly waving her hand, that I miscalculated. Today we didn't meet. Feeling guilty and evasive, we will definitely meet tomorrow. Just put my head here. If we don't meet, take it away. Chapter 32. Sensing her presence meanwhile, Long Sun, just returned from hunting beasts in the back mountain forest, caught a whiff of a familiar scent. His previous movement paused, and his golden pupils erupted with disbelief. How could this be? After a moment, his rationality gradually returned, and the light in his golden eyes dimmed. That it can't be. She doesn't know that the snake is hiding here. But it had been far too long since they last met, and his longing had woven an intricate web that ensnared him completely. Knowing it was impossible, his tail involuntarily moved toward the source of the scent. Ha ha! A girl's silver bell-like laughter danced with the wind, carried far and wide. Long Sun's pupils shrank suddenly. Was it an auditory hallucination? Was his deep yearning creating illusions? Long Sun felt his heart pounding fiercely within his chest, and he trembled slightly as he moved towards that direction. That a familiar pang of sorrow quickly welled up in his eyes, but he could hardly comprehend why he had not experienced such intense emotional turmoil when he had departed. Instead, it was only upon hearing her voice again after several days that he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Was she here to seek the serpent? Long Sun sensed his heart fluttering wildly at the thought, and his blood felt as though it were boiling, that he had arrived with eager anticipation. Yet now that he was close, he was beset by a complex feeling akin to homesickness, torn between the desire to see her and the fear that she might not be the person he remembered, but merely a figment of his lonely imagination. Concealed in the shadows, Long Sun cautiously parted the branches before him, as if afraid to shatter a beautiful yet illusory dream. The girl lying on the ground had her hair slightly disheveled, and her delicate face bore an unusual flush from exhaustion, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. Despite her current disheveled state, it did not diminish her inherent vitality and beauty. In that moment, Long Sun felt like a clandestine observer, hidden in the darkness, greedily imprinting every expression of hers into his memory. His heart, which had felt so hollow during their separation, was suddenly filled with a softness named Lu Lingxi. How long must I wait before he comes to find me? With no one around, Lu Lingxi boldly spoke to the system instead of confining her thoughts to her mind, as she usually did. She longed to inform her host that the antagonist lurked in the shadows, watching her furtively, but alas, the system could not divulge the plot. The system hesitated, murmuring that he would come. At the moment Lu Lingxi spoke, Long Sun's heart leaped, fearing he had been discovered, only to realize she did not seem to be addressing him. Were there others besides the two of them? Long Sun immediately used his spiritual power to cautiously scan the vicinity. Within a 10-mile radius, not a single demon beast was present. Who was this she referred to? Long Sun's tail drooped slightly, a hint of disappointment evident. He had never told her he would come for her, nor did she know he was here. Thus, when Lu Lingxi mentioned it could not be referring to the serpent. This realization felt like a bucket of cold water dousing him. The fervor that had surged upon seeing her was abruptly cooled. He felt as though his heart were being torn in two. One part whispered, "It does not matter if he is not here for the serpent. Being able to see her again is enough for the serpent." The other half, however, cried out in anguish due to her indifference. Despite it being his own decision, the realization that Lu Lingxi had truly forgotten him caused an unbearable pain. Was this not what he had desired, when he had yet to earn the right to stand by her side? How could he dare to wish for her to remember him? Long Sun forced a silent smile, a bitter sweetness lingering in his heart. That serpent had left without a word, infuriating him. The thought of Long Sun's abrupt departure still irked Lu Lingxi. Not only was she not seeking the serpent, but she was also vexed by the serpent's behavior. Long Sun's eyes drooped in response, resembling an abandoned puppy. He needed to find a cave to rest. With 7 days of confinement still ahead, night was drawing near. As Long Sun wallowed in melancholy, Lu Lingxi spoke to herself once more. Had she been punished with confinement? Long Sun's golden eyes glimmered with concern. Now that he was no longer by her side, would he bring her misfortune? In the cave, an idea struck Long Sun, and he swiftly vanished into the shadows. The cave he now inhabited was ideally situated, surrounded by his aura, deterring any demon beast from encroaching and ensuring safety. With remarkable speed, Long Sun tidied the cave both inside and out, clearing away the rubble and removing the overgrown weeds from the walls with a flick of his tail. Once everything was in order, he summoned a bird. "Go and lead her to this cave." After giving the instructions, he concealed himself nearby, awaiting Lu Lingxi's arrival. That as she pondered which cave to explore, a vibrant green bird suddenly landed on her shoulder. "What is the matter, little one? Are you hungry?" Lu Lingxi playfully engaged with the bird, pulling out some pastries from her storage pouch to feed it. After pecking a few times, the bird took off, fluttering ahead of her at a leisurely pace, occasionally chirping back to encourage her to follow. The cultivation world was indeed full of wonders. She had thought it was merely an ordinary bird. "Are you trying to take me somewhere?" After checking her surroundings for any anomalies, she cautiously decided to follow the little bird. After walking for a while, Lu Lingxi spotted the cave, and the bird let out a triumphant chirp before soaring into the sky. Had this little bird found her a cave? Hesitant, Lu Lingxi dared not enter, fearing it might be a trap, that a bird leading the way was a trope reserved for the protagonists. She, as a mere supporting character, could not be so fortunate. Convinced of her role as a supporting character, Lu Lingxi felt the cave seemed increasingly suspicious. That it was too clean and tidy, as if it had been prepared by someone. Surely a powerful and ruthless demon beast had claimed it long ago. Is someone trying to harm me? Have they set a trap to draw me in? Lu Lingxi speculated. She circled the cave entrance twice, then took a deep breath, resolutely stepping forward. Just as she was about to cross the threshold, she suddenly leapt back with astonishing speed to Eno mechanisms. Lu Lingxi had expected a barrage of arrows to shoot forth the moment she stepped inside. Something felt off, very off. After over 20 years of experience, she found it hard to believe that fortune would simply fall into her lap. With a grave expression, she scrutinized the cave entrance, convinced that any clever traps would be hidden where she least expected them. After pondering for a moment, she concluded that she would have to change her approach. The system, sensing her tension, also grew anxious, curious as to what perfect strategy the host might devise. "Then I'll just look elsewhere," Lu Lingxi declared, shifting her serious demeanor to one of cheerful nonchalance. Retracting her tentative steps and moving to another location. One must learn to retreat in order to advance. One should not become trapped in a cave. The system, having been through this many times, still held out hope for the host. "Yay, we meet again. I got back the head I left here yesterday." Chapter 33. Is there a Tianluo girl? Upon observing Lu Lingxi's numerous hesitations to enter the cave he had prepared for her, Long Sun felt a pang of disappointment. Did she not appreciate the cave the serpent had made for her? He had cleaned it meticulously, but alas, the little bird had failed to guide her properly. Long Sun, feeling justified, shifted the blame onto the unfortunate bird and followed Lu Lingxi closely. This cave, in his opinion, was quite suitable. Conveniently, just a few steps away, she discovered another cave, though it appeared to harbor other small demon beasts. This cave was smaller and more cramped compared to the previous one, with occasional chattering sounds echoing from within. Judging by the aura, they seemed to be a group of weaker, ordinary demon beasts. Lu Lingxi politely knocked on the stone entrance, announcing, "I'm coming in." Upon hearing the noise, the chattering grew louder, as if the little creatures were startled by her unexpected presence. Inside, she found a cluster of pudgy, little demon rabbits, rabbit father, rabbit mother, and 3 little rabbit babies, huddled together, their red eyes and fluffy white fur resembling a mound of glutinous rice. It seemed she had intruded on the rabbit's home. That Lu Lingxi took out some pastries from her storage pouch and placed them at the rabbit's feet. "I am sorry. I'll be staying here for a few days." Rather than the pristine cave that appeared artificially constructed, Lu Lingxi preferred to remain among the adorable little rabbits. She wondered if the rabbits would be agreeable to her presence. The little rabbits sniffed at the pastries and then opened their 3-petaled mouths to nibble away. No longer trembling as they had before, it seemed her offering had successfully won their favor, and they were now accepting of her as a guest. Unbeknownst to her, outside the cave, Long Sun was pulling at the leaves in frustration, feeling a mix of jealousy and disappointment. His eyes sparkled like shining golden gems in the darkness, and he uncontrollably yanked at the nearby foliage. How unfair! Why won't you go to the serpent's cave? Why would you choose to huddle with a bunch of weak little demon beasts? Are they more formidable than a serpent? The serpent longs to share a cave with you as well. For reasons he could not fathom, Long Sun recalled the days when he had first brought Lu Lingxi back to the cave at the foot of the mountain. At that time, he had been a naive serpent, often wrapping his tail around her without a second thought. She had blushed and struck his tail with the Chunqing sword several times. yet he had shown no remorse, quickly coiling back around her despite the pain. Later, Lu Lingxi had explained to him that wrapping his tail around someone without permission was impolite that time. The serpent was oblivious to the concept of rudeness. It only understood that being coiled made her unhappy. When she felt discontent, the serpent refrained from acting. However, now she resided in a cave with other creatures, even going so far as to feed them pastries. All through the night, Long Sun remained fixated on the cave entrance like a stone, gazing at its beloved. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Lu Lingxi, the little rabbits, specifically targeted by his oppressive aura, trembled in fear throughout the night. The little rabbits whimpered, "Calm down. I'm just an ordinary beast unable to transform." Despite the hardness of the stone slab, Lu Lingxi managed to enjoy a restful sleep. Ever since Long Sun had departed, she had been anxious about his well-being, leading to restless nights. Surprisingly, she had slept remarkably well last night. Perhaps it was due to the knowledge of the antagonist's whereabouts. "Good morning, little rabbits." Lu Lingxi casually patted the rabbits huddled in the corner and offered them some pastries. Why were these little rabbits trembling? Had it been particularly cold last night? As she stroked them curiously, she discovered that the more she petted them, the more they shook, alarmed. Lu Lingxi quickly ceased her actions, and indeed, the rabbit shivering subsided. The little rabbits chattered, "Eep, please stop. The adults outside are exerting such pressure. We might perish from fright." It is terrifying. Upon seeing Lu Lingxi finally refrain from touching the creatures, Long Sun graciously withdrew his oppressive aura. He pondered why those long-haired beasts were deemed so appealing to touch, if she desired it. His slender and powerful tail was also available for petting. With a flick of his tail, he felt his ears flush slightly. After observing the little rabbits and finding nothing amiss, Lu Lingxi decided to tidy up and venture into the forest in search of Long Sun's traces. "System, are you certain the antagonist is nearby?" Lu Lingxi inquired as she walked, engaging in a mental dialogue with the system. The system replied, "Well, he is not far away, but alas, I cannot articulate it. Just a hint." "Host, good luck. All right, let us take a stroll and see." With her sword in hand, Lu Lingxi set off. After her departure, Long Sun revealed his form. Frowning, he scrutinized the small cave repeatedly. That it was smaller than a serpent's lair. Less clean and dimmer. The creatures inside were not as formidable as her. Yet, she had chosen this cave. Long Sun pressed his thin lips together, dragging his tail as he entered the cave, which felt even more cramped with his presence. The little rabbits in the corner appeared to tremble so intensely they might leave behind an afterimage. "Mom, one tea need to cook for me tonight. I'm going to be eaten." They squeaked in despair. Long Sun surveyed the cave, noticing the excessive rubble that posed a risk of tripping, and the overgrown weeds that likely harbored insects. Everything about the place seemed unappealing. His powerful tail swished as he intended to clear the debris, only to discover a few small white balls huddled in the corner. Those were the rabbits she had petted last night. After a moment's thought, Long Sun resolutely picked up each little rabbit and lined them up at the entrance. The rabbits, paralyzed by fear, dared not move until Long Sun had tidied the cave, after which he gently gathered them by their ears and returned them to the corner. He considered tossing them outside, but recalled that Lingxi had an affection for them. The fierce creature, with a stern expression, dragged his long tail as he repeatedly brought the white rabbits in and out, a process that was both inexplicably strange and endearingly cute. When Lu Lingxi returned from the forest, empty-handed, she was astonished to find the cave had transformed completely. The rubble and weeds had vanished. The cave now appeared clean and orderly, had it not been for the few timid rabbits still nestled in the corner. She might have doubted her own location. What is happening? Is there truly a fairy in the cultivation world? It can't be the work of these little rabbits, can it? At 5 o'clock, after waking from her nap, she began to update. "Host, it's the antagonist," the system exclaimed, finally able to speak after nearly bursting. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi felt no surprise. Rather, a sense of certainty washed over her. After all, this was indeed something Long Sun could accomplish. "Are you suggesting that Long Sun is nearby?" she asked the system. "Yes, he has been close all along," the system confirmed. Suddenly, Lu Lingxi recalled the little bird she had encountered earlier on the mountain and the clean cave it had led her to. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, but perhaps Long Sun might prepare something for her. Why, then, was he reluctant to meet her? She found it odd that the foolish serpent would sneak away. preferring to tidy the cave instead of appearing before her. The system, unsure, suggested, why not go out and find him? Lu Lingxi considered this, yet felt trepidation. She could not fathom why Long Sun was unwilling to see her. What if he simply did not wish to? Pretending to be nonchalant, she waved her hand as she approached the cave entrance. I wonder which kind and adorable little creature has tidied up my cave. There are still good beasts in the world. Her voice, tinged with a hint of wistfulness, was deliberately loud enough for the serpent hidden nearby to hear. Upon hearing this, Long Sun's fingers instinctively curled, almost grasping, before he released them, that he dared not stare directly at the person at the cave's mouth, shyly averting his golden gaze. Had she just called the serpent cute? A rush of warmth crept up his cheeks, even tinting his long neck with a faint blush that in a moment of distraction, he inadvertently plucked a handful of leaves, and by the time he realized, his hands were covered in fragments. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi stretched lazily, observing her surroundings with casual intent. It was evident that the serpent was exceptionally adept at hiding, as she had yet to notice anything unusual. Suddenly, the stone slab felt overly hard. She wished for something to cushion her discomfort. Furrowing her brow, she appeared quite troubled. Isn't fond of silently doing good deeds without seeking recognition? She mused, allowing him to indulge in such behavior as he pleased. With that thought, she turned back into the cave, squatting in the corner to play with the little rabbits. Now that she knew Long Sun was nearby, her task progress had certainly advanced a notch. Upon hearing her remarks, Long Sun silently slithered away. After a while, Lu Lingxi heard a thud from outside. As if something had fallen. That serpent really that swift? She wondered. Stepping outside, she was surprised to see several large leaves lying at the entrance. Resembling banana leaves in shape, soft and devoid of the coldness typical of fresh foliage. Reaching out to touch them, she found them to be excellent materials for cushioning the stone slab. If only I had some fresh, juicy fruits to eat right now, Lu Lingxi exclaimed, rolling her eyes before dragging the large banana leaves back into the cave. Seeing Lu Lingxi's delight at the leaves he had found, Long Sun's lips curled into a faint smile. As if it were not the leaves she cherished, but rather him, that he continued on, dragging his tail. The sweetest fruits grew atop the tallest trees, and the towering jaw trees were typically unreachable by ordinary beasts. Long Sun, appearing cumbersome, swiftly coiled his tail around the trunk, demonstrating remarkable agility, that he effortlessly reached the top, plucking a jello fruit, and prepared to return. Suddenly, a long-armed monkey emerged from the foliage. This rare beast, capable of climbing to the treetops, held a jello fruit larger than Long Sun's in its arms and looked back and forth between its own and Long Sun's. It grinned broadly, seemingly mocking the serpent for selecting a fruit smaller than its own. Long Sun, noticing this, felt his expression darken. Was this little creature laughing at him? He sensed his dignity as a great serpent was being undermined. The long-armed monkey, sensing the atmosphere shift, attempted to flee, but fate had other plans and caught its tail. With swift reflexes, Long Sun grasped the monkey's lengthy tail, causing it to screech in fright, which only served to aggravate Long Sun's headache. He reached out and tapped the monkey on the head, silencing it immediately. The monkey stood frozen, fearing for its life. Long Sun examined it for a moment before snatching the jaw fruit from its grasp. The entire sequence was bewildering. Even the trembling monkey was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. So, you wish to eat me, and you steal my fruit too? It lamented internally, feeling aggrieved. Just then, Long Sun replaced the fruit with a smaller jaw, satisfied with the swap, and left the bewildered monkey behind. The little monkey, clutching its fruit, found itself in a whirlwind of confusion. What just happened? Did I encounter a strange serpent today? It pondered, clutching the largest, sweetest fruit to bring home to its mother. Long Sun, unburdened by guilt for bullying a lesser creature, carried the jaw and other fruits to the entrance of Lu Lingxi's cave. Finding a clean, large leaf to lay down, he arranged the fruits neatly before tossing a small stone into the cave to alert Lu Lingxi. Then stealthily retreated into the shadows. Lu Lingxi was still laying down leaves. She heard a noise and straightened up, surprised by the speed of the arrival. She hadn't even finished laying down the leaves. Brushing off the dust from her hands, she stepped outside. The ground was adorned with clean, emerald leaves, piled high with an array of colorful fruits, glistening with droplets of water. It appears that he has been washed clean. Lu Lingxi picked up the fruit, and thought to herself that this snake is rather considerate. Upon seeing Lu Lingxi accept the fruit, Long Sun's heart leapt with joy, feeling that he was needed by her. His hand rested on his chest, which swelled with emotion. Even a mud figure possesses a temper. How could this foolish snake allow her to mold and flatten it at will? He yearned for water. Lu Lingxi, still holding the pile of fruit, spoke again that in truth. Long Sun could discern that each piece of fruit was plump and juicy. How could she still be thirsty? Yet at this moment, he could only lament his earlier haste in returning to see her. Failing to think of bringing back some water, the Lu Lingxi did not genuinely wish for him to fetch more water. It was merely that this foolish snake was so single-minded that it did not realize she had already seen through his silent plan of doing good deeds. That was it. Today was over. Chapter 35. He wanted to say, Lingxi, hug me. Lu Lingxi pondered whether to be direct. Otherwise, with this snake's stubbornness, who knew when it would finally emerge? System, where's Long Sun right now? Lu Lingxi glanced around, unable to spot him. Host, you inquired a moment too late. He has already gone to fetch you water. Indeed, Long Sun was quite proactive. Very well, she would wait for him to return with the water. And then she would immediately spring out to catch him in the act. Otherwise, by the time he realized that Lu Lingxi was teasing him, it might be an eternity that Lu Lingxi took a bite of one fruit. And it was indeed delicious and juicy that in good spirits. She thought that considering this snake had gathered leaves and fruit for her, she would forgive his abrupt departure. Long Sun sat by the stream, somewhat clumsily fiddling with several leaves. Rarely did his usually calm eyes show signs of difficulty, as he exerted considerable effort to pierce through several leaves before finally fashioning a container that would not leak. With the carefully crafted leaves in hand, Long Sun let out a long sigh. He was not particularly adept at handling such intricate tasks. After ensuring that not a single drop would escape, he stood up, satisfied, and casually picked up a large bouquet of flowers nearby. How did this bouquet come to be? It was thanks to Long Sun encountering two small birds on his way to the stream. Long Sun's tail, like a smooth golden ribbon, weaved through the grass, and his golden eyes, stimulated by the sunlight, stood sharply erect, giving him the appearance of a predator. Yet this seemingly fierce snake, capable of devouring 10 bulls in an instant, was delicately plucking leaves. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Don't be angry, the flowers on the neighboring branch are not what you think. Chirp, chirp. Are you implying that I am being unreasonable? The voice of the other small bird rose in pitch. The squabbling of the two birds caught the attention of Long Sun, who was focused on gathering leaves. One bird had golden feathers, while the other was dressed in vibrant green. Long Sun glanced at his own golden tail, and then at the golden bird, before his gaze shifted to the green-feathered bird, reminding him of Lu Lingxi, who favored wearing green. For some reason, he found himself pausing to observe. Naturally, he could not comprehend the trivial matters these simple-minded birds were discussing. But it did not prevent him from noticing that the green bird appeared to be angry. The golden bird nuzzled against the green one with its wings, chattering incessantly. The green bird seemed to calm down a bit, and its chirping grew softer, yet it still kicked the golden bird with its tiny foot. Upon seeing this, the golden bird spread its wings and flew away, only to return a moment later, carrying a perfectly blooming flower, which it placed before the green bird in a show of goodwill. Upon seeing the flower, the green bird's eyes lit up with delight, and it chirped excitedly, completely shedding its earlier fierce demeanor. Even extending its beak to groom the golden bird's feathers, flowers can quell anger. Long Sun thought, somewhat perplexed. The solitary snake, who had been single for thousands of years, did not quite grasp these matters. Yet he instinctively began to pluck the surrounding flowers, that if he delivered flowers to her, she would not be angry. Long Sun distinctly remembered Lu Lingxi's earlier reproach about his abrupt departure. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi in the cave felt a sense of unease. Previously, whether for leaves or fruit, Long Sun had always returned quickly. Why was he taking so long this time? The sky was darkening. Could he have run into some trouble? It was all because of the snake, who had become enamored with flower picking. Indeed, the very next moment, as if to validate her inner turmoil, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Lu Lingxi, sitting in the cave, was startled by the unexpected sound. Oh no! Does Long Sun fear thunder? Lu Lingxi recalled how uneasy he had looked during their earlier encounter down the mountain. Had she known the weather would turn, she should have gone to find him earlier. At this moment, it was too late for words. Lu Lingxi could only rush outside, heedless of the torrential rain that drenched her thoroughly. Earlier, she had mentioned wanting water. Surely, Long Sun was now in a place where water was abundant. Host, there is a small stream to your southeast. As if attuned to Lu Lingxi's thoughts, the system promptly chimed in. Long Sun was also startled by the thunder. His arms tightening around the bouquet. In truth, he had not always feared thunder. When had this changed? Perhaps it was from the very first time he laid eyes on Lu Lingxi. Since then, stormy nights had become a nightmare for him. His entire being felt as if it were enveloped in nothingness, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, the only thing he clearly remembered being the searing pain etched into his bones. Time and again, he envisioned Lu Lingxi collapsing into his embrace like a delicate leaf, surrounded by a sea of crimson. In a state of sheer panic, he longed to escape this despairing scene, only to find himself paralyzed, like a marionette, helplessly watching her gradually lose her vitality before him. Long Sun was tormented. Although Lu Lingxi stood alive before him, he felt as though he had lost her once. In a manner both cruel and tragic, the haunting image flashed through his mind again, provoking him to shut his eyes fiercely, desperate to banish those fractured memories. His breaths grew heavy, and he could no longer suppress a whimper. His entire being engulfed in profound anguish, his tail thrashing violently against the surrounding trees. The water he had collected was long gone, but the bouquet remained tightly clutched in his embrace. It's all right. There are still flowers. As long as I give her flowers, she won't be angry with me. Long Sun tenderly cradled the flowers, shielding them from the rain. Yet the next moment, he froze, as though all his strength had been drained away. His entire form collapsed into the muddy ground, the bouquet soiled by the murky water, petals scattered everywhere. Gazing at the disarray of petals before him, Long Sun felt his heart shatter into fragments. In that moment, he could not discern whether his physical pain was greater than his emotional torment. Tears began to fill his eyes as he recalled the first rainy night, remembering Lu Lingxi's warm embrace and her gentle hands. In truth, he had been unable to stop thinking of her since their separation. It hurts so much. Save me, Lingxi. Save me. Long Sun curled into a ball, muttering his innermost thoughts in a daze. Lingxi, 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 his voice grew, increasingly choked. As if merely uttering her name could bestow upon him boundless strength and warmth that he wanted to say, Lingxi, hug me. Chapter 36. Lingxi, it hurts so much. The wind grew fiercer, and the rain poured down with increasing intensity. A torrential downpour cascading from the heavens like a silver curtain hung in the air. The only sound was the relentless patter of raindrops, resembling a dense barbed wire from the sky, falling endlessly to the ground, as if the celestial river had burst its banks, unleashing a deluge. Amidst this downpour, the small creatures of the forest scurried about in search of shelter from the rain. A little monkey swung its long arms, deftly maneuvering through the thick branches. What bad luck! That strange big snake stole the large fruit, and now I'm drenched. The little monkey gritted its teeth, seeking refuge from the rain. Suddenly it paused, standing on a somewhat thicker branch, tilting its head to peer down at the ground. That the strange big snake that stole the monkey's fruit. Is it sick? The little monkey had never witnessed such a scene before. There lay Long Sun, his entire form coiled on the ground, devoid of vitality, only occasionally emitting faint groans that indicated he was still alive. The little monkey scratched its head, feeling a sense of schadenfreude, thinking, serves you right for stealing the monkey's fruit. With that thought, it was ready to leap away, putting distance between itself and the peculiar snake. However, just a few minutes later, the little monkey returned, frowning and scratching its ears and chin, contemplating for a moment before hopping down to Long Sun's side. Initially, it dared not approach too closely, merely tossing a couple of leaves in front of Long Sun as a test. Seeing that Long Sun did not react, the little monkey mustered its courage and edged a bit closer. Grabbing a small stick, it poked Long Sun's shoulder. Long Sun felt the touch and murmured softly, Lingxi. What was that? The little monkey was perplexed, scratching its ears and cheeks out of habit. It had intended to leave, but the enormous snake appeared to be on the verge of death. Tentatively, the little monkey approached Long Sun, unceremoniously lifting his eyelid, its golden eyes startling the monkey. Although this peculiar snake had stolen its fruit, The monkey's mother had instructed it to be a helpful little creature. The monkey, feeling magnanimous, decided not to hold a grudge against the seemingly dying serpent. It found a larger round leaf and gently placed it over Long Sun's head, saying, "Hold on. Monkey will find someone to save you." Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi, soaked to the bone, could hardly focus on herself. The rain was intensifying, the fine droplets obstructing her vision. "System, weren't you supposed to be here?" She wiped the rain from her face, asking the system in disarray. "Data indicates this direction. Apologies, host, the distance is beyond locatable range." The system's voice was tinged with disappointment, as if it felt guilty for being unable to assist her. Just as Lu Lingxi was frantically losing her composure, a little monkey appeared that danced on a branch, animatedly trying to convey something to Lu Lingxi, chattering incessantly. "Quick, follow the monkey to save the snake." It scampered off in a direction, glancing back to beckon Lu Lingxi to follow, suddenly recalling the little bird that had once guided her. Lu Lingxi noted that the monkey's path aligned with her intended destination. With a resolve to give it a try, she gritted her teeth and followed the little monkey, seeing that Lu Lingxi understood its intent. The monkey's speed of climbing doubled from a distance. Lu Lingxi spotted the golden figure seemingly unconscious on the ground. At last, she had found him and quickened her pace. Upon reaching him, the little monkey collapsed in exhaustion. Clearly worn out, Lu Lingxi hurried to check on Long Sun, only to freeze at the sight of his face covered by green leaves, her eyes instantly welling up with tears that in no way. "Am I too late? Has Long Sun already left? Is he already covered up?" Overcome with regret, she sank to the ground, blaming herself for allowing him to fetch water. How could such a formidable antagonist meet such a pitiful end? Trembling, Lu Lingxi hesitated to lift the leaf. Seemingly sensing a reassuring presence, the unconscious Long Sun instinctively drew his tail closer to Lu Lingxi, resembling a child subconsciously seeking comfort. His tail, soaked in rain, had grown icy, akin to a lifeless corpse. The unexpected touch nearly made Lu Lingxi scream. "Did I end that moment?" Long Sun murmured her name. "Lingxi, Lingxi, it hurts," his voice muffled and indistinct, realizing that Long Sun was not as she had feared. Lu Lingxi crawled towards him, carefully lifting the leaf. Long Sun's eyes were tightly shut, as if ensnared by some nightmare, his brow furrowed, lips pale and bloodless, slightly parted as he repeated something. His voice was too faint. Lu Lingxi could not discern what he was trying to say, but she heard him say, "It hurts." The once majestic snake now appeared utterly wretched, a far cry from the formidable figure depicted in the original narrative. He lay immersed in the frigid rain, his long dark green hair in disarray. Lu Lingxi strained to prop his upper body against her own, though she too was drenched. Long Sun, like a vulnerable creature, instinctively buried himself into her embrace, as if this narrow, uninviting space were his last refuge. His frown eased slightly, his head resting against Lu Lingxi's neck. With each movement she made, his face pressed closer, occasionally brushing his cold, pale lips against her slender neck. His lips were near her ear, and this time Lu Lingxi finally understood his murmurs, that he said, "Lingxi, the snake hurts." His voice was weak, almost as if it might vanish in the next moment that Lu Lingxi felt a lump rise in her throat. Unsure whether it was the pitiful sight of the snake or something deeper that stirred her emotions, she needed to find shelter from the rain. Remaining drenched was not a solution. Yet, even in his unconscious state, Long Sun's tail clung to her tenaciously, the strength of his grip making it impossible for her to pry it loose. Surely she could not resort to cutting it off, while she had heard of lizards regrowing their tails. Snakes were not known for such abilities. Lu Lingxi gently patted his face, trying to awaken him, but Long Sun seemed completely lost in a dream. Anxiety gripped her. If this continued, he would surely perish, inevitably becoming a lifeless serpent. With great effort, she conjured a rain-shielding barrier, though it offered little comfort under the relentless downpour. Chapter 37. It had been ages since anyone had called his name. Lu Lingxi strained to hold him a bit tighter, softly calling out his name. "Wake up, Long Sun." In a panic, she lightly patted his cold face, hoping to rouse his awareness. Suddenly, it struck her that this was the first time she had formally spoken his name. Previously, she had only referred to him as the antagonist or a certain snake in her thoughts. Who would have thought that her first earnest utterance of his name would be in such a dire situation? Who is calling my name?" Long Sun's brow furrowed and then relaxed slowly, recognizing a familiar voice, a warmth that could only belong to her. Struggling against the weight of solitude, the snake, who had been alone for countless years, had not heard anyone call his name in ages. Lu Lingxi used her spiritual energy to raise her body temperature slightly, placing her warmer hand against Long Sun's icy face, the sensation sending chills through her palm. Perhaps this small gesture made a difference. Lu Lingxi noticed Long Sun's long, thick eyelashes fluttering as he struggled to open his eyes. His bony fingers gradually grasped the hem of Lu Lingxi's clothing, as if he had found the only glimmer of light in an endless night. How wonderful, he thought. I can hear her calling to save me. Long Sun attempted to lift the corners of his mouth in a weary smile. Seeing him awake nearly brought Lu Lingxi to tears. Her fear of losing him in the cold rain had been overwhelming. That you're awake now. I'll take you back. Can you please retract your tail? You're holding me back, she sobbed, embarrassment flooding her as she realized she was on the verge of tears. Despite her initial resolve not to cry, the cool raindrops fell onto Long Sun's nose and slid down to his lips, leaving her uncertain whether it was rain or her tears, though rain could hardly taste salty. Could it? Noticing Lu Lingxi's tear-filled eyes and pale face, it was momentarily difficult to discern who appeared more pitiful. Long Sun finally released his tail from around her waist, its tip gently tapping Lu Lingxi's trembling back. Don't cry, don't be angry that I'm sorry. The flowers are gone. Long Sun turned to gaze at the bouquet rendered utterly unrecognizable by the rain, its petals wilted and devoid of their former beauty. Host, do not worry. After analyzing, the antagonist is not in mortal danger. He merely fainted. The system hurriedly reassured her. Lu Lingxi swallowed the bitterness in her throat, wiping her eyes. If they are gone, then they are gone, that I will take you back. Unsure of Long Sun's condition, she noted that he appeared uninjured, yet the entire serpent seemed overwhelmingly frail. The forest was dense with branches, and with the relentless rain, Lu Lingxi could not summon her sword. So she attempted to carry the serpent back. Fortunately, Long Sun had regained some consciousness, alleviating her burden somewhat. Long Sun towered over her, his tail being twice her length, making the task of carrying such a large serpent quite the endeavor. Merely hoisting him on her back proved strenuous. Ugh, he is heavier than I expected, she thought, relying on her prize sword, Chunsheng, as a makeshift cane. However, Long Sun's tail was too long, dragging behind her and creating the illusion that Lu Lingxi herself had grown a tail. Unbeknownst to her, Long Sun had slipped back into unconsciousness, mumbling her name, Lingxi, Lingxi, incessantly, that Lu Lingxi felt a pang in her heart. This foolish snake, when conscious, spoke so little, never once calling her by name. Now, in his unconscious state, he seemed to have flipped a switch, repeating her name over and over, never tiring of it. At least he no longer resembled the weak creature that had collapsed on the ground earlier. Long Sun lay on Lu Lingxi's not-so-broad shoulder, feeling an unusual sense of security, his arms crossed tightly around her collarbone, his icy cheek instinctively nudging against her neck. At times, his ear would inadvertently brush against Lu Lingxi's cheek, sending a chill down her spine. Were it not for her knowledge of his unconscious state, she might have suspected that this snake was deliberately taking advantage of her. Lu Lingxi dutifully carried Long Sun back, feeling somewhat relieved now that she knew he was safe. Spotting the little monkey lying on the ground, she quickly picked it up and placed it atop Long Sun's head, grateful to the creature for leading her to him. As for the flowers, Lu Lingxi paused. Had they been gathered for her by Long Sun? Had their flower picking delayed them, trapping them in this storm? Regrettably, after enduring the downpour for so long, the petals had become muddied and nearly transformed into flower clay. Amidst the incessant rain, a singular red blossom stood out vividly. Lu Lingxi's keen eyes caught sight of a delicate little red flower, remarkably intact amid the tempest, in light of the possibility that this delicate flower may have been painstakingly plucked by some serpent. Lu Lingxi tenderly picked up the solitary blossom that had survived. However, with the snake still coiled upon her back, she found herself unable to spare a hand to protect this fragile bloom. Casting a fleeting glance at the serpent behind her, she gently tousled his disheveled hair and tucked the flower beside Long Sun's ear, believing that the pairing of a fresh blossom with a beautiful serpent would suffice for her return. The little red flower accentuated Long Sun's pallid visage, evoking a hint of irritation. The striking contrast of his cool complexion against the vibrant flower indeed created a remarkable visual impact that as the rain gradually subsided. The moon, previously shrouded by dark clouds, finally revealed itself, casting a gentle silver glow that a soft luminescence also graced Long Sun's face, and his breathing became notably calmer, appearing as if he had merely drifted into slumber, murmuring Lu Lingxi's name from time to time. Perhaps it was due to the weather or the fact that he had finally found her. Lu Lingxi felt as though the weight of an almost imperceptible boulder had been lifted from her chest, bringing her a sense of relief. The little monkey stirred awake, startled to find itself perched atop Long Sun's head, nearly leaping in fright and inadvertently tugging at several strands of his hair in its panic. The young creature, having been frightened awake, found itself in quite the predicament that Lu Lingxi quickly reassured it. Be gentle, gentle. Don't hurt him. Fortunately, the little monkey seemed to understand her words, darting its eyes around before cautiously hopping down from Long Sun's head. To her surprise, instead of leaving, it jumped to the tip of Long Sun's tail, clumsily assisting in lifting the serpent's tail that dragged on the ground. The monkey helped save the snake, it seemed to convey. Lu Lingxi paused for a moment, a smile playing at her lips, marveling at how adorable the little creatures from the back mountain truly were. Together, she and the monkey cooperatively brought Long Sun back, laying him on the freshly prepared stone slab that she had yet to lie upon. She carefully placed his long tail onto the modest slab. Turning to observe, she found the little monkey had joined a group of timid rabbits, who appeared to be skittishly hiding, clearly not at ease. The rabbits seemed to wonder what kind of creature the two-legged being had brought back, their fright palpable. That don't be afraid, little rabbits. How could such adorable creatures harm you? Lu Lingxi cooed, instinctively softening her tone in the presence of the charming, furry animals. She gently patted the smooth fur of the rabbits, intending to reassure them that once Long Sun awoke, she would return the cave to them. Not caring whether the rabbits understood her or not, she spoke to herself. Suddenly, without warning, the mischievous little monkey bounded back to Long Sun's head, curiously pawing at his eyelids. That Lu Lingxi quickly intervened, pulling the monkey away, warning it not to disturb Long Sun. She handed the monkey a fruit as a distraction, which it accepted willingly, settling down to nibble on it quietly, with the raucous little creatures finally calmed. Lu Lingxi turned her attention to Long Sun, both of them damp and resembling drenched puppies. Long Sun fared well, as he was not clothed. She used her spiritual energy to dry his hair and then changed into a fresh set of garments herself. System, is he truly unharmed? Lu Lingxi inquired, uncertain as she was not a healer and could discern no external injuries on Long Sun. Rest assured, host, he is perfectly fine. After locating the antagonist, he merely succumbed to unconsciousness. The system reassured her after thoroughly scanning Long Sun's body. Knowing he was out of danger allowed Lu Lingxi to finally relax. She pondered how this serpent had managed to become so disheveled. Due to being dragged along the ground, Long Sun's usually pristine tail was now sullied, entangled with dried leaves and roots. His hair, too, had become a tangled mess, resembling a heap of straw. Lu Lingxi meticulously removed the leaves and roots from his tail. Realizing that the mud would require water for proper cleansing, she summoned the little monkey again, instructing it to keep an eye on the snake, thanking it for its cooperation. The monkey nodded knowingly, and she affectionately ruffled its head, suddenly recalling that it must not disturb Long Sun further. With the skies now clear, she swiftly flew to fetch water. Dipping a handkerchief into the water, she carefully began to wash Long Sun's tail. Upon closer inspection, she realized that his tail was unlike any serpent she had previously encountered. The scales were larger, sturdier, and even somewhat translucent, reminiscent of jade or crystal. The texture was not at all abrasive, but rather incredibly smooth, akin to ice sculpture, though more yielding than a solid block of ice. After her diligent efforts, Long Sun's tail gleamed with cleanliness. Wringing out another piece of cloth, she contemplated wiping his face. It was evident that even the antagonist capable of rivaling the protagonist possessed exquisite features. The sight of his peacefully closed eyes lent him an almost innocuous appearance. She proceeded with her gentle ministrations. She noticed the depth of his eye sockets, the prominence of his nose, and a small red mole upon his nasal bridge that could easily go unnoticed unless one were to draw near. Suddenly, her admiration was interrupted by the discovery of two small lumps that had inexplicably formed on Long Sun's forehead. Could it be? Lu Lingxi's mind raced as she recalled whether she had accidentally bumped him during their journey back. Once she confirmed that it was not her doing, she sighed in relief that it would be quite the misfortune to have caused him further distress after the torment he had already endured that stormy night. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the lumps, careful not to apply too much pressure lest she cause him pain. System, could his unconsciousness be related to these lumps? She speculated. The system provided a prompt, indicating that it was connected to his identity, urging her to take note. Identity. Could it be that he is about to develop horns? The thought struck her as she recalled the system's earlier mention of his true form. What kind of serpent grows horns? Lu Lingxi mused, feeling utterly perplexed. Regrettably, she had only skimmed the narrative, knowing little beyond the fact that Long Sun was a formidable antagonist and the general plot. She lamented her lack of thorough understanding, wishing she had taken the time to memorize the entire story. In this moment, she felt compelled to remind her readers, do not skim through the story, for it may lead to tears of regret. Thus, she urged everyone to diligently follow the plot, lest they find themselves bewildered and disheartened. Curiosity piqued, she reached out once more, only to be met with a low, muffled sound from Long Sun, causing her to flinch and retract her hand in a flustered panic. Realizing he had not awakened, her racing heart began to calm, narrowly avoiding being caught in the act. With a small amount of water remaining, she resolved to use it wisely, continuing to wipe his hands. Long Sun lay in a remarkably composed posture, his hands resting steadily upon his chest. Yet his fists were tightly clenched, and Lu Lingxi initially assumed she would need to exert considerable effort to open them. To her surprise, as her hand brushed against his grip relaxed, allowing her to manipulate his hands freely. This fortuitous turn of events made her task easier. As she spread open his fingers, she noted the significant difference in size between their hands. His knuckles were noticeably longer. However, his hands were undeniably beautiful, long, slender fingers tipped with a delicate hue. Despite their elegance, subtle veins hinted at a latent strength and restraint. Truly, even his fingertips possessed an alluring quality. While she restrained herself from indulging in any improper thoughts, she diligently continued her task. An idle thought crossed her mind regarding the correlation between height and finger length, leaving her curious about how tall Long Sun would be once he fully transformed. As the clock struck 3:30 in the morning, she stealthily rose to update the story, eager to dazzle her readers. With the 2 chapters now reaching a total of 80,000 words, it was time to promote her work. Dear patrons, please take a moment to bestow me with a 5-star rating, she playfully urged, threatening to have Lingxi chase after them for their support. Chapter 39. The finger held in his mouth, it seemed the book had not mentioned his transformation before. Lu Lingxi, while absent-mindedly rummaging through the scant memories of the original plot in her mind, slowly tended to his hand. In his slumber, Long Sun felt something soft gliding between his fingers, sending waves of tingling sensations through him. So warm, Long Sun's fingertips twitched slightly. As she continued to wipe, she suddenly felt a tightening grip on her hand. Startled, Lu Lingxi looked down to find Long Sun's hand clamped around hers like a vice. And she couldn't shake the feeling that the grip was growing even stronger. To facilitate her task, she had laid Long Sun's hand completely open on hers, resulting in their fingers entwined. Assuming he had awakened, she was surprised to see that the serpent remained fast asleep, his eyes still shut tight, without the slightest sign of stirring. Lu Lingxi tugged at her hand, but to her dismay, the tighter he held on. If this continued, she would begin to suspect that this particular serpent was deliberately taking advantage of her. System, are you sure he hasn't awakened? She inquired, wiggling her fingers. Instantly, Long Sun increased his grip, resembling a pair of beings entwined in a struggle. Data indicates that the antagonist remains in slumber. The system chirped sweetly. What fault lies with the antagonist? He merely wishes to hold hands. Fortunately, she had nearly finished her task, so Lu Lingxi resorted to cleaning her other hand, which felt as though it had melded with Long Sun's. She was grateful he had left her one hand free for movement. Why has the antagonist been asleep for so long? With one of his hands gripping hers, Lu Lingxi found her range of motion severely limited, and she resigned herself to the role of a comforting presence. Data shows that the antagonist is experiencing some loss of spiritual energy. His slumber may be a result of his body self-repairing that's the case. Lu Lingxi mused, propping her chin on her hand, that a deficiency in spiritual energy. The adage says to replenish what is lacking. If she were to supplement his energy, might it hasten his awakening? The more she pondered, the more feasible the idea seemed. She reached into her storage bag and retrieved a Dan pill. Host, what is this? The system inquired with curiosity. That a complete restoration pill. 1 enhances alertness, 2 banishes fatigue, 3 grants eternal youth. Lu Lingxi recited the promotional lines with fervor. How incredible! Is it truly that miraculous? The system gazed at her with starry eyes, as though she were the reincarnation of Hua. Ahem, of course, that's an exaggeration, but it can still provide some nourishment. That Lu Lingxi retracted her theatrical expression, preparing to administer the pill to Long Sun. However, another dilemma arose. Lacking water to wash down the medicine, and Long Sun's mouth remained tightly shut. According to the tropes of sweet narratives, at this juncture, Lu Lingxi should place the pill in her own mouth and then feed it to Long Sun, leading to an innocent moment that would evoke feelings of affection, resulting in a happily ever after. If only it were that simple. Lu Lingxi constantly reminded herself that she was merely a cannon fodder character. Any attempts at mischief by such characters often ended in tragedy. With a sigh, she abandoned the thought. Besides, her current relationship with the antagonist was inappropriate, and she could not tarnish the reputation of this virtuous serpent. Lu Lingxi pinched the Dan pill into 2 halves, believing a smaller piece would suffice for swallowing. She gently placed a fragment by Long Sun's lips, compelling the reluctant antagonist to swallow it. With determination, she pushed the small piece past his teeth. The intrusion of the foreign object prompted Long Sun to swallow uncomfortably, and his warm tongue brushed against Lu Lingxi's fingertip. Momentarily stunned by the sensation of his warm tongue, Lu Lingxi felt a wave of guilt wash over her, as if she were brazenly teasing a respectable serpent. That in a flurry of embarrassment, she attempted to retract her finger, but sensing her intention, Long Sun instinctively clenched his jaw. Ouch! Lu Lingxi winced at the unexpected bite. How could he bite her when she was merely trying to help him? To make matters worse, Long Sun moved his tongue, lapping at her finger. Had he developed a taste for this? Lu Lingxi's ears flushed bright red, overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the situation. She contemplated enduring the discomfort to withdraw her finger, as fate would have it. The serpent, who had been so difficult to rouse moments ago, suddenly awakened. Meeting Long Sun's glimmering golden eyes, Lu Lingxi found herself in a daze, glancing at their intertwined fingers, then at her index finger, still resting in his mouth. A tense silence enveloped them for 5 seconds, during which even the system refrained from making any teasing remarks. Lu Lingxi felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her heart. How was she to explain this rather peculiar scene? She felt an urge to flee, yet found herself rooted in place. Long Sun, too, appeared bewildered, realizing he had unconsciously grasped her hand and was even biting her finger. The crimson hue spread across his handsome face. And despite being a formidable beast capable of dominating her, he resembled a shy creature. Unable to conceal his blush, Lu Lingxi was momentarily captivated by his gaze, and in a flurry, she hurriedly pulled her finger away. Attempting to hide it behind her back, a wave of embarrassment cascading down her spine. Ahem, I assure you, this was all a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Regardless of whether Long Sun believed her, she found herself doubting her own words. Who would feed medicine to someone by shoving their finger into their mouth? Is that not a bit strange? I merely saw your hand was dirty and wished to clean it. But then you grabbed my hand and wouldn't let go. I thought to give you some medicine to hasten your awakening, but your mouth was too tightly shut for me to get it in, and when I pressed my finger against the pill, it slipped in. Lu Lingxi frantically defended herself, fearing Long Sun would label her as peculiar. Her voice dwindled until the last part, about her finger also going in, was almost whispered to herself, fearing he wouldn't believe her. She extended her hand to show him the remaining half of the pill. Look, I didn't deceive you. The other half is right here, I'm not taking advantage of you. Nor am I strange. The girl's palm revealed a small fragment of the pill, its soft whiteness contrasting with her delicate skin. Noticing a hint of moisture on her finger, Long Sun's blush deepened, spreading to his neck. As he began to shyly avert his gaze from Lu Lingxi, Lu Lingxi? Why has he suddenly turned so red? 8,000 words down. Go leave a comment. This time, Long Sun will be wielding the black iron sword chasing after you. Long Sun. Comment Chapter 40. Unsure of a title upon hearing Lu Lingxi's words, Long Sun realized he had unconsciously grasped her hand and bitten her finger while in a stupor. and he felt utterly mortified. The entire serpent seemed dazed. I am truly sorry, he stammered. His ears flushed crimson. Lu Lingxi, too, was hesitant to meet his gaze, as an awkward tension filled the air between them. The discomfort stemmed not only from their days apart, but also from the embarrassing incident that had just transpired. It's all right. There's still half of the pill left. Would you like to take it together? She offered, holding out the remaining half. Long Sun's mind momentarily blanked, and without a second thought, he leaned down to accept the half pill from her hand. Lu Lingxi's heart raced, nearly causing her to shove her finger down his throat. Surely he wouldn't need someone to feed him after waking up. Realizing what he was doing, Long Sun's face, which had just regained some color, flushed anew. In his flustered state, he even began to cough. Cough, cough, I apologize. That was not my intention. He struggled to breathe. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears, for reasons unknown. Witnessing Long Sun's clumsiness made Lu Lingxi chuckle, and she kindly patted his back to help him regain his composure. After this commotion, the distance that had grown between them during their separation evaporated entirely. He was still the same bashful serpent, but Lu Lingxi even managed to lighten the mood with a jest. Why is it that every time we meet, you keep apologizing? I am not that fierce, am I? She mused, convinced of her own amiable nature, but if one were to tally Long Sun's words, Lu Lingxi had no doubt that I'm sorry would top the list. Rivaling even the most apologetic of contemporary university students that no, I'm not fierce. Long Sun finally regained his composure and responded, eager to clarify himself before she could misunderstand him. Then why did you leave? Lu Lingxi pressed, disregarding the fact that he was still a weak serpent freshly awakened, and poked his shoulder in a playful reprimand. And you left in such haste. Suddenly, a humorous thought crossed her mind. Did you sneak away in the middle of the night, carrying a train with you? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How could you leave without a word? That is not true. I left you a note, Long Sun protested, sounding like a guilty child caught in wrongdoing. Hurriedly defending himself against Lu Lingxi's late accusations, if he had any right to say that. The note had a grand total of 31 characters, punctuation included, that said neither why he was leaving nor when he would return. So, why did you leave? After a convoluted journey, the issue once again returned to its starting point. Whenever this matter was broached, Longshuan would revert to a mute state, akin to a gourd with its mouth sawed shut. Avoiding the gaze of Lu Lingxi and instead fixating on the embroidery adorning her sleeve. Observing his stubbornly pained expression, Lu Lingxi muttered her grievances, likening him to a wooden snake, short in his written correspondence and sparse in his words. The mere thought of that 31-character farewell letter ignited her ire. Her murmurs, though whispered, reached Longshuan's ears, and aside from addressing the question of why he had departed, he was otherwise quite obliging that he softly replied. I'm sorry, it was not my intention to write so briefly. Snake, I cannot write many characters, followed by a hint of remorse on his face for uttering an apology, something she disdained. Admitting his lack of education before the young girl made Longshuan feel a tinge of embarrassment. Yet he would rather lose face than provoke her anger. Such a candid and sincere response left Lu Lingxi momentarily speechless. She had envisioned countless justifications for his behavior, the villain's heartlessness, or the necessity of secrecy in his actions, but never once considered it stemmed from a lack of knowledge. The slight annoyance she felt dissipated like air from a punctured balloon. She recalled that he was a mountain-dwelling snake, and the few characters he knew were taught to him by her. Indeed, sincerity proved to be the ultimate weapon. As the age-old adage goes, netizens are truthful. Now, it was Lu Lingxi who found herself at a loss for words. Do not be upset, Snake. I have brought you a flower. Longshuan turned to retrieve the flower intended to lift her spirits, only to remember that the bouquet had perished in the downpour. His outstretched hand froze before it slowly retracted. Without the flower, he could not soothe her. Lu Lingxi, intrigued by his anxious demeanor, wondered why he was so distraught over a mere flower. Yet, seeing his despondent expression softened her heart. She reached up and plucked the small flower she had tucked behind his ear, saying, Here it is. I am not angry. Although I was somewhat vexed by your silence, I am not truly upset. She suddenly realized that Longshuan seemed to consistently place himself in a subordinate position, perpetually apologizing even when the matter was not his fault, always fearing her displeasure. Tio put it simply, he appeared unable to discern whether Lu Lingxi was joking or serious. instinctively shouldering all blame and relentlessly seeking her forgiveness. At that moment, she remained unaware that such behavior stemmed from an overwhelming fear of losing someone he cherished. For love, he willingly submitted. Once again, Lu Lingxi felt that Longshuan bore a striking dissonance with the character depicted in the book. It was as if they were two different beings sharing the same name. With this thought, she spoke earnestly, "I truly like the flower. You need not be so cautious or sensitive that I am not genuinely upset. You do not have to tread so carefully." For a moment, she struggled to articulate the feelings he evoked in her, but she knew she did not wish to witness this foolish snake viewing himself so lowly. Perhaps even harboring a sense of inferiority. It was peculiar, for in the narrative, Longshuan was portrayed as a formidable being, with few rivals, with even the demon lords and masters needing to regard him with respect. In a world where strength reigned supreme, it was hard for Lu Lingxi to fathom a powerful entity grappling with feelings of inadequacy. Exude the aura of a strong being. You are the infamous villain renowned across the realms. Though he was merely a lesser, developing version at present, that Lu Lingxi longed to shake Longshuan by the shoulders and inject him with confidence. Longshuan remained silent, his golden eyes discreetly studying her expression. And only after confirming she was genuinely not upset did he allow himself a slight sigh of relief. The sincerity in the young woman's words resonated deeply, her warm brown irises reflecting earnestness as she gazed at him with a smile. Although he had intended to use the flower to appease her, it was she who now appeared to be comforting him. Did he not resemble a pitiful snake? As the others began to speculate about the foreshadowing, wondering how they had guessed so accurately, Longshuan thought, please, do not guess anymore. Leave me some dignity. Chapter 41. Her tenderness under the gaze of such warmth, Longshuan pondered that he could not refuse her any request. "I bring misfortune," that he shifted his gaze to the cave entrance, as if peering through layers of mountains to the time when he was still a juvenile snake, a being marked by misfortune. In a disjointed statement, Lu Lingxi grasped his meaning, that he was responding to the earlier query about why he had departed. "Since I became entangled with you, the disciples and elders have targeted you. You have faced continual punishment and are now confined to isolation. They say my tale is cursed." Longshuan obstinately believed that his tale was the source of all troubles that befell Lu Lingxi. His beautiful golden eyes were now filled with guilt. He had chosen the word entangled. In Longshuan's view, it was he who had foolishly wished to accompany Lu Lingxi back to the Spirit Mountain, not the other way around. Who are they? This was the first time Lu Lingxi had heard Longshuan mention his past. His eyes took on a distant look, as if he were recalling centuries gone by. Among that group were his kin, unknown beasts, despicable demon catchers, and a variety of individuals, all uniformly proclaiming that his tale would bring calamity. Consequently, they ostracized him, hunted him down, and over time, Longshuan came to believe he was indeed an ill-fated demon. For no demon could transform unless they were a lesser beast. When he was merely a small snake, devoid of family or friends, he found solace in hanging from tree branches to sleep. For when asleep, he would not feel hunger. Before Longshuan could respond, Lu Lingxi interjected, "How could you be a harbinger of misfortune? They must be deceiving you. Look, on our first encounter, you saved me and so many villagers. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda of 7 stories. You have built countless pagodas already. Moreover, you endured beatings from Li Tong and the others just to spare me distress. Which proves you are a remarkably understanding snake. Just look at your tail, gleaming and translucent, akin to your eyes. Gold is a color of auspiciousness that Lu Lingxi painted a vivid image of Longshuan in her heart. Though she was not particularly skilled at comforting others, she could glean from his brief words that his past was fraught with unhappiness. Stripping away the villain label from the original narrative, Lu Lingxi recognized that Longshuan was simply a foolish snake, prone to tears during thunderstorms, affected by the harsh words of others. She felt a pang of sympathy for the snake she had rescued from the mountain crevice. Thus, she earnestly declared, "Your eyes are the color of auspiciousness." Her gaze shimmered with a hint of moisture, as gentle as a placid lake. Despite being a somewhat whimsical individual, she possessed such a tender, delicate gaze that seemed capable of embracing all his flaws. This was the first time Longshuan dared to gaze directly into her eyes, not merely observing her, but seeing himself reflected within them. In her softly brown irises, he appeared diminutive, illuminated by the glimmer of her gaze, as if he were a radiant snake, Was he truly such a good snake in her heart? He suddenly yearned to understand why she had desired to bring him back. And you? Why did you bring a snake back? He was unaware of what about him might have captivated her. Perhaps it was the novelty of a half-demon? Or did she intend to use him for alchemy? As he followed her, Longshuan contemplated every unfavorable possibility. Death, blindness, torment. Yet, despite these concerns, he chose to remain by her side that a searing pain deep within his soul compelled him to stay, no matter the cost. Why? Lu Lingxi was momentarily taken aback by the question, pondering whether it was due to the so-called mission. However, her true answer was far deeper, in the silence that stretched for a few seconds. Longshuan interpreted her hesitation as a reluctance to speak. Although he had braced himself, his heart still sank, but he felt a sense of disappointment, concluding that his suspicion had proven correct. Was it indeed difficult for her to articulate? Perhaps he should not have asked. Yet he persisted, "It is because your eyes tell me you wish to walk with me." Finally, Lu Lingxi arrived at her conclusion. While there may have been a task involved, more significantly, it was the compelling gaze of Longshuan that had touched her. When he looked at her, it felt as if he were peering into the depths of her soul, his silent plea not to be abandoned echoing through time, reminiscent of a gaze he had cast upon her centuries ago. Her desire to take him away was a choice of the heart, that in her eyes, perhaps from the very moment she first brought Longshuan back to the Spirit Mountain. The narrative had shifted. He was no longer merely the villain confined to the pages of a book. "You have not brought me misfortune. Rather, you have brought me good fortune," in a certain sense. It was through Longshuan that she had received the opportunity for rebirth, allowing her to possess a healthy body and live anew in this world. As she spoke, an extraordinary joy welled up within Longshuan, a mixture of emotions causing his blood to race and his head to spin. Yet, following this reaction, he felt a sense of shame. Why was it that he always found himself in tears after encountering her? Did not mortals claim that one only weeps during moments of sorrow? Yet he was undeniably, blissfully lost in his own euphoria. Longshuan felt the swelling at the corners of his eyes and struggled to maintain the fierce visage expected of a formidable beast. Yet his tearful expression only made him appear more vulnerable. Lu Lingxi, not wishing to expose him, decided to spare the foolish serpent some dignity. She gently placed her hand over his eyes and offered him an easy escape. "Is the sandstorm blinding you? Just close your eyes and rest for a moment." Upon hearing this, Longshuan let out a low hum, managing to hold back his tears, convincing himself that it was merely the sandstorm that had caused his squinting. Both of them feigned ignorance, avoiding the question of how a sandstorm could possibly arise within a cave. Longshuan did not push her hand away. Instead, he grasped Lu Lingxi's sleeve tightly, as if fearing she might slip away while his eyes were closed. He blinked rapidly a few times, attempting to suppress the warmth in his eyes. His long, curled lashes brushed against her palm like the delicate flutter of butterfly wings, sending a tickling sensation through her hand. It was their first time being so close while fully aware, and Lu Lingxi's gaze traveled down his elegant neck and beautiful collarbone. She quickly averted her eyes, reminding herself that this serpent had taken to the mountains, flaunting his serpentine form without clothing. She swore her glance had been casual, not an intentional act to take advantage of him. However, she couldn't help but think how fair his skin was. Did all those with such pallor possess a similar allure? Staring at Longshuan's porcelain skin, Lu Lingxi found herself lost in some rather flustering thoughts. That a little aside, recently, some readers speculated that Longshuan was a dog in his past life. I interviewed him directly, and he emphatically stated that it was impossible. If he had been a dog, he would merely have been Lu Lingxi's little lapdog. Chapter 42. To the cave he prepared as Lu Lingxi's hand exerted a gentle pressure. Longshuan signaled for her to remove it. After being covered for a while, the corners of his eyes were still slightly red, and his gaze, now slightly lowered, appeared rather innocent. "When did you realize I was in the back mountain?" Lu Lingxi broke the silence between them. "I knew the moment you ascended the mountain," he replied, though he had initially thought it to be a mere figment of his imagination, never expecting it to be true. "So that little bird was summoned by you, and the cave was also prepared by you?" Lu Lingxi raised an eyebrow, surprised that he had known of her venture to the back mountains so early on. "Yes," Longshuan murmured, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice as he added, "but you didn't come." With that, he dared to lift his gaze, his eyes holding a blend of accusation and grievance. "That I was merely worried someone might harm me," Lu Lingxi admitted, feeling somewhat guilty as she turned her gaze away. caught off guard by his swift actions, that I won't harm you, Long Sun stated solemnly, his expression serious, as if it were not just a casual remark, but a promise of sorts. Her heart softened at his words. I know. Well, I mean, this cave is a bit small and rather dim. Long Sun began awkwardly, his words lacking coherence, yet Lu Lingxi could discern what he was trying to convey. She bit her lip to suppress a laugh, finding him to be an adorably awkward serpent. That I think it's perfectly fine. Look, there are even some lovely little rabbits here, she pointed out, indicating the bunnies nestled in the corner. The little rabbits trembled in the corner, whispering to themselves, the big snake is awake. Do not draw attention. Long Sun's thin lips parted and closed a couple of times, unsure of what to say next, finding the timid rabbits to be rather unamusing. Besides, I just laid down the stone slabs. They're quite soft, Lu Lingxi remarked, patting the stone slab he was seated upon, noting that the leaves were indeed ones he had gathered. Hearing the hint of concession in her voice, Long Sun quickly interjected. The snake can lay new ones for you, dada. Had he been exposed? Was this serpent's intentions less than pure? All that talk was merely to coax her into visiting that larger, cleaner cave he had prepared. So, would you like to go to that spacious cave? It's quite clean and roomy, he suggested, his tone almost revealing a hesitance, as if he were making an awkward request. Lu Lingxi fought to suppress a smile, not wanting him to see her amusement. Then you can help me lay the stone slabs. The system in her mind observed this exchange, feeling an inexplicable oddity. Was it not the villain and the host who had switched roles? That implies agreement, Long Sun said, his voice brightening as he looked up, a smile breaking through his lips that revealed a hint of dimples. His long, dark hair cascaded like a river, shimmering beautifully in the light. He was easily satisfied. Merely the prospect of her accompanying him to his prepared cave brought him such joy. Lu Lingxi nearly lost her composure at the sight of his beauty, swallowing hard to compose herself. She mused that even without a task, she might have been tempted to keep him for herself, as he was quite the feast for the eyes. Little did she know that many had coveted Long Sun's beauty, only to meet their demise beneath his formidable tail. Alas, that formidable tail mirrored its owner in demeanor, swaying gently like a puppy's wagging tail, though she had suggested he lay the stone slabs. Lu Lingxi did not genuinely mean for him to do so. After all, he was but a recently awakened patient. How could she send him out to gather leaves? The system noted the irony. It is not easy for the host. She truly retains a conscience. She reasoned that these few leaves would suffice and could be replaced later, of course, with Long Sun bringing them along with his tail. The system commented, still heartlessly enslaving a patient, that Lu Lingxi took on the role of a hands-off supervisor, trailing behind while bidding farewell to the little rabbits one by one. Little rabbit, hurry and leave. Please, just don't bring that snake back. It frightens us to death. The cave Long Sun had found was indeed far more spacious than the rabbit's burrow, as one must not neglect the conditions of confinement. After all, however, Lu Lingxi's keen eyes soon spotted a bouquet of flowers that hadn't been there before. In the modest cave, it stood out rather starkly, placed right beside the stone slab. That looks familiar, she mused, squinting to confirm. After a few moments of scrutiny, she realized it was the 2 peach blossoms she had gifted him earlier. She had not expected him to tend to them so diligently for so long. Long Sun, noticing her gaze fixed on the flowers, spoke with a hint of pride. The snake has taken good care of them. Indeed, they were thriving, the blossoms having been away from their tree for quite some time. Still bloomed vibrantly, their petals delicate and showing no signs of wilting. How was it that he had managed this? Was the fearsome villain secretly a skilled gardener? Why did you take the peach blossoms when you left? Lu Lingxi casually inquired. They were a gift from you, and the snake cherishes them, he replied earnestly, as if she had bestowed upon him some rare treasure rather than mere flowers. Lu Lingxi felt her heart skip a beat, realizing that this serpent indeed had a talent for seduction. His unknowing charm was the most lethal, and she found herself appearing utterly oblivious to his intentions. She awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to hide her slightly flushed cheeks, reminding herself to remain composed. How could she lose to a mere serpent after living 2 lifetimes? If you like them, I'll send you more next time. Excellent. That response was both reserved and considerate, ensuring Long Sun felt at ease. Lu Lingxi mentally applauded herself. Long Sun, taken aback, lifted his face, the light catching his long lashes and illuminating his golden eyes. It seemed as if a myriad of unquenchable sparks ignited amidst the darkness. As long as it is from you, the snake will treasure it dearly. He solemnly vowed. He turned and placed the small red flower she had previously tucked behind his ear into the vase alongside the peach blossoms. Proclaiming it was also a gift from her, Lu Lingxi conceded defeat. She acknowledged that sincerity was indeed her most effective weapon. Every time he looked at her with such earnestness, she found herself deeply lamenting her own lack of purity. Moreover, Lu Lingxi noticed a peculiar habit of Long Sun's. He always referred to himself as the snake rather than Ida. Strangely, this endearing quirk struck a chord with her, causing her perception of him to shift slightly, tinted with a hint of affection. Additionally, since awakening, he had yet to call her by her name, despite having murmured it fondly while in a coma. The system, perplexed, mused, how can such a large snake be considered cute? This is terrifying. It's only the second day of the verification period, and there have been almost no comments. Tomorrow's data should be quite disheartening. Chapter 43, Sharing a Bed. After laying down the stone slabs, Lu Lingxi noticed that the sky had grown quite late. Their back and forth had consumed considerable time, and the journey of bringing the unconscious Long Sun back had taken longer than anticipated. Not to mention, he had been unconscious for a while in the cave. Given the darkness and slippery paths, and considering Long Sun had just awakened, Lu Lingxi was not particularly eager to rush over. Yet she could not shake off the thought of the little rabbits in the cave. She genuinely feared they might faint from anxiety if Long Sun remained there, not to mention that the cave could hardly accommodate such a large serpent. The two of them exchanged glances at the lone stone slab. In truth, it was mainly Lu Lingxi who was troubled by this. Long Sun had not given the matter much thought. Once the leaves were laid down, he was already stationed at the cave entrance. His tail coiled protectively. You rest. I will keep watch. Long Sun sat at the cave entrance with his tail coiled around him, leaving her with only a reassuring silhouette. He had never considered sharing a stone slab with Lu Lingxi. Instead, he naturally assumed the role of her protector. What an irony it was to have the arch-villain keep vigil for me. Yet, lying on the stone slab, Lu Lingxi tossed and turned, unable to find slumber. She turned to gaze at Long Sun's figure. His hair was remarkably long, almost cascading down to his waist, even longer than hers by a few inches. However, his broad shoulders and narrow waist defied any notion of femininity, and his unkempt black hair exuded an inexplicable air of noble restraint. Propping herself on her elbow, Lu Lingxi lay on her side, increasingly troubled by her conscience. The memory of his frail, unconscious state was still vivid in her mind. How could she allow him to endure the chill of the night alone at the cave's mouth? "Why don't you come in and rest?" she tentatively suggested. "You need not keep watch. This mountain does not harbor ferocious beasts. The most fearsome one is already here." Long Sun hesitated for a moment, glancing back at her from the cave entrance, his eyes glimmering faintly in the dark. Slowly, he dragged his tail back into the cave, maintaining a distance from Lu Lingxi, as if getting too close would intrude upon her space. That Lu Lingxi found his discomfort amusing. After all, it was he who had discovered this cave. His awkward demeanor resembled that of a child trailing behind a mother visiting relatives, caught between sitting and lying down. Choosing not to press him, she sat up and initiated a conversation from their comfortable distance. She noticed the two small bumps on his forehead, seemingly still swollen. "Did you have a headache after waking up?" she inquired, pointing at the protrusions on her own forehead. That a flicker of confusion crossed Long Sun's eyes. It seemed he did not grasp why she was concerned about him coming inside. Yet he dutifully shook his head. "But there is something unusual here. Does it really not hurt?" Lu Lingxi furrowed her brows, gesturing towards her forehead again. Following her lead, he touched his own forehead. Upon feeling the peculiar bumps, his hand froze, and the calm expression on his face vanished. It was only then that Lu Lingxi realized that he had been unaware of the swelling on his forehead. In a fluster, Long Sun turned away, instinctively raising a hand to shield his face, a wave of turmoil rising within him, his golden pupils narrowing in anxiety. Did he appear more hideous, more repulsive? When she had remarked upon something strange, he had felt he ought not to enter. The darkness of night could conceal some flaws, but now they were laid bare before her. Is it not painful? Has it only just begun to hurt? Lu Lingxi jumped off the stone slab, her heart racing. "What's wrong? Is your head hurting?" She felt a surge of urgency to pry his hand away. Sensing her approach, Long Sun's resistance became more pronounced. He practically buried his face in his arm. "That don't come near me. Don't look at me that I'm ugly," he said, his voice trembling. That Lu Lingxi paused, taken aback. Was he truly a snake worried about his appearance? Adjusting her grip, she softened her tone. "It's just a couple of bumps. Perhaps you bumped into something. They'll subside soon." Hearing her reassurance, Long Sun relaxed slightly, his voice muffled. "Really? Of course. And look, they're symmetrical." "How adorable." Lu Lingxi spoke in a tone akin to soothing a child. System. Host, you possess the ability to comfort others. Originally, one bump was already troublesome. Must you remind him there are two? Upon hearing this, Long Sun's slightly raised face retreated once more, his entire demeanor drooping in despair. Watching him retreat further into the cave, Lu Lingxi blurted out, "Just apply some medicine, and tomorrow we'll head down." Don be sad. Only after she spoke did she realize the system had mentioned these bumps were linked to his identity. Would haphazardly applying medicine pose a problem? Unfortunately, her words could not be retracted. And Long Sun, believing her, tugged at her sleeve to apply the medicine. His hopeful gaze rendered her unable to refuse. With a heavy heart, she led the self-conscious snake back to the stone slab, rummaging through her storage pouch for her rejuvenating floral essence. "Here, this will heal you quickly." Lu Lingxi pretended to treat the essence as a miraculous remedy, warming it in her palm before applying it to him. "One must commit to the act completely. After all, do you feel any better? Rest assured, it will dissipate soon." This was not entirely a lie. Perhaps once he learned of his identity, it would be resolved. And it wouldn't be considered deceiving a snake, right? Naively, Long Sun nodded, his eyes filled with unreserved trust, slightly flushed. "But isn't it hot? My palms almost caught fire just now." Her hand felt soft. And as Long Sun's golden pupils deepened, he mused, how fragrant. Just like her, he found himself developing an unexpected fondness for the essence's aroma. All done. After a brief symbolic application, Lu Lingxi withdrew her hand. The Long Sun before her had transformed into a fragrant serpent, their shared scent weaving an invisible bond around them. Returning the essence to her pouch, Lu Lingxi placed a peach blossom between them, effectively dividing the stone slab. "You can rest here. How about we each take a side?" she suggested, pointing at the flower. "Resting beside you." Long Sun's hand, propped behind him, clenched tightly, his palm damp with nervousness. Even with the flower vase between them, the proximity felt dreamlike, that a solitary snake and a solitary woman. No, this was not right. Though he longed for it, Long Sun refrained from agreeing, his limited understanding of human customs warning him against such intimacy. Wasn't this akin to bullying? He had no intention of taking advantage of her. Lonely snake, solitary woman. Lu Lingxi chuckled at this dragon-esque phrase, finding it both adorable and amusing that it was endearing, and he was merely a snake. After all, years later, the schedule of this female celebrity was packed, and while dining out, she took a moment to update everyone. Chapter 44. "Good night, this is still the cave you found. How could I rest while you keep watch? Or perhaps you rest, and I will keep watch." That as she spoke, she attempted to rise to no. Long Sun urgently grasped her wrist, releasing it as if burned, muffling his voice as he added, "I don't want you to keep watch." Lu Lingxi recalled how Long Sun seemed to restrain himself from touching her, even holding her wrists so tensely. What an innocent snake. No wonder he only grasped her sleeve. The contrast with their first meeting was stark. He had been so recklessly wrapped around her with his tail, indifferent to her well-being that Lu Lingxi returned to the stone slab, yielding to his pull. "Then we'll each take a side, with the peach blossom as a boundary. I promise I won't cross it. I'm a very well-behaved sleeper." Long Sun pulled the blossom vase closer to his side, creating a bit more space for Lu Lingxi. It was uncertain how such a large serpent managed to find comfort in such a small area. Lying on the modest stone slab, separated by over a meter, the night was occasionally disrupted by small beasts rustling outside. Lu Lingxi closed her eyes, hoping to escape her conscience and drift into slumber. Yet after a mere quarter hour, she opened her eyes, wide awake. What was the matter? She, who usually fell asleep upon touching a bed, was now sleepless. Was it the presence of another person that disturbed her? Yet, she had shared close quarters with Shui Zhao during missions and slept soundly. Suppressing a small sigh, she stilled herself, noticing that Long Sun appeared to be asleep, that it was perhaps best not to wake him. She moved slightly, reaching out to idly play with the peach blossoms in the vase. Unexpectedly, Long Sun turned slightly, his golden eyes gleaming in the darkness, startling her. "You can't sleep either?" she asked, sharing in his plight. "Let us chat for a bit." Long Sun remained silent, but Lu Lingxi had discerned his character. His lack of refusal constituted consent. Observing his mostly bare form, she curiously inquired, "Do you demons not prefer wearing clothes?" Having never encountered another shape-shifting demon, Long Sun was the first she had met. She mused that the demon race was indeed bold and free-spirited, seemingly unbound by societal constraints. That it was surprising to learn that demons held such profound philosophical pursuits. Lu Lingxi felt a pang of guilt for her own lack of ambition. In the darkness, Long Sun felt his face grow warm, but he was relieved that the darkness concealed his blush. "No, it's just that I'm not used to it." From the moment he hatched, he had been a small snake, unencumbered by clothing. Once he could transform, no elder had taught him the ways of human etiquette. Long Sun learned from observing mortals and hearing tales that it was improper to be naked in human form. However, as a young dragon, he had thought he wouldn't emulate those bothersome mortals, nor would he feign the pretenses of those hypocritical humans. Having experienced betrayal and harm from mortals, Long Sun had always prided himself on his individuality. Different from all others, both human and demon alike. Previously indifferent, he now pondered if his lack of clothing would lead her to view him as a brazen and shameless serpent. Long Sun's fingers tapped against the stone wall beneath him. "Lu Lingxi. All right, perhaps I was overthinking it. Not all demons enjoy being unclothed." She recalled their first encounter when Long Sun had seemingly attempted to don her clothes. Could it be that he harbored a penchant for cross-dressing? No wonder this time. Even the clothes that Shi Xiao had given him were not brought along. Lu Lingxi furrowed her brow and thought, well, in the future, she would reluctantly part with a few of her dresses for him to wear. But why did he take my clothes back in the village? He haphazardly hung them all over himself. Now, when Lu Lingxi recalls that little garment that was draped around his neck, she still feels a sense of suffocation. She wonders why Long Sun was so stubborn back then. Now, he appears much smarter. Indeed, she has a knack for nurturing snakes. That Lu Lingxi firmly affirmed her own ability to raise serpents. Lu Lingxi's words. Long Sun recalled that memory, thinking of the foolish things he had done. His already slightly flushed face now resembled one scorched by fire. Even the speed at which his fingers tapped against the stone slab increased significantly. "You look good. I want to be like you. I want to be closer to you," Long Sun murmured, as if uttering a tender declaration of affection. Back then, he gazed at the radiant girl basking in the sunlight, her green attire reminiscent of a late spring bloom. Then, glancing at his own tail, he understood for the first time what it meant to be different, and oh wonder those demons were willing to don the guise of mortals. It turned out they too had their desires. Long Sun was unsure what other demons sought by transforming into human forms, but he knew that he longed for that direct surge of spring warmth that flowed into his heart. He wished to wear mortal garments, to take on a human appearance, to masquerade as someone acceptable to her. Unfortunately, he had failed, yet she still took him away, did she not? That was enough. That Lu Lingxi found it somewhat amusing. Sometimes, whenever she felt utterly puzzled about something, he always had a ludicrous yet reasonable explanation. Perhaps the thinking of a villain was inherently unique. Otherwise, how could they survive until the end to compete with the protagonist? "You can't take my clothes. I'm a girl. You should wear men's clothing, just like the one Shi Xiang gave you." Lu Lingxi explained to him, as if teaching a kindergarten child. "Behave. Don't inherit her wardrobe like Ai Li." At this point, a certain snake had transformed in her eyes from a fearsome antagonist into a small child, and even that seemed like an overestimation. They chatted. Lu Lingxi began to feel a bit drowsy. "May I call you by your name?" she asked, turning over to him. Long Sun nodded almost imperceptibly. She liked it, and it was fine. However, she wished that I noticed you never call me by my name. "I thought you didn't want me to either," she joked, as though she wished for him to call her. "Willing Ling, she." The last two syllables emerged as if he was articulating them one by one, making it seem as though he had just learned to speak. Lu Lingxi teased, "What is the matter? Is my name hard to say? You seem quite cheerful when not in a daze." She paid no mind to the snake's feigned seriousness and continued her musings. "Your name sounds lovely. Sun also signifies beautiful jade. The person who named you must have treated you very well." Long Sun did not respond. He had already forgotten who had given him that name. Lu Lingxi's eyes gradually closed in a controlled manner. Good night, Long Sun. After a long silence without hearing his voice, she struggled to open her eyes again. You should also say good night to me that I end the darkness. Long Sun chuckled softly. He had never seen her adopt such a childlike seriousness and found it endearing. Good night, Lingxi. Hearing his response, Lu Lingxi fell asleep contentedly. Long Sun, too, rarely experienced such tranquility and gently closed his eyes. Chapter 45. Dreamscape. The stars and moon shone brightly in the sky, while a few drifting clouds were scattered by the night breeze. Occasionally, the nightingale would issue a soft cooing sound as it flitted from one branch to the depths of the forest. Inside the cave, devoid of light, the slanted moonlight cast a delicate veil over everything within. Lu Lingxi lay at ease, her hands crossed over her small abdomen, sleeping soundly as she had claimed. However, Long Sun occasionally furrowed his brow. His long fingers unconsciously clenched into fists, as if trapped in a nightmare. Did I end his dream? Long Sun felt somewhat dazed, as if his entire being were suspended in a void, unable to find solid ground. The illusory scenery before him rapidly churned upward, his consciousness and body descending as if someone had pushed him off a cliff. Long Sun struggled to break free from this illusion, but found himself utterly drained, unable to resist the pull of the abyss. Just as he thought this fall would never end, the swirling scene was abruptly paused. Time stood still at that moment. Long Sun felt his soul being drawn out by an inexplicable force and thrust into a younger vessel. He remained immobile, like a statue nailed to the spot. Long Sun. Does this name sound pleasant? Sun means jade. You will surely become the jade among dragons. A clear, melodious female voice echoed in his ear. Did I bid you good night? You must also say good night to me. Good night means to sleep well. Good night, Long Sun. The voice carried a hint of drowsiness. Who is it? Long Sun felt something being inserted into his memory. He wanted to see clearly, but was pulled away by an unknown force. The one who named him? Who was it? Long Sun struggled wildly within the confines of his body, relentless in his desire to pierce through the bindings of the dream and recall that which lay forgotten deep within his memory. The more he fought, the stronger the sensation of being shackled became, as if countless ants were gnawing at his fragile soul. His spine bent under the unbearable pain, the protruding vertebrae resembling a drawn bow. A metallic, sweet taste flooded his throat, and the struggling soul fragmented, drifting out of his vessel. Long Sun glanced back, his golden eyes trembling, his pale lips stained with a hint of blood, which he swallowed back down. Before him stood a girl shrouded in white mist, her features obscured, her expression unreadable. She stood there quietly with her hands behind her back, seemingly oblivious to Long Sun before her, just as his soul was on the verge of dissipating. Long Sun trembled and reached out toward the girl, ultimately unable to maintain his strength. Merely brushing against the hem of her skirt, he clutched her skirt tightly, his grip so fierce that the veins on his hand bulged, disregarding the blood seeping from his lips. Who are you? He coughed, and the blood surged from his chest, splattering on her green skirt and embroidered shoes. Having stained her shoes, Long Sun's other hand, though gentle, stubbornly attempted to wipe the blood off her shoe, only to have the crimson seep in. The girl regarded the prostrate Long Sun with indifference, like a celestial being high above, devoid of compassion. Ready to depart at any moment. As she turned, the skirt he clutched transformed into a wisp of blue smoke. She resembled a specter from the mountains, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Her form gradually receded, and the white mist surrounding her dissipated. Long Sun could only see a flash of green, her silhouette shrinking in his gaze until it vanished completely. Long Sun could no longer summon the strength to rise. The burdened soul, now at its breaking point, closed its eyes in resignation, a single crystalline tear dangling at the corner of his eye. As Long Sun fainted, the entire scene of the dream shattered and reassembled once more. Before Long Sun lay a field of crimson, but this time the blood was not his own. Long Sun had yet to recover from the shattering of the previous dream when the girl in his arms suddenly coughed violently, warm blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Long Sun's golden eyes, filled with bewilderment, stared at his bloodied hands. Whose blood was this? Why did it burn his heart with pain? Wasn't he dreaming? Why did it hurt so? It felt as if his chest were being torn apart, cold air rushing in, chilling him to the bone. Trembling, blood-stained hands reached up to touch the girl's face, wishing to clean the blood from her skin. oblivious to the fact that he was also covered in blood. It hurt too much. At this moment, Long Sun could no longer distinguish between dream and reality. Did I in this instant? He and the girl in the dream became one. Feeling the anguish within him, did I beg you, do not die. Long Sun sobbed, Lingxi. How could it be you? Tears cascaded down his cheeks, splattering on a Lu Lingxi's pale face, blooming like flowers of sorrow, that he felt as though he had lost his soul. Unable to utter anything but pleas for her not to perish, yet the person in his arms continued to grow colder. Why not him? Why was it not him? It should have been him. An unspeakable grief seized his soul, and he could no longer contain the surge of hot blood that erupted from his lips. Do not die for me. I beg you, come back to life. Long Sun pressed his blood-stained lips gently against the pale lips of the girl. Like kissing a moon reflected in water, fragile and easily shattered, he bit into his wrist, blood flowing forth to meet hers. Mingling into a single entity, indistinguishable from one another. She could not swallow. He drew the blood into his mouth before feeding it back to her. Time and again, heedless of the dizziness overtaking him from excessive blood loss. He pressed on. Why won't you wake? Isn't my blood the most effective? Why? He couldn't save her. She was dying. This stark realization plunged Long Sun into a hellish abyss, feeling as if his soul were being torn apart. Stitched together and torn again. The pain felt as if it had been refined into thousands of needles, stabbing mercilessly into his flesh, his heart, his soul. Fear not. The snake is with you. He clasped her hand tightly. Lifting the spring life sword, his eyes filled with a sense of release. The spring life sword pierced his heart. Inch by inch, the scene suffused with a blood-red hue. Long Sun abruptly opened his eyes. The golden pupil still bore the lingering pain, as if he had yet to escape that horrifying nightmare. In a daze, a warm and soft sensation brushed against him, pulling the trembling Long Sun back to reality. The person who had confidently patted their chest before sleep, assuring themselves of their honesty in slumber, had unknowingly crossed boundaries. The fragrance emanating from the girl soothed his still aching heart, gradually calming his restless soul. Recently, I've been staying up late every night. Last night, my stomach suddenly felt unbearable, and I was ravenously hungry, devouring a mountain of food, yet still feeling empty, like an insatiable abyss. That was terrifying. So today I made sure to wake up and eat. Everyone, please take care of your health. I've seen many treasures still commenting at 2 or 3 in the morning. Don't stay up late. And eat on time. To Chapter 46. The late-night infatuated serpent. Though it was already late summer, the wind still carried a hint of lingering warmth. Due to his demonic nature, Long Sun's body temperature was slightly lower than that of ordinary humans. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Lingxi unconsciously gravitated towards the coolness, nudging the vase that served as a barrier between them with her elbow. The porcelain vase scraped against the stone floor, producing a sound, and it appeared ready to topple over. Long Sun reacted swiftly, his agile tail wrapping around the vase to steady it, gently moving it to a corner. The moment the bottom of the vase met the stone, it inevitably emitted a faint noise, which seemed exceptionally jarring in the stillness of the night. Long Sun, feeling a twinge of anxiety, glanced down at Lu Lingxi, who had furrowed her brow, evidently disturbed by the noise. Mimicking the way she had previously comforted him, Long Sun extended his broad palm, softly patting the girl's slender back. Through the thin fabric, their body temperatures intertwined. His touch was gentle, and Lu Lingxi, soothed by his tenderness, fell back into a peaceful slumber, bathed in moonlight that cast a serene glow upon her face. Gazing at the girl before him, her features as delicate as peach blossoms, Long Sun compared her to the figure that had shattered in his nightmarish dream and felt a twinge of madness for having such a terrifying vision. With him present, she would not perish. As Lu Lingxi rolled over in her sleep, their proximity diminished, and she wore a gown of deep azure that evoked images of a misty rain. The hem of her azure dress brushed closely against his golden tail. Her sash had entangled itself around his arm, the contrast of blue against white and gold vividly apparent, mirroring the intertwining of their fates. Long Sun's distinctly knuckled fingers delicately wove through her cloud-like hair, gently untangling the slightly disheveled strands. That a gentle fragrance wafted from her hair, enveloping Long Sun as he leaned in closer. How intoxicating! Her hair was fragrant, her clothing delightful, and she herself exuded an enchanting aroma. This lovely Lingxi. Long Sun playfully poked the girl's fair, tender cheek, akin to an infatuated serpent. It is the fragrant and soft Lingxi. His gaze drifted from her exquisite brows to her rosy, slightly parted lips, which glistened like cherries that as he watched, he was suddenly reminded of that farewell night, a night as sultry as this one. Yet his heart had felt entirely different than on that night. The usually shy serpent had boldly stolen a kiss from her. Recalling that fleeting kiss, Long Sun remembered the pounding of his heart and the rush of blood that nearly leapt from his chest, his gaze becoming somewhat obscure. Discomfort, he licked his thin lips, as if shy, yet more so as if savoring the memory. To at that moment, the girl bathed in moonlight seemed to silently beckon him, that he swallowed hard, his throat moving as he contained his unmentionable desires deep within. Ultimately, he did not replicate his previous action. Instead, he merely brushed his cool fingertips lightly across her lips. Then, like a thief, he pretended to be nonchalant as he brushed his own thin lips. Yet his ears betrayed him, reddening as they failed to mask his furtive actions. How he adored her, wishing to be open, to delve deeper, to intertwine their lives. Yet the time was not right that a flicker of desire, an insatiable greed crossed Long Sun's golden eyes. It must be known that serpents are inherently lustful. Long Sun carefully disentangled her sash from his arm, gently placing her wrist back on her own abdomen. Her slender wrist fit effortlessly within his grasp. A faint yet strong pulse beating, signifying her vibrant life force, that a rare curiosity sparked in Long Sun's golden eyes as he placed his index finger on Lu Lingxi's pulse. The human body is indeed a marvel. The heartbeat within the chest manifests in other places that he felt her pulse thumping and pondered. He then placed his palm against his own flat chest, where it beat steadily, albeit slightly slower than hers. He frowned in dissatisfaction. Why could their heartbeats not synchronize? He wished to wear her clothing, to imitate her handwriting, and even to have their heartbeats align. This was Long Sun's way of loving her as a demon, a touch childish yet unwaveringly obsessive. Glancing at the sky outside the cave, which was beginning to brighten, Long Sun crawled up, his golden pupils and tail shimmering under the first rays of sunlight. The moment he emerged, he instinctively reached for his forehead, still preoccupied with those two small bumps. Unfortunately, to his dismay, they had not vanished as Lu Lingxi had claimed they would. His once bright, golden eyes dimmed. He was still an ugly serpent, while she preferred beautiful things. Upon waking, Lu Lingxi beheld the fruits and water within the cave, as well as the snake diligently roasting fish nearby, marveling at how Long Sun, a seemingly cold-blooded serpent, could be so considerate and warm-hearted. Hearing the commotion, Long Sun turned to glance at her. Instinctively, he attempted to smile upon realizing she was awake, but seemingly recalling something, he quickly turned away, leaving her with only his back. His face was still not presentable. He couldn't let her see it. With the smoke rising, Long Sun lowered his head to evade her gaze. "Fruits you eat," he murmured softly while inspecting the fish over the fire. That Lu Lingxi casually picked a fruit. "It's delicious. You should eat too," she offered, extending a fruit towards him. Long Sun shook his head, his inky hair swaying slightly with emotion, resembling smooth silk. "Are you trying to feed me?" Lu Lingxi, after finishing a fruit, tossed the pit into the burning fire. "Even if you give me all of it, I can't finish it." As she spoke, she leaned in to inspect the roasting fish, then turned to look at his face, curious about the state of those two small bumps. However, Long Sun kept his head lowered, avoiding her gaze, his golden pupils flickering as he evaded her scrutiny. Noticing his avoidance, Lu Lingxi reached out to push his hair aside. "Let me see if there's any change on your forehead." Her words froze Long Sun in place, leaving him no choice but to sit still for her inspection. After a while, unable to endure her intense gaze any longer, he averted his eyes, muttering, "Don't look, it's ugly, seeing so many little fortune gods bestow rewards upon me." Has any attentive treasure discovered that the automatic reply for gift-giving changes daily? I switch it up every day. Thank you all for your affection. Chapter 47. The gift from the serpent. Is it true that you care so much? Lu Lingxi chuckled, poking his shoulder. If you're so concerned now, what if those two little bumps grow larger in the future? They might even develop into horns. Upon hearing this, Long Sun's hand, which was flipping the fish, paused. They'll get bigger? Panic flickered in the serpent's eyes, seemingly unable to accept that those small bumps on his forehead could grow into something substantial. That don't dwell on it, Lu Lingxi said. Rummaging through her storage bag, She pulled out a hair tie she had never used. His hair was a deep black with a hint of dark green, so she had specifically chosen a hair tie that complemented his hair color. The dark green tie was adorned with golden embroidery, appearing elegant and precious. "Come here, let me tie it for you." Holding the hair tie in her hands, she moved closer to Long Sun, thinking that if he truly couldn't accept it, she would cover it up. Thus, the hair tie served the purpose of a headband, wrapping around his forehead and concealing the two little bumps he couldn't let go of. Lu Lingxi skillfully tied a knot at the back of his head. "There, that's better." She admired the serpent before her. The green indeed complemented his fair complexion. Long Sun, who was naturally pale, appeared almost luminous with the hair tie adorning him, knowing that the unsightly blemishes were now concealed. Long Sun finally dared to lift his head and look at her, and he reached up to touch the hair tie on his forehead, feeling its smoothness beneath his fingers. "Its from you." Long Sun tenderly caressed the trailing end of the ribbon that floated down. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lu Lingxi, as if she were the sole occupant of his world. The smile that danced upon his lips lent him an added touch of youthful charm, which the serpent found quite appealing. It was then that Lu Lingxi noticed the two shallow dimples on Long Sun's cheeks. How endearing they were. With her eyes gleaming and a radiant smile illuminating her face, she looked at him like a gentle breeze on a summer day. Imitating his tone, she responded, "No need to thank me. The serpent is quite beautiful." Long Sun lifted his gaze to meet hers, and her smile, akin to a blossoming flower, seemed to cast a warm sunlight into the damp corners of his heart. His heart skipped a beat, and he averted his eyes. Unable to bear the intensity of her gaze, he recognized that she was mimicking his manner of speaking, much like a mischievous child teasing a bashful kitten. The tip of his tail flicked restlessly, as if unable to withstand her unwavering gaze, prompting him to straighten up and walk towards the cave's entrance. "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Lu Lingxi quickly masked her playful demeanor. She felt she had inadvertently provoked the antagonist's sire. Just as she was about to apologize, she realized that she simply found his way of speaking charming. Long Sun turned his head to glance at her, noticing that she had not followed. He wrapped the tip of his long tail around her wrist, tugging gently to beckon her closer, to end the sweltering heat of summer. The coolness of his tail sent shivers across her skin as it encircled her wrist. Following his pull, she stepped outside the cave, only to be struck by the vibrant colors that blossomed before her. Why does it seem like a little garden has sprung up overnight at the once barren cave entrance? The delicate flowers bloomed in increasingly vivid hues, a sight to behold. Long Sun released her wrist, standing amidst the riot of colors without diminishing his own striking beauty, positioned at the mountain's edge. The flowers appeared to serve as mere embellishments to his grandeur. Long Sun had not forgotten that he had failed to present her with flowers the previous night. He believed that a bouquet might soothe her displeasure. His tail curled around a cluster of the most exquisite, delicate, and freshest blooms, offering them to her. His eyes shone with an innocent blend of desire for approval and anticipation. "Here, flowers for you. Will it ease your displeasure?" Lu Lingxi stood momentarily stunned as she accepted the bouquet, the fragrance enveloping her senses. For me, she felt a delightful surprise wash over her. Upon witnessing her acceptance, a hidden joy flickered in Long Sun's serpentine eyes, complemented by the subtle dimples on his cheeks as he spoke with satisfaction. "All for you, do you like my flowers? Does this mean you are not angry with me?" she inquired while cradling the bouquet, marveling at the lavishness of the villain's generosity. "Why the sudden urge to bestow flowers upon me? After leaving without a word, you implied I had upset you." Long Sun replied softly, his tone tinged with a hint of self-reproach. His long lashes casting shadows over his eyes, that Lu Lingxi realized that a casual remark made during their ascent had been etched into his memory. Thus the flowers were his way of atoning. She pondered where he had learned such charming ways to appease a girl. "Very well. I am no longer upset, but you must promise not to do this again," she half threatened, half teased, knowing that if her target were to vanish again, she would be inconsolable. "Are you happy?" Long Sun suddenly called her name, the simplicity of it imbued with an unexpected tenderness, akin to sweet nothings exchanged between lovers. "Receiving your peach blossoms and your ribbon brings me joy. What about you? Will receiving my flowers bring you happiness?" His eyes held a secret hope, gazing earnestly into hers that a blush crept to Lu Lingxi's cheeks, a warmth blossoming within her. "What is happening? Just hearing my name makes me feel flushed." she mused, lifting the bouquet to shield her reddening face. The abundance of flowers at the entrance was almost absurd, yet the blossoms on the back mountain had absorbed some spiritual energy, preventing them from withering like ordinary flowers. They would gradually fade into dust as the energy dissipated. After locating Long Sun, her quest had made little progress. The system frequently disconnected, advising her to remain at ease, claiming the time was not yet ripe. With the system's reassurance, she set aside her worries about the task, reclining comfortably. Being confined to the Lingshan mountain for reflection essentially meant being cast into the wilderness to fend for oneself. Had she been alone, she might have truly struggled to endure the isolation. However, Elder Lin had not anticipated the presence of Long Sun in the back mountain. With company, the experience transformed entirely. Thus, Lu Lingxi found her time in the back mountain even more fulfilling than below. Lacking food? No matter. Long Sun could forage for fruit and hunt. Bored? Not a concern. She could drag Long Sun along to playfully scare the timid beasts, without the elder brothers constantly pressuring her to train or practice swordplay. And with only Long Sun, who complied with her every whim, Lu Lingxi thought, this is what life should be. Since that day, Long Sun developed a fondness for presenting her with gifts. Sometimes it was a translucent spirit stone, other times a luminescent blade of grass. She marveled at how he could unearth such rare treasures in the back mountain. Though she declined his offerings, he never pressed her, merely slinking away with a drooping tail. As if the rejection were a personal affront. She could only gather the trinkets he brought her. In these recent chapters, I have struggled immensely with the writing. This character's persona is proving exceedingly challenging to capture, and I have reached a point of frustration, feeling like I could cry. Crafting a pure-hearted character without physical contact presents a significant challenge, and my current writing skills seem insufficient to convey a sweet atmosphere. I am feeling quite overwhelmed and wish to expedite the progression of the narrative, as I have lingered here far too long. Chapter 48. Teaching him to weave crickets today marked the 5th day of confinement, meaning that half of the punishment time had elapsed, and consequently, half of the time for completing the task had also passed. Fortunately, the system, which had been offline for so long, finally showed signs of life. Lu Lingxi was currently instructing Long Sun on how to weave crickets from bulrushes. Despite his towering and robust form, his fingers were evidently more slender than hers, yet the bulrushes seemed to resist his commands. With her delicate fingers, she twisted and turned the green stalks, producing a cricket that appeared remarkably lifelike. "Have you got it?" she inquired, presenting the cricket before him. Long Sun furrowed his brows, observing intently, attempting to mimic her previous actions, but ended up in a tangle. Tying the bulrushes into an unyielding knot, it seemed even the antagonist had his limits. Despite 3 attempts, he had yet to grasp this simple craft. He appeared unable to accept the reality of his clumsiness. Fixating his golden eyes on Lu Lingxi's hands, as if pondering the enchanting secret they held. "Watch closely. Let me show you again. Start like this, then twist it back, thread it through here, and fold it back." Lu Lingxi slowed her movements, wishing she could take his hand to guide him through the process. Long Sun discreetly opened his palm to gesture, marveling at how small and fair her hand was, as if he could envelop it entirely. Had Lu Lingxi witnessed this moment, she would have understood why the serpent struggled to learn. His gaze had not once strayed from her hands, that she skillfully crafted another cricket. The system's long-awaited voice echoed in her mind. "Host, you have a new task. Task 2. The Wangu grass is a common medium used by cultivators to seek lost memories and revisit the past. Rare and elusive, it is often fiercely contested among practitioners that a mature Wangu grass lies within the back mountain. This grass is related to subsequent task rewards, and the host must acquire it before the sun rises tomorrow. Otherwise, rewards will be forfeited." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Lingxi's hand momentarily halted as she passed the cricket to Long Sun, that he looked at her quizzically, still reaching for the cricket she had crafted. Feigning nonchalance, she placed the cricket in his palm, and he returned his gaze, contentedly arranging all the crickets she had made in neat rows before him. "Long Sun, I need to step out for a moment." Lu Lingxi began, but he interrupted her urgently. "The serpent will accompany you." Long Sun paused in his fiddling with the crickets, tightening his grip on her slender wrist, as if fearful she might abandon him. After spending the last couple of days inseparable, he had begun to relax slightly. Calling her name was no longer a struggle, and his hold on her wrist felt increasingly natural. "Host, please be advised that a thunderstorm is approaching." The system cautioned. "Rain?" Then he absolutely cannot come with me, Lu Lingxi thought, recalling vividly how he had fainted last time. She glanced at the sky, which was cloaked in a heavy, grayish-white hue, the air thick with humidity. Tonight's rain promised to be quite substantial. To know, you stay in the cave and wait for my return. It will be quick. She tugged at Long Sun's hand on her wrist, but it remained steadfast. Displaying surprising strength, he lowered his head slightly, his thick lashes casting shadows over his eyes. Since their reunion in the back mountain, they had not parted ways. Perhaps this was why he felt a tinge of anxiety. "All right, I will return once you have woven 10 crickets," she proposed, handing him more bulrushes, pondering that with his clumsy fingers, he might not complete even that many by nightfall. At that moment, she should be hastening her return. Long Sun lifted his gaze, scrutinizing her expression intently, and reached out to take the cattail. He had never defied her decisions, even when the weight of grievance enveloped him. That Lu Lingxi, observing his lackluster demeanor, consoled him. "It's not that I don't wish to take you. It's just that there's a thunderstorm tonight. Have you forgotten about the incident when you fainted in the rain? If I were to bring you along, I might end up having to carry you back." That it was, after all, due to the snake that Long Sun's tail tip drooped, subconsciously sweeping the ground. Rain would not afford her protection. Seeing that he had been soothed, Lu Lingxi felt reassured and prepared to leave. "That I'm off now. Don't sneak out after me." With that, she soared away on her sword. Long Sun remained at the cave entrance, gazing after her vanishing figure, still clutching the few green cattails, his eyes filled with a forlorn longing akin to Wang Baochuan, who steadfastly awaited her beloved. Only when she was completely out of sight did Long Sun drag his tail back into the cave. The clumsy snake fumbled awkwardly with the cattail she had given him, his golden eyes brimming with earnest focus. "Host, it is just below," the system conveyed to her as they ventured deeper into the forest. Lu Lingxi descended gently, the ground stirred by the air currents, lifting a fine layer of dust. The Wanggu grass, known for its affinity with water, would emit a glow at night. "You can go check by the creek," the system suggested, perusing its data. Glowing, Lu Lingxi recalled the luminous grass that Long Sun had retrieved for her days prior. What a coincidence, she thought about the small grass he had brought back, recalling how he had pretended to be indifferent as he placed it at the cave entrance, only to reveal himself after her delighted exclamation with a demeanor that suggested, "I merely found it. If you like it so much, consider it a gift." Alas, the subtle twitch of his tail and the gleam of satisfaction in his golden eyes betrayed his delight in her fondness for his offering. "Face the reality, host. You are a villain and a mere pawn. Luck is not your ally. Focus on finding the Wanggu grass." The capitalist system shattered Lu Lingxi's daydream. They soon reached the creek. Though an abundance of unfamiliar weeds and wildflowers made locating the Wanggu grass feel akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thankfully, twilight was approaching, and with its luminescent trait, she could pinpoint her target. Climbing a tree for a better view, Lu Lingxi scanned the area, observing the creek and the activity along its banks. The late summer sun had dimmed somewhat, and with the impending rain, darkness was settling in. Suddenly, a chill sensation slid down her neck. Initially mistaking it for droplets from leaves, she soon realized the raindrops were becoming heavier and more frequent. The summer rain arrived swiftly, transforming into a torrential downpour within moments. Drawing from her previous experience of seeking Long Sun, Lu Lingxi quickly executed a water-evading technique. The rain obliterated the last vestiges of sunlight, engulfing the surroundings in complete darkness. The downpour was relentless. She wondered if Long Sun, as a snake, would manage. Though he hadn't fainted in the cave, his tears had flowed copiously. Reflecting on this, she recalled how he seemed to shed tears quietly, unlike a child's wails or the weeping of others. Rather, his tears fell silently, punctuated by a restrained sob. "Host, there appears to be a situation," the system alerted as Lu Lingxi pondered Long Sun, ever vigilant of the movements below, seemingly more invested in the task than she was. "Both key figures are love-struck. Without me, this household will crumble." That Lu Lingxi was jolted back to reality by the system's words. Feeling a pang of frustration, why had she found herself thinking of that snake so frequently lately? A faint glow emanated from a patch of grass along the bank, revealing the Wanggu grass. Leaping from the tree, she began to sift through the underbrush, finally spotting the glowing plant, its leaves glistening with raindrops, the blue foliage radiating a delicate luminescence. clearly not an ordinary specimen, just as she reached out to collect it into her storage bag. A gust of wind swept past her, lifting her hair, that an ominous presence loomed behind her. Sensing danger, Lu Lingxi quickly pivoted, dodging the incoming strike, her body twisting midair, her flowing hair resembling two agile serpents. Steadying herself with her sword, she noticed the figure behind her reaching for the Wanggu grass. Clearly, this individual intended to seize it from her. Channeling her energy into the sword, she unleashed a resonant strike. Imbued with fierce intent, aimed directly at the intruder's vital points. The force was so potent that even as he dodged, his robe was slashed, revealing a crimson mark beneath that he seemed taken aback as he clutched his left arm. "How is it that you could harm me? What manner of sword do you wield?" Unable to discern the source of the raspy voice, Lu Lingxi observed that the figure was cloaked in a black robe, exuding an unmistakable aura of malevolence that do not underestimate us disciples of Ling Mountain. The girl's eyes sparkled with determination, her posture erect as she gripped her sword. The figure chuckled darkly. "You truly do not know your place. Merely a little girl." His voice turned sinister as his clawed hand, suffused with dark energy, lunged toward her face. Lu Lingxi ducked just in time, the claws grazing her in retaliation. She elbowed him in the chest with her sword. Yet he appeared entirely unharmed. Changing his approach, he aimed to seize her slender neck, but Lu Lingxi reacted swiftly, crouching low and delivering a powerful kick to his leg. This time, the black-clad figure staggered back several steps. The rain intensified, heightening the tension of their confrontation. Gripping her sword, Lu Lingxi felt her hand tingle from the previous impact. She realized she was at a disadvantage, that a sense of anxiety washed over her as she recognized that her attack seemed futile. Save for that one wound. "Host, perhaps you should abandon this task." The system's voice trembled slightly, betraying its concern to Lu Lingxi, sword in hand, cautiously observed her opponent. "Abandon the task? What if there are no repercussions? Surely not hurry and retreat. You cannot defeat him." That a hint of pleading laced the system's tone, urging her to avoid further danger. Upon hearing this, she discreetly assessed the best route for escape. Given the system's advice, she had no intention of engaging in a futile struggle. Planning to flee? It wouldn't be that simple. The black-clad figure noticed her subtle movements, and with a swift, sharp claw, he unleashed a chilling gust towards her. Alarmed, Lu Lingxi attempted to evade, only to be seized by the shoulder and violently thrown to the ground. With a deafening crash, thunder rumbled overhead, and a flash of lightning seemed to tear the sky asunder. Within the cave, Long Sun gazed anxiously outside, his fingers unconsciously fiddling with the few grass crickets she had left behind. He had woven 20 of them, yet Lu Lingxi had not returned. Deceiving the snake, Long Sun murmured, his lips pressed together, a dull ache forming in his head, yet he persisted, awaiting her return. Suddenly, he sensed an unpleasant aura. His fingers paused in their task, his usually vibrant golden eyes darkening with a hint of ferocity. Was it the alluring presence he had sensed before departing? How could it be here? Lu Lingxi was in danger. Realizing this possibility, Long Sun disregarded his throbbing head and summoned the long dormant black iron sword, its blade shimmering with fine golden patterns. Clutching the sword tighter, his knuckles whitened, his golden eyes glinting with a chilling resolve. To harm Lu Lingxi would be to face death. Long Sun, teetering on the brink of madness, remained oblivious to the transformation occurring within him, where fine golden stripes began to manifest along his tail. Imbued with a sacred aura of some forbidden incantation, the relentless thunder echoed above, as if urging something in vain. "Where's the little dragon? Hasn't he crossed over yet?" As Long Sun stepped out of the cave, the lightning crackled with fervor, as if it had found its mark. "Here it comes, brothers, prepare to strike." The lightning danced and responded to one another, cascading down upon Long Sun with pinpoint accuracy. Struggling to withstand the onslaught, Long Sun bent his slender frame, clutching the black iron sword for support. Blood surged from his mouth, staining the sword red, which then trickled to the ground, diluted by the rain into a faint crimson hue. His golden eyes, a mix of dazed determination, remained fixated on Lu Lingxi's safety. The lightning grew increasingly fierce, each strike more potent than the last, as if he were to expel every drop of blood from his body. When the final bolt descended, resembling the width of a bowl, Long Sun could no longer endure and collapsed, utterly drained of strength to go save her. The black iron sword resonated with his fervent will. Such determination from the little dragon? I truly owe your family a debt, the thunderous voice scoffed as it receded. Oh, little dragon, is that girl nearby? In that forest, Lu Lingxi grimaced in pain, clutching her shoulder that was nearly crushed, her black robe mirroring the darkness of her situation. It hurt terribly. She felt as if death was imminent. With a bitter smile, she spoke to the system, hoping that the serpent would not wait for her return before seeking her out. Perhaps it could even retrieve her body. She mused, finding humor in her suffering. Yet she reconsidered, thinking it best not to come, as the rain poured heavily. Otherwise, it might faint again. The figure in the black robe tightened his grip around Lu Lingxi's neck, her slender throat appearing as if it could snap with a mere flick. Any last words? He sneered, relishing her despair, that I've already written up to chapter 66, and you haven't given me a chance to add more. Please leave a 5-star review, my dear ones. It's driving me mad that don't just send me fragments of comments. My heart is truly shattered. Have you grown horns? Lu Lingxi defied him, shakily raising her middle finger and articulating. You know, villain, that those who talk too much often meet their demise, still defiant even at the brink of death. Let us see who dies first, the black-robed man threatened, intensifying his grip. Lu Lingxi struggled, the air in her lungs growing sparse, her face flushed crimson. Cough, cough, system. I can't go on. Perhaps you should find a more formidable host, she gasped, as if delivering her last words. The system, exhibiting a surprisingly human-like sorrow, lamented, remember to find someone kinder to save Long Sun. The thought of someone else occupying her place brought a pang of sadness to Lu Lingxi. Would that somewhat clumsy serpent treat the new strategist well? What about her senior brother and master? No, host. Only you can save him, the system wailed. Just as Lu Lingxi resigned herself to her fate, a thunderclap resounded, and a bolt of lightning, as if with sentience, struck down from above the black-robed figure. Da! He cried out in agony, loosening his grip on Lu Lingxi. Had she been saved? She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath as the damp, cold air rushed into her chest. Now it was the black-robed man who struggled for breath, clutching his chest as he expelled a mouthful of black blood. Half kneeling on the ground, glaring at Lu Lingxi with malice, Lu Lingxi, leveraging her sword, rose to her feet, exclaiming, "What is this? What is this? Divine retribution! What sorcery is this?" The black-robed man's voice seethed with rage. Why does lightning, which can only be wielded by the dragon clan, manifest? Aren't all the dragons dead? Is it that dragon whelp? But it hasn't transformed, has it? In an instant, fear flickered across his face. Before he could react, another bolt of lightning struck down, saturating the ground with the black blood that seeped from his wounds. I told you, villains perish from excessive chatter, Lu Lingxi declared, her grip on the sword unwavering, knowing the black-robed man could no longer harm her. The sky raged with thunder and lightning, seemingly poised to unleash more. The black-robed man, like a startled bird, trembled, devoid of his earlier arrogance. Damn it. Even in this diminished state, I am no match for the Dragon Clan. As he prepared to utter a parting threat, he vanished without a trace. Surviving this ordeal, Lu Lingxi felt an overwhelming gratitude to the heavens for sparing her life, choosing not to pursue the black-robed man recklessly. She plucked the precious Wanggu grass from her possession, and then heard a chime in her mind. Task 2 completed. The Wanggu grass will take effect after the reward for Task 1 is acquired. Please continue striving, host, to save the world. Save the world. She had nearly lost her life. Lu Lingxi scoffed inwardly. Gazing at the relentless rain, her unease grew. She needed to return and check on Long Sun. After all, saving the world hinged on him. She pivoted to head back, her steps quickening unconsciously, a sense of urgency guiding her. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Task 1 progress updated. Current progress 50. Please hasten your pace, host, and continue to strive to save the world. She hadn't done anything. How could she have completed half? Long Sun wouldn't be in trouble, would he? On the rain-soaked ground, a golden figure lay unconscious, his brow furrowed, eyelids twitching as if struggling to awaken. Raindrops pattered against his face, his eye sockets were deep, and the bridge of his nose pooled with water. Long Sun's eyes cracked open slightly, golden pupils shimmering with a hint of moisture. Lu Lingxi. Long Sun recalled his purpose for being here. He needed to save Lu Lingxi. Struggling to sit up, he noticed that his tail had lost several scales due to the lightning, appearing bloodied. The crimson flesh, soaked by the rain, had grown pale, yet he hardly paid it mind. Closing his golden eyes, he sought her presence. The repugnant aura of danger had dissipated, replaced by Lu Lingxi's steady and vibrant essence. She was uninjured. That a realization brought relief, and a smile of survival flickered in his golden gaze. Suddenly, a warm trickle ran down his forehead, swiftly washed away by the rain, leaving only a faint metallic scent. Long Sun noted an odd sensation at his brow, as if blood surged to his head, and he extended a slightly chilled finger, only to touch something entirely foreign. Cold, smooth, yet ruggedly twisted, he hesitated before pressing his finger against the protrusion on his forehead. Unfortunately, the sensation of pulling at his scalp confirmed it was no illusion. Something grotesque had indeed burst forth from his brow. His fingers trembled as he reached up to his ears. The rounded ears of a human were gone, replaced by elongated, pointed ones covered in a fine layer of fur. Those ears quivered uncontrollably at his touch. Long Sun's breath quickened. Had he transformed into a monster? His golden pupils trembled violently, filled with self-loathing and anguish. Why is this happening? Why? Long Sun's fingers dug into the damp earth. Spotting the sword lying nearby, he grasped it without a second thought, staring at the dark blade. His mouth tightened into a thin line, his jaw clenched. This should not exist. It can be severed. He was not a monster. He was not. The moment the black iron sword collided with the grotesque protrusion on his head, it emitted a resonant clang, yet the seemingly fragile appendage remained unfazed and scathed. Cannot be severed, cannot be severed. Ignoring the numbing sensation in his forehead, Long Sun stubbornly wielded the sword against the anomaly in a final act of desperation. He swung the sword with all his might. He did not wish to be a monster. He wanted to remain by Lu Lingxi's side. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his throat constricted as if choked by cotton. On the verge of breaking down, with trembling hands, he supported himself against the damp ground, bent over, staring into the pooling water below, lost in thought, his normally upright posture now quaking. After a moment, a few droplets smaller than the rain splashed into the puddle, creating ripples. Something dark was swept by the wind, swirling into view. It was the hairband Lu Lingxi had gifted him, now tattered and soaked, burned at the edges by lightning, appearing old and worn. Long Sun lifted his hand to cradle the frayed hairband, as if gathering the pieces of his shattered heart. But he could not allow Lu Lingxi to see the monster he had become. She would surely despise him. Sensing her presence drawing nearer, Long Sun dragged his damaged serpent tail and concealed himself from view. Do not let the author see. Failing to give a 5-star review will lead to disdain. In the tone of Long Sun, woo 100,000 words, hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. Chapter 51. The scales he shed as the rain diminished. Dark green leaves glistened with droplets that a figure soared through the air on a sword, garments billowing elegantly. Long Sun, I have returned. Before she could even step into the cave, Lu Lingxi's melodious voice rang out. Unfortunately, the cave remained shrouded in darkness, offering no response. Long Sun, Lu Lingxi hurried inside, only to find the golden figure was nowhere to be seen. Scattered across the ground were a few disheveled crickets. The crickets lay askew, and with a quick glance, she noted more than 10 of them. Kneeling down, Lu Lingxi picked up the crickets, biting her rosy lip. She had returned too late. She had thought the Wanggu grass would be easy to obtain, but she had not anticipated the appearance of a black-robed figure, nearly costing her life. The rain had poured so heavily that foolish serpent wouldn't he have ventured out to find her. Would he? A sense of unease crept over Lu Lingxi, but she hadn't seen any sign of him on her way back on the sword, with the rain showing no signs of abating. She could no longer remain calm in the cave. She stored the crickets in her bag and stepped outside, aimlessly guessing he might be searching for her. Long Sun, she called out, her voice echoing as she searched, startling a few night birds into flight. The rain-soaked night, though chilly and damp, made Lu Lingxi break out in a thin sheen of sweat. She thought to consult the system, but alas, the unreliable system had gone offline after she acquired the Wanggu grass. She remained silent despite the tumult of emotions raging in her mind. Rainwater pooled on the grassy ground, and each step she took sent up small splashes. Had it not been for the waterproofing charm, Her shoes and socks would have been thoroughly soaked by now that a faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, tightening Lu Lingxi's heart, prompting her to quicken her pace to eye in a densely overgrown thicket. The surrounding trees bore marks of having been scorched, and here the stench of blood was even more pronounced. She reached out to touch the charred wood, wondering if these were the marks left by a lightning strike. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the ashes. Suddenly, it struck her that the figure in the black robe had also been struck by lightning. Could it be that Long Sun had met the same fate? Her heart raced with anxiety, and she momentarily envisioned Long Sun lying on the ground, his blood seeping out onto the earth. Gazing at the large pool of blood before her, Lu Lingxi felt as though an unseen weight pressed heavily upon her chest, suffocating her. Her slender fingers brushed against her chest in an attempt to ease the choking sensation. The most pressing concern was to find Long Sun swiftly, suppressing the overwhelming worry that threatened to spill over. She hurriedly pressed onward. Suddenly, something in the moonlight reflected a series of dazzling glimmers. In the darkness, this light was particularly striking. She paused, and upon discerning the object that was catching the light, her eyes quickly clouded with mist. Scattered on the dark green grass were fragments of gold, resembling tiny shattered diamonds. These were scales from Long Sun's serpentine tail, the tips still stained with blood, as if they had been forcibly torn away. Evoking a painful sensation that made her teeth ache, Lu Lingxi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. What had this serpent endured? She crouched down to gather the scattered scales, her instincts warning her that if the figure in the black robe were to see them, it would likely lead to further complications. The scales felt exquisite to the touch, cold and smooth, akin to meticulously polished jade, but they appeared lifeless and dull after having detached from the tail. Each scale she picked up caused her hand to tremble uncontrollably. The thought of the scales being ripped from him alive was a pain she could scarcely imagine. In that moment, she felt a surge of admiration for herself, able to remain composed enough to tidy up this chaotic scene. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on the scales, leaving crescent-shaped imprints on her palm. After collecting all the scattered scales, Lu Lingxi's eyes were already red-rimmed, her moist pupils reflecting a palpable sorrow. It felt as if a knife had pierced her heart, shredding it to pieces. That a sudden chill swept through the air. Though it was a summer night, she felt an inexplicable coldness. With reddened eyes, she sniffed, wondering if he felt cold too. As she lifted her foot to venture deeper into the forest, a faint trace of red caught her attention. The mark was very faint, almost washed away by the downpour. Lu Lingxi turned her steps, recalling their first encounter when he had hidden outside her window, leaving behind a similar dragging mark. After wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, it felt as if she had finally grasped a divine hint, propelling her to move briskly in that direction. Yet her steps were no longer light. The trail that seemed to indicate dragging disappeared at the edge of the grass. Looking up in confusion, she found herself staring at a familiar place, the rabbit's burrow. Had Long Sun come here? Lu Lingxi softened her footsteps, cautiously approaching the cave. She couldn't be certain if the figure in the black robe was inside alongside Long Sun. As she remained tense, several little rabbits suddenly darted out from the dark cave, startling her. However, seeing the familiar rabbits frolicking brought an unexpected relief to her anxious heart. It appeared the figure in black was absent. The furrow in her brow gradually relaxed, stepping over the little rabbits. Lu Lingxi intended to enter the cave, but the bunnies unexpectedly rubbed against her feet, hindering her progress. She initially thought they merely wished to play. But with Long Sun injured inside, she had no time for games. Frowning slightly, she softly urged the little white fluff balls, "Not now. The snake is hurt. I need to see him. Please let me through," ignoring the frantic struggles of the rabbits. She took a step toward the cave. The rabbits anxiously wrung their paws, seeming desperate to convey their message. "Chirp, chirp, don't go in. The snake has turned into a monster. It's scary." However, Lu Lingxi's feet had barely crossed the threshold when a stone was thrown at her feet. The refusal unmistakable. Inside the cave, Long Sun sensed her presence, his already agitated heart racing even faster. His usually clear eyes were now bloodshot, and veins were faintly visible on his neck, blood flowing sluggishly within. "Don't come in, don't come in." Huddled in a corner, the serpent trembled, feeling an overwhelming lack of security, curling himself into a tight ball. "Seeing me will only make you hate me. Please don't come in." Lingxi. Long Sun swallowed hard against the bitterness in his throat. Hearing her footsteps approach, he threw a stone toward the entrance. The stone kicked up a small cloud of dust, which successfully halted Lu Lingxi in her tracks. She sensed his rejection. He was resisting her approach. The foot she had extended drew back, her fingers unconsciously clutching at her clothing, the unmistakable scent of blood lingering in the air. He was clearly injured, but why wouldn't he allow her near? Lu Lingxi softened her voice. Long Sun, it's me that I'm sorry for not returning on time. Are you angry? I didn't mean to. I encountered some trouble on the way back. She refrained from directly asking what had happened, instead attempting to find other topics to ease his tension. Her words tumbled out cautiously, as though she were afraid of triggering him. The wounded creature, upon hearing her gentle, coaxing tone, Long Sun's pointed ears twitched uncontrollably, only to be quickly covered by his hands. Those ears seemed to serve as a constant reminder of his transformation into a monster. No, I'm not angry, he replied in a hoarse voice, barely audible, as if forced to swallow 10 bags of salt. His tone was so low that it was almost indecipherable. Lu Lingxi sensed the choking quality in her own voice. Can I come in? Are you hurt? She spoke softly, her tone light, as if trying to soothe his pain. Hearing her voice quiver, Long Sun felt as though the pain was ensnaring him in a net, yet it tore at him to push her away. You've lost so many scales and bled a lot. I'm really worried about you that I'm coming in now. Tentatively, she took a small step forward, and upon seeing that Long Sun was not stopping her, her pace gradually quickened. Hearing her footsteps draw nearer, Long Sun's curled body quivered slightly, emitting a low whimper, yet he made no further attempts to resist her approach. That don't let Lingxi cry, even if it means being hated. The scene inside the cave bore an uncanny resemblance to that first night they had visited the rabbit's burrow. Again, a drenched and disheveled serpent, and again, a heart filled with worry and confusion. As she drew closer, Long Sun curled up tighter. His long and powerful tail, typically a weapon of destruction, now became his refuge, as if he wished to hide entirely beneath it. However, that tail, which Lu Lingxi had always perceived as golden, crystalline and diamond-like, now appeared utterly disheveled. Golden scales lay scattered, creating a pitiful sight, resembling a patched-up rag. The blood had ceased to flow, washed away by the rain, leaving the tail pale and lifeless. Your tail. Lu Lingxi's eyes glistened with tears as she stood before him, yearning to touch it but fearful of causing him pain, the multitude of wounds on his tail leaving her at a loss. Upon hearing her mention his tail, Long Sun instinctively buried himself deeper in shame. He knew his tail had bled profusely, losing many of its splendid scales. It now seemed so ugly. Even the one beautiful feature he had was marred. He shakily reached out, grasping Lu Lingxi's delicate wrist with surprising precision, wanting to communicate that the scales would regrow, that his tail would regain its beauty, urging her not to dislike him, the serpent. Yet the jagged sensation in his throat made it difficult to articulate. Even with a tail, he was still a monster. His hand felt unnaturally cold, possibly from excessive blood loss, rendering it pallid. In the next moment, warm tears fell onto his hand. Lu Lingxi's tears was inexplicable. She wasn't the one losing scales, yet the pain caused her eyes to sting, her voice unmistakably thick with emotion. Regaining her composure, Lu Lingxi tried to steady her voice. Does it hurt? The softness of her tone indicated her concern. Curled up and motionless, Long Sun suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. The wounds that had felt dull now burned like fire. His grip on her wrist tightened, as if he were a drowning man clutching at a last straw. His life, his death, his fate, all hinge upon this slender reed. Should it be severed, he would no longer survive. Chapter 53, The Emergence of Dragon Horns. Initially expecting no response from Long Sun, she was taken aback when, just as her words faded, a choked sob escaped him, betraying his attempt to conceal his emotions. This fierce beast was crying once more. If Long Sun were to lift his head, Lu Lingxi would undoubtedly witness the tears cascading from his eyes. Laden with feelings of grievance, sorrow, pain, fear, and confusion, that it hurts. The snake hurts so much, he lamented, resembling a child who, bullied yet too timid to seek help, could only voice his suffering without daring to request her comfort or embrace. Then lift your head, let us tend to your wounds, shall we? Hearing him utter his pain, Lu Lingxi felt her heart tighten and gently shook his hand, adopting a soothing tone akin to that used with a child. I cannot. I cannot lift my head. The snake is too ugly now that he struggled to articulate this brief statement, laboriously breaking it into several segments, and upon finishing, buried his head even deeper. How could that be? Your eyes are so beautiful. Remember? I mentioned that gold symbolizes auspiciousness. Many would surely admire your eyes in our realm. She caressed the strands of hair peeking out, attempting to comfort him, momentarily oblivious to the oddity of her words. She was, after all, in the realm of cultivation, yet the inhabitants there did not favor him. Where exactly was she referring to? Regrettably, the emotionally tumultuous Long Sun failed to notice this discrepancy, his entire focus captivated solely by her gentle fingers resting on his hair. He resembled a timid young beast, cautiously lifting his body from the corner, as if any sudden movement would compel him to retreat into his nest. His full visage gradually revealed itself to Lu Lingxi, and within his watery golden eyes, she saw a reflection of herself, his eyelids tinged with red, unmistakably indicating he had been crying, his lips pressed tightly in anxiety. The fluffy, platinum ears atop his head twitched uneasily, swaying slightly when they sensed the girl's astonished gaze, revealing his inner turmoil. And there are dragon horns sprouting from your forehead. Is this not a trick of the eyes? Surely, it cannot be real. They are indeed dragon horns. The newly formed golden horns, rugged yet imposing, shimmered with a youthful luster, adorned with flowing golden patterns, sacred and majestic. For a fleeting moment, the shock rendered Lu Lingxi speechless, her sorrow forgotten as tears lingered in her eyes. Shifting her gaze from the golden horns to his ears, heavens, this was no mere monster. He had transformed into a divine beast. In Eastern culture, dragons are revered as auspicious creatures, masters of clouds and rain, rulers of wind and storm. But was it not said that all dragons had succumbed to slumber? Could it be that Long Sun was a remnant of the dragon lineage? Was this the true identity of the antagonist? As the system suggested, Lu Lingxi felt her mind buzzing, unable to untangle her thoughts amidst the chaos. All eyes were drawn to the young dragon before her, alive, a creature that was neither a cow, nor a horse, nor a sheep, but a divine beast long venerated by the land of Huaxia. Her eyes sparkled with an uncomprehending fervor that Long Sun could not fathom. Oh, how she longed to touch the dragon horns, which appeared so cool and smooth. Almost as if bewitched, she reached out toward them, to her surprise. Long Sun did not shy away. Instead, he slightly lowered his head to draw nearer, his movements tentative, as if testing the waters. Did he truly not fear the snake? His golden eyes half closed, concealing the tension within. Just as Lu Lingxi's hand was about to graze the dragon horns, she abruptly withdrew, as if scalded by boiling water. How disrespectful. He is a dragon. How could a mere mortal, such as I, dare to touch him? Such a sin. Yet she failed to notice that with her retreat, the pupils of the serpent widened into narrow slits. Segment divider, while composing these two chapters, I encountered some difficulties, as they represent a subtle shift in Lingxi's mindset. The challenge lies in my being a solitary individual, lacking the experience to vividly imagine how Lingxi would react when feeling compassion for Long Sun, or what her initial stirrings of affection might resemble. To be frank, it has driven me nearly to madness. I even jested with friends about seeking a romantic relationship to gain inspiration. Chapter 54, a gentle touch on the ears, her instinctive retreat, seemed to shatter the last vestige of Long Sun's psychological defenses. The golden pupils that had flickered to life with her previous comfort now dimmed beneath a shroud of despondency. So, she did not wish to touch him after all. She was afraid. Wasn't she? Her voice, tender as a whisper, coaxed the serpent to reveal his perceived ugliness, only to cruelly retract her hand before making contact, while he remained helpless, like a tamed hound pleading for affection. The fleeting glimmer of joy vanished entirely, replaced by a visage of terror, as if his throat were choked with cotton, rendering him nearly mute. Ultimately, he could only emit a soft whimper, retreating once more into his small corner. The injury on his tail, oozing fresh blood from his frantic movements. Long Sun appeared oblivious to his pain, continuing to huddle in the corner, his ears drooping in despair, softly imploring, "Do not look at me. I beg you. Do not look. Do not look. Do not despise the snake. Do not fear the snake. I implore you." The entire serpent seemed entranced, its pupils clouded, resembling an insecure youngling desperate for warmth and comfort. Lu Lingxi had not anticipated that her unintentional gesture could provoke such tumultuous thoughts within him. She believed he merely ached from his wounds and hurried to support his frail shoulders. Let us not look anymore. We shall avert our gaze. Where does it hurt? Speak to me, please. She dared not examine his dragon horns again, instead focusing on his faint murmurs to bolster his sense of security. Where does it hurt? The monstrous horn upon my forehead aches terribly. My decayed tail is excruciating. My hollow chest is painful. Everywhere hurts. Will you hate the snake? He asked in a hoarse voice, his words disjointed, while the shadows beneath his lashes fluttered like two butterflies struggling to take flight. This light, airy inquiry landed upon Lu Lingxi's mind like a feather upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples of contemplation through her thoughts. How could I ever hate him? He tidies the cave for me and clumsily learns to gather flowers. A well-behaved and endearing snake. How could I bear to despise him? Yet Long Sun seemed indifferent to her response. Continuing to murmur, my tail is rotted. Grotesque horns have sprouted from my head. I have transformed into an ugly monster. Will Lingxi loathe me upon finishing? He timidly raised his glistening golden eyes to meet hers for a fleeting moment before quickly averting his gaze. Terrified of discovering disdain reflected in her expression. Why must I be a snake that cannot fully transform? Why must I bear this peculiar affliction? His sorrowful gaze pierced deep into Lu Lingxi's heart, revealing not merely pain, but fear. Fear of becoming a strange version of himself. Fear of being despised. Indeed, following that great battle, the remnants of the dragon and demon clans had vanished from this continent, both reduced to taboo subjects of conversation. Few knew what a dragon truly looked like. Clearly, this uninformed and wandering serpent was oblivious to such knowledge, instinctively believing he had morphed into a terrifying monster. Realizing this, Lu Lingxi gently placed her warm palm against Long Sun's cheek, applying just enough pressure to guide his head to face her directly, locking eyes with his golden orbs upon feeling her soft touch. Long Sun instinctively tilted his face, affectionately nuzzling against her hand, half-closed eyes mirroring a pup receiving a goddess's blessing. Long Sun, do you know what this is upon your head? Lu Lingxi inquired softly, as the glimmering golden horns danced in her brown eyes like flickering flames. Hearing her words, Long Sun raised his arm to shield his already partially hidden face, the blood draining from his ears as he instinctively sought to curl up again. Trembling all over, am I a monster? He asked cautiously to know. They are dragon horns, the horns of a dragon, Lu Lingxi assured him, fixing her gaze upon his evasive eyes, revealing the truth. Long Sun, you are a dragon, not a monster. Do you understand? Her melodious voice resonated in his ears, as if transcending time and space, intertwining with another voice. You will become a powerful dragon, she reiterated, affirming his true nature. This colossal revelation left him momentarily dazed, no longer merely a snake, but now a dragon. The young dragon, still grappling with the enormity of the news, clutched her wrist tightly, his voice trembling as he inquired, a dragon, not a monster, but a magnificent creature living in legend and myth. Your horns are so splendid, gleaming with golden light, she lavishly praised him, and your ears appear so fluffy and adorable. Do you understand? Long Sun, you are a truly beautiful dragon, even with a tail resembling that of a serpent and numerous wounds riddling its surface. In Lingxi's eyes, he remained the most exquisite little dragon cub in the world. Upon receiving compliments, his restless heart was effortlessly soothed by her few kind words, and his ears perked up cheerfully. Employing the same familiar technique, she gently tousled his long hair, a method that proved just as effective as ever. In the next moment, Longshuan obediently leaned closer, lowering his head to facilitate Lingxi's touch. He was like the easiest child to comfort, requiring no treats. A couple of Lingxi's praises could quiet him instantly. She softly caressed him. The burdensome weight in his heart was finally placed back within his chest. Akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, contentedly resting at Lu Lingxi's knees, allowing her to soothe him. If recalling some reason, he extended his slender fingers to halt her movements, guiding her hand toward his ear. The grip around her wrist was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Yet, she understood that should she truly shake off his hand, the particular dragon would likely turn red-eyed in an instant. Lingxi gazed at his slow, deliberate actions with confusion, and in the next moment, her palm encountered a patch of softness. His ear. Held in her grasp, those ears had already taken on a faint blush. As shy as their owner. They are dragon ears, he emphasized. Not monster ears. May I be touched? She was fond of fluffiness, and now the dragon had fluffiness too. Instead of petting a rabbit, she would pet a dragon. The soft, furry ears stirred gently in her palm, as if seeking her affection. "Yea, I can touch your ears now," she exclaimed. Ahem, to those who uttered harsh words about Longshuan, be mindful. Your comments truly had me laughing to the point of tears. Ha ha! Chapter 55. The tail being touched, the ears in her hands were unlike human ears. She felt no hard cartilage, only flesh, making them reminiscent of a cat's or a puppy's. Longshuan continued to gaze up at her, his eyes reflecting a subtle, almost imperceptible anticipation that aren't you going to touch them. His ears gently wiggled in her palm, that Lu Lingxi snapped back to reality and absent-mindedly rubbed the ears, devoid of any suggestive intent. Still, Longshuan let out a vague hum, his long, pale neck rolling subtly as he struggled to contain his emotions. Noticing a slight trembling, Lingxi assumed her touch was uncomfortable and hurried to withdraw her hand. But he seemed to sense her intention, swiftly raising his hand to halt her movement. Did I ask if he understood her thoughts? He panted softly, "Touch, it tickles," that a flush spread from his eyelids down to his handsome cheeks, winding its way to his elegantly curved neck. The soft ears, too, rubbed against her palm, as if fearing rejection. Lingxi felt her heart skip a beat. Was this little dragon being playful, seeing his flushed face? She realized he looked quite distressed. Relenting, she gently massaged his newly sprouted ears, though she couldn't deny the pleasure it brought her. Lost in thought, she continued her ministrations, feeling as if his ears might become worn from her touch. Longshuan remained in a blissful stupor, his eyes half closed, and she increased the pressure, rubbing them more firmly that he trembled slightly, as if stimulated, the redness on his face deepening, his half-closed eyes gazing at her with a hint of confusion, as if questioning why she had suddenly applied more force. "Can I touch them again next time?" "Your tail looks severely injured." That Lingxi's concerned gaze fell upon his bleeding tail. "Not going to touch it?" Upon hearing her words, his ears drooped dejectedly, yet he did not protest. He merely leaned in closer, nodding obediently. That moment, Lu Lingxi scrutinized the tail closely. The scales had been torn away, revealing bloodied and raw flesh. And due to dragging along the ground, the wounds were speckled with small stones. The exposed flesh was being rubbed by the sharp stones, making it a painful sight. Longshuan appeared oblivious to the pain, patiently allowing her to inspect the injuries. Only the tip of his tail, swaying back and forth, betraying his inner anxiety. Propping himself against the stone, he openly revealed his vulnerabilities and wounds. Quietly awaiting the goddess's compassion or disdain, he let Lingxi's hands roam over his injured tail, his gaze fixed on her delicate head as she examined the light green ribbon entwined around his arm. Then a sensitive dragon heard her gentle inquiry. "Does it hurt?" Her voice brimmed with concern. Something within him seemed to burst silently. As vibrant fireworks blossomed in his chest, he had contemplated countless scenarios. Upon seeing his peculiar horns and ears, she might recoil in fear, scream, or flee. Yet, she simply asked if he was in pain. Tears began to well in his eyes, something desperate to spill over from his shallow gaze. And in a moment of shock, crystalline droplets clung to the corners of his eyes. "That no, it doesn't hurt," he muttered, half tilting his head as if that alone could stifle his tears. His lashes fluttered rapidly, scattering the tears into tiny droplets that clung to his long lashes. "That you're here, so it doesn't hurt." Unfortunately, the moistness in his eyes rendered his words unconvincing. "Even in tears, you claim it doesn't hurt." Such a stubborn dragon, Lingxi thought, observing the redness at the edges of his eyes while refraining from exposing his self-deception. The sky could fall, and Longshuan would support it with his words. "Stay still. I will fetch water to clean your tail." She gently pressed the dragon, who wished to follow her, back onto the stone, instructing him to sit still. The returned Longshuan could only watch her retreating figure, obediently remaining in the cave. The little rabbit at the cave entrance, startled by the footsteps, fluffed up its fur. Upon realizing it was Lingxi's light green skirt, it sighed in relief, terrified it might be a monster. Oh my, what an impressive human. She wasn't devoured by a monster. The little rabbit gazed at Lingxi with admiration, recalling how Longshuan had dashed into the cave, appearing quite fearsome. He had charged at the cave walls like a mad creature, nearly scaring the rabbit to death. Lingxi knelt to stroke the little rabbit, sympathizing with its plight of being unable to return home. That it seemed Longshuan, fearful of being discovered by her, was too afraid to return to their mountain cave, inadvertently causing trouble for these poor little rabbits. Upon returning with water, Longshuan remained obediently lying in the cave. Seeing him not running amok, Lingxi nodded in satisfaction. A well-behaved dragon was indeed a good dragon. Hearing her footsteps, Longshuan, who had been lost in thought in a corner of the cave, returned to focus, his golden eyes brightening as he watched the girl stroll in, seemingly having awaited her arrival for quite some time. His ears perked up, alert and attentive, like a small dog hearing its owner return home. Placing the fetched water aside, she pondered how to clean such a large tail, which posed quite the challenge. This tail was unlike before. Previously, when it had scales, it was smooth and dirt washed off easily. However, this time, the tail was riddled with gory wounds, with stones embedded in the exposed flesh, indicating that it would require significant effort to clean thoroughly. After wringing out a cloth, Lingxi looked at the still pale Longshuan. "That I will be gentle. If it hurts, tell me." With that, she began to carefully clean the wounds. The moment Longshuan felt her gentle hands upon his tail, he heard nothing else, only the warmth of her touch traversing his icy tail. An indescribable tingling sensation surged up his tailbone, causing it to quiver slightly, and the tip of his tail, after many days, once again entwined itself around her moving hand. Little theater. Longshuan, no touching the rabbits. Ha ha ha. I saw a comment that was too funny. Purity is best embodied by Longshuan. Excellent. Someone should post that on the screen. I hope everyone loves Longshuan and Lingxi even more. Chapter 56. A place that shouldn't be touched. Thinking she might have hurt him, Lingxi quickly stopped. What's wrong? Does it hurt a lot? Longshuan's tail tip tightened around her wrist, his face flushed yet silent. How could one so casually touch a serpent's tail? His golden eyes held a cryptic meaning. When he had used his tail to encircle Lingxi, he had been compliant, but when it was his turn to wait for her touch on his tail, he resembled a bullied young girl, blushing furiously. Longshuan was unaware of what a tail signified in the dragon realm. But in his serpentine days, a serpent's tail was a means of courtship. How could it be carelessly touched? Unless it is a close companion. Longshuan swallowed hard, seemingly lost in thought. That Lingxi noticed his thin lips parting as if he wished to articulate something. Yet ultimately, he seemed to resolve to silence himself. In that moment, he yearned to weave an impossible dream for himself, allowing a fleeting illusion that Lingxi might wish to be his partner. Longshuan chastised himself for being a dragon of base desires, unwilling to reveal the truth to her, even resorting to deceiving Lingxi in attending to his tail. He gently shook his head, the golden horns adorning his head still gleaming in the dim light of the cave. Perhaps it was the weight of his guilty conscience that rendered his voice tinged with an uncharacteristic meekness. After speaking, he averted his gaze from Lingxi, fearing she might see through his lies, only to steal a glance back, his lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. Upon hearing him claim it did not hurt, Lingxi withdrew her tense gaze and resumed her gentle ministrations to the wound. The tip of the young dragon's tail stubbornly clung to her wrist, and she decided to indulge him. He was remarkably well-behaved. Aside from a brief tremor at the onset, he neither whimpered nor fidgeted. Much to Lingxi's relief, in truth, it was merely a dragon lost in the intimacy of her touch upon his tail, struggling to suppress the sounds that threatened to escape his throat. Had Lingxi looked up at that moment, she would have seen Longshuan's face flushed with a deep crimson hue. Her delicate hand glided over the wound, removing the blood and debris, and Longshuan, unable to endure such closeness, let out a soft, secretive gasp. As Lingxi continued to wipe, she noticed that two scales seemed slightly darker than the surrounding ones. In the cave's dimness, she could not discern clearly, assuming it was merely dirt. Without a second thought, she wiped again, yet the smudges remained. Longshuan's breathing suddenly halted, as if he had been caught at a vulnerable moment. His ears flushed a deeper shade of red, and he bit his lip to stifle any sound that might betray him. Lingxi, undeterred, insisted on scrubbing that area with more vigor, but to no avail. Perhaps those scales were simply like that. The unexpected intensity of her actions made Longshuan draw in a sharp breath, his tail tightening its grip around her wrist. Unable to suppress the sounds that escaped him, his half-closed eyes reflecting his tumultuous thoughts on how she could dare to touch that place. Startled by his sudden reaction, the tail's grip left faint red marks on her wrist, prompting Lingxi to look up and witness Longshuan's Adam's apple bobbing in front of her, laden with an unspoken tension. "What is it?" The oblivious Lu Lingxi remained unaware of the atmosphere's sudden shift towards something more intimate and heated. Longshuan raised an arm to shield his blushing face, his clenched fist revealing the struggle against his own desires, the veins in his neck pulsing with intensity. "The do not touch." There, his voice was barely a whisper, trembling with an indescribable shyness, the last words hanging on his lips like a secret too shameful to utter. But Lu Lingxi heard him clearly. He was referring to that place. The implications were unmistakable. A blush, akin to a delicate rose, seemed to seep from Longshuan's face to hers, painting her fair cheeks with a vivid hue, even her petite ears tinged with pink. Recalling how forcefully she had just touched him, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground to escape the embarrassment, fearing she might have inadvertently crossed a line. Although his scales were hardened and protective, wasn't it said that a man's vulnerability lay beneath? And here she was, having wiped that area twice. Oh, how she wished to disappear. Longshuan, equally flustered, sat there in stunned silence, his blood boiling as though he might spontaneously combust. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Lu Lingxi stammered, her embarrassment palpable as she fumbled with her hands, unsure where to place them, her apologies tumbling out in a disordered manner. Realizing she had nearly conjured yet another awkward situation, she quickly silenced herself. Goodness, what was she about to say? Such brazen words were unthinkable. In her mortification, she bit her rosy lip, only to feel a cool finger lift her chin, freeing her ravaged lips. Upon realizing her boldness, Longshuan quickly withdrew his hand. "It's not your fault." He dared not meet her gaze, instead focusing on her delicate wrist still ensnared by his tail, speaking softly that it was he who had succumbed to his desires, allowing her to touch his tail. How could he possibly blame her? The bashful dragon, untouched for millennia, was simply overwhelmed by his shyness. Noticing her prolonged silence, his tail gently shook her hand, reminiscent of a child seeking attention. And he cautiously asked if she would not continue. He added, almost conspiratorially, that his tail was still rather dirty. "Oh, all right, I'll be careful." Lu Lingxi quickly acquiesced, her movements becoming more delicate, deliberately avoiding that sensitive area. Yet, after the vigorous scrubbing, the scales there gleamed as if polished. Perhaps spurred by the earlier stimulation, Longshuan's reactions were less pronounced this time. As she resumed touching his tail, he managed to divert his attention to explore her wrist with the tip of his tail when she wasn't looking. In a small aside, Lingxi thought, feeling guilty, "I hope I didn't cause any issues with that." She dared not inquire. Longshuan mused, "What would Lingxi think of me?" The author interjected, "I have no idea." And thus, the trio found themselves ensnared in a whimsical scenario. As the tender atmosphere gradually faded, Lu Lingxi observed the painful state of Longshuan's tail, her heart aching for him, prompting her to become even more gentle in her ministrations. To prevent the newly clean tail from getting dirty again, she retrieved 2 clean cloths to place under him and carefully applied ointment to his wounds. The coolness of the medicine made Longshuan flinch slightly, but the relief from the pain was almost immediate, replaced by a soothing coolness that danced along his tail as she worked. Only after Lu Lingxi had finished applying the medication did he finally relax. Easing the tension in his back, now swathed in clean white bandages, Longshuan resembled a half-mummified creature. Yet he was discontent, for the wrappings meant he could no longer entwine his tail around her. After a moment of restless shifting, he settled down quietly. Seeing his discomfort, Lu Lingxi chuckled softly, reaching into her storage pouch to retrieve a piece of candy, coaxing him playfully. "Once your wounds heal, we can unwrap it. Just bear with it for now." She placed the heart-shaped candy in his large palm, cheerfully stating, "A sweet for the pain to fly away." Longshuan recognized the playful tone, feeling both embarrassed at being treated like a child and secretly delighted by her affectionate care as he cherished the candy in his grasp. He longed to inform her that he needed no medicine, for he was a powerful serpent dragon and would heal in a matter of days. Yet he relished her concern too much to voice it, selfishly enjoying her nurturing presence. Seeing him accept the candy, Lu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with joy, realizing he was indeed a dragon easy to please. However, The next moment, her obedient little dragon seized her hand with an insistent grip, a hint of anger lacing his strength. Why? Did you get hurt? His golden eyes narrowed, resembling a feral beast defending its territory, fixated on the crescent-shaped marks on her hand. The realization of her injury filled Longshuan with guilt. Had he failed to protect her? At his words, Lingxi glanced down at her palm, where a few faint red lines marred her otherwise flawless skin. She remembered that it must have been from the moment she was collecting scales for him, merely a superficial scrape. Had he not pointed it out, she would have dismissed it entirely. Waving her hand dismissively, she assured him it was nothing, just a minor scratch that didn't hurt at all, that if anything, she thought. It was his tail that must have been in pain. Yet as she tried to withdraw her hand, the typically shy Longshuan stubbornly held onto her wrist, refusing to let go. Then, to Lingxi's astonishment, he lowered his head. His long hair obscured his actions, but the warm, moist sensation in her palm indicated that Longshuan was licking her hand. Shocked beyond belief, she struggled to pull away, but his grip was unwavering, and he resembled a devoted hound, tenderly tending to the wounds of his beloved master. What had initially been an inconsequential scratch now felt electrifying beneath his touch, her hand responding to his warm breath as he languidly licked. Utterly unfazed by her embarrassment, after what felt like an eternity, as Lu Lingxi wondered if her hand might be licked raw, Longshuan finally lifted his head, licking his lips with reluctance, as if savoring the moment. The ordeal had come to an end. Lu Lingxi, terrified that he might grasp her hand once more, hastily concealed her hands behind her back. Yet the lingering sensation of his warm, moist touch remained indelibly etched in her memory. "How could you do this?" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she confronted the imposing figure of Long Sun before her. Upon hearing her words, Long Sun's heart sank, fearing that his despicable actions had been uncovered. His golden eyes began to dart nervously, unable to meet the gaze of the irate maiden. It was supposed to be a secret. After all, he had only dared to indulge a little longer in the pleasure of her touch once her wound had begun to heal. How could he possibly be discovered? How could one so casually lick the palm of a lady? She quickly realized the absurdity of her statement and added, "It's not right to lick a man's either. In short, one must not lick indiscriminately. Is it permissible to lick if not done casually?" After absorbing her words, Long Sun gazed at Lu Lingxi with clear, innocent eyes devoid of any hint of suggestiveness, and posed a serious inquiry. Is this really a matter of casualness? Licking someone's palm for no reason would make one a rogue. Lu Lingxi felt that Long Sun's understanding of social norms was utterly lacking. One must not lick. Only a rogue would do such a thing. Neither a proper dragon nor an ordinary person would engage in such behavior. Only a puppy would lick a person's palm. With this thought, she inadvertently voiced her opinion. Long Sun, unfamiliar with the term rogue, heard her say that only a puppy could lick her palm. Thus, he eagerly suggested that a snake could serve as Lingxi's little puppy. After uttering this, he looked at the maiden with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her consent. That Lingxi's palm was soft and fragrant. He adored it. In moments of heightened emotion, he instinctively referred to himself as a snake, having been one for so long that he struggled to remember his true identity as a dragon. Upon hearing his words, Lingxi felt as though the ground might swallow her whole. Never had she witnessed such a spectacle. Furthermore, a majestic dragon serving as her little puppy. Surely, that would shorten his lifespan. No way. Even as a little puppy, licking was out of the question. Licking someone's palm was an act reserved for wicked dragons, she vehemently declared, attempting to dispel Long Sun's dangerous notion. Long Sun's ears drooped as he explained that he had no intention of licking carelessly. He wished only to ease Lingxi's pain and aid in her healing. His voice low and filled with dejection, that he wanted to assert that dragons do not lick others, that he was not a bad dragon. Hearing Long Sun's words, Lingxi revealed her hands, which were unblemished save for a trace of moisture left by him. Devoid of any injury, so he had intended to heal her wound. Had she misinterpreted his intentions due to her own impure thoughts? Realizing this, Lu Lingxi reflected deeply. Indeed, a tainted heart perceives all things as tainted. She should not have projected her own sordid thoughts on a Long Sun. Little theater daytime. Lu Lingxi. It's only natural for people to misinterpret something as trivial as licking a palm. It's not my fault. Midnight. Lu Lingxi suddenly sat up in bed, filled with regret, pounding her chest. I truly deserve to die. Separation lines seeing everyone clamoring for more, as if they were fledglings with mouths agape. Lu Lingxi chuckled, promising to strive harder in her writing. Currently, she was in a rhythm of 2 updates a day, and if all went well, there might be an extra update on the Lantern Festival. She would add another if the rating reached 9.0. Chapter 58. It must not be indecent you stroke the dragon's tail, and the dragon heals your wounds. The misunderstood dragon felt quite wronged. Lingxi had not praised him and even called him a bad dragon. Observing Long Sun, who looked utterly dejected, on the verge of burying himself in the ground, Lingxi wiped away the mark he had left on her palm while nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Ahem. Lu Lingxi's gaze faltered for a moment, and she pretended to cough to break the tense atmosphere before shyly speaking up. I misspoke. Long Sun is truly a kind-hearted dragon. Upon hearing this, his drooping ears perked up slightly. Yet he pretended to remain forlorn, unwilling to look at her, hoping she might coax him further. Having spent time together, she had grasped some of the cunning dragon's thoughts. She reached into her storage bag and retrieved a piece of candy. Unwrapping it and bringing it to his lips, that if you eat this candy, will you forgive me? The delicate tips of her fingers hovered just above his rosy lips, the warmth seemingly penetrating the candy itself to reach him. Long Sun felt a ticklish sensation on his lips, as if countless tiny ants were crawling over them, prompting him to extend his tongue to alleviate the delightful itch. Lu Lingxi gently pressed her fingertip against his lips, urging him to accept the sweet treat that symbolized her apology. Long Sun did not refuse. Following her lead, he opened his mouth slightly, allowing the candy to slide in, though he was unaware whether it was intentional or accidental when his tongue brushed against her tender fingertip. Lingxi was taken aback by the soft, moist sensation, nearly mirroring her previous reaction of nearly inserting her finger into Long Sun's mouth. She suspected it was deliberate, yet Long Sun's innocent expression made her fearful of misjudging the pure-hearted dragon again. She could only withdraw her hand, masking her embarrassment with a mumbled remark about how it was odd to lick one's hand and then eat candy without concern for cleanliness. Forgetting that she was the one who had placed the candy in his mouth. With the candy in his mouth, one side of Long Sun's cheek bulged and combined with the relaxed roundness of his golden eyes. He appeared utterly harmless, mumbling that Lingxi was not dirty, that Lu Lingxi could hardly discern his words, but found his current demeanor rather endearing, and his fluffy ears appeared even more inviting than before. Her hands itched to touch them, and before she knew it, her eager fingers had reached out to caress Long Sun's ears. The sudden motion startled him, causing his ears to fluff up in alarm. Once he recognized the hand's identity, he ceased to struggle, allowing Lu Lingxi to knead and mold his ears, even conspicuously leaning in her palm. How obedient that Lu Lingxi reveled in the delightful sensation. Pondering how, at such a young age, she could make a dragon submit to her touch, easily surpassing 99 cultivators in this continent. Truly, she was remarkable. Long Sun felt the warmth of her palm radiate from his ears to his head, leaving him slightly dizzy, and he let out a soft, muffled sound, his eyes subtly reddening. Unfortunately, Lu Lingxi did not hear this alluring sound, as the long-dormant system had finally activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing Task 1. Task reward. Memory fragment has been issued, which will activate at any moment. Please pay attention. Host, please continue your efforts to save the world. Lingxi remained oblivious to Long Sun's muffled sounds, but the system had heard the breathy sigh, filled with yearning. I just stepped away for a moment, and you two have reached this level already. The system. It seems success was near. Stop it. What nonsensical thoughts are you having? It's merely touching his ears. Lu Lingxi hastily silenced the system's dangerous musings. Just touching his ears? The system expressed its shock with multiple exclamation marks. Was it permissible to touch a dragon's ears so casually? Yet, observing Lu Lingxi's untroubled demeanor and Long Sun's flushed but restrained expression, the system realized the truth that it appeared that Long Sun possessed no knowledge of dragon etiquette. Only aware of the implications of a snake being touched, that he was oblivious to the fact that the ears of a dragon could only be touched by someone intimately close. System, you've stripped down to your pants and you're telling me this? Are you both still in the realm of innocence? Yet, seeing the desire glimmering in Long Sun's eyes and Lu Lingxi, who remained oblivious, simply playing with his ears, it seemed the villain had completely succumbed, while Lu Lingxi resembled a naive girl, only aware of the physical aspect, neglecting the purity of the noble dragon. Long Sun was indeed overwhelmed with desire. His ears felt ablaze, yearning for Lingxi to continue. Yet he also craved more than merely having his ears touched. The simple-minded dragon could not comprehend the reason behind his feelings. Only able to endure while emitting soft, incoherent sounds, unsure whether they were of pleasure or discomfort, as Long Sun remained lost in his reverie. Lingxi gradually slowed her movements, ultimately withdrawing her hand, and the system returned to discuss serious matters. Feeling the warmth of her hand leave his ears, Long Sun opened his golden eyes, now tinged with red, and unsatisfied, reached out to pull her hand back for more, only to be met with a firm refusal from Lu Lingxi. Observing the sudden despondence in Long Sun, Lu Lingxi felt akin to a king tempted by the enchanting Daji, wishing to forsake the system's tasks entirely to simply caress the dragon Daji's ears. She could not be entranced by mere beauty. After scolding herself silently, Lu Lingxi resolutely set Long Sun back down to rest on the stone slab while she engaged in a serious discussion with the system. "System, I have a question." Lu Lingxi raised her hand to inquire. The system responded coldly, its indifference apparent as it recalled nearly believing the task was complete only to find it was all in vain. It didn't wish to engage with the unworthy Lu any further, replying with a curt sound. Long Sun is a dragon, the savior of this world. How could he ultimately become the villain? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Lu Lingxi paid no heed to the sorrowful host and instead pondered her own thoughts. The dragon is a savior, yet Long Sun is not. When an individual is subjected to the utmost malevolence of this world, even if they possess the innate ability to save it, no one can demand that they embody a saint. The system ceased its playful banter, adopting a more somber demeanor as it spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi instinctively turned to Long Sun, who had been pressed against the stone slab. The previously dazed dragon immediately met her gaze, his golden eyes shining even in the dim light. Tilting his head softly in silent inquiry of her well-being. Chapter 59. Receiving the new headband from Lingxi, Lu Lingxi was momentarily taken aback by his smile. Based on what the system had said, it was difficult for her to fathom the torment Long Sun had endured. Surely it must have been exceedingly painful and sorrowful. She pursed her lips slightly, and confronted by Long Sun's increasingly puzzled gaze, she offered him a gentle smile, shaking her head to indicate that all was well. "Ditto. Are we not continuing our fondling?" Long Sun leaned slightly forward, returning to his position on the stone slab. "May I inquire about his past?" Lu Lingxi continued, uncertain as to why this thought had suddenly emerged. "Once the time is right, you shall know," the system urged hastily. "Hurry and ask, for I am about to log off again." A host is inevitably mirrored by their system. Indeed, seriousness lasts scarcely a second. What is with Long Sun's tale? Why does it still resemble that of a serpent? At the system's urgency, she found herself inexplicably swept up in the concern. "Do not fret. All transformations will occur in due time." And with that, the seemingly useless system logged off, leaving behind one dragon and one person. Just moments ago, Lu Lingxi had turned her back on him, ignoring Long Sun, who, rather than causing a ruckus, appeared troubled by something he was entwining in his hands, hastily concealing it behind his back as she glanced over. It seemed to be a long, slender object. Squinting, Lingxi attempted to discern the fleeting shadow. Was this dragon now harboring secret thoughts? What could he be concealing as he ambled closer, his hands behind him? "Let me see." She tiptoed to sneak a peek. But Long Sun only tightened his grip, hiding it more securely. His fingers clutched the hairband tightly, refusing to let her see, his golden eyes darting downwards like a child caught misbehaving. Though reluctant to let her glimpse it, Long Sun struggled internally before finally extending his hand. What lay coiled around his long, fair fingers was indeed the hairband Lingxi had gifted him as a headband. This morning, the hairband had been pristine. Now a small hole marred it, resembling something retrieved from a refused bin that was struck by lightning. Long Sun explained softly, noting the numerous gashes on his tail, let alone a mere hairband, that he had gone to great lengths to keep this item safe in his embrace, allowing Lu Lingxi to still see its remnants. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to mere ashes. The long hairband was tangled messily around his delicate fingers, appearing woefully neglected, yet he cherished it as a treasure. He tenderly touched the small hole in the hairband, showing more concern for it than for the numerous large gashes on his own tail that Lu Lingxi found it amusing. Who would have thought he cherished this hairband so? Should I gift you another one? She ventured, noting his evident fondness that in an instant. Long Sun lit up, resembling a bulb suddenly receiving power, his anticipation unmistakable, as though a pie from the heavens had fallen upon him. Which one do you desire? Lingxi produced several hairbands from her storage pouch. Red, green, yellow, blue, purple, adorned with embroidery, brocade, and satin, a myriad of choices. Yet, Long Sun did not even glance at the hairbands in her hands. Instead, his gaze fixated intently on her head. Lu Lingxi, why does she have flowers atop her head? One particular dragon cautiously pointed at her hair, his eyes transparently revealing his desire for the adornment in her tresses that Lu Lingxi felt somewhat exasperated. This dragon was being rather unreasonable. She had no peculiar habit of sharing her personal belongings, especially not something as feminine as a hairband. Perhaps you should look again, she suggested, her eyes struggling to convey her polite refusal. The straightforward dragon, oblivious to her indirectness, tilted his head and earnestly praised its beauty, implying that he solely desired that one. What an odd sense of aesthetics he possessed. Considering his gender, she had deliberately chosen darker, more muted colors. Yet he only fancied the delicate, tender green hair band adorned with golden threaded petals and butterflies, which seemed utterly mismatched for such a fierce dragon. Perhaps sensing Lingxi's dilemma, Long Sun retracted his hand and did not press further, occasionally sneaking glances at her hair before lowering his head, only to glance again, repeating the cycle. Eventually, unable to withstand his pitiful gaze, she relented. Fine, take it that he is just a foolish dragon. What does he know of aesthetics? As long as he is happy. Resigned, Lingxi untied the hairband and presented it to him. Elated, the dragon received it as if it were a cherished treasure. As he tucked the hairband away, Lingxi suddenly recalled the scales she had stored in the corner of her pouch and decided to retrieve them. What should we do with these? She inquired, holding the pile of scales toward him. Long Sun, who had been stealthily sniffing the fragrance of her hairband, suddenly startled and lifted his head, his ears twitching shyly. Upon seeing the unsightly scales in her hands, the color drained from his ears. How could those filthy scales be in your possession? They were marred with indelible bloodstains and utterly unattractive. Just discard them. That is all that he spoke dryly, as though at a loss for words. Given the current situation, Lu Lingxi dared not simply discard them and suggested, "Shall I keep them for you?" Although she had no idea of their potential utility, her intuition urged her not to dispose of them. Keep my scales? He could hardly believe that his imperfect scales might garner her favor. His golden eyes widened slightly as he nodded, dazed. She had gifted him so many items, from peach blossoms to hairbands. Yet all he could offer were these dull, useless scales that he felt a pang of inferiority. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi recalled how some pet owners would collect their animal shed fur to craft wool felt. She pondered, touching the sharp edges of the scales. While they were unsuitable for wool felt, they might serve as weapons. Seeing her thoughtfully toying with the scales he had shed, Long Sun felt a twinge of regret that she was not caressing his own tail. As he observed her contemplating, he grew anxious for her to recognize her feelings for him. Listen to me, do not rush, all right? I have reached this part in the narrative, yet Lingxi is still oblivious to her feelings for you. For now, she only feels sympathy, and due to the mission, she has yet to acknowledge that you could be a romantic partner. So, dear Long Sun, please endure your unrequited feelings for a while longer. Chapter 60. Lingxi faints that night. One dragon and one person lay upon the stone slab as before, when a sudden beam of golden light struck Lu Lingxi's forehead while she slept, causing her to furrow her brow before sinking back into slumber. The following morning, with the sun shining brightly, Long Sun awoke early, rising cautiously so as not to make a sound. His tail, bound in thick bandages, restricted his movements, resulting in a very obedient slumber the previous night. Upon waking, he discovered Lingxi still peacefully resting, unlike before when her garments had carelessly crossed the line to invade Long Sun's space. Feeling disheartened by the inability to be close to Lingxi, the injured dragon slowly dragged his wounded tail outside to gather fruit. By the time he returned, the sun was high in the sky. Yet Lingxi remained asleep, her posture unchanged. Long Sun did not disturb her. Instead, he sat by the cave entrance, shielding her from the harsh rays of sunlight, his fair chest glowing in the sun, as though coated in gold. As the sun climbed higher, it became midday. Long Sun began to sense something was amiss. Dragging his tail back into the cave, he gently shook Lingxi's shoulder and spoke softly. Lingxi, alas, the girl did not respond. Growing anxious, he exerted more force, his voice trembling as he called out. Her unresponsive state rekindled memories of a terrifying dream where she had gradually lost her breath in his arms, despite his pleas for her to respond. Long Sun nearly convinced himself he was trapped in that nightmare, unable to awaken. Lingxi's throat felt as if it were blocked by a cotton ball saturated with water, making it difficult for him to speak. Only when he felt her warm breath against his trembling hand did he feel as though he had come back to life. Thank goodness. Dreams are merely dreams. She would not perish as she had in his nightmares. Sensing someone approaching, Long Sun's gaze sharpened, resembling the coldness of winter-s ice, that he reached out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind Lingxi's ear, speaking tenderly. Once the dragon resolves his matters, I shall escort you down the mountain. I in a certain part of the back mountain. Yao Xingshun found himself lamenting his misfortune that a few errant steps had led him to this desolate place. Wondering if the competition had ended while he remained trapped here, did I ask there anyone? Help! He, still a novice, was devoid of any magical prowess or swordsmanship, left with no choice but to shout in hopes of encountering a benevolent soul. As if responding to his pleas, the nearby tree rustled its leaves, startling the timid Yao Xingchun, who, in a fit of surprise, looked up, expecting to see a heroic figure come to his rescue. However, after straining his neck in vain, he saw no one. That what a disappointment it was. With a sigh of resignation, he turned to resume his seat, only to be confronted by the stern visage of Long Sun standing before him. The breath he had yet to exhale was abruptly drawn back into his lungs, causing him to cough violently, as if he might expel his very lungs in the process. Having lived as an honest mortal for over a decade, Yao Xingchun had never before encountered a demon standing so resolutely before him. Terrified, he felt his legs weaken, nearly falling to his knees, almost bowing to Long Sun, as if to greet him for the new year. I merely stumbled upon this place, harboring no intention to offend you. Please consider me a mere passerby. Having seen nothing, he stammered, trembling in the corner, fearing that a momentary displeasure from Long Sun might lead to his demise. He was still trapped in the mindset that demons were bloodthirsty and merciless, believing his life was at stake. That I am but an ordinary physician, utterly incapable of causing you harm, that I only know how to heal and save lives. Please show mercy and spare me. Yao Xingchen cautiously glanced at Long Sun, that a half-demon. Nonetheless, rumor suggested that half-demons were even more ferocious. Long Sun had initially presumed him to be a nefarious character, but was taken aback to discover he was merely an ordinary mortal. Just as he intended to turn and leave, he halted upon hearing Yao Xingchen's words that a physician, one who heals and saves lives, you can treat ailments. The inquiry came from Long Sun, his voice clear and not at all as gruff as Yao Xingchen had anticipated. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Yao Xingchen hurriedly replied, Yes. I hail from a family of esteemed healers. Individuals from miles around come to seek treatment from us. My grandfather was a barefoot doctor, and our lineage has always been in the healing arts. Is that not impressive? In this small village, there was no one else capable of healing. If not him, then who? In a desperate bid to preserve his life, Yao Xingchen boasted of his worth, justifying that in the world of martial arts, one's reputation was self-made, and he was certainly not lying. Every word was the truth. Long Sun, intrigued by this seemingly formidable claim, cast a glance at Yao Xingchen, seizing his collar and dragging him away. After being pulled to the entrance of a cave, Yao Xingchen gazed into the abyss and felt an impending sense of doom. Was this demon intending to drag him back to devour him? His dreams of cultivation had already shattered, leaving him in despair. Ouch! He was unceremoniously tossed inside, feeling a painful jolt in his backside, yet under Long Sun's fearsome gaze, he dared not rub it. Cure her, and you may leave. Failed to do, so the threat hung in the air as Long Sun unsheathed his black iron sword, a silent menace. Only then did Yao Xingchen notice another figure within the cave. A maiden, dressed neatly, lay quietly on the stone slab, appearing merely to be asleep, yet the earlier commotion had failed to rouse her, and he observed the radiant young woman, then glanced at the ominous Long Sun. Realizing she too must be a victim of abduction. Fellow sufferers of fate, Yao Xingchen lamented. Under Long Sun's icy stare, he timidly reached to feel the maiden's pulse, which was strong and steady, indicative of a healthy individual. Just as he prepared to speak, he noticed Long Sun's intense gaze fixed on the serene girl, and it was evident what thoughts occupied his mind. Her pulse is stable and strong. She appears to be fine. So, may I be allowed to leave? Yao Xingchen pondered. I should not be here. I should be underground. His name was derived from the hope that the world may be free of suffering. Preferring instead to dwell among medicinal herbs, with a cough, he reminded himself to cherish the present calm, concluding his words with, "Let us all reflect on this." Chapter 61. Dreaming of little Long Sun, she does not awaken. Long Sun furrowed his brow, gripping the sword hilt tightly until his knuckles turned white. Fearing that the demon might inadvertently harm him, Yao Xingchen tentatively suggested, "Perhaps I could administer a few needles to her." Long Sun sheathed his sword and stood to the side, gently nodding for him to proceed. Yao Xingchen produced his acupuncture kit and administered a couple of needles to her acupoints. The slender needles gleamed with a cold light as they pierced the soft skin. A sight that was somewhat alarming, especially to Long Sun, who watched intently as Yao Xingchen prepared to insert another needle. Long Sun could no longer restrain himself to be gentle. One might think the one being pricked is him. Guarding Lingxi closely, Long Sun scrutinized every move Yao Xingchen made. Whenever a needle pierced her, he frowned, and if the pressure was too firm, he shot a fierce glare, making Yao Xingchen speechless. Do you not find it absurd? Both were brought here by you. She, being beautiful, can lie on the stone slab, while I am forced to heal her. Yao Xingchen thought, yet he dared not voice his frustration. Alas, after retracting the needles, Lingxi showed no signs of response. With his limited abilities, Yao Xingchen could do no more. He waved his hands, declaring, "I have done my utmost." She seems merely to be asleep, her pulse steady, breathing strong. Long Sun's furrowed brow tightened as he bent down, cradling Lingxi in his arms, intending to carry her down the mountain. The girl rested softly against him, yet all he desired was to awaken her to... "Are we leaving?" Yao Xingchen crouched on the ground, clutching his head as he watched Long Sun's figure grow distant. Had he escaped a calamity? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Long Sun carried Lingxi with ease to her small courtyard. After settling her in and gently covering her with a blanket, he stepped inside, feeling no nostalgia for the long absence. Lingxi was meditating inside when he sensed a faint rustle at the door. With sword in hand, he cautiously opened the door to find the serpent that had trailed behind his junior sister. Gazing at the horned serpent, Lingxi questioned whether it could still be deemed a mere serpent demon. "How could it be you? My junior sister has searched for you for ages." Lingxi's words were abruptly interrupted by Long Sun. "She is injured," Long Sun stated coldly, his demeanor more forbidding than Lingxi, who was often referred to as the Ice Mountain by his peers. She had indeed sought out Long Xun, an inexplicable sweetness unfurled within Long Sun at this thought. Upon hearing this, Lingxi disregarded the serpent's nature and hurriedly followed Long Sun to the small courtyard. The maiden lay quietly under a thin blanket, appearing unharmed. Lingxi recalled their descent down the mountain when she had inexplicably fallen into a deep slumber. Having learned from past experiences, Lingxi felt a sense of relief and reassured Long Sun. "Let us check again tomorrow. She has been like this before and should be fine." This. Long Sun's top back finally relaxed. "If you wish to wait for my junior sister to awaken, the previous small dwelling may not be suitable." Lingxi discreetly hinted to Long Sun, noting an unexpected barrier had been set up by Elder Lin Yu. Long Sun nodded in acknowledgement, not particularly keen on leaving Lingxi's side. Observing Long Sun's reluctance to depart, Lingxi felt a headache coming on. This demon seemed unaware of the concept of boundaries. "You may stay here during the day, but after nightfall, you cannot share the same room with my junior sister." Lingxi fretted over his sister's well-being. Realizing that Lingxi perceived him as a frivolous and unwanted serpent, Long Sun felt a pang of embarrassment but maintained his aloof demeanor. "You tend to her, while I will peruse medical texts to see if there exists a cure for this peculiar ailment." After entrusting Lu Lingxi to Long Sun and leaving behind a formation that could sense the situation, Lingxi stepped outside. It was only then that Long Sun had the opportunity to survey the young maiden's boudoir. His golden eyes swept over the items within the room, and compared to his first entry. There was now an added vase and a stool, along with various bottles and jars that I in her dreams. Lu Lingxi felt an overwhelming heat, furrowing her brows as she attempted to lift the coverings that enveloped her, yet found herself devoid of strength, only able to utter soft moans of discomfort. Hearing her sounds, Long Sun mistakenly believed she had awakened and looked down with a hint of surprise, his golden pupils shimmering with light. Unfortunately, the maiden could only utter a single word before falling silent once more, her one sound of discomfort echoing in his ears like an illusion that as dusk fell. Long Sun recalled Ling Su's admonishments, and upon ascertaining that Ling Si was merely sleeping peacefully without any distress, he slithered away. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the extravagantly lush peach tree, and with a flick of his tail, he ascended, the blooming branches effectively concealing his form. Like a true serpent, Long Sun hung his tail from the tree, turning his body to quietly observe Lingxi's room. His predatory pupils were naturally attuned for battle, allowing him to see unobstructed even in the dark. Compared to the dwelling prepared for him before, he found a greater affinity for resting here. Upon his first sight of the peach tree in the courtyard, he had yearned to do so, even if he could not distinctly see her figure. Merely being closer to her, gazing at her in reflection, brought him a profound sense of peace. Lu Lingxi did not sleep soundly. In a hazy state, she heard a familiar electronic voice proclaim, "Task 1 rewards have been dispensed, and will work in conjunction with Wang Guchao. Please commence the recollection." She pondered, how peculiar, realizing it was the mischief of this troublesome entity. Knowing there was no danger, Lingxi allowed herself to sink back in her dreams that don't run. Catch him. Just as she regained her senses, a cacophony of sounds reached her ears, followed by the chaotic rush of footsteps. She beheld a group of children charging towards her with sticks in hand. What on earth? Lu Lingxi thought, just as she attempted to evade them. However, the children seemed oblivious to her presence, passing straight through her form and continuing onward. Realizing she was within a dream, she understood she had become transparent. Tentatively, she reached out to touch a nearby tree, astonished to find she could feel it appeared she could not interact with the dream's inhabitants. She mused, where had that monster gone? Nearby, the children were animatedly discussing something, and emboldened by her newfound transparency, Lu Lingxi boldly positioned herself amidst the raucous group, eavesdropping without a care. It seemed they were in pursuit of some kind of creature. "This time, we've let him escape. Next time, we won't," one chubby child declared, brandishing his stick like a true ruffian. After a bout of playful chaos, the children dispersed to their respective homes, with no clear destination of her own and the system offering no guidance. Lu Lingxi hesitated, contemplating whether to follow a child who caught her eye. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from a nearby thicket, as if something were crawling out. Intrigued, she focused on the spot. First appeared a slender, pale little hand, followed by the fuzzy head of a child, and finally, a shimmering golden snaketail. Wait, a snaketail? Lu Lingxi squinted, and to her astonishment, the figure before her was none other than a miniature version of Long Sun. He appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, yet his golden eyes bore an unmatched depth for his age. This child bore little resemblance to the Long Sun she remembered. In her recollections, his eyes always sparkled brightly when he looked at her, as if filled with twinkling stars. The child before her wore an expression of indifference, his hair tousled, dragging a tail of moderate length. Clad in a robe that seemed to have originated from nowhere, leaving only the tip of his tail exposed. Long Sun had a sense of modesty as a child. Did he know to wear clothes back then, only to prefer running around naked as he grew? Lu Lingxi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. She reached out to touch the child's hair, finding herself truly transformed into a little dragon cub. Unsurprisingly, her hand passed through his hair, causing Long Sun to instinctively shrink back, his golden pupils narrowing as they locked on her direction. Lu Lingxi's raised hand barely had time to lower before their eyes met. And for a moment, she almost believed he could see her. She waved her hand, only to discover otherwise. Long Sun sensed a foreign presence nearby, although he stared in that direction for a while. Nothing seemed amiss. The little dragon furrowed his brow, suspecting he might be overthinking it. Pulling up the tattered gray robe to cover his face, he trudged in a particular direction, appearing like a diminutive serpent. Further dwarfed by the robe, Lu Lingxi trailed behind him, curious about where he was headed. Yet this young dragon was more vigilant than she had anticipated. Not long after, he abruptly turned around, fixating on her direction. Is there really a presence here? Long Sun's small face displayed rare confusion. His cherubic cheeks puffed slightly, allowing him to finally appear fitting for his age. Lu Lingxi thought, adorable. I wish to pinch those cheeks. Following the little dragon cub to the creek's edge, she wondered what he intended to do. Suddenly, the child lifted his robe slightly, turned around, and dipped the tip of his tail into the water. Was he washing his tail? Before Lu Lingxi could formulate an answer, she watched as his tail stirred the water, creating ripples. Then with a swift motion, he flung his tail high into the air. What was attached to his tail landed with a thud. Rolling a couple of times before coming to a stop, that Lu Lingxi, startled by the commotion, instinctively recoiled, fearing the fish might smack against her face. Even though she was transparent, she still instinctively dodged, suspecting the little dragon was doing this on purpose. After tossing the fish onto the bank, Long Sun calmly lowered his tail back into the water, as though he had performed this countless times before, awaiting the next foolish fish to take the bait. Lu Lingxi soon comprehended that the little dragon cub was cleverly disguising the tip of his tail as bait to fish. What a clever little dragon, watching him so earnestly engaged in fishing. Lu Lingxi felt a surge of affection. One could only surmise that the fish in the creek were rather dim-witted, as it wasn't long before another was caught, perhaps sensing the catch was sufficient. Long Sun flicked the water off his tail and leisurely slithered away with his two fish. They were likely headed home now, she thought, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation about meeting Long Sun's parents. As they approached a dilapidated little hut, it appeared small and dim, as if it might collapse at any moment. Long Sun pushed open the door made of weathered wood. Cough, cough, is the little snake back? An aged, frail voice emerged from within, sounding like one who had long battled illness. Long Sun replied softly, placing the fish on the table. Was this Long Sun's grandfather? Lu Lingxi surveyed the surroundings of the shabby abode, realizing that calling it dilapidated was an understatement. Fortunately, as a transparent being, she could fit within this space, where, had she been corporeal, it would have been difficult for all three of them to be accommodated. Inside, there was only a bed with a straw mat that had lost half of its material, and a table made from a large stool serving as a makeshift surface, which was missing a leg yet still managed to stand. It was a sight that would prompt even Lu Yushi to rise in the night and tear up his own ode to the hut. You needn't bring me food. We are not related. I merely provided you with a morsel once, and you need not trouble yourself to care for this old man, whose days are numbered. The elderly man sighed upon seeing the food Long Sun had brought. Long Sun appeared to have not heard, resolutely placing the items down. Winter was approaching. Even a lowly snake demon must hibernate like ordinary snakes to survive the winter, requiring a substantial amount of food to prepare for a long slumber. The old man understood his intent, murmuring, "Why bother, poor child?" He sighed, recognizing his own mortality. Whether he could survive the winter was no longer important. Yet Long Sun merely showed a modicum of kindness, consistently bringing him food. Observing this ostracized child, tears glistened in the old man's eyes. That it turned out that the elderly man was not Long Sun's grandfather, but merely a stranger whom he had helped in passing. As Lu Lingxi watched the stubborn silhouette of the little dragon, she suddenly felt a pang of loneliness for him. Cough. Lu Lingxi nearly got slapped by inspiration, which stemmed from the author's personal experience. While Lu Lingxi is a transparent being, I am not that do you know how much damage a dripping wet pen pouch could do to a 12 or 13-year-old me. My face was nearly slapped askew. That handsome boy didn't even apologize, that I only blame myself for leaning in so close during the new year to watch him fished. After completing his intended actions, Long Sun silently exited, revealing that his tendency to perform good deeds anonymously had been ingrained since childhood. Lu Lingxi reflected. Long Sun appeared to wander aimlessly, yet he was secretly attuned to the unfamiliar aura trailing behind him. With a casual glance over his shoulder, he found, as expected, nothing unusual. Initially, he thought it might be another malicious demon akin to the children, but this presence merely followed him quietly, following the little dragon's son. They arrived at a modest cave, which seemed to be his dwelling. Lingxi crouched down and entered, perhaps feeling a sense of security in this newfound haven. The little dragon, initially alert with his golden eyes resembling two shiny glass beads, relaxed his vigilance. He placed his hand on his robe, intending to loosen the constricting fabric that had confined him all day. However, his hand hesitated momentarily as he glanced at Lingxi's position, ultimately abandoning the action. Observing this, Lingxi was nearly certain that the little dragon was aware of her presence, even if he couldn't see her. How unexpectedly shy he was as a child, she mused, finding it amusing that he had grown into someone so unabashed. The little dragon, swathed in a dusty gray robe, curled up in a corner. Silence enveloped the cave. A sense of solitude permeated the atmosphere, while little Sun stared at the moonlight outside, lost in thought. Unable to bear the sight of such loneliness, Lingxi pressed her face close and sat beside him. Perhaps taken aback by her boldness, Sun's face grew cold, and he bared his tiny fangs, resembling a fierce beast defending its territory. Undeterred, Lingxi reached out, playfully ruffling his head despite the impossibility of physical contact. "Oh, you little rascal." Acting so fierce, realizing that Lingxi posed no threat, the little dragon shifted slightly away from her presence, closing his golden eyes in preparation for rest. This was, in fact, the first time someone had kept him company, and he half closed his eyes, savoring the gentle warmth of her aura. Unfortunately, tranquility was short-lived as trouble soon arrived. Voices of children echoed from outside the cave. "That little monster is right here. I saw him with fish, heading to that old bachelor snake's hut. 2 of my fish have gone missing." It must have been him. With a few careless words, they condemned him. Familiar with such accusations, Sun climbed out of the cave. Being slandered was not a novel experience for him. At first, he would fight back. But he soon realized that the crowd cared little for the truth, only seeking to cast blame for any reason they could conjure. "Look, he is out," one child exclaimed in terror upon seeing Sun's figure. They were indeed afraid of him. "Despite their numbers that it wasn't me," Sun muttered, unwilling to elaborate further, knowing they would not believe him. His small face wore a stern expression as he furrowed his brow. Yet his response was met with a stone that struck his face with a resounding thud. You stole my fish," the chubby child insisted, refusing to relent. Lingxi felt a surge of anger, exclaiming under her breath, "What rude little brats! That fish was caught by Sun's own tail. How could he have stolen it?" Sun raised his hand to shield himself from the barrage of stones, his other hand clenched tightly at his side. Despite his predicament, he refrained from retaliating, which only heightened Lingxi's frustration that if she were corporeal, she would have fiercely defended him against those children. Clenching her teeth in determination, she suddenly had an idea, crouching down to gather stones from the ground and then hurling them at the group of unruly children. "Take that, bullies," she declared to Dao. Lingxi's aim was impeccable, and soon the children were howling in dismay, each one nursing a bump on their heads. They initially thought Sun had fought back, but upon closer inspection, they noticed he had not moved at all. The stones continued to rain down from behind him, causing them to frantically cover their heads and scatter. "This snake is truly a monster," they concluded, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew, and quickly fled. Lingxi, still seething, threw one last stone at their retreating figures, brushing the dust from her hands in satisfaction. Rude children deserved a lesson. Sun gazed at the stones falling around him, lost in thought. His golden eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions. He understood that the warm presence accompanying him was providing assistance, but he questioned its intent. Sun was not one to believe in unmerited kindness. After the children were driven away, Lingxi crouched before him, speaking softly even though she knew he could not hear her. "Are you foolish? Why don't you dodge when they attack you?" Naturally, Sun could not hear her, yet he sensed her presence was close, more intimate than anything he had ever experienced. Feeling somewhat bashful, the little dragon subtly distanced himself from her. Lingxi wished to find something to signify her existence to Sun, but her powers had once again failed her. Causing her hand to pass through the object she tried to grasp in the days that followed, perhaps due to the impending winter, the troublesome children ceased to appear. Little Sun continued to fish with his tail at the creek. But he added a new activity, gathering fruits. Strangely, Sun never consumed the fruits he collected, nor did he offer them to the old snake. He merely stored them in the cave. When they began to spoil, he would pick more if only she could voice her thoughts. Lingxi would scold him for wasting food. But since that incident, she could no longer interact with anything around her, resigned to follow Sun like a wandering spirit. Over time, Sun grew accustomed to the constant presence of her aura, which eventually brought him an indescribable sense of comfort. Upon discovering untouched fruits, Sun felt an undeniable sense of disappointment, his tail dragging along the ground. Casting a sorrowful glance in Lingxi's direction, unbeknownst to him, the aura accompanying him was that of a spirit or a deity. He simply knew it was a presence that provided companionship. For the first time in his solitary life, the little dragon yearned for someone to stay by his side. Thus, he began to offer tributes to this mysterious aura, though it never responded or accepted the food he gathered. The thought of returning to a solitary existence filled him with an inexplicable dread. After a lengthy period, the winter in the realm of cultivation swiftly passed, and before long, the snowy landscape began to melt away. Lingxi leaned against the sun-warmed little dragon, pondering how much time had elapsed. When would this memory come to an end? The venerable serpent, as he had anticipated, did not endure the harshness of that winter. Despite Longxuan's efforts to provide him with an abundance of sustenance, it proved futile. He ultimately departed from this realm. Longxuan stood before the modest wooden cabin, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the unusually silent young dragon. She longed to offer him comfort, yet, as ever, she found her touch eluding him, her voice unheard. The old serpent had reverted to his true form, a time-worn, mottled snake. Not far from the cabin, Longxuan excavated a pit in the recently thawed ground, which remained stubbornly hard. The little dragon, lacking strength, became a muddied mess, his scales smeared with dirt. With great difficulty, he coiled the serpent's lifeless body within a mat of grass and buried him in the earth. By the time he completed this somber task, twilight had descended. Lingxi yearned to reach out and wipe the dirt from his face. Unexpectedly, her hand grazed his cheek for a fleeting moment, startling Longxuan, whose golden eyes widened in surprise. Was it the essence reaching out to him, offering solace? In truth, Longxuan could not articulate his sorrow. It was merely the sight of the aged serpent's solitary demise that evoked thoughts of his own mortality. Would he too, one day pass away, a solitary serpent, quietly fading into oblivion? Would anyone mourn his absence? Even as a mere hatchling, Longxuan began to ponder whether someone would lay his remains to rest after he was gone. Perhaps, he mused, that lingering essence would grieve for him. Suddenly, the young dragon felt a wave of discontent. Previously, he had thought that it mattered not who accompanied him, as long as they remained by his side. Yet now, he yearned to behold this presence, to genuinely feel her warmth, just as he had moments ago. Lingxi, too, was taken aback by that brief encounter, but when she attempted to reach out to Longxuan once more, nothing happened. Alas, perhaps the dream was nearing its end. You will stay with the serpent, will you not? For the first time, Longxuan addressed that essence, fervently seeking an affirmative response, his small golden eyes brimming with the faintest glimmer of hope. Regrettably, no reply came, and the young dragon lowered his gaze, his thick lashes casting a shadow over his eyes, concealing his disappointment. For the first time, he yearned for something, only to find it slipping through his fingers. It mattered not. As long as she did not abandon him, that was sufficient, that he quietly reassured himself, forcing a somewhat strained smile, a slight pout on his cherubic face. Such overt emotions were rare for him, and his expressions seldom revealed much. Thus, this smile appeared somewhat awkward, yet it was the culmination of a long-practiced endeavor. Whether it be a specter or a divine being, he simply wished not to be left as a solitary serpent. Beyond that, he dared not ask for more. The sight of his tentative demeanor tugged at Lingxi's heartstrings. The current antagonist was, after all, just a child, so, even if he could not hear her, she gently spoke. I will be with you. After this moment, Lingxi began to comprehend Longxuan's thoughts, recognizing her own feelings and the importance of following the narrative, that if it weren't for the treasures urging her on, she might have forgotten to explore the emotional thread, realizing that she was indeed suited for tormenting the male lead. How effortlessly she penned Longxuan's tragic experiences. Chapter 65. The fairy who came to save him. The touch and conversation from that day felt like a mere dream, as the young dragon returned to his solitary existence. Until, of course, that group of mischievous children came to shatter the tranquility once more. That on this day, Longxuan dipped the tip of his tail into the water, attempting to fish. Though the essence had never accepted his offerings, he still believed that continuously presenting her with fruits might bore her, hence his attempt to catch fish. Wrapped in a voluminous robe, the already diminutive young dragon resembled a small mushroom squatting beside the stream, with only the tip of his tail peeking out from beneath the garment. That I told you he was a calamity. That old serpent perished merely for being near him. A voice, laced with unwarranted malice and inappropriate for their age, rang out behind him. Indeed, it was those ever-persistent children again. Longshuan remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed upon the rippling surface of the water, his golden eyes darting about. The fish he intended to gift her had fled in fright. Slowly retracting his tail, he flicked it, sending droplets of water shimmering in the air. What use is clothing? A monster is still a monster. The children, despite their youth, uttered words that stung like daggers. Furious, Lu Lingxi rolled up her sleeves, aghast at the insolence of these wretched kids. Not content with mere words, they attempted to tug at Longshuan's robe. The young dragon, outnumbered, clung desperately to his collar, as if guarding the last vestiges of his dignity. His golden eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet he stubbornly pressed his lips together, refusing to cry. Ultimately, he was shoved roughly to the ground, his gray robe now a disheveled mess. Seeing him fall, Lingxi felt a surge of panic, yet was powerless to intervene as one of the children continued to assault Longshuan. Without a second thought, she thrust her hand forward. Miraculously, the child was actually pushed away. Observing this turn of events, Longshuan's golden eyes fluttered with disbelief. She was aiding him, his tail, which had been poised for a counterattack, relaxed, as if a bullied child had finally found someone to defend him. In the next moment, Lu Lingxi realized she was gradually manifesting a physical form. First, her delicate, pale fingers became visible, followed by the hem of her azure dress and embroidered shoes. A flash of light enveloped her, and she emerged fully. Is this truly what I look like? Longshuan, still on the ground, remained frozen in place, his golden eyes fixated on the girl before him, as if he could only behold her true visage once in a lifetime, desperately wishing to imprint every detail of her being in his memory. After confirming that everything about herself was normal, Lu Lingxi wasted no time in standing up for Longshuan. How does one deal with naughty children? One must be naughtier than them. Without hesitation, she approached the chubby leader of the group and delivered a resounding slap to his backside, the sound echoing loudly, causing the other children to tremble in fear. The chubby boy, realizing what had transpired, began to wail, "What kind of monster are you? Why did you hit me?" Lu Lingxi showed no mercy, delivering several more sharp slaps. "How dare you cry now? Did you shed a tear when you threw stones at him? Did you cry when you ripped his clothes? Did you cry when you called him a monster? Look at you, fat and healthy. All you can do is bully the weak. You gorge yourself on food without a thought in your head. Do you? If you dare to bully him again, I will strip you of your clothes and hang them on the highest tree for a full day and night." After holding back her frustration for so long, Lu Lingxi finally unleashed her wrath. The group of children, witnessing the scene, fled in terror, leaving the chubby boy sobbing, clutching his backside. Once released, he too scurried away, clearly deterred from returning anytime soon. Finally, Lu Lingxi turned her attention to the young dragon. Still sprawled on the ground, he appeared dazed, stunned by the unfolding events, remaining motionless until she crouched before him. The sunlight illuminated her brown eyes, shimmering with emotion, and within them reflected a miniature version of himself, allowing him to see the disarray he currently embodied. Suddenly, a wave of unspoken shame washed over Longshuan. The girl, backlit by the sun, knelt before him, the gentle light casting a soft halo around her. In stark contrast, he lay there with his untransformed tail, a dusty robe, and hands smeared with grime, resembling a supplicant to a deity. "Are you dumb? Haven't you always known of my existence?" Lingxi smiled as she adjusted his robe, conversing with a familiarity that left Longshuan momentarily speechless. "Who are you?" Longshuan contemplated carefully, confirming that he had never encountered this peculiar girl before. "Me. I am the fairy who has come to save you. See, I just helped you chase off those naughty children." She could not resist teasing him, noticing his furrowed brow, which belied a wisdom beyond his years. That a fairy, perhaps? Longshuan glanced up at her, noting the warmth of her smile. A comforting presence unlike any he had ever known, as if before her stood not a peculiar creature, but a being of light. "Next time someone bullies you, remember to fight back. That if you can't win, just run away. Don't stand there like a fool taking the hits." She spoke as if she believed him to be a well-behaved serpent. Just moments ago, he had been gathering his strength to retaliate with a swift strike of his tail. Yet he did not shatter her illusion of him, nodding obediently. Seeing him adopt such a compliant demeanor, Lu Lingxi finally fulfilled her desire to stroke Longshuan's head. His long hair felt exquisite to the touch. As silky as the finest silk. Can you call me sister? Let's hear it. Overcome with her mischievous spirit, she sought to take advantage of the young antagonist in her dream. The serpent had lived for 300 years. Long Sun, with a voice that was both cool and detached, stated an undeniable truth, AT merely 17 years of age, and having lived only 40 years in her previous life. Lu Lingxi retracted her earlier compliments about his cuteness. The childhood antagonist was far from adorable. She found herself reminiscing about the grand Long Sun, who would blush and obediently call her sister, indulging her mischievous whims, unlike this little Long Sun who seemed intent on thwarting her. Lu Lingxi pouted. She had initially wished to converse more with the one who occupied her thoughts, yet the little Long Sun sensed he had made a blunder, as the girl before him appeared somewhat discontented. Concealed beneath his robe, his hands clutched the fabric tightly. The inexperienced little dragon, lacking the knowledge to break the awkward silence, could only clear his throat and timidly call out. Little Long Sun, nervous. Fidgeting with his fingers, did I say something wrong? The little dragon's distress was palpable. Chapter 66. If we raise others, we shall eat them. Concealed beneath his robe, his hands clutched the fabric tightly. The inexperienced little dragon, lacking the knowledge to break the awkward silence, could only clear his throat and timidly call out. Sister, he murmured, his voice barely audible, his face flushed with embarrassment, the tips of his ears reddened. This shy demeanor, reminiscent of a wronged little wife, successfully pleased Lu Lingxi's whims, prompting her to retract her earlier statements. Regardless of whether he was the grand or little Long Sun, he remained irresistibly charming, although Long Sun remained silent. Lu Lingxi could discern that he had quickly accepted her presence, leading her to naturally embark on her nurturing journey. In recent days, the little Long Sun had inexplicably refused to allow Lu Lingxi to accompany him. Even leaving the house at dawn to evade her following footsteps, it was evident he was concealing something from her. Long Sun, with his tail trailing behind, wandered through the forest, forgoing his usual fruit-picking and fishing endeavors. His golden eyes scanning the surroundings in search of something elusive. He was no longer the solitary creature he once was. The little dragon wore a serious expression, accompanied by a peculiar girl. Though he was unaware of her origins, the lonely little creature secretly hoped she would linger a while longer. Thus, he could no longer allow her to remain in that small cave. Unfortunately, the diminutive Long Sun had yet to learn how to construct his own dwelling and could only dream of finding a spacious cave. Upon discovering a cavern, he envisioned adorning it with countless flowers and planting luminescent grasses at the entrance. Fearing she might lose her way or be afraid of the dark, she could reside in the cave, free from worries, while he would gather fruits and fish for her, ensuring she was well taken care of. Unbeknownst to Lu Lingxi, the earnest little Long Sun was meticulously planning how to care for her. A grown-up. While washing his hands by the stream, he suddenly noticed that one of his fingers had vanished. Startled, his pupils dilated. Yet upon closer inspection, it had returned. Lu Lingxi shook off the water droplets from her hands, scrutinizing them for any abnormalities. Perhaps it was merely a sign that the system's reward was nearing. She wondered how much longer she could remain. Long Sun discovered a hidden and spacious cavern, his golden eyes sparkling with evident joy. Even the corners of his usually tight-lipped mouth curled into a faint smile as he returned, cradling fruits. However, he failed to notice the girl waiting for him in the cave. With a clatter, the fruits tumbled from the little dragon's arms, one round fruit rolling away until it finally came to rest beside his tail, snapping him back to reality. She was gone. He had returned, brimming with excitement to tell her about the formidable snake who had found a grand cave, yet only an empty cavern awaited him. The little dragon lowered his head, allowing his long hair to fall over his face, his golden eyes hidden beneath the strands, quickly filling with a warm, swelling sadness, as a muffled whimper escaped his throat. Was he not enough as a snake? Why did she leave, in a flurry of panic? Long Sun dragged his tail outside, but he had no idea where to search for her. Upon returning from outside, Lu Lingxi was met with the sight of the little dragon, his eyes reddened, tears streaming down his cheeks without restraint, his thin lips pressed tightly together, though occasional whimpers still escaped. Who had bullied him? He hadn't shed a single tear when tormented by that group of unruly children. Yet now he was crying as if he had been grievously wronged. Lu Lingxi rushed in, grasping the little dragon's shoulders. "Who has harmed you? Tell me, and I shall confront them." The vibrant sound of her voice filled the air. Her warm hand resting on his shoulder, a tangible reassurance that she was indeed present. This realization made Long Sun feel even more aggrieved. Abandoning his previous aloof demeanor, he buried himself in Lu Lingxi's embrace. Disregarding whether it would tarnish his serpent's pride or make her perceive him as a useless snake, that he clung tightly to her neck, his tail, still short, unable to wrap around her waist. So he settled for tightly encircling her ankle. His grip so firm that Lu Lingxi feared it would leave marks. Tears fell one by one onto her neck, soaking her clothing. The snake believed she had departed, that he would once again be left alone. A solitary serpent. The little dragon's voice trembled as he spoke, his warm breath brushing against her skin, sending shivers across her body. So this was how it was. He was still just a child. Yearning for companionship, Lu Lingxi paused her gentle caress of his hair, realizing sadly that this was merely a dream, and she had not truly shared in Long Sun's lonely past. Thus, in that parallel universe, had the little Long Sun lived for a long time in solitude, confined within that dilapidated cave, devoid of friends or family. "I will not leave," the little dragon murmured against her neck, his voice thick with evident pleading. Lu Lingxi suddenly felt the truth was rather cruel. This was merely an illusion, and she had not been there during his lonely childhood. All right, she lied, sensing the end of this dream was imminent. Looking down at the little dragon who held her tightly, she ultimately chose not to elaborate further. From that moment onward, Long Sun transformed into an affectionate creature, becoming anxious whenever Lu Lingxi was away for even a moment. Lu Lingxi was uncertain whether her decision was right or wrong. She worried that her departure would deeply affect the little dragon, entirely forgetting that this was merely a dream. "How about we raise a few little rabbits?" That evening, Lu Lingxi sat at the cave entrance with Long Sun. Gazing at the moon, it was a casual suggestion, born from the thought that perhaps Long Sun simply lacked friends, and having a few small animals might alleviate his loneliness. To her surprise, upon hearing her words, Long Sun abruptly turned to face her, his golden eyes narrowing into sharp slits, regarding her with the same expression one might give a faithless partner. "You want to raise other creatures?" His disbelief was palpable, as if the sky were collapsing around him. Though Lu Lingxi remained oblivious to the implications of raising a rabbit, she quickly acquiesced. No, I was just saying it." Long Sun averted his gaze to his tail, responding softly. His once innocent golden eyes now held a murky depth, the tip of his tail coiling into a small circle. "Raising snakes is sufficient. No other creature should be kept, or else the snake shall surely consume them." The little tongue flicked at his still developing fangs. The little dragon's thoughts were filled with fierce determination. How fierce the little dragon was. Chapter 67. Waiting for her return, Long Sun felt as though his recent days were a dream. He suddenly feared waking up to find himself a solitary snake. Once more, Lu Lingxi also realized that the fruits Long Sun had placed in the cave were intended for her. Whenever she manifested, he would eagerly thrust the fruits into her hands, and if she hesitated to eat, he would gaze at her with disappointment until she relented. Lu Lingxi nibbled on a fruit. The system's voice echoed in her mind. "Host, this memory fragment is nearing its conclusion. Please prepare yourself." That a countdown appeared, indicating less than 2 hours remained. This meant that in 2 hours, she would vanish from Long Sun's world. Lu Lingxi lowered her gaze, contemplating that at the very least, she should bid him a proper farewell before leaving. The sounds of hard scales scraping against the ground signaled Long Sun's return. His hurried footsteps betraying his eagerness, that as he approached the cave, he feigned nonchalance, slowing his pace, as though the anxious little dragon from moments ago was not himself. Upon seeing her still inside the cave, he released a barely perceptible sigh of relief. With his hands clasped behind his back, he approached Lu Lingxi, presenting her with a bouquet of flowers, his little form cradling the larger bundle. "Flowers for you." The diminutive dragon gazed up at her, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson, his heart filled with unspoken anticipation. Lu Lingxi accepted the bouquet, uncertain of how to convey her imminent departure to Long Sun, her brow furrowing in distress, aware that some things were unavoidable. Turning to place the flowers down, she retrieved a piece of candy from her storage pouch, and held it to his lips. Smiling gently, "You've worked hard, little Long Sun." Long Sun felt the sweet offering on his lips. Without questioning what it might be, he obediently opened his mouth. The sweetness, both in flavor and sentiment, warmed his heart. "Stay with me a little longer under the sun." Lingxi spoke as she approached the cave entrance and seated herself, patting the space beside her to beckon Longshuan over. The little dragon, obediently dragging his tail, curled up beside the young girl, inhaling the faint, fragrant aroma that wafted from her. The sun warmed him pleasantly, filling him with a sense of contentment that he wished would last forever. However, the warmth of the sun was so soothing that it made him drowsy. The little dragon shook his head in confusion, trying to stay alert. Lu Lingxi lifted her hand to stroke his head, and the already somewhat dazed dragon instinctively leaned against her, reminding him to eat well and grow strong, and to take care of himself. The half-sleeping Longshuan, still nuzzling against her, felt a sudden wave of panic at her words, which sounded like a farewell. He tightened his grip on her other hand, opening his mouth to feign calmness, saying, "If you stay with the snake will eat well." His watery eyes were filled with pleading, hoping she would refrain from uttering such frightening farewells. Lingxi did not respond. Her hand grew lighter as she continued to stroke his hair. "Do not be afraid, we will meet again in the future. You will become a very powerful demon, with a beautiful long tail." Upon hearing this, tears welled in Longshuan's eyes, his long lashes clumping together with moisture, and he shook his head in panic, wanting to say something to make her stay, but he felt his strength waning. He wished to express that the snake did not desire to be a mighty demon or possess a splendid tail. All he wanted was for her to remain by his side, not to abandon him. The little dragon, sobbing softly, longed for a shred of compassion from the goddess. Lingxi cradled the now weakened dragon back into the cave, his tail tightly coiling around her hand. Even as the effects of the medicine dulled his consciousness, "Will you come back?" he asked, his voice trembling with suppressed tears, willing to wait as long as she returned. "Yes, I will return, when you grow up. We will meet again soon," Lingxi reassured him, though her heart ached. Once she awoke, she would see the grown Longshuan. Yet this little dragon would never wait for her again. Hearing her promise, Longshuan's whimpers gradually subsided, perhaps due to the effects of the pill, as he uneasily slipped into slumber, trembling slightly, evoking pity. Thus, it could be considered a lingering thought for him. The silhouette of the girl gradually faded into nothingness under the sunlight, as if she had never graced this world. Yet, to her surprise, she had not departed this realm entirely. Rather than becoming a mere specter, it felt as if she had attained a divine perspective. She could observe the world continuing to function after her departure. Longshuan, tightly closing his eyes, struggled to awaken, feeling immense sorrow as he wished to tell her that the snake had found a spacious cave adorned with beautiful flowers that she would surely adore. Yet she had deceived him, promising she would not leave, only to abandon him. Lost in dreams, Longshuan occasionally whimpered, seeing the girl in a delicate green dress smiling and tilting her head at him under the sun. Gradually walking further away, he desperately tried to chase after her, but could not catch up. "Don't go!" Longshuan suddenly cried out, his eyes snapping open, but the empty cave offered no reply. Perhaps she truly was a celestial being who had pitied him for a moment, only to depart without a trace. Looking around the cave, he realized she had left no remnant of herself. If not for the vibrant bouquet still blooming within, he might have thought he had merely conjured an imaginary companion out of loneliness. The joyful days spent together felt like an eternal dream that had shattered, returning him to the cold reality, where he once again resembled a solitary snake. However, he still retained the habit of placing fresh fruits in the cave, adhering to her words to eat well, grow strong, and await her return, no matter how long it took. The group of children who had previously been reprimanded by Lu Lingxi soon noticed her absence from Longshuan's side. Initially hesitant to provoke him, they eventually resumed their antics, believing she would not return. No one is here to support you now, right? I knew no one would like a little monster like you." A chubby child taunted, blocking his path. Longshuan, as if deaf to their remarks, kept his head down and walked past them. "I bet she must have hated you, that ugly monster, and couldn't wait to run away." "She won't be back," the chubby one continued. Seeing that Longshuan remained unresponsive to that moment, the dragon halted, his hands clenched tightly by his sides. Chapter 68. The Unwanted Little Monster. His nails dug into his soft palm, leaving deep impressions. and he turned to glare coldly at the group of children. What did you say? The children felt a chill at his gaze, but the chubby one stubbornly repeated, I said she won't come back. No one likes you, little monster. Before the last word left his mouth, Long Xuan lunged at him, his eyes ablaze, fists mercilessly raining down on the chubby child. She said she would return. Long Xuan growled, seeing their leader being attacked. The other children piled onto him, kicking and pulling at Long Xuan, who, in a frenzy, fought back fiercely, muttering obstinately that she would return. She would return. Don't lie. He's gone mad. The little monster has gone mad. The chubby child, dragged away after realizing they could not defeat Long Xuan, fled without a second thought, leaving him sprawled on the ground, drained of energy. The sunlight was blinding, reminding the little dragon of their last sunbathing session, where the warmth was delightful, yet it could not thaw the chill in his heart, as a single tear slowly slid from the corner of his eye. When will you come back? The snake misses you. His fragile state tugged at Lu Lingxi's heart, leaving her at a loss for how to comfort him. Days turned into weeks, and Long Xuan grew taller, taking good care of himself. His tail began to show signs of becoming long and powerful. Yet he still resided in the same little cave. He adorned the larger cave beautifully, visiting it daily to spend some time, swapping out the flowers every few days, loosening the soil outside, all in hopes that when she returned, she would find a clean and tidy cave, perhaps willing to stay forever. Indeed, Long Xuan continued to wait, from a juvenile snake to an adolescent one, remaining coiled in his once small cave, which had begun to feel cramped. Yet he feared she would not find him if he left. Even the little chubby ones from the mountains had departed, perhaps growing up or receiving a stern reprimand from their parents. They no longer troubled Long Xuan. And even on their last day, they came to bid him farewell. About what happened before? I'm sorry, the chubby one, now a little leaner, said awkwardly, scratching his nose. Long Xuan paid him no mind, calmly perched high on a branch, gazing down at the modest forest, acknowledging his wrongdoings. The lean child did not expect Long Xuan to forgive him. That my mother said that bad mortals will soon come here. Be careful, that I heard they are quite cunning. After a moment of silence, he tentatively asked, Are you still waiting for that sister to return? At this, Long Xuan, perched on the tree, lowered his head to give the child a frosty glare, as if warning that the moment he uttered anything unwelcome, his tail would coil around his neck. Feeling a chill at his throat, the lean child fell silent, whispering, She will definitely come back. Be careful of those mortals. All the demons have left. Goodbye. With that, he slipped away. Long Xuan paid little heed to his words. Whether demons resided in the forest was of no concern to him, nor did it matter if mortals arrived, that he simply wished to await her return. Long Xuan could hang from the tree all day, the elevated position allowing him to detect anyone entering the forest. With a sudden thud, something fell beneath the tree where Long Xuan concealed himself, that half closing his golden eyes. He became alert, resembling a ferocious beast ready to strike. That was an old Taoist priest clad in a green robe. Long Xuan slowly descended from the tree, momentarily dazed by the familiar color, but quickly regained his composure, glancing at the man indifferent and prepared to leave. However, the Taoist called out to him, Don't go, save me. I can give you anything. The Taoist stretched out his hand toward Long Xuan's retreating figure. Anything, you say? Long Xuan turned back, eyeing the fallen man with a detached gaze. How to save you? The old Taoist appeared poisoned, his body stiff and unable to move, gasping for breath. Long Xuan retrieved the black bottle, as instructed, and tossed 2 pills into his mouth. The old Taoist then began to meditate to regain his strength. After about a quarter of an hour, he finally opened his eyes, startled to see Long Xuan's form, an inferior half-demon. You saved me. Long Xuan, seeing him awake, succinctly reminded him not to forget his promise. The old Taoist stroked his beard, his gaze shifting. What would you like, dear snake brother? The half-demon had yet to utilize the half-demon's medicinal trial, reaping rewards without labor. Help me find someone. Long Xuan intently gazed at him, unconsciously revealing his anxiety and anticipation, his slender fingers entwined with his own hair behind his back. What is her name? Perhaps the old priest knows her. The old priest slyly remarked, Lingxi, her name is Lingxi. Upon hearing this, the golden-eyed little dragon cub erupted with delight, akin to a lost traveler in the desert finally spotting an oasis. That he hurriedly uttered her name. And despite having silently repeated it countless times in his heart, saying it aloud once more caused his heart to flutter. Oh, Lingxi, I know her. Is she the one with long, flowing hair, remarkably beautiful? The old priest, having never known Lu Lingxi, spun a tale upon realizing it was a girl's name. Yet the innocent Long Sun believed him, tightly grasping the old priest's hand. Take me to her. His golden eyes brimmed with impatience, yearning to appear before her in the next moment. All right, don't rush, and I'll take you there right now. That a glint of cunning flickered in the old priest's eyes as he led the eager Long Sun in a particular direction. The naive dragon cub failed to notice this, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of what to say when he finally met the one he had longed for. How to convey that the serpent missed her. How to tell her that he had been eating well, taking care of himself, and had grown up, hoping she might return to his side. The long-awaited moment seemed to be nearing its conclusion. She was returning, wasn't she? Despite being a young serpent, Long Sun had not cried for a long time. Yet upon learning of her existence, he felt a surge of emotion that made him yearn to shed tears. As they walked, Long Sun began to sense something was amiss and halted his steps. Where is she? His golden eyes fixed intently on the old priest, his tone cold. She is, the old priest stammered. And in a flash, he pivoted the conversation. Who knows where your little sweetheart is? With that, a net was thrown from his sleeve. Long Sun, caught off guard, found himself ensnared tightly, the net crackling with sparks that sizzled against his skin. Reminiscent of roasting meat, he ignored the net enveloping him, straightened up, and fixed his gaze on the old priest, his voice laced with icy fury. Are you deceiving me? The electric glimmer reflected in his golden eyes. Ha! You demon are rather foolish. Just as it happens, the old priest is in need of a half-demon for medicinal purposes. The old priest believed he had successfully trapped Long Sun and no longer concealed his vile nature. You deceived me, Long Sun murmured, his gaze now filled with murderous intent that he should never have used Lingxi to manipulate him, igniting hope only to shatter it. His tail thrashed violently within the demon-catching net. The old priest remained unconcerned, convinced Long Sun could not escape the net. But in the next moment, the net shattered into tatters before the old priest could even register his fear. Long Sun's tail transformed into a formidable weapon, coiling tightly around the old priest's neck, seemingly squeezing the air from his lungs, his eyes wide in struggle. Long Sun exerted no demonic power, relying solely on the strength of his tail to slowly siphon the old priest's life away. His eyes, which had once glimmered like two small glass beads before Lingxi, now devoid of emotion as he regarded the fading figure, as if he were merely a log. Master, a youthful voice rang out, and a sword flew toward them, slicing through Long Sun's abdomen despite his timely evasion, leaving a gaping wound. Initially intent on eliminating them both, he realized he needed to survive to await Lingxi's return. Glancing at the disciple not far away, Long Sun abandoned the old priest's lifeless form and vanished from sight. The little dragon cub was injured, blood pooling across the small cave. He had little understanding of how to care for himself. Allowing the wound to bleed freely until it eventually ceased, Long Sun curled on the stone slab, struggling to catch his breath, yet found the time to self-deprecate with a smile, fully realizing that Lingxi was no longer by his side. Otherwise, she would have rushed over in concern to check his injury. Excessive blood loss left Long Sun feeling dazed, while the group of priests searched the mountain for his trace, that he could no longer venture outside the cave in search of food or herbs. Dragging his weakened body, he endured days of hunger, propping himself up against the stone wall. His complexion turned pale, his once rosy lips devoid of color. His golden eyes, now dulled like pearls covered in dust, could no longer reflect their former brilliance, that he must appear as a wretched serpent now. Thankfully, Lingxi could not see him in such a state, or she would surely be angered at his inability to care for himself. Dazed and heavy-headed, he thought perhaps it would be better to die. At least she could see his remains upon her return, which wouldn't count as the serpent breaking its promise. Yet he felt a deep reluctance to depart without having seen her one last time. And Long Sun lacked even the strength to keep his eyelids open. Host, you have 10 seconds to leave the illusion. Please prepare yourself. The system's electronic voice echoed in Lu Lingxi's mind, while she gazed at Long Sun's pitiful state. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Wait, system, just 10 seconds. Let me have a physical form for these last moments. Lingxi pleaded with the system, unwilling to depart just yet. All right, the system reluctantly agreed, though it wished to remind her that this was merely an illusion and could not alter the past. Yet upon witnessing the antagonist's pitiable appearance and her own tear-streaked face, the system thought that perhaps it could not fully grasp human emotions. Long Sun, the little dragon cub, thought he was truly on the brink of death. And he heard Lingxi's voice call out to him, Long Sun. It was a clear and genuine call, as if not a mere illusion. The semi-conscious little dragon cub suddenly summoned strength from somewhere and forced his eyes open. He saw her, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, stepping upon scattered starlight, each step blooming like blossoms, rushing solely towards him, as if a deity had descended. The warmth and softness of the young girl's embrace enveloped him. The familiar fragrance surrounding him made the pain in his abdomen dissipate, and he nestled his head into Lingxi's arms. That you're back. The serpent misses you so much, but what escaped his lips was, the serpent has been obedient, eating well, growing up, and no one dares to bully the serpent anymore. His voice was faint, yet he insisted on articulating each word clearly. Very well done. Lingxi's voice quivered with emotion. Do not be afraid, sleep well, and everything will be all right. She gently caressed Long Sun's hair, whispering soothingly. Long Sun struggled, unwilling to close his eyes, fearing she would vanish again in the next moment. Yet he ultimately lacked the strength. Curling into her embrace, he fell into a peaceful slumber. Lingxi hurriedly bandaged his wound and retrieved food from her storage pouch, placing it beside him, hoping this would allow him to fare better. She gently touched Long Sun's face, which had grown gaunt over the past few days, his tail still coiled tightly around her. Yet it was futile. Time passed, and she faded away like air. Long Sun sensed her absence. Even in his dreams, he stirred restlessly, muttering, Don't go, don't go. Lingxi turned away, unable to bear the sight, and finally, tranquility returned in the quiet cave. Only the injured little dragon cub remained, with no other presence. Long Sun seemed to sense something. His tightly shut eyes gradually dampened, tears trickling down his cheeks. After several days of slumber, the little dragon cub stirred awake, immediately sitting up despite the pain in his abdomen. His golden eyes scanning the cave in a frantic search for something. Alas, he found disappointment. There was no one else in the cave. The bandaged wound and the food left on the stone slab confirmed her presence. Yet she had abandoned him once more. That I couldn't hold on to her. Long Sun lowered his head, allowing his long hair to obscure his face, curling tightly into a corner while biting his fist to stifle any whimpers. Suddenly, he felt an excruciating pain in his wound. Lingxi, the serpent hurts. It hurts so much. His small back trembled incessantly, and despite his attempts to conceal it, crystalline tears streamed down his cheeks. The lonely little dragon cub let out another mournful cry after his deity departed. Are you in pain? A gentle voice, laced with tenderness, echoed in his ear. Long Sun barely had time to compose himself before he shot his head up, the tears threatening to spill from his eyes. His lashes damp. Lingxi, filled with compassion, reached out to wipe away his tears. Don't cry. Okay, I'm back, and we will always be together. The young girl promised directly, planting a light kiss on his tear-stained eyelids. Long Sun instinctively closed his eyes, as if receiving a blessing, thinking he had gained the favor of a deity. Just say I'm good. Have a heart. 1 TU. Chapter 70. The memory ends. Long Sun. The girl lying in bed suddenly opened her eyes, still clouded with lingering sadness, gasping as she struggled to regain her composure. Had the memory illusion ended? Meanwhile, the dragon perched upon the peach tree seemed ensnared in a reverie. Its brow furrowed as it gently shook its head. Upon awakening, Lingxi found herself momentarily disoriented, unsure of her surroundings. Touching the damp corners of her eyes, Longshuan was taken aback. Had he been weeping? Yet the details of his dream eluded him. It appeared he had encountered Lingxi when he dreamt of a little snake. With this thought, Longshuan lowered his head and let out a muted chuckle, wishing it were true. If only she had appeared a tad sooner. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, the young dragon dared to indulge in such a sweet dream only in the solitude of the night. Had Lingxi awakened? Lingxi lay on her bed, staring vacantly at the top of the bed curtain, only to realize after a while that she was in her own courtyard. How had she dozed off and returned from the back mountain? Where was Longshuan? As she propped herself up, a soft knock echoed through the stillness. A tentative sound, as if the visitor feared disturbing her or worried she might not hear a whisper. Are you awake? Can the snake come in? Longshuan's cautious voice floated from outside the door. his silhouette casting a large shadow against it. "Come in," she replied, her voice still husky from sleep. It felt as though she had slept a tad too long, and her body ached slightly as she moved her neck, seeking relief. Perhaps due to her extended stay in the illusion, seeing Longshuan now evoked a sense of surreal detachment. Through his current form, she could still faintly discern the image of the little dragon he once was, those lustrous golden eyes, that shimmering golden tail, and the adorable shyness that painted his cheeks with a rosy hue whenever he felt bashful. Longshuan was bewildered by her sudden intense gaze, the girl's unabashed scrutiny, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. In an attempt to mask his own embarrassment, he turned his back to pour her a glass of water, presenting it to her lips. The cool rim met her slightly parched lips, snapping Lu Lingxi from her reverie. She glanced down, observing Longshuan's reflection in the water's surface, blinked twice, and felt an unknown tear slip from her eye into the cup, creating ripples that mingled with the tea. Noticing her silence and the tears streaming down her face, the usually tongue-tied Longshuan found himself at a loss for words that he held the water cup in one hand while using the other to wipe away her tears. That "Don't cry, don't cry." His warm, dry hand hurriedly brushed away her tears, his lips pressed tightly together as if confronting an insurmountable dilemma. He felt a pang of frustration for his inability to comfort her with sweet words. Lu Lingxi wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, oblivious to Longshuan's attempts to console her. She instinctively reached for his waist, her fingers grazing over his smooth, firm abdomen, revealing a flawless set of well-defined muscles, unmarred by any scars. Through her tear-blurred vision, she noted that the wound had left no lasting mark on Longshuan, and she felt a weight lift slightly from her chest. Longshuan, however, was clueless about her thoughts. He could only watch in bewilderment as the tear-streaked girl inexplicably touched him, her soft hands gliding over his bare skin, completely disregarding his bashful disposition. Longshuan bit his lower lip, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously as he stifled a low groan, struggling to maintain his grip on the water cup lest he spill its contents. Taking a breath, he thought, if it were Lingxi, the snake would willingly oblige. Her golden eyes sparkled with a soft, affectionate glimmer reminiscent of a sun-kissed lake in March. Yet in the next moment, Lu Lingxi, teary-eyed and seemingly seeking comfort without a sense of responsibility, paused her movements and looked up at him, her tears pooling as she asked, "Are you hungry?" Lu Lingxi vividly recalled the little dragon enduring hunger for several days in the cave. She wondered if he had eaten the provisions she had left behind. Longshuan. Her sudden inquiry left him perplexed. She had been touching him and now had stopped. Snake. Not hungry. All right, let's continue. Longshuan found it challenging to voice his true feelings, swallowing hard as an insatiable hunger welled up within him at the sight of her tear-stained face. Liar. You're hungry. Hearing him claim he was not, Lu Lingxi was unconvinced, unsure whether she was addressing the current Longshuan or the little dragon of the past. Snake, hungry upon hearing him deny his hunger. She was ready to unleash a torrent of tears, as if to evoke a lamentation that could topple walls, prompting Longshuan to speak without principles. Moreover, Lu Lingxi's unwavering certainty led Longshuan to question whether he had truly been starving for years. Lowering her gaze, she emptied her storage bag, laying out all the pastries on the table, her eyes fixed on Longshuan with determination. Longshuan felt a bit lost. Had Lingxi become oddly insistent? Noticing his prolonged silence, she pouted, ready to cry again, her tears falling like glistening pearls, each droplet striking Longshuan's heart with pinpoint accuracy. That "Don't cry, the snake will eat." Longshuan obediently sat at the table, swallowing the sweet pastries one by one while sneaking glances at the girl beside him. Once he began to eat, her tears ceased. But the moment he paused, she would immediately switch to a state of red-eyed distress. With a small sigh, he caressed his slightly full belly, realizing for the first time that Lingxi's feeding was a bittersweet joy. Struggling to swallow the last morsel, Longshuan became acutely aware that his breath now carried the lingering taste of the sweet pastries, and he couldn't help but let out a small burp. Realizing what he had just done in front of Lingxi, his usually composed face flushed a deep crimson. Embarrassed by his own behavior, Lu Lingxi, however, paid no mind to this detail and gazed intently at him, asking if he was satisfied. Her eyes filled with concern, as if she could conjure an entire feast for him at a moment's notice. Snake is full. This was the first time Longshuan felt impatient in front of Lingxi. The first time he hastily rejected her kind offer. He simply could not eat anymore. Upon hearing him declare he was full, Lu Lingxi reluctantly withdrew her gaze, her eyes persistently flitting over Longshuan's flat stomach. Yesterday, while reading comments, one darling remarked, "I love you, Gonlu." I found myself bewildered by this comment for quite some time. Who was Gonlu? I had never written about such a person. Oh, it was me. Realization dawned with laughter. Haha. Feel free to call me Lulu or Lul. It just so happens that I share the surname Lu. Chapter 71. Almost discovered in the same room system. Oh no, earlier I exerted too much force. And now the host seems a bit disoriented. Perhaps it would be best to let her sleep a little longer. Lu Lingxi felt as if the world were spinning, a wave of drowsiness washing over her. How could she be tired again after just waking up? Seeing her bleary-eyed, Longshuan leaned in nervously, asking, "What is wrong?" He feared she might fall into another deep slumber like before. Lu Lingxi shook her head. "I am fine. I just suddenly feel very sleepy. I'll just take a nap." "Don't move." Before she could finish her sentence, her head had already slumped against Longshuan's shoulder. Her smooth forehead rested against his slender shoulder. And the innocent young dragon froze as if ensnared by a spell, standing rigid and still, their long hair entwined intimately, blurring the lines between you and me. Lingxi's waist felt incredibly slender. Longshuan gazed down at the girl leaning against him, hesitating to make any inappropriate movements, yet his heated gaze enveloped her entirely. Perhaps the effort of sustaining this position proved too taxing in her drowsiness. Lingxi leaned back, and fortunately, Longshuan was quick enough to catch her waist, preventing her from falling. She truly was delicate. His arm, resting across her slender waist, bore the unique lean strength of youth. After ensuring she was steady, he didn't immediately pull away. Instead, he hesitated, not daring to lay his entire palm on Lingxi's waist as he had before. Longshuan's long fingers formed a fist, refraining from crossing boundaries, relying solely on the strength of his forearm to support her waist and keep her from toppling. With a hint of cunning, Longshuan lowered his torso slightly, allowing the girl who had been leaning on his shoulder to gently fall into his embrace. Enveloping her small figure completely, it was a comforting embrace, a sanctuary of safety. The dragon only feared Lingxi might fall. He reassured himself, convincing himself that he wasn't a frivolous dragon taking advantage of her. He had stolen a kiss from her in the dead of night, believing it to be a farewell. Yet here they were again, in this very courtyard, sharing another embrace under the same night sky. He hoped Lingxi wouldn't think of him as a shameless dragon upon discovering this. Breathing in the faint, lingering fragrance of the girl, Longshuan felt this was a rare moment of happiness for him. Unfortunately, this fleeting moment of bliss was interrupted by a noise from outside the room. Someone was approaching. Sure enough, a moment later, a knock sounded, followed by Shui Zhao's voice. "Junior sister, are you awake?" The candlelight illuminated the room, yet no one responded. "Strange, didn't my senior brother say she was awake?" Shui Zhao's puzzled voice drifted from outside the door. Though dissatisfied that someone had intruded upon his time alone with Lingxi, Longshuan, out of respect for her senior brother, called out softly to the slumbering Lu Lingxi. "Lingxi, someone is knocking." He spoke almost directly into her ear, sending a warm breath that brushed against her hair. "Knocking? Who is knocking at this hour?" Lu Lingxi, still groggy, struggled to grasp the situation. "Longshuan, why are you in my room at this time?" She is still leaning in his embrace. Lu Lingxi's mind suddenly clicked into gear, and in a swift motion, she scrambled out of Long Sun's arms, stammering as she pointed at him and then at herself. Long Sun felt a twinge of loss at the sudden emptiness of his embrace. Outside the door, Shui Zhao was knocking frantically, as if his life depended on it, shouting, "Junior sister, I'm coming in." Just as he spoke, he attempted to push the door open. "Wait a moment." Ignoring whether Shui Zhao could see through the door, Lu Lingxi urgently extended a hand in a gesture of refusal. Upon hearing her calm voice, Shui Zhao felt slightly reassured, retracting his hand from the door. "That I called out for ages and you didn't respond. Senior brother said you'd awakened and asked me to come see you. Did I? I'm changing clothes. Please wait for me." Lu Lingxi exclaimed, panic causing her to pace in circles. Where on earth could she hide such a large dragon? If her second senior brother found out that Long Sun was in her room at midnight, it would be as if their first senior brother knew, and that would inevitably reach their master. She might end up with broken legs. Long Sun, realizing he had caused trouble, cautiously called out to her. Lu Lingxi hurriedly put a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet, and grasped his hand. trying to find a place to hide him. The Lu Lingxi was in a state of urgent distress. It was no joke. If your parents discovered you awake at such a late hour with a strange man in your room, and this strange man was not even clothed, just think about how serious that would be. Long Sun, bewildered by the unfolding events, obediently followed her in the cramped room. That I in the wardrobe? No, that wouldn't he do. The wardrobe was full of clothes that if Long Sun went in, most of his tail would still be sticking out, and the door wouldn't he close. Thus, the dragon cub, who had just been shoved into the wardrobe, was dragged back out. Under the bed? But her bed was solid. Out the window. The window was on the door side. Jumping out the window was no different from just opening the door. She would be caught by Shui Zhao. Come on, junior sister. Shui Zhao urged from outside. Just a moment. Lu Lingxi replied toward the door, feeling utterly helpless. There was only the bed left, and although it was rather embarrassing, it was better than having her legs broken. After all, they had shared a bed in the cave before. Hadn't they? Lu Lingxi quickly spread out her thick quilt and sat on it, relieved that her bedding was large enough. Come over here. And for heaven's sake, don't make a sound. That Lu Lingxi promptly smothered the bewildered Long Sun under the quilt, resembling a tyrant who had taken over a virtuous maiden. After smoothing out the wrinkles on the quilt and taking a deep breath, she finally dared to speak. All right, senior brother. Slowly now, just like you practice your swordsmanship. Shui Zhao opened the door without ceremony, teasing her. How are you feeling? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? He asked from behind the beaded curtain. Careful not to come too close. This allowed Lu Lingxi to breathe a sigh of relief. That I'm perfectly fine. Just go back. I'm utterly exhausted. Rarely did she engage in banter with Shui Zhao. She wanted him to leave quickly. If it weren't for coming to see you, I would be sleeping soundly right now, Shui Zhao said, yawning with his hands on his hips. All right then, if you're fine. I'll take my leave. That I knew it. Second senior brother. You may not say it, but you're still very kind to me. That go on now. I'm really fine. Saying this, she let out a small yawn. Looking thoroughly sleepy. At least you have a conscience, Shui Zhao scoffed before turning to leave. Thankfully, they had not been discovered. Long Sun. The snake is not a bad snake that takes advantage of Lingxi. System. I don't believe you. If you have the guts, put your hand down and speak. Even with his ears flushed, Long Sun stubbornly kept his arm on her slender waist. Chapter 72. Poor Long Sun. Although there was a certain thrill in the clandestine nature of their interaction, akin to openly engaging in puppy love beneath their parents' noses, that Lu Lingxi lifted a corner of the quilt, not even allowing Long Sun beneath it a breath of fresh air. When suddenly, Shui Zhao returned with a twist. Oh, right. Senior brother said he pleaded with Elder Lin on your behalf, allowing you to end your confinement early. You don't have to go up the mountain anymore. Just rest well. Oh, thank you, senior brother. Lu Lingxi quickly covered the quilt back over him, firmly pressing down on Long Sun's restless tail through the fabric. After watching Shui Zhao leave the room and close the door behind him, Lu Lingxi finally let out a breath. However, being trapped beneath the quilt, Long Sun was not so fortunate. The surrounding darkness rendered his vision useless, sharpening his other senses. His soft ears twitched. He could even hear the sound of Lu Lingxi nervously biting her nails. The rustling of fabric as she moved. Beneath the quilt, the fragrance of the girl was so overwhelming it could intoxicate him. Perhaps due to her anxiety, her body temperature felt a touch elevated. And through the narrow confines of the quilt, even a cold-blooded creature like Long Sun found himself warming up. The little dragon felt his emotions fluctuating wildly lately. For instance, being trapped under the quilt right now. He sensed an unfamiliar heat radiating from his tail, a flame igniting in the small area of his abdomen. Why are you so hot? Is this quilt suffocating Long Sun? Lu Lingxi thought, feeling the dragon nestled at her side becoming increasingly warm. Akin to a heating pad, and hurriedly lifted the quilt. As the weight of the heavy covering retreated, the cool night breeze streamed in through the window, and Long Sun blinked in confusion, his golden eyes wide open. Realizing that he was the one with the elevated temperature. Are you feeling better? Lu Lingxi asked, fanning him with a book from her nightstand, trying desperately to cool him down. Only when she saw the flush on his face diminish did she finally speak. I am fine. Long Sun raised a hand, halting her efforts to fan him, gently placing the book down from her grip, silently massaging her arm, as if even the act of fanning him had exhausted her. In the heart of a certain dragon, Lu Lingxi was akin to a delicate flower that should not be exposed to harsh winds or rain. Hence he was determined to protect her well. The little dragon made a silent vow. Having lain too long, her arm grew numb, but Long Sun's considerate gesture alleviated it, making her feel so comfortable she nearly closed her eyes. However, after Shuizhao left, her mind began to replay the events that had just transpired. "Are you all right?" Lu Lingxi withdrew her arm, glancing at Long Sun's finely sculpted abdomen, thinking how infuriating it was that he could eat so much yet maintain such a flat stomach. As her gaze fell upon her own exposed midriff, Long Sun felt the earlier warmth rekindle, and to suppress the rising flame, he shifted slightly to block her view of him with the quilt and shook his head. "If you can't eat, then don't force yourself. There is no need to worry about overeating." Lu Lingxi glanced at the impeccably clean table and then at Long Sun's flat stomach, pondering how he could possibly fit so many pastries inside him. "Don't eat, and you'll cry." Long Sun could still recall the terror of being overwhelmed by pastries just moments ago. Yet, if given the chance again, he would still obediently finish them because he couldn't bear to see Lu Lingxi cry. "Thinking about the foolish things I did when my mind was hazy makes me want to die. It's all the system's fault. Yes, it's all the system's fault, the innocently caught system." Amidst this commotion, she was pulled from the melancholy of missing little Long Sun. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lingxi gazed at Long Sun standing before her, thinking that even if he had never met her, he had grown up well regardless. "Long Sun, did you have a happy childhood?" Lu Lingxi suddenly inquired, wanting to know if he had been as lonely as she imagined. Taken aback by the question, Long Sun took a moment to sift through his memories, which were nothing but tales of hunger, isolation, and hiding away. Not happy. Long Sun initially wanted to say he was happy, but her gentle gaze compelled him to speak the truth, perhaps emboldened by their recent interactions to reveal his genuine emotions. They were very cruel. The thought of those people employing despicable means to exploit the impoverished stirred a sense of disgust within Long Sun, marking the first time he expressed such sentiments openly in front of her. "I had to take many medicines and had my tail cut off." Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi quickly checked his tail, recalling that it had been struck by lightning and had yet to heal. Now uncertain if any scars remained to prevent her from perceiving him as weak, Long Sun added with a hint of pride, "They were useless. The snake escaped." Indeed, little Long Sun had endured considerable hardship. Lu Lingxi gently patted his head. "You've worked hard, Long Sun, that you're quite remarkable." Realizing that discussing such a heavy topic late at night felt somewhat burdensome, she added, "So you already know you're a dragon? Why do you still keep referring to yourself as a snake?" "I'm used to it." Long Sun remained silent for a moment before responding. In truth, he wasn't. Long Sun attempted to correct himself, but found he had inadvertently slipped back into calling himself a snake. Perhaps in Long Sun's heart, regardless of whether he had dragon horns or deer antlers, or what legendary beast he was, before Lu Lingxi, he would always be that nameless snake demon lurking in the shadows, yearning for her salvation and waiting for her affection. "I see," Lu Lingxi merely asked out of curiosity, not pressuring Long Sun to change his words. "However, what about that dragon horn? Wouldn't it attract unwanted attention?" The last dragon sounded rare. Adhering to the principle of not flaunting wealth, Lu Lingxi felt it necessary to conceal that horn. "Your horn? Can it be retracted?" "I'm not saying I dislike it. I just feel that exposing it might lead to trouble." Fearing that the sensitive little dragon might overthink, she quickly added an explanation. "Retract it." Long Sun endeavored to channel his spiritual energy into his dragon horn. Yet regrettably, there was no discernible change. Disheartened, he blinked his eyes. Feeling the weight of his inability to fulfill the task Lingxi had assigned him, "That I'm sorry, Lingxi," he murmured, his voice subdued, akin to being muffled beneath a heavy blanket. "It's all right. Tomorrow I shall see if there are any spells that could conceal you for a while." Lu Lingxi reassured, her tone familiar from past experiences of comforting the dragon. Indeed, the easily placated dragon nodded obediently, shaking off his earlier gloom. Just moments ago, Brother Shui had mentioned she no longer needed to venture to the back mountain. What was to become of Long Sun now? As he wrote this chapter while enjoying evening tea with friends, his focus was fragmented, leaving him feeling as though his writing fell short. This also clarified why Long Sun often lamented about the pitfall of being a serpent, as well as providing a transition from the young dragon to the current one. Chapter 73. A transition. Lingxi, rest well. I shall take my leave first. Before Lu Lingxi could ponder how to address Long Sun's situation, he preemptively answered her unspoken question. though reluctant to part. Remaining in Lingxi's room would mark him as a wayward dragon. His gaze flickered, the dim light failing to penetrate the depths of his eyes. Yet his expression was filled with an earnest reverence. "Will you return to the back mountain?" However, after some contemplation, it seemed he had no other destination aside from the back mountain. Staying behind felt unjustifiable, especially with his master in seclusion. If Elder Lin were to discover this, it would surely lead to further complications that Lu Lingxi felt a pang of disappointment. Perhaps it was the memories of the young Long Sun from the illusions that cast a shadow over her perception of the Grand Dragon, evoking a sense of loneliness and pity for him. The thought of him returning to the back mountain all alone, akin to the stubborn young dragon in the little cave, resonated deeply within her. The dragon will not roam aimlessly. Lingxi may come to find the dragon. Long Sun's gentle tail brushed against her back, offering comfort, assuring her that he would patiently await her return to the back mountain, no matter how long it took. "Then take care of yourself. Do not let your tail suffer any further injuries, that I shall visit you daily." Her concerned gaze swept over his bandaged tail, uncertain if this foolish dragon even cared for his own wounds. With impressive recuperative abilities, the dragon subtly moved his healed tail, accepting her tender admonitions without guilt. Her concern brought him comfort, and he nodded in agreement. After Long Sun departed, Lingxi closed her eyes, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. After what felt like the nth time rolling over, she could no longer restrain herself from inquiring of the system, "What became of the illusion after I left, in truth?" She was more concerned about the young Long Sun's fate, that it was merely a fragment of memory. "Your presence did not truly alter anything, and shortly after your departure, that illusion ceased to exist," the system replied. "Let me see what transpired after my departure," Lu Lingxi murmured, tugging the quilt tighter around herself. Her small, egg-shaped face was mostly concealed beneath the covers, leaving only her bright eyes exposed. "Very well." The system, without further inquiry, obediently summoned that fragment of memory and implanted it into Lingxi's mind. The illusion unfolded before her like a scroll of artwork, culminating in the image of young Long Sun using his tail to tightly encircle the object she had left behind. He resembled the deceased speckled snake grandfather, who did not awaken during a frigid winter. The frost crystallized upon his eyelashes, signifying his tears at the final moment. Yet his pale visage bore a faint smile of contentment. Perhaps in his dreams, she had returned. The system observed the girl who had buried herself beneath the covers, her trembling shoulders betraying her sorrow. "It's nothing. I'm just tired. Please log off," Lu Lingxi mumbled, stifling a sniffle before closing her eyes. In her dreams, she had not broken her promise. She truly returned to the side of the young dragon. "Junior sister," a clear voice echoed from outside. It was Ling Su. "Look at the sun hanging high. Junior sister should be awake by now." Still caught in the throes of sleep, Lu Lingxi furrowed her brow, struggling to sit up, her sleep-laden eyes yawning as she thought. How could her two senior brothers be so fond of disrupting her dreams? Slowly dragging her weary form to the door to let Ling Su in, she leaned against it, feeling as though she had no bones. "Good morning, senior brother. Observe the scorching midday sun, and then behold your disheveled appearance," Ling Su stated, noting her recently punished state without uttering a word of reproach. In the coming days, stay composed and assist with the preparations for the disciples' competition in the mountains. Do not let Elder Lin catch you off guard again. He gently tapped her forehead as a reminder. The sharp intake of breath dispelled much of her drowsiness, and Lu Lingxi glared at the spot he had struck, grumbling softly. "What else do you want to say? And keep an eye on that creature following you," Ling Su remarked, perplexed as to why his junior sister had become increasingly entangled with that creature. "What should I watch for?" Lingxi feigned ignorance, believing her brother referred to the events of the previous night. "No way. I hid everything so well. How did that dog Shuizhao find out?" Ling Su shot her a disapproving glance. "That creature is not merely a snake spirit, that if I can perceive it, others can too. Make sure it conceals its horn properly." Ling Su had not discovered the reason behind Lu Lingxi's inexplicable fainting spell last night. But the horn upon Long Sun's head had piqued his interest, leading him to scour the library for any relevant text. To his surprise, the creature turned out to be a dragon. Yet, it did not entirely fit the description, as the horn bore some resemblance to those documented, while the tail diverged from the ancient texts. Was Elder Lin's extensive search driven by this? How did he come to know? Reflecting on the recent happenings in Ling Mountain, A sense of unease washed over him. So now, which was the greater concern? The revelation of her sharing a bed with Long Sun in the dead of night, or the exposure of the young dragon's true identity? Both seemed substantial. Brother, how did you find out? Lu Lingxi asked timidly. That I'm not blind. That creature's horn radiates brilliance. It is clearly no ordinary object. Brother, I'm genuinely curious why, despite the dragon god saving everyone, there seems to be no temple or shrine dedicated to the dragon god. Not even a portrait remains. Lu Lingxi's understanding of this world was limited, having only skimmed the original text and lived in Ling Mountain for just over a decade, leaving many matters beyond her brother's comprehension. Unexpectedly, her reliable elder brother shook his head. That I am uncertain. According to our master, it was the dragon god's clan that requested it. That is indeed peculiar. Shouldn't they desire to be remembered throughout the ages? Lu Lingxi struggled to comprehend. Sensing an oddity in the narrative threads of her mission, it is said that the heart's blood of a dragon can resurrect the dead and restore flesh to bones. The innocent suffer for their connection to the precious. Ling Su's gaze turned obscure as he spoke, his words trailing off. Lu Lingxi understood the implication that if the rumors held true, then if Long Sun were discovered now, lacking the means for self-defense, it could incite the greed of various ill-intentioned individuals. It seemed prudent to have sent him back to the mountain last night. The horn could not be reclaimed, and the back mountain was devoid of people, at least ensuring he would not be discovered by those with ulterior motives. That he has already left. That is for the best. Remaining too close could invariably lead to trouble. Ling Su scanned the surroundings, failing to detect any trace of Long Sun. Assuming he had departed, Lu Lingxi dared not reveal that she had concealed him in the back mountain. Chapter 74. The Dragon Roller Coaster. When she decided to visit Long Sun, Lu Lingxi was determined to adhere to her principle of honesty. Ahem. Yesterday was an exception due to the preparations for the disciples' competition. Hardly had she reached the foot of the mountain when she sensed a faint gaze trailing her. Could it be that she had been discovered so soon? Lu Lingxi discreetly glanced back, only to spot a glimmer of gold amidst the grass. So it was the dragon. Lu Lingxi plopped down on a nearby clean stone, wiping away non-existent sweat, feeling weary. Perhaps she should forego seeking Long Sun. Upon hearing this, the dragon hidden in the shadows grew anxious. After eagerly awaiting her arrival, how could she consider not seeking him? Bad Lingxi deceiving the dragon. With insufficient vigilance regarding her presence, Long Sun did not react until Lu Lingxi playfully teased his ear with a blade of grass, causing his sensitive ears to flinch and evade the soft, vexing touch. That it is well known that a cat's tail and its body are two distinct entities. Perhaps the same held true for dragons. For even if Long Sun himself failed to notice, his tail had already joyfully lifted Lu Lingxi high into the AI, or to Lu Lingxi, suspended in the air. Confusion, J.P. Lingxi. Realizing she was merely teasing and had no true intention of abandoning him, the young dragon's voice mirrored the exuberance of his tail. That I heard you. Now, would you kindly set me down? She reached out to pat the bandaged snake tail, trying to prompt him to release her, careful not to apply too much pressure lest it worsen his injury. What brings you down from the mountain? Lu Lingxi examined the bandage to ensure it had not loosened as she allowed Long Sun to tug her along. To speak truthfully, the scenery of Ling Mountain was indeed delightful, with petals fluttering and birds singing. Yet Long Sun's antics made her feel as though she were a mother escorting a child on a trip. Dragon, giant baby Sun, you did not come. His voice carried a subtle accusation, as if he were lamenting her absence the previous day, leading him to descend the mountain early to await her. I had some matters to attend to yesterday, but I am here today. I even brought you a gift. She patted her storage bag, exuding a demeanor of offering treasure. Long Sun remained silent, casting a glance at her bulging waist pouch, a smile already flickering in his eyes. Yet he maintained a semblance of restraint, nodding slightly as if to convey, well, seeing your earnestness, I shall reluctantly forgive you. Alas, his ears, perked up in joy, betrayed his true emotions, failing to align with his composed facade. Stealing a glance at his ears, Lu Lingxi stifled a laugh at the proud little dragon. She had discerned the pattern. The higher his ears stood, the happier he was, and the more they drooped, the more despondent he became. Long Sun remained oblivious to the fact that his immature ears had divulged his innermost thoughts, believing himself to be a mature and reliable dragon in front of Lingxi. Shall I let you sit on my tail? He asked again, his voice tinged with shyness, as he averted his gaze from her eyes, pretending it was just a casual remark while looking into the distance. I still want tea. Lu Lingxi intentionally elongated the word won't. Witnessing the slight tremor in Long Sun's golden eyes and the way his ears began to droop in disappointment, that it seemed she truly found his tail to be shabby and encumbered with bandages. Not at all visually appealing, that I suppose I want tea refused then. I happen to be a bit tired from climbing. Thank you, Long Sun. Only when she noted his ears nearly flattening against his head did she leisurely change her response. This declaration acted as a switch for the dragoness ears. As soon as the words left her lips, they perked up again with renewed vigor. Your tail better now. Are you really sure it's fine? Lingxi pondered whether she should still decline, observing his tail appearing somewhat burdened, fearing that further strain might exacerbate any injuries that it's all better. Long Sun hastily replied, anxious that any delay might lead to rejection. And to alleviate her doubts, he tugged at the bandages, revealing the tail's beautiful colors. Could it truly be healed already? Lu Lingxi recalled that this was the area where he had suffered the most severe injury. And yet look how little time had passed. The scales had completely regrown. Perhaps it was due to their recent growth, as the colors were still somewhat pale, resembling newly minted scales. Were dragons inherently so resilient? How astonishing! She found herself beginning to believe in the legends her senior had shared with her. Climbing was indeed exhausting, especially since the rear mountain served as a confinement area for punishing disciples. Thus it was ensnared in a perverse formation that prohibited the use of swords, talismans, or magical arts unless an elder arrived to disable it or one possessed a token to navigate through. A brief ascent, observing the mountains and waters, could still evoke a sense of leisurely appreciation, but prolonged exertion left one gasping for breath. Therefore, Lingxi did not hesitate to mount the Long Sun roller coaster. Master Long drove steadily, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. His tail was indeed a substantial one, and as Lu Lingxi sat sideways atop it, she idly watched the scenery retreat little by little. Long Sun, can you revert to your original form? She inquired, curious about what his true self looked like now. Although he had sprouted fluffy ears and splendid dragon horns, his tail remained unchanged that if he returned to his original form. Would he resemble a snake with legs? Her thoughts spiraled, and the more she contemplated, the more absurd her imaginings became, leading her to the mischievous snake from the adventures of the little carp. Oh dear, the imagery was too delightful to comprehend. Lu Lingxi shook her head, banishing the unappealing vision from her mind. That has always been like this, she mused. The weight of the girl atop his tail was negligible to him. Yet the scheming dragon still slowed his ascent, trudging up the mountain. He just claimed to be quick as a dragon. While the physical weight was light, the emotional weight felt heavy. Is it always like this? Lingxi recalled the small Long Sun she had seen in her memory illusion. Indeed, he had appeared half snake, half person back then, but how could he not revert to his original form? Perhaps dragons were simply a bit more peculiar. Dismissing this quandary, she glanced at the sky and suggested to Long Sun, shall we hasten our pace? At this rate, we may not reach the summit before nightfall. The obedient Master Long, upon hearing this, gathered his strength, and with a surge, the entire dragon launched forward like a cannonball to Lu Lingxi, nearly toppled from the Long Sun roller coaster, clutched tightly to the tail beneath her as the rushing wind stung her eyes, forcing her to duck behind Long Sun for shelter. Upon reaching their destination, Master Long abruptly braked, causing Lingxi to tumble against his smooth, bare back, leaving a faint red mark from her lip gloss. Ah, exhilarating. The Long Sun roller coaster is truly worth a ride. Yesterday, a friend remarked if my avatar was mocking my readers as elementary school students. Recently, I've been quite busy scheduling my posts, and I haven't logged into my author account for 2 days. After seeing that message yesterday, I was so startled I hurriedly logged back in to reply to 2 messages that isn't it possible that this avatar reflects the author's own mental state? Chapter 75. The dragon can name things. The vibrant lip gloss accentuated the fair skin of his back, creating an alluring yet restrained allure. Swallowing hard, Lu Lingxi, seizing the moment while Long Sun remained unaware, discreetly wiped the mark left behind. That peculiar sensation returned yet again. The unexpected gesture startled the unsuspecting Long Sun, causing him to lean forward, revealing the delicate contours of his shoulder blades beneath his skin. Had Long Sun not been a fierce demon, he might have been captured and confined, for he indeed possessed the charm to captivate hearts. Truly, he resembled a dragon like Daji. After cleaning the lip gloss from his back, Lu Lingxi, feeling a flush on her cheeks, descended from Long Sun's tail. What was happening? Was it just her, or was it getting a bit too warm lately? Equally restless, Long Sun swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, causing Lingxi to inwardly curse the alluring dragon for inciting such feelings. Come here, I brought you plenty of things. Lu Lingxi called to the dazed dragon still basking in the sun as she stepped into the shadowy entrance of the cave. The items she had brought sprawled across the ground, mostly food, books, and playful trinkets like the 9 linked rings, reminiscent of childhood. Having experienced the illusion, she now viewed Long Sun through a somewhat maternal lens. The illiterate dragon could not comprehend many characters, so she had selected books meant for children, adorned with illustrations. Long Sun obediently sat beside her, his golden eyes shimmering with curiosity as he watched her arrange the items, his gaze following her hands while he furtively glanced at his own large paws. Lingxi's hands, so fair, so small. When she lowered her head, her dainty ears would occasionally peek out from her cascading hair. Unlike his fluffy ones, yet they appeared as tender and delectable as the pastry she had brought him. This thought ignited a sudden, inexplicable hunger within the dragoness heart. This is the 9 linked rings. And this is the Luban lock. Lu Lingxi kindly introduced each item, completely unaware of the dangerous thoughts brewing in the mind of the dragon regarding her ears. Each of these has its own name. Did you remember them? After tidying up the little trinkets, Lingxi lifted her glistening eyes to the daydreaming dragon beside her. Would they all have their own names? What about Lingxi's sword? Does it have a name? Strangely, Long Sun's gaze was drawn to the green-hued sword sheathed at her waist. Although I find it hard to follow Long Sun's erratic train of thought, I patiently replied to the curious dragon. Her name is Chunsheng, which means wildfire cannot burn it out, and the spring breeze blows it back to life. Despite the explanation, the illiterate dragon remained clueless about its meaning. Can Lingxi name my sword? Long Sun summoned his black iron sword and presented it before her, his ears and tail perking up with anticipation. This was Lingxi's first opportunity to observe Long Sun's south sword up close. It was a pitch-black blade, adorned with ancient patterns that exuded solemnity and gravity, resembling a fearsome weapon. Yet in Long Sun's hands, it appeared harmless and devoid of malice. Doesn't your sword have a name? It shouldn't, right? Given its apparent age, it must possess a remarkable history. Black sword. Long Sun had not contemplated a name, his mind devoid of romantic notions. He had even forgotten how this sword had come into his possession. Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. What a refreshingly unpretentious name, truly reflective of the knowledge-deficient mountaintop dragon style. Understanding Long Sun's sensitivity, she refrained from laughing, accepting the name as it was. Simplicity is indeed the essence. The sword, bearing the name bestowed by its uneducated master, lay quietly beside Lingxi's Chunsheng sword, appearing like a rough, impoverished lad yearning to be adorned by the vibrant beauty of a fairy. Long Sun noticed this disparity too. His sword seemed rather unattractive, and its name was indeed peculiar. Fengshan. The dragon, having little knowledge, suddenly appeared inspired and conjured an exceptionally elegant name that I in the midst of despair. Spring arrives that he had stumbled upon his own spring. Was this name merely a coincidence? It sounded remarkably like a couple's name alongside hers, Chunsheng. What prompted you to think of that name? Lingxi paused her organizing, inadvertently asking the question while her ears subtly perked up, eager to hear Long Sun's response. Long Sun remained silent, gazing down at the 2 swords lying side by side for a while, then lifted his hand to nudge his black sword closer to her Chunsheng sword, closing the distance between them, the tip of the black sword resting against the base of the Chunsheng sword. Fengshan, Fengshan. After finishing his words, his gaze shifted from below to the face of Lu Lingxi, observing the exquisitely beautiful girl with a somewhat vague and inscrutable expression. His sword met with the Chunsheng sword. And in that moment, he encountered his own springtime that Lu Lingxi failed to grasp the latter part of his sentiment, nor did she notice the dark, possessive gaze of Long Sun. She assumed his inspiration stemmed from the clash of their swords. By the way, you should stay in the back mountain these days, and not wander off, at least until the dragon horn could be retracted. Don't stray too far, she prepared to leave. Lu Lingxi suddenly recalled her senior brother's advice and turned back to remind the little dragon, who was curled up in a corner, looking somewhat dejected. So, don't wait for me at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. I can come up by myself. Long Sun, displeased at not being allowed to wait at the base, flicked his tail but nodded obediently nonetheless. He stretched his neck, eagerly watching Lu Lingxi's figure as she soared on her sword, shrinking smaller and smaller until she became a mere speck. Though only one person was missing, the cave felt suddenly desolate. Long Sun, feeling a lack of enthusiasm, began to idly flick through a collection of small trinkets, lamenting that if only he could retract his horns, or if he could transform into human form, he could always remain by Lu Lingxi's side. Would it be possible to be struck by lightning again? The little dragon's gaze flickered, his expression inscrutable as he cast a glance toward the sky. Unfortunately, the evening sky, tinted with the hues of sunset, bore no trace of dark clouds, extinguishing his hopes, and he could only obediently remain in the cave. He casually opened a book, discovering it to be a collection of folk tales, the first page presenting a familiar tale of gratitude, perhaps due to one of the protagonists being a snake. Long Sun's golden eyes sparkled with interest as he continued to read. The story began with a frozen little snake lying motionless on the ground, and Long Sun furrowed his brow, feeling as if that dying snake was an image of himself. Then he read about an old farmer who took the snake into his embrace, and gradually, the snake regained consciousness, only to bite the farmer the very next moment. Long Sun's frown deepened, and he nearly tossed the book aside. But remembering that it was a gift from Lu Lingxi, he reluctantly set it aside, that he would never harm Lu Lingxi like that wicked snake did. Chapter 76. A Dream of Spring. Long Sun, feeling utterly bored, picked up another book. This one differed from the storybooks filled with illustrations. It was dense with text and appeared to be a medical tome, likely an accidental inclusion during Lu Lingxi's tidying up. As he flipped open a page, his previously indifferent expression transformed into one of growing confusion upon reading certain phrases. His slender fingers traced the words as he read. Fever, weakness, flushed skin. Long Sun furrowed his brow, piecing together the unfamiliar phrases, realizing that his peculiar episodes might be attributed to a fever. An instinctive feeling told him otherwise, yet the simple-minded dragon could not discern the true answer. As night descended, the birds sang, and the moonlight, gentle as water, cast a hazy glow on the ground, barely illuminating the silhouette within the cave. The cool night breeze failed to dispel the strange heat that enveloped him. Trapped in a dream, Long Sun restlessly rubbed his tail against the stone slab beneath him. How did he end up in Lu Lingxi's room? Confused, he opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings. Behind the screen stood a figure he longed for, drawing him silently forward. That it was Lu Lingxi. The girl before him appeared as if she had just emerged from a bath, leisurely combing her long hair with a sandalwood comb. Upon seeing Long Sun, she showed no surprise. With glistening eyes, she turned to him and asked, "Would you like to help me comb my hair?" Her voice was soft and fragrant, akin to the scent of orchids, enchanting in the stillness of the night, and Long Sun found himself ensnared as the hapless prey. His gaze wandered over her flowing tresses, which, unlike his own coarse mane, glided through his fingers like the finest silk. The strands carried a subtle fragrance, rendering Long Sun utterly captivated as he took the comb from her, albeit somewhat stiffly, to assist her. The intimacy between them left him feeling flustered, and he could sense his heart racing. Before he could act for long, Lu Lingxi gently raised her wrist, halting his movements, and pulled his hand towards her. Such a towering dragon was effortlessly led by her light touch. Long Sun glanced down at their clasped hands, noticing the faint tint of the lip balm she had just applied, leaving a delicate rosy mark on her fingers as they brushed against his. "Would you like to try my lip balm?" Lu Lingxi whispered softly near his ear, her warm breath caressing his skin, causing his fur to flush with a shy hue, mirroring her own. Long Sun tentatively moved their joined hands, gingerly tracing her delicate wrist with his index finger, his lips pressing together nervously before loosening, feeling both shy and elated. His long lashes trembled, struggling to veil the emotions threatening to spill forth as he gazed up at her, yearning for her to take the lead. In a low, lingering voice that Lu Lingxi adored, he murmured, "Whatever you wish." The imposing dragon sat quietly beside Lu Lingxi, looking almost too obedient. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the window, casting a soft glow on his face, which was strikingly handsome, almost ethereal. His enchanting eyes brimmed with affection, and his expression was one of complete surrender to her, while the Lu Lingxi selected the softest, blush-pink lip balm from a collection of vibrant hues. The warmth of her fingertips melting the balm into a silky texture. Did I end the next moment? Her warm finger glided across Long Sun's full lower lip, enhancing his already alluring features, giving him an even more enticing appearance. Overcome by the intimacy of the moment, Long Sun gasped and instinctively turned his head away, the balm leaving a crimson mark on the pale skin at the corner of his mouth. Reminiscent of blood adorning a vampire's lips, Lu Lingxi reached out to touch his flushed face, pushing aside the damp strands clinging to his collarbone, revealing his firm chest. Her touch was commanding, forcing Long Sun to turn and meet her gaze. Her delicate skin was veiled by sheer fabric, yet it appeared even more alluring to Long Sun, especially as the gossamer drapery slipped down her shoulder. Long Sun partially closed his eyes, inhaling sharply, his fingers trembling as he adjusted the falling fabric. Though the flush on his face had already spread to his long neck, Lu Lingxi withdrew her hand. She smoothed the remaining balm onto her own lips, seductively whispering, so obedient. Before Long Sun could react, her soft lips met his in that instant. The dragon's body, stiffened like stone, lost in the sensation of her gentle touch, the mingling of their lips sending waves of electricity through him. Heat surged from his cheeks, enveloping his entire being, and despite the embarrassment threatening to consume him, Long Sun allowed himself to be led by the girl beside him, gripping the edge of the table tightly, his knuckles turning white. The air was thick with the fragrance of the lip balm adorning their lips. His tail, no longer under his control, wrapped around her slender waist, while his long lashes hung low, concealing his glimmering eyes, beads of sweat trickling down his brow and mingling with the flush on his cheeks. When Lu Lingxi finally paused and returned to her seat, Long Sun, still yearning for more, leaned in to peck at her lips again and again. Like a little butterfly landing on her petals, Lu Lingxi sat slightly elevated on her chair, and in that moment, Long Sun tilted his head back, mesmerized, the graceful curve of his long neck accentuating the muscles leading down to his collarbone. Lu Lingxi felt the intensity of the moment. Long Sun called her name hesitantly, their clasped hands slick with perspiration. Feeling as sticky as he was, mimicking her, he held his breath, slowly pressing his lips against hers, intending only a fleeting touch. Yet upon feeling the softness, he couldn't help but close his eyes, desiring to savor this intimacy a little longer. The girl gently caressed his hair, seemingly offering him silent encouragement. His once bright, clear golden eyes were now clouded with desire, his breathing growing heavier. Long Sun thought to himself that he must be quite ill. A peculiar sensation began to stir in his lower abdomen, affecting his tail. Yet he felt lost, unable to find a suitable outlet for his feelings, limited to merely sharing her lips and teeth. Unable to engage in deeper exchanges he had yet to learn, Long Sun cradled Lu Lingxi's equally flushed face, his thumb tenderly rubbing behind her ear, yearning to share his current discomfort and pleasure with her. He leaned his cheek against her damp forehead, eliciting a glance from her, his golden eyes glistening with eagerness. His tail shifted position, releasing her waist to nudge the tip of his tail insistently into her palm. Seeking to alleviate the overwhelming sensations coursing through him, Lu Lingxi, in response, tightened her grip, igniting an intense reaction in Long Sun, who felt as if he had been grasped by a vital point. His golden gaze slowly losing focus on the flickering candlelight nearby. Just a dream, right? Surely, he wouldn't be locked away in a dark room. It is not I who speaks, but rather the profound misunderstandings of a dragon that truly hinder my performance. With a mere kiss, I have penned 2,140 words, as expected of me. He. Chapter 77, The Long-Legged Dragon. Has she gone mad? Lu Lingxi, startled as if she had embraced the blanket, bolted upright in bed. Beads of perspiration forming on her forehead despite the chill of the night, her cheeks flushed with an involuntary blush. She could scarcely believe the nature of her dream. How could she entertain such improper thoughts about the innocent dragon? The image of Long Sun, tilting his head with half-closed eyelids, surfaced in her mind, causing her throat to itch uncontrollably as she swallowed hard. Indeed, there was a certain allure to him. Was she truly craving the dragon's form? The girl on the bed, overwhelmed with shame, hastily pulled the blanket around herself, burying her face within its confines as she lamented softly for a while. How was she to face Long Sun now? Regardless of her discomfort, dawn would inevitably arrive, and she had promised to visit him. For the first time, Lu Lingxi found the journey up the mountain to be arduous, her legs feeling as if they were shackled with 10-pound weights. Gripping the token she had acquired from Ling Su, she took a few deep breaths, dismissing her concerns. After all, Long Sun was unaware of her sordid dream, and with renewed determination, she soared into the sky on her sword. The speed of flying was significantly faster than trudging on foot, and soon enough, she spotted the cave where Long Sun resided. However, to her surprise, the dragon, who typically awaited her at the entrance, was nowhere to be seen. Lu Lingxi retracted her sword, exhaling a sigh of relief before clearing her throat, ensuring her voice was steady. Long Sun? There was no response. Had he ventured out? As curiosity piqued, she decided to step inside. Knowing that Long Sun usually would not leave without her. With hands clasped behind her back, she stepped lightly into the cave, utterly unprepared for the unforgettable scene that awaited her. Was he still asleep? The cave was dim compared to the outside light, and with the stone walls jutting in and out, she could barely discern the dragon's resting place nestled deep within a corner. She caught a glimpse of his tousled hair scattered about. This was indeed peculiar, for Long Sun was typically awake well before dawn, dutifully coiled with his long tail, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Upon spotting her silhouette from afar, his eyes would sparkle with a brightness that rivaled two glowing bulbs. It was time to rise. The word caught in her throat, preventing her from uttering it, and her previously light steps came to a halt, as if she were a robot that had suddenly malfunctioned. Staring blankly at the figure before her, the face was still that of the familiar dragon, yet where his tail should have been were now elongated legs, the muscles defined and sculpted as though divinely crafted. Crimson flooded her cheeks as realization dawned upon her, and she gasped in shock, hastily shutting her eyes and turning away. Yet that fleeting glance had already imprinted everything she should and should not have seen in her mind. Nervously biting her soft lower lip, she feared any sound that might escape her. In a flurry of thoughts, she pondered, so there aren't two after all? What on earth am I thinking? Stop it, brain, in the dream. Long Sun felt his tail being caressed by Lingxi, but no relief came. Suddenly, a soft, bashful gasp reached his ears, startling him awake. Upon turning, he recognized the figure from his dream, standing not far away. Instinctively, he attempted to replicate the dream, using his tail to bridge the distance between them. However, he quickly realized that his obedient tail was now unresponsive, leaving Long Sun in a daze, bewildered by the absence of his familiar form. Wait, was there a sense of having two tails? The peculiar sensation emanating from his waist snapped Long Sun into clarity. His once drowsy mind became alert. He glanced down, only to find two human legs in place of his serpent tail. He had completely transformed. Joy erupted in his eyes, but he was too preoccupied with the young woman before him, who seemed excessively quiet. Stammering in his eagerness, he wanted to share the revelation. Lingxi, I've become a dragon in human form. Accustomed to being partially unclothed, the dragon remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety in his nudity, eagerly awaiting Lingxi's acknowledgement. With his hands propped behind him, he subtly poked at a small hole in the stone slab beneath him. Lingxi, the anticipation waned as she failed to turn around. His heart sank. Why wouldn't she look at him? Was it his human form that did not appeal to her? With closed eyes, Lu Lingxi's mind was consumed with the image of the dragon lying bare upon the stone slab, his long neck, slender waist, broad shoulders, and skin as flawless as fine porcelain, muscles subtly defined, embodying the youthful dragon's unique slenderness and grace. That moment, Long Sun's low voice called out to her, and the alluring figure replayed in her mind, igniting a warmth that spread from her head to her very core. Suddenly, an itch in her nose alerted her to something sticky trickling down. This was no mere illusion. She was utterly captivated by the dragon's allure. And now she was bleeding from her nose. How embarrassing! Quickly, Lu Lingxi covered her nose with her sleeve. Yet the foolish dragon continued to call for her, as if he could go on for an eternity without her turning to face him. All right, I hear you. So please stop calling me ancestor, she replied, muffled, fearing that if he persisted, her nosebleed would become uncontrollable. Then why won't you look at me? His absence of a tail rendered his fluffy ears his only means of emotional expression. And they drooped dejectedly, along with the corners of his eyes. "Stay right there. Don't move." The moment she opened her mouth to speak, a rush of warmth surged through her nostrils, and droplets of blood speckled her lips, threatening to spill into her mouth. Lingxi grimaced, clenching her mouth shut, for although it was her own blood, the thought of it mingling with her saliva was too much to bear. She straightened her neck and walked briskly out, too afraid to glance back at the situation behind her, intent on retrieving some clothing for Long Sun. Running around naked was hardly a commendable habit. It needed to change. Where to? The dejected dragon noticed her refusal to even glance in his direction as she lifted her foot to leave. In a panic, he tugged at her sleeve, his gaze shimmering with confusion and desperation. I'm going to fetch you some clothes." Unable to speak, she could only respond with a series of muffled sounds, retracting her tightly held sleeve and hastily departing. Long Sun instinctively wished to follow her, but forgetting his lack of a tail, as he attempted to rise, he collapsed back onto the stone slab, helplessly watching her retreat. Long Sun lowered his gaze to the newly formed legs beneath him. Speechless, it appeared that taking on human form did not guarantee her affection. She had not looked at him even once today, and had only uttered 3 words. Chapter 78. Dressing up after pressing a clean, damp cloth to her face for some time, Lu Lingxi finally felt her cheeks cool slightly. This was her first time encountering a male body. "Have you retrieved the items?" The voice behind her startled her. It was Ling Su. Avoid the climb. Lu Lingxi fabricated a small lie, claiming she had left something on the back mountain, borrowing Ling Su's token to soar up the mountain. Fortuitously, she had borrowed the token. Otherwise, she would have had to climb up to deliver clothes to him. It would have been exhausting to ascend solely on her own 2 legs. That I suddenly realized I left something behind up there. "Brother, could you lend me your token for a bit longer?" Lu Lingxi clutched the token, reluctant to return it. Fortunately, Ling Su did not appear to suspect anything. He merely furrowed his brow at her and waved her off. "Hurry along." "Thank you, brother, that I shall take my leave now," Lu Lingxi said with a sweet smile, wholly unaware of how her demeanor betrayed her guilt whenever she donned this innocent facade during her mischief. Ling Su, Shui Zhao, and even their master would always see through her ruse. Yet somehow, they remained easily deceived. Thankfully, she had already tucked the clothes in her storage bag earlier. With a sly grin, she soared away on her Chunqing sword. Within the cave, Long Sun instinctively sought to conceal himself with his tail, but upon realizing it was absent, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Ultimately, he awkwardly curled into a corner, hugging his knees as he gazed at the drifting specks of dust illuminated by the sunlight. His mouth pressed into a straight line, his chin resting on his knees. He remained hopeful, staring longingly toward the cave entrance at last. After what felt like an eternity, the familiar sound of her footsteps echoed outside. The instant he heard it, Long Sun straightened, his previously dim gaze ignited with light as he obediently awaited her arrival. However, to his surprise, the footsteps halted at the cave's entrance. Lu Lingxi felt conflicted. Entering so directly seemed rather brazen. She wiped her sweaty palms together, ultimately deciding to use her spiritual power to drag the clothes inside. "Long Sun, I've placed your clothes here. Please call for me once you've put them on." She called gently into the cave, receiving a soft, low in response. Upon realizing that only the clothes were being sent in while she remained outside, Long Sun felt a pang of disappointment. He could not fathom why, after transforming, Lingxi would avoid him, that a shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes as he glanced at the neatly folded garments. With determination, the cunning dragon reached out, hastily donning the layers of clothing. "Lingxi, I'm ready." Upon hearing Long Xian call her name from within the cave, Lu Lingxi took a deep breath outside before daring to step inside. Yet upon catching sight of Long Xian's appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. It was as if he were clad in clothing, yet simultaneously, it appeared he was not. The initial shyness that had enveloped her dissipated entirely upon witnessing Long Xian's foolish demeanor. Unable to contain herself, Lu Lingxi let out a soft giggle. Aside from the white trousers beneath, his outer garments were in disarray, the fabric and ties entangled in a chaotic heap. "Didn't your second senior brother teach you this?" she teased, her laughter still evident as she approached him to assist, carefully peeling away the layers of clothing and redressing him in the proper order. As she bent down to fasten his belt. Her form nearly nestled against him, that a mischievous thought crossed Long Xian's mind. Recalling their first meeting when she had similarly dressed him, her small head so close to his back then, he had been quite naive. Merely feeling a ticklish sensation in his heart as he looked at her little round head, almost wishing to devour it. Now, however, he was wiser, understanding that such feelings were rooted in affection, not a desire to consume, but rather to cherish and hold close. All done, Liu Lingxi sighed in relief, oblivious to the fervent gaze Long Xian had fixed upon her. As she leaned in, she was unexpectedly enveloped by a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from him. A scent that evoked thoughts of the ethereal snow-capped peaks of Changbai Mountain, the pristine snow lotus blooming beneath a blanket of white, sacred and resplendent.